Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is in store tonight, even as we start the discussion. William Ruto plays down the Raila Odinga'S Jacaranda warning and trivializes the whole process. He calls it Sarakasi. Does he have what it takes to stop Kenyans? Is a matter we'll be dealing with tonight, even as we ventilate on the political situation and the latest development and what is the required response. Wherever you are, welcome again, even as we start out the discussion. We pray that it shall be well with you and this country shall be ruled according to the law and right leadership shall assume office. Round pegs in round holes, squared pegs in squared holes. Thank you so much. Please, if you're able to get us, make sure you're inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Don't watch such a show alone because a lot is going down and you need to be part and parcel of what makes this country great and what makes this country tick. So wherever you are around the world, this is the place to be. And so invite everybody in your life that we may take off together and get to the right destination right on time. Asante sana, karibu tena, tukaribishane mmoja na mwingine, tumakinike pamoja kisiasa tunapoangazia masuala haya. William Ruto anasema Jacaranda ni sarakasi. Does he understand what is up against, and does he have what it takes to stop Kenyans when they choose to riot? Let's look at this keenly. What is he banking on? And what makes him different from the other people that went down by reason of people rising up against their leadership? It's a keen and sensitive subject that we will need to dive into even as we start the discussion. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is now available in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. I really want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and followership. We are live on Mtembei TV official page on Facebook, Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, a channel that we want you to be part and parcel and ensure that it grows. And therefore, if you're yet to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, please ensure that you do so in good time. We need as many as can subscribe to get to that particular channel. Want to grow it to 5,000 subscribers within the shortest time possible. So we want you to be our ambassador. Any person who enjoys political discussion, who wants to understand Kenyan politics, African politics, and world politics, he needs to be a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk. Thank you so much. Let's take off. I'm glad that you're here, and we are set to ensure that everything works out according to plan. Asante sana Chaka Mdune, karibu kwa show. Felistas Atideke, you are welcome. Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Kuna Lilian Mogeni, you are welcome. Kuna Minyonte Ekubwa. Raila is going... no, you mean nowhere? Is a singing horse. Okay, thank you. Vicky Moja, Tembei official, follow me. I follow you. Thank you so much. And a good reminder, if you are not yet following Tembei official, please do so. And we will be safer together. Faiza Fadila, karibu sana. Kuna Elza Kigeni, karibu kwa show. Kuna Wise Cleo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nani mwingine hapa? Thank you everybody. Okay, kuna Faiza. Okay, kuna Pick Road. Aha, jambo sana, karibu kwa show. Of course, Yufin AO. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much. Jacob Otiko, karibu sana. King La Loza, you are welcome. Daniel Oyugi, karibu kwa Shoken Daniels. Siro Dumo, karibu sana. Wescon mwenyewe, praise the Lord, amen. Thank you so much. Fatan Abdullahi Hamud, karibu sana. God bless you. Thank you for always being here. We look forward to engaging. Father Ben Juna, number 32. Ruto amechanganyikiwa sasa. Okay, thank you. Passionate love of Christ, welcome. July Die blessed. Just subscribe. Thank you so much. Subscribe and be a follower of Mtembe Official on Facebook for you not to miss out on any of our programs. Kuna Oro Ken, karibu sana. Nani mwingine hapa, Isa, asante sana. You are most welcome. Please make use of this link kuja kwa studio, ongea kwa kina masuala haya ili Wakenya wamakinike wanaposikiliza mambo yanavyokwenda. Kuna George Kisilu, karibu kwa show, tunashukuru tu sana. And if you are not a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk, let me just get that link now so that you are able to follow through. It is important that we have on board even as we start out the conversation. It is important that you pay close attention because what is at stake is is enormous. Okay, is enormous for anyone to this country has not been here for a long time, and so it is important that we have sensible and more, serious thought into what is decided about this great country, or else we lose it all together. So let us ensure that we are uh, we are doing the right thing, and then everything is going to work out according to what needs to work out. Usiachwe nyuma tafadhali. Kama unatupata, hakikisha unasaidia mtu atupate naye ili tukamakinike pamoja. Nikisema subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, that is what I mean. Please click on the link and get there and subscribe. Turn on the notification bell. It is that very important. And if you are not a subscriber of Mtembe TV, also please make sure you do so. There is a lot that is coming up, and you don't need to be left behind. And we are having a regime that wants to control the media. And so if you want to get the truth, you want to get the whole truth, nothing but the truth, you will need to be a subscriber of Mtembe TV, Sound Candid Talk, and a follower of Mtembe Official on Facebook. That is where everything is going, and you need to ensure that you embrace it and we flow together. It is awesome having all of you. Please, let's keep going. Albert Nyangoya, karibu sana, asante na shukuru tu sana. Tusonge mbele kwa pamoja. So campaign for the subscription, followership on Mtembe Official Facebook, subscribe on Mtembe TV YouTube channel, subscribe on Sound Candid Talk as we start the conversation. Asante sana. Namuona dada yangu Roda amefika. Msimamo ndio huyo mwenyewe, tunashukuru. Unstoppable force ashaingia. Basi tuanze mjadala. Karibu dada Roda, vipi lakini?
Asante sana. Leo nitaomba niambie Mungu anipatie wema, kile kitu nitaongea ikuwe imetoka kwa Mungu heart. Everything I'll speak from here, it will come from the Lord. So I have to pray. Jesus, we come to you this evening, God. We are so thank you, said your unforgotten Son, Jesus Christ, die for our sin, God. You said on Jesus Christ to die for all Kenyan citizens, all tribe in Kenya. Everybody can live with peace, love, joy, and kindness, God. Everybody can have a mercy for each other, God. Help us, God. Help our country, God. You know what we have been going through for the last 4 months. We have been hurted, God. Our politicians have been hurted, God. Save our country, God. Save people, God. Save them, God. They can fear God. They can have a wisdom. They can see things like you see, God. Every tribe in Kenya, set them free, God. You die for them. You pay for the price for the cross. Because everybody can know you, God. You want every tribe, every nation in the world to know you, Jesus. When we know you, God, we walk like you. We have mercy. We have heart like you. We see things like you do, God. Have mercy in our country, Kenya, God. Have mercy on us. Have mercy on us, God. Have mercy every tribe in Kenya. Open our heart, God, to see things like you do. Open our heart, God. Have mercy. Save us, God. Save us, Jesus. Hallelujah. The name of the Son of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Oh, everything I was speaking to you, God, it will come from God heart, and I have to speak it now. We know this Kenya Kwanza, when they take the power, they have been abusing our former president. And our former president, right now, he lives in the Isaweri. So this is a question I could ask William Ruto and his government, Kenya Kwanza. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta, he give you power over with peaceful, and you take it, right? He didn't do anything. He give you power. And after all those 10 years, he have been working for our country, doing development, everything, you take him in Saweri. I could ask you a request, please, as a woman of God, warrior, me, I'm a prayer warrior, please let Uhuru Kenyatta to leave his home resident in go to the state house. He can live with own family. He can enjoy his retirement peaceful, like the way Moi did. He enjoy his peaceful, and you know Moi was not good. Moi, he was done very bad, but he retired with the peaceful, because because those people, they were those days like Moi Kibaki. He have a God inside his heart. So let him, he can have a peaceful retirement. That's what I want to start today, because I have to speak from God's heart. So I give you the next person chance, because I cannot just come here and I don't talk what I feel, what I think, then I'm fooling myself. We need to speak. We have to be honest, how we feel in our heart, and to be real, because that's what only can deliver us. Because the Bible says, if you know the truth, shall set us free. But if we try to hide it, then we'll not be free. So that's what I want to start in this Monday morning, in this debate about political analysis. Thank you very much. Nice to see Brother Musimamo. Oh, Leo, you have a nice name. Hello. Thank you, my sister. How can non-stop focus? I have never seen you. So let us this debate with the honesty each other, and that's only can deliver our country when we are really honest. We be real, because we have to be real. Okay, God bless you all, and let us keep shining. Thank you very much, you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Rhoda, for that. A good start indeed. We appreciate it. And let's keep going. By God's help, we shall do valiantly. Our win is that of God. Our victory is that of God. And our advancement is that of God. And with God on our side, we shall be against us. Msimamo, vipi lakini?
Mkululu. Asante sana ndugu Bernard, dada yangu Roda.
Yes.
Mnanipata?
Yes, unapatikana vizuri. And
Unstoppable Force. Leo nimeamua kuchukua jina hili la msimamo kutokana na viongozi wetu ambao swa upande wetu wa Azimio, kwamba ni vyema watu wakiwa na msimamo, kwamba tukiamua jambo basi tunasimamia kwa haki, tunasimamia kwa kauli moja, kwa nguvu moja, ili kuweza kufikia malengo. Japo sijisikii vizuri, lakini sasa unajua, huwa nikikaa hapa ndani bila kuchangia huwa sijisikii amani. So Ruto yeye tumemsikia ile ambaye anazungumzia lawama ashaitia kwa Uhuru kwamba Uhuru anahusika kivyovyote, kwamba yeye ndiye anapanga, na baadhi wa viongozi wa KK kwamba washaanza kumrushia wa former president Uhuru kwamba yeye ndiye anapanga kila kitu, jambo ambalo si kweli, si kweli. Former president yeye amestaafu kwa upole na hakutaka maneno mengi na akaondoka akaelekea kwake. Yale amebaki ni ya Raila na Ruto, juu wao ndo wameingia katika kinyang'anyiro, na kumtaja ama kumzungumzia kwamba Kenya hii lazima walipe ushuru, maana familia mbili hazizipi ushuru, yani familia ya Odinga, familia ya Kenyatta, vitu ambavyo ni vya ajabu sana. Maana sielewi kwamba ni kutaka kulipiza kisasi wala ana mpango gani haswa kuhusiana na hizi kauli ambazo amezizungumza hapa. Lingine ambalo limezungumziwa zaidi leo ni ile kuhusiana na yale aliyosema kwamba aliyozungumza baba jana kwamba yuko na ushahidi wa Chebukati na grupu yake wenye waliingia kwake na kuanza kudemand mapeni fulani hivi na akakataa. Sasa hili ni kama ambayo upande wa KK limekuwa yani limewashtukiza sana, kiasi kwamba linapambanywa kupakwa hivi kupakwa vile, ili mradi tu. Lakini kama ni ukweli ni ukweli. Kwa hiyo hata wakitetea wakisema siyo kuna ushahidi siyo nini, jamani, kama ni kibaya, kitu ni kibaya tu. So baba kuzungumzia vile, sidhani kwamba alikuwa anazungumzia tiki utani, ama waliona labda pengine hilo halitazungumziwa, kiasi kwamba nimefuatilia wengine kina Oscar Sudi, kina Stu nani wa Matangi, yule wa Meru, baadhi ya viongozi wa KK ambao wameingia tumbo joto tangia ile jana mkutano waone umati uliofurika. Sasa leo kaa ni njia ya kuweza kupaka matope, but ukweli utabaki kuwa kweli. Langu ni kuambia tu viongozi wa Azimio, wa Kenya wamewaamini, ndiposa mkakuta ule umati wote, kwa sababu Kenya kwanza jana walitarajia kwamba wakitoka pale Jacaranda ni State House kuchukua victory yao. Wengi wa Wakenya, hata mimi nilikuwa mmoja wao, nilijua tukitoka Jacaranda basi tumeenda tunachukua ushindi wetu moja kwa moja State House. Kwa hiyo tubaki na msimamo, viongozi wetu wa Azimio, Manero Tirila ambaye ni Wandai na baadhi ya wabunge, jamani, tuweni na msimamo. Tusizungumze mchana huku usiku tumerudi upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu ya kwamba still bado tunataka kazi, tunataka mshahara, tunataka tuonekane kwa media. Please, kama tunasema hii haifai, kama tunasema serikali hii ilichukua ushindi wetu, basi tubaki, ndivyo tuijenge imani kwa wananchi. Kwa hiyo msimamo katika upande wetu ni wa muhimu zaidi. Tulishaamua, hatutaki handshake, hatutaki lipi, tunachohitaji ni ushindi wetu. Basi tubaki na msimamo viongozi. Ndivyo hawa tutawatia tumbo jote, uone kweli hawa jamaa kweli wako serious. Lakini ikitokea baadhi yetu mara tunafanya kazi na serikali, alafu baadaye tena tunarudi upande huu tunaipinga serikali, munaanza kutuchanganya sisi wananchi, hatujui njia ya kushika ni ipi. Kwa hiyo tubaki na msimamo. Hilo tu ndio langu la leo, tubaki na msimamo. Tukisema hatufanyi, tukisema tutademand hiki ndio hivyo, at least ndio wataona kweli. Hata KK watakuwa na wasiwasi kwamba kila tunakavyojaribu hapana, basi hapo tutakuwa tumeweza. Lakini tukionekana mara tuko kwa serikali, viongozi wetu mara wako huku, wananchi wana hii, basi tutaanza kukatika pande, na ndivyo tunaipa nguvu serikali ya Bwana Ruto na mwisho wa siku kukejeliwa kutakuwa pale, kuchekwa kutakuwa pale, kila neno litajitokeza pale, maana hawa wanangoja kuanziwa tu basi wajue kumaliza. Kwa hivyo langu Bernard leo ni hilo tu, viongozi wa Azimio tuwe na msimamo. Msimamo wetu ndio utakao tufikisha kuifikia hii azna, kuyafikia haya malengo. Tusikubali kugaiwa ovyo ovyo, kwa sababu wananchi wengi wana matumaini kwamba once Azimio wapatapo hii ushindi, basi Kenya hii itabadilika zaidi. Wakenya watapumzika huu mzigo. Please tuwe na msimamo. Viongozi wale wako huko, wabunge, magavana, please tuwe na msimamo. Wale wataona wacha waende, tujue na kina nani wameenda na tujue kina nani tunabaki na wao hadi tupate huu ushindi wetu na tudemand hii victory back to us. Hilo tulio langu nani Bernard kwa leo. Asante kaka.
Asante sana msimamo, tunashukuru sana kwa hiyo wasia na ushauri mzuri, kwa sababu bila msimamo hakuna chochote ambacho kitakwenda sawa sawa, na uongozi ni msimamo. Kama huna msimamo, wewe sio kiongozi, na ndiposa tunasema hawa wanakubali kununuliwa kama kuku, basi hawafai kuitwa viongozi, hawafai kuwa katika sehemu ya kufanya uamuzi kama vile nchi inapaswa kuongozwa. It is important that as leaders we have a stand that is understandable. Kenya Kwanza is definitely struggling in facing what is at hand. The matter here is in how they got into office. It is not who is sponsoring the rally. Okay, have we asked for sponsorship for the rally? It is immaterial who is sponsoring the rally. It is immaterial who has called the rally. The issue is the reason for the rally is that elections were rigged. Can they address themselves? What role did they play in the interference with the election process? Wasitubebe wajinga. Wakenya wamepevuka, Wakenya wameelimika. Hakuna Mkenya mjinga tena. So ni wakubali kwamba hili swala ni nyeti na lazima lishughulikiwe. It doesn't matter how much they blame Uhuru Kenyatta or blame the international community or blame the sponsors of the rally. The rallies are going to go on, and if they don't manage those rallies, they will get out of hand and they will be driven out of office. It is that simple. So the advisors of William Ruto and the team need to sit them down and let them know that they are playing with fire. When the people are angry with you and you are taking them for granted, you are inviting a problem you will never be able to solve. So it is that clear. Tusichezewe akili. William Ruto and team should tell us the role they played in getting Chebukati to announce wrong results, because IEBC has now given us another result. Now, we are not talking about Azimio giving us another result. We are not talking about outsiders giving us another result. We are talking about IEBC, the same body that conducted the election, the same body that was charged with the responsibility to conduct an election, was funded with over 40 billion Kenya shillings to conduct an election, has given us 2 election results. Which one is the correct result? Because they have all come from the same place. That is what needs to be addressed. And the president who claims to be president, he needs to come out clear and say this is what should be done. Not to begin to call who is sponsoring rallies. We've been having rallies since time immemorial. We demonstrated against Moi, we finished him. We demonstrated against one party state, we finished them. Who was sponsoring us? Let them leave Uhuru Kenyatta out of this. Let them own up. How did they kidnap Chebukati, or how much did they buy Chebukati? Because it is now coming out clear that Chebukati was selling the presidents. We never knew that our vote was not going to count. It will be who can pay Chebukati. If that was the case, angetuambia mapema. tujue kwamba kura haihesabiki, kile kinahesabika ni hela. So kama Kenya Kwanza hawataki kuaddress masuala ya hela na Chebukati na matokeo ambaye yalikuwa announced, it was disowned by the 4 commissioners, and now the whistleblower has brought up another result. Those different results is what is the matter at hand. Let nobody take us round and round. And we are not budging. Even if Baba gives up on this, it is not ending until it has addressed what is required. Thank you, everybody. We salute everybody on the comment sections and elsewhere. Even as we start the conversation, we want you to invite as many as you can to flow with this discussion and be able to get the information as they emerge, even as Kenyans share from different angles on the same great subject. It is our civic duty to see to it that this country is governed according to the Constitution, and anybody who interferes with our constitutional systems becomes the enemy of the people and the enemy of this great nation, and it needs to be addressed. So, asante sana, unstoppable force. How are you today? You're welcome.
Yes, Bernard, how are you and the whole group? Msimamo, Roda, Nyumba, we are unstoppable. Sihami Kenya, and today I'm unstoppable from what I saw yesterday.
Karibu.
Yeah. Bernard, I'm a happy person. At least I can have some hopes that tomorrow Kenya is going to be a changed country, that we are going to have what we want, not by, it's by force, by fire, by faith. We need it. Tunaambua shikilia sana kile ulichonacho, shetani asije akakunyang'anya. Sasa shetani amekalia kiti. Yesu alijifanya mjinga, akaangushwa chini na shetani akasherekea. Wakati alipofuka kuzimu, siku ya 3 alifufuka na ushindi na akamnyang'anya shetani ufunguo. So Raila amekuwa kinyamaza, Ruto akaona wamefika. Now it is a high time we need to resurrect. Tunataka ufunguo, tunataka kupaa nao na tuende, na hakuna kurudi nyuma. Na watu wameanza kushake. They are still meandering in the spiritual realm. They are meandering. Sasa Uhuru ameingilia wapi Jaka? Waliona Uhuru Jacaranda surely? Ama waliona Margaret? Ama waliona mtoto wa Uhuru Jacaranda? You know these people sometimes walienda shule gani Bernard, if I may ask? Because hata mtoto wa CBC saizi ako na thinking capacity iko very high. Kuliko, I saw somebody like Sudi. Who is Sudi, by the way? Ndindi Nyoro. What can these people tell us? They were given task, they failed to accomplish what they said to Kenyans. Bernard. Tumechoka bwana. Unatumia hata mzazi 5,000 ati siku 2-3 pesa imeisha. Mpaka mzazi anakuambia pesa imekuwa kama ya Uganda, useless. Na hapo unajua mtajiri ajui kama Kenya maisha ni mbaya kuongezeka mshahara Bernard. We can't save anything. We are looking forward about our kids. Sakayo ashuke kwa Mkuyu. Jana sijui kama aliona kenye kiliendelea. Maana Sakayo umati ulikuwa mkubwa akasema hebu nipande juu. Yesu akamspot pale akamwambia leo nakula kwako. So it is a high time Sakayo ashuke, Raila ingie state house. And it's by force. And we are demanding it. We are here single mothers. We are here poor women, old men, old grandpas. Tuko na wale wazee wa Kongo wenye wana nguvu ya kujisemea. Youth, we need youth to empower us. Mwenye tulishapita hiyo age ya youth. We need men. Hata wakati wa vita wa wana Israeli, Musa alikuwa anaambiwa chagua watu wa makamu wa miaka wenye wako na nguvu ya kupigana vita. Wamama na wazee wa Kongo walikuwa nabaki wakiwaombea. So for those people who are at the age they cannot go to state house, we pray for those people who are going. Maana hii vita sio vita vya kimwili, ni vita vya kiroho. Tunang'ang'ana kiroho. Because this man Ruto ako confused element. The man saizi angeangalia kozi wale watu Bernard si Raila. Those are Kenyans wenye walikuwa Jacaranda, and those are poor Kenyans, jobless. Can you imagine what will they do? And washukuru Mungu hakuna duka ya Mkikuyu ilivunjwa, hakuna duka ya Mjaluo ilivunjwa, hakuna kitu. They didn't steal anything. It was a very peaceful, hadi nilishangaa. Hiyo ni umati na si kampeni. That means this person is loved. Yani ni passionate, ile watu wanamdhamini, wanampenda, wanamwamini. So Ruto, it's a clear indication that you stole votes na Chebukati. Mzee Kipare nafaa aende Hague. Sijui wanangoja nini. Abebwe juu akienda Hague. Aenda jibu mashtaka na Okampo huko. Juu Kenya saizi hatuiamini, Martha Koome afuate. All those judges na ule mlevi mwingine wafuate wakiendanga Hague kujibu mashtaka. And the ringleader on the list to go is Ruto. Ukuja ongeza chifu wa mtaa ambaye ni Gachagua. Ukuja ongeza the noisemakers wenye wameingia KPLC Ndindi Nyoro. Ukuja ongeza the illiterate person Sudi. I can't even name them. Murkomen, Itumbi, all of them. Wafuatane kama nini hivi siafu wakienda. Waende wapotelee huko Hague. Unajua, these people think that Kenya, Ruto anafikiria anaweza control Kenya bila na control bibi yake kwa nyumba. No. Hawa ni watu wamelelewa kwa different cultures, my friend. Na wakiamua wanataka nchi yao, they will take it by force. Cause hao watu wenye anatukana ndio walimpea kura. Na Uhuru amenyamaza, ametulia. Sometimes nimekuja kupenda Uhuru kwa kitu moja. Ye wakati aliingia kwa power, Bernard, do you know what happened during those zile wakati za NYS? Unajua tulikuwa tunaenda na tukalipwa pesa kwenda kujaza kiwanja Nyayo kama tumevaa hizo uniform. Because they knew nobody was going to attend. Uhuru alitumia tactics ambapo Ruto ameshindwa. Ruto akona kiburi mingi. That was my first time seeing Uhuru live. Sasa Ruto akona ile kiburi, utafanya nini mimi ndio nimekalia kiti? The dictatorship life. Of which saizi, this is a digital life. Mtoto wa saizi ukimfanyia nye atakufanyia nyo. Na hii ndio country nye Kenya saiko. Moi alishakufa na ile udikteta. Sai fanya nye na leo tunakufanyia nyo. Sasa Ruto should be ready. Hata nilikuwa nafuata content ya Manyora akasema the real Raila is back. Bernard, I was being given a story of 1982 about this man. Mimi naambia nilikuwa kwa tumbo, nilikuwa sijazaliwa. I don't know what happened. So they should look at that history. Sikuwa nimezaliwa by then, but nilizaliwa hiyo mwaka kama hiyo mambo ishafanyika. And then I remember Sabasaba 1992 akina Orengo. I was still young by then. So Ruto should go back to the history. Those are the things we learned in history.
Na kina Moite walikuanga hiyo 1992. Kina Moite also. Unajua Moite?
Yeah. Yes, Paul Moite knows.
It's okay. Roda, you can't intercept bila kupewa nafasi tafadhali. And stop hapo, time yako imeanza kuisha.
Ninaenda Bernard kuingia studio most of the time because for internet kazi nielewe. Nikipata chance nikiingia kuna mwenye aliteta na fichanga sura, mnielewe niko kazi, ni vile hawako ndio maana stima iko on. Sasa zingine watu nakata stima tujifiche tupumzike kiasi tuangalie Kenya inaenda aje. So anaitwa Leo TV, mumuelezee please, nimeomba msamaha. Akiniona niko kwa giza asinikate, that time alinikata. So Bernard, I'm just conscious about our country. We are looking about the generation, tomorrow's generation, Bernard. Life has become expensive. School fees ndio inatumaliza kichwa. Mtoto wa CBC na kukula school fees kama mwenye ana join form 1 na still is primary. So we need to do something, Bernard. My fellow Kenyans, can you wake up? Ruto must go. Gachagua must go. That group, Chebukati, angalia history ya Kivuitu. Kivuitu died like a dog. Hata ajui nani alishinda kura na wakaapisha Kibaki usiku. Na Ruto ajui aliapishwa usiku. Kumaanisha ni mtu wa giza, haiko ya mwangaza. Usiku. That is not good. Kama alikuwa amechaguliwa na Mungu, hiyo kitu ingefanywa pepo mwangaza hata ikiwaka. But ni usiku, kumaanisha vitu zake zilikuwa za giza. That's why the country is in darkness, full of darkness. So we need to put our country back to where it's supposed to be. Hatutaki kurudi nyuma. Bernard, umaisikia washosho wetu walikuwa naimba inyuma darula sindika lugha inyuma. Yani kule nilikotoka sitarudi.
Sindika lugha
inyuma. Ni mbele tunaenda. Bye bye.
Thank you, Unstoppable Force. We appreciate that. Spirit ndio hiyo, msimamo ndio huo. Kenya lazima ipone, na kuna askari ambao wameamua. Jeshi ndio hilo, kazi itafanywa na itakamilika vizuri. Kuna mama yangu huko Wairimu anasema leo ni kama nimekuwa, amesema UN ama Commonwealth. Sisi ndio wale tumekuja kukata hiyo deal. Kwa hivyo tunaomba hiyo dili, lakini dili ni mbuzi yetu mzima mzima, kutoka kichwa hadi kwatu. Hakuna hata kidole kimoja kinasalia. So wale wanafikiria wanaweza kimbia na mbuzi yetu alafu wakule hata sikio, haiwezekani. Tunaitaka mzima mzima, sikio, kwatu, pembe, mkia, everything must be returned to the owner. Hakuna story ya matumbo tulikuwa tushakula. Matumbo yetu, kila kitu, mbuzi mzima mzima. So kila mtu aelewe, there's no handshake, there is no sharing power, there's no government of national unity. Au watu wa Commonwealth wakikuja waambiwe mapema kile ambacho tutakubali. Okay, kama wameshindwa kufanya nini, kutoa mwizi, kile tunachokubali ni kimoja tu, interim government ya 6 months, organize fresh elections. Let's go and get a bona fide winner clearly. Whether they will create a new Chebukati or create a new commission or hire one from Ghana or wherever, let that be done. But hakuna story ya mtu kuwa State House kama hatujui alipewa hiyo nafasi na nani. It's very dangerous. Atuwe uko na kampuni na kuna mfanyikazi ambaye anasimamia na ujui vile aliingia hapo. Ukiuliza watu wanaitwa nani? Personnel manager ajui, ulikagua yeye? Hapana. Alipita mtihani? Hapana. There has to be a clear way on how we get a president in this country. And the moment there is a question mark on how you get into office, you have to address that. So Kenya Kwanza and their trouble with Sudi and team, instead of them facing this question at hand, they are now asking who is sponsoring the rallies. Let me put it point blank. Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kenyan. Okay? He's a former president, but is what? A Kenyan. And having served as president does not withdraw one of the rights as a Kenyan citizen. Is he right to sponsor the rallies? Of course. Any person who sees the country going in the wrong direction should do something. Yani wewe tunaweza kuwa tuko katikati ya bahari, tuko kwa mashua inaanza kuzama, alafu kwa sababu wewe ulikuwa former president ukae tu kwa sababu wewe ni former president huwezi fanya chochote. Everybody does something to see to it that we keep afloat to get on the other side safely. That's where we are right now. And so they should stop pretending their madness. They should give us the list who used to sponsor their rallies. Now that they are naming who is sponsoring what. If our rallies are sponsored by Uhuru Kenyatta, good for the same. Like every other Kenyan, we have to do what is right to help this country get back to where it's supposed to be. So let's keep moving. Thank you. And tumulete Anyumba, and then of course Secretary General, tunakuendelea na hiyo mkururo. Kuna Nzongi, alafu Peak Road. Peak Road has been off and on. Inaonekana mitambo yake imekuwa na kizaza. Haya, Anyumba, vipi lakini karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Jambo. Naona kila mmoja yuko hapo bwana, tunashukuru kuwaona. Na Mungu ametulinda, tunashukuru bwana.
Tengeneza picha tuone vile tutatuma Sudi kukutafuta. Tengeneza kichwa ionekane vizuri ili Sudi asichukue mtu mwingine.
Unaniona? Sasa Bernard, mimi ningependa kwanza kusema William Ruto is a confused element. Kwa sababu William Ruto claims that is a real Christian who goes to church. Bernard, you go to church. Christianity lies in the heart, not in the body. So if William Ruto can tell us that is too much holy than Jesus, and what he does that does not show us the real what he promised Kenyans, I want to remind him, awache vipindi, awache hii sarakasi, aende moja kwa moja katika ile kitu aliiba kura kufanyia wamama na watu wa bodaboda nini. Awache side shows. Hizo side shows hatutaki. Awache kujidefend. Leo nimeona William Ruto akijidefend Mombasa. Hakuna president anaweza fanya kitu kama ile William Ruto anafanya. Yeye si hakuna mahali ana campaign, yeye aliiba kura na yuko kwa ofisi. Ni nini anataka kufanyia wale ambao aliwa promise mimi nikiingia huko nitafanya? Awache kutuambia vile rally ilikuwa na nani ana sponsor. That is none of their business. Kitu ingine, hawa wanashinda wakituambia hati watu wamewacha watoto wao nyumbani na wanachukua watoto wa wenyewe. Nani watoto wa wenyewe? Hawa watu wote walipiga kura, wanaclaim kura yao. Ni watoto wa nani hao? Kwa sababu akina Sudi wanashinda wakituambia ati Raila amechukua watoto wa watu na watoto wake ameacha nyumbani. Labda hata watoto wa Raila wako piga kura, hawa walipiga kura. Ndio maana wako kwenye street kuclaim kura yao. Kwa nini wasiende kwa milango ya mtu? Wanapigania ile kitu walikuwa wamepiga kura na kura imeibiwa, hawaoni maana ya kupiga kura. Ndio maana watu walienda Jacaranda. Sasa mimi nikiona mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah anasema Uhuru Kenyatta na sponsor hii rally, hii tayari na kuonesha hawa ni watu ambao wamechanganyikiwa na wajui wataanzia wapi. Na Mungu ni mzuri, wakati unajificha nyuma yake na unafanya vitu vingine mbaya, atakuanika vibaya sana. Na William Ruto asipochunga, Mungu atamuanika vibaya sana. Wacha vile alikuwa kilia, atalia vizuri. Wacha ile machozi alitoa. Hata this time ataweka pipa karibu ya kuzoa hiyo machozi akiweka hapo ndani. Kwa sababu Wakenya wanaumia. Wewe unawaambia hakuna mtu anataka handshake na Ruto. Yeye ndio anashinda akitangaza hakuna handshake, hakuna handshake. Hakuna mtu anataka handshake na yeye. Watu walichoka. Na hata Raila mwenyewe watu walimuona kama mzee, hatutaki handshake. Tunataka haki yetu. Na kitu ambao wanasahau, hii kitu si kuhusu Raila Odinga, ni sisi. Raila Odinga anaweza amua leo aseme mimi nimeretire kwa politics. Sisi tutaelekea wapi? Kama wale watu wanafaa kutuongoza ni hii group ya Murkomen, Sudi, Kimani Ichung'wah, Ndindi Nyoro anasema Kenya Power inunuliwe na Bernard ama mimi. Hawa wengine utawapeleka wapi? Tafadhali watupatie break. Ukweli imefika mahali Kenya si ile Kenya walikuwa nafikiria. Na hii kitu Ruto anafikiria ati yeye atasema tu hii mipango wanapanga kushika bunge la wananchi kama Gaucho, Okanga, Alai, hiyo ulaini yote hawataweza. Na kama Ruto atajua vizuri, sio hata kama aliiba huko, kuna jeshi na jeshi wako na wananchi, wanasikiza wananchi watasema nini. Sio Ruto. Wananchi wakiamua wakutaki, jeshi watakuambia kwa sababu ni hawa ndio wenye nchi, hebu toka tuwapatie mtu ambao wanataka. Kwa hivyo sisi tunamwambia tu kwa upole, hakuna mtu anataka handshake, hatutaki nini. Wewe shughulikia wale mama mboga na bodaboda, uliwaambia kuna bilioni 100 utawapatia. wewe ndio ulikuwa unajua hiyo pesa utatoa wapi. Kama uliiba kura, nenda uibe hiyo pesa mahali utaiba, wapatie. Lakini mambo ya Raila Odinga, sijui Uhuru Kenyatta, sijui nani, wachana nayo. Wewe ngojea siku yako, Wakenya watajitokeza kama vile walijitokeza kupiga kura, na uone watafanya nini. Na ukijitayarisha kuwaua, naye jitayarishe vizuri, kwa sababu hakuna polisi pia ni binadamu na wako na familia yao. Hakuna polisi atakubali kukufa aache familia yake, kwa sababu wanaheshimu nchi na wanaheshimu wananchi na wanaheshimu katiba. So sisi tunaomba yeye ajitayarishe, wananchi watafuata katiba na watafanya kulingana katiba vile inatakikana, kwa sababu watu wanaumia Bernard, watu wanaumia. Mimi nilikutana na mzee mwingine nikimalizia, na sisemi kuwa nilimsaidia, ndio maana niseme hapa, huyo mzee ni wa Kigiriama, aliniambia nimnunulie tu unga, yeye hataki pesa, na nikamnunulia hiyo unga. Mzee alisema hiyo unga yeye sijui mwisho aliona lini, hata hawezi kumbuka. So watu wako na shida, watu wakitoka wakaenda kwenye street, watu wako na shida. So William mtu akitangatanga huko akijibu, angekuwa wise person, hata angeshughulika na mambo, angeshughulika na wananchi kama vile Raila anashughulika na wananchi. Mimi sina mengi kwa kuongea sasa hivi na asante.
Okay, asante sana Nyumba, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako mazuri, na lazima turekebike kama nchi. Hatuwezi kuishi uongo siku zote, na wakati unafika ambapo ukweli lazima utatokea. Na kuna nani huyu anauliza jinsi ya kujoin? Kuna link ambayo na share, una click kwa hiyo link, then you allow StreamYard, the app we are using to broadcast, to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, then you will be in this space for us to talk. It's that simple. There is no there are no payments, there is nothing. You just click on this link, look at the link shared in the name of Sound Candid Talk Mtembei TV and Mtembei Official. Okay, you click on either of the link depending on where you are, either on Facebook or on YouTube, then follow this instruction. Just allow StreamYard to configure. When it asks you want to control your camera, allow it. Want to control your audio, allow it, and then it will bring you to the studio. Thank you for your interest, and we love to hear from every Kenyan as we continue with the conversation. There is somebody here called Alfred. He says, Alfred ako wapi? Wacha niangalie kila amesema ili niseme vizuri. Sema Bernard Ruto has the state machinery to enforce law. Why lament on TV? Alfred Sunera, you are behind news, okay? Al-Bashir had machinery, okay, state machinery, and he had been in power for over 40 years. Ruto has not finished 6 months. Kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa president wa Egypt. Yeye alikuwa president wa milele, okay? Kukatibuka. Alikuwa na state machinery, alikuwa na connection na everything, and he has been running it for over 35 years or so. It went down. When it comes to the people, the game is different. It is not school riot. You know, some of you think that when the masses come against you, it's like one school is rioting. It's not even university students rioting. We are talking about 4 million people marching. How many bullets are going to release to be able to kill all of them? Are you going to use nuclear power over them? And after that, what becomes of you? So this is a very serious matter. Let William Ruto and team address the matter at hand. Did they get in office the right way or the wrong way? Now that there is a question mark on how they got in office, they should accept. Get out of office. Let's do this thing afresh so that we determine the president once and for all. We cannot have a president who has question marks hanging on his face, on his head, on his voice, on his dressing, everything. We can't sustain that as a country. And to make matters worse, he gets in office and he wants to sell everything. He wants to sell everything. There is a reason why education is public. There is a reason why the government takes care of education. We must have institutions that are run by government, sponsored by government, because they help control the skyrocketing of fees or that service. I came to this city when we still had Kenya Bus, okay? Matatu people were in competition with Kenya Bus. They would not hike the fare the way they like, because they would be asking for 15 shillings. Kenya Bus will be asking for 10 shillings, and everybody will wait for Kenya Bus. They will leave the Matatu to go free. So that controlled the prices and made Mwananchi life affordable. So how do you get in office and the first thing you do, you want to privatize everything that is public, from Kenya Power, from education, that means you are irresponsible. You don't want to be responsible for anything. If a parastatal is not making money, and there is a reason why parastatals are used to make money, the money that's made by Kenya Meat, okay, Commission, after Uhuru Kenyatta intervened and made it to begin to make profit, is part and parcel of what eases the pain of Kenyans in terms of high taxes. For example, if the money made by Kenya Meat is able to pay teachers, all right, now Mwananchi will not need to pay taxes to pay teachers. This money made from Kenya Meat Commission goes straight to settling that particular bill, and so the lives of Kenyans is eased. Now you have gotten parastatals that we build through Harambes, that we build through great investments that have been in existence for over 30, 40 years. You want to liquidate them simply because you can't manage them. I have never had this all my life. There is something wrong with this country. And anybody who thinks that William Ruto is up to good, he must be sick. Whoever wants to sell your land because there are squirrels in the land or there are rats in the land, then you know he's out to put you on the street. And you can still stand up to defend such a person. Ati nilipita hivi nikaona nyoka kwa hiyo shamba kwa sababu kuna nyoka tuuze. Parastatals that are not making profit, you inject in right minds, responsible Kenyans, so that they turn around the parastatals. Kama Kenya Airways inatengeneza profit, Kenya Meat Commission inatengeneza profit, Kenya Post Authority inatengeneza profit, Kenya Ports Authority inatengeneza profit, wananchi wataanza kulipwa mshahara kama Qatar. Lakini wewe unaona tu hii tuuze. You are a dealer, you are not a leader. And that's why you must be evicted. And so we are not lamenting here, Bwana Alfred. We are here to start a riot. And this riot is going to deliver results. You can note it down or screenshot it or record it and take it to relevant authorities. We are not taking it sitting down anymore. This country needs to be put back on the track. Not this nonsense of Sudi advising the president on how to answer Jacaranda. Jacaranda was a statement. It was not a suggestion. It was a statement. And anybody who has been in politics long enough knows that the statement has been done. If they wanted to answer Jacaranda, wangeita mkutano Kasarani on Sunday or Wednesday. Okay? That's how to answer in politics. Kama huyu amejaza Jacaranda, wewe unajaza Uhuru Park to show who is who. You don't answer with your mouth. Secretary General wa party yetu mpya. Vipi lakini karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. I'm so excited for that you have elaborated and made Kenyans all over the world to understand what we are fighting for. I want to just say hi to everybody. Manyumba, Roda, Jackman, Pick Rod, and of course the thousands that are listening to us and those people who are all over the world. Bernard, let this man sell Kenya. Badala ya kuuza kitu kidogo kidogo, let him sell Kenya to the highest bidder. We don't care because he is covering incompetency by running away from his responsibility. And that is what you are saying. Because I defined here last time that responsibility is how you respond to your ability. You are the president of Kenya. So to say, because now that legally you say you are the president, to solve the problems that people are going through. As you say, if parastatal is not working, then what are you a president for? If you cannot have manpower, if indeed you cannot have personnel to solve the crisis in parastatals and in universities, do you have the capability of solving the problems of Kenya? And it tells you one thing. The president is wearing a shoe that does not fit him. That's a fact. I think the only shoe the president can manage is poultry farming. That one, I think, is small and it is easy to manage. But telling Kenyans that you are selling universities, public schools, because they are corrupt or they are indebted, that shows that you're incompetent and you cannot solve the problems of the people of Kenya. It directly shows that this president and this leadership was not ready to manage the affairs of Kenya. And actually, as we speak, it's like they are shocked by them being in the, because let me ask you, Bernard, and this is a simple question that I would like to explain to people like 2-year-old or a class 2 kids. Somebody says that demonstration are stopping other people from paying tax. I mean, when did we start demonstrating in this world of Kenya? Because there was Sabasaba, as another lady alluded there. People still paid taxes because taxes and demonstration are two distinct things. I wonder how demonstration will stop Ruto from getting the tax he needs from the Uhuru Kenyatta family. Go get that tax if it is going to solve the problems of the hustlers. Because it seems this leadership is so stupid that the only thing they can do is to blame others of their inadequacies, incompetencies, and blame others of things. You know, it is very funny. You are in government. You are the powerful people now in government. You have the military, you have the Vifaru, and yet you are lamenting and telling us how you're going to collect taxes from Uhuru Kenyatta. If Uhuru has not paid tax, let him pray. And in the same breath, let your wife, Mary Wambui, pay also. The one who was having a 2 billion vision of tax. Let also Karaoke Humphrey, the one who is selling poison to Mount Kenya, also pay tax of 26 billion. We also want this other guy, Keroche, who is diluting Bombe, ambao sasa is a very unpopular, pay the tax. You can imagine that person is calling out other people. You might think he is the saint. How did he acquire the land of Bill Criticus? Did he pay? Is there any record that it can be proven by Itumbi and the likes? Put it on TV, we see it, that he paid the tax, capital tax, and also paid the land. So it's stupidity upon stupidity, and we are not going to take this. But anyway, evolution has started. I'm happy that Kenyans are angry enough, and we are going not to relent until we bring down this illegal government, because it is an illegal government. Me, I have always respected the government, but when I was told that this government stole 2.something million, it is not my government. However, we shall not relent. And I want to say this, for avoidance of doubt. There are people who think by threatening Uhuru Kenyatta, they will get relevance. If they touch Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, that is the end of them. Uhuru is not the one who took the land. Uhuru is not the one who owns those businesses. Uhuru happens to be born in that family. But some clueless political novices are thinking by keeping on calling the name of Uhuru, they are going to make the Kikuyus now fight Raila. Kikuyu don't know how to fight. In fact, I can tell you from the Kikuyu point of view, we are cowards. Sisi ni waoga. Hatuwezi enda rallies. Hakuna vita utasikia Mkikuyu anapigana. Wanachapangwa hata huko Rift Valley. Hata wengine walipigia Ruto kura kwa sababu walikuwa waoga. Wakadhania watafukuzwa Rift Valley. The Kikuyus are not going to fight for this guy. They can speak as much as they want on TV, but when the think of thing comes, when the rubber meets the road, wataweka mkia nyuma, because one of them tukae huko chini tukisema hey, kumbe kumeharibika namna hii bwana, biashara haifanyi kazi. Ukuyu don't know how to fight. They know other things, and therefore Bernard, we know that Ruto is trying to change the narrative, but it's impossible. He is a punching bag, and it is our time to enjoy. Unajua wakati umejipeleka pale katika mnanda, sasa sisi nitufanya nini? Sisi tuseme wewe umeshindwa na kazi. He is unable to perform. That is why you see CBC is a problem. Watu wameenda bila uniform shule zingine ziko overburdened, hakuna walimu, because you have mismanagement everything. The Minister of Education is a disgrace to Kenya. He cannot express himself. He is not audible. He doesn't. If you compare him with Makoha and Matiang'i, it's too much to desire. I mean, leaves everything. We are shocked. How did we get here? Machogu ni Machogu ama amechoka ama mchovu ni mchovu
amechoka.
So watu kama hao hatutaki kuona kwa screen, so by the time watamke jina moja ya ZBZ na sijui nini, they taking them time. So apewe ministry ambao ni rahisi, hata creative, hata kama ni ya investment and demonstration speaker or something, you know, so that at the end of the day he doesn't mess the education. So as I finish, because I'm around, Kenyans, if you want a proper election 2027, let us clean things now. This is a time to stop any other malpractices in the future. So we meet at Kibera, it's on Sunday. Tuendelee na moyo huo until serikali ijue ya kwamba this country does not belong to anybody, is for all of us. Does not belong to the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins, and particularly those people who cannot even, they have never worked in life. Watu hawajai fanya kazi ya kulipwa mahali ama biashara yoyote. They are in charge of business. And sababu unasikia kama leo unasikia rais huyo wa Kamango akisema ati anaambia DPP hatutaki kitu kingine, hatujawaambia watusaidie kwa sababu tunawapatia pesa. In his mind he thinks ni pesa zake. You know the way you address people, ati we are funding you because it is not you're not funding him. It is Kenya taxpayer funding the institution. And this kasumba of people believing that you have to be the president to be given development, that is stupidity. The constitution guarantees the taxpayers' money must be returned in services and must be equally distributed among the people of Kenya. So kwa sababu mtu hajaifanya kazi, hana biashara ameshaifanya ya maana isipokuwa ya wizi, anakuja kutuambia vile ana fund na pesa zetu kwa watu wengine. And that is why we are wasting a lot of money each and every Sunday doing Thanksgivings that are useless, that are horror, and that have no meaning in this country. Because now somebody is taking taxpayer money to personal things. Kanisa mtu ende is a personal issue. Kama unataka kuabudu Mungu is a personal. Kama utaki ni personal. Kama unataka kuwa Muislamu ni personal. Don't religialize Kenya. Hata mimi ni mtu Mkristo, I don't show anybody. So my cameraman wanaambiwa kuja, there is always like 20 camera people following those Thanksgiving services. Tuoneshwe vile wameokoka. Nonsense. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, huyo ni SG wa party ambayo inatawala from 2027. Kwa hivyo kijitahidi kama una political party basi anza kujisajili. Secretary General wako hapa, unaongea naye vizuri. Nashukuru kila Mkenya, tafadhali tunaendelea mbele na let's debate. It is important that we exchange views on the matter at hand. That's the reason why we gather here. It is important that we exchange views on the matter at hand. Kenya Kwanza are on the receiving end. They have not answered anything from Jacaranda. They have not answered anything from Kamkunji. They have been given 2-0 and they are still struggling on the floor to show us anything that they have. They are avoiding to address the matter at hand. Did William Ruto get elected constitutionally? Did he attain 50+1 votes from all the Kenyans? Did he get the majority of the vote? That's the matter at hand right now. Because for you to be the president of Kenya, number one, you must get the majority of the vote. Number two, you must be able to attain 50+1. And then one electoral commission cannot give us two results. Jebukati gave us a result that Ruto got 50+1. There is a whistleblower has given us results that Ruto got 41%. Okay, so you can't be the president with 41%. You must attain to 50+1. That's why we are here, Kenyans. Or we add the 50 and the 41, get the average. Somebody help me. What is the average? Because that's what we do. Because one result says 50% plus 1. The other one say 41. So add 41 and 50, give me the average, and then let us see whether he got 50+1%. If you don't attain to 50% plus 1, you cannot be the president of Kenya. If you don't get the majority of the vote, you cannot be the president of Kenya. The constitution cannot defend you. And that's what Kenya Kwanza need to address itself. Prove for us, where is your 50+1 that makes you legitimate in the office. Sio story ya kuzungusha hapa, Raila alisema, Raila ameshindwa mara 5, ameshindwa. Kama ameshindwa mara 5, mbona nawatesa? Pick road. Karibu lakini. And then a reminder, we are paying our bills this weekend, and we have done very well. We are remaining with only 15%. We stopped at 85% last night, so we want to clear that 15%. Tumalizane hiyo maneno leo. Then from there we'll be free to do the show for another 30 days, and then it will arise another time to do the necessary. Thank you very much. God bless you. Pickrot, go ahead.
Listen, come on. Can you give me a little bit of 10 minutes? I'm still digesting this situation. Just 10 minutes. Can you pass me to someone else? I am still doing research.
Okay. You put yourself together. Sawa. Yes. Thank you. Jackman, how are you? Jackman, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute fast. Unmute fast. If you don't unmute, you can scream all you want. We can never hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think now you get me.
Good, good. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, nice to meet you again. Are you getting me?
We're getting you with some difficulty, but go ahead, go ahead. Keep speaking.
You know, this is very far. Just imagine I'm speaking from USA. Maybe it might be the reason. Okay, okay, right, okay. I am here with you. Okay. Now this is the idea actually. Just concerning what you have said. Just let me. Just a moment. Are you now getting me? Are you there?
Yes, yes, Bwana Jackman, just go ahead, speak. We
Oh,
are
yeah.
hearing you.
In fact,
Just
okay.
state your points. Yes.
Now, it is actually true that most Kenyans are lamenting just because of the high cost of living in Kenya. It is now known probably worldwide that most Kenyans are lamenting just because of that. And this cost of living has been actually caused by maybe political interest of some people. But more substantially, the president has it as they have said. I think they have been talking just concerning the president. No. Okay, I am asking my friend here now. The costs of commodities the cost is actually prohibitive. It's beyond reach. Vile sasa nilikuwa nasema jipangeni sasa vile mtasoti hizi vitu yeah. Sisi hapa tutawapa rational ideas, just rational ideas, but mimi jipangeni vizuri vile mtasoti haya mambo. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Jackman, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. It's important, let's keep the conversation going. We are working according to plan and we trust that our plan will work out well. You may need to work on your mic. Kuna nani huyu anaitwa Daniel say I think wherever Jackman's your mic has a problem. Yeah, you need to refresh. If you're using laptop, you need to restart it and probably look for an external mic to add to it to get your round voice. Hiyo mic ingine niletanga kisasa saa ingine. But thank you so much. We get Mr. Wangiran then before we come back to Peak Road.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bernard. How are you?
Great. Thank you, sir.
You know, yesterday, Jacaranda meeting must have irritated some people, Bernard. And some people don't seem to be very, very comfortable, Bernard. And the reason today, when William Samoei Ruto was in Mombasa, Bernard, he purported that, these demonstrations were being sponsored by some wealthy people who had avoided paying taxes, Bernard. And, he didn't mention anybody. But later on, there was there was a press conference today by, I think, senators from Mount Kenya who mentioned the name of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Bernard, because they said, I remember them saying that the national government should look into any tax waiver that the Kenyatta family could have enjoyed during the time that Uhuru Kenyatta was the president of the Republic of Kenya. Then they also say that they wanted an audit done on the land rates that the family has paid. You know, the Kenyatta family has some large tracts of land, so they say that they want an audit done on the land rates, on the land rates paid on those huge tracts of land. Then I've seen them also drag the names of two banks that merged. There is the NCBA Bank and NIC Bank, and they were bringing in an issue of a waiver of, I think, of around 350 million, which they purport that these banks enjoyed before they merged, Bernard. So, what I'm asking myself, Bernard, is somebody trying to provoke retired President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to come out from retirement and respond to him? That's my question, because, generally in any democracy, and he's supposed to enjoy his retirement. We've seen it in America, which is a democracy. It happens in many other places, even in Tanzania here, where we had Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, we had Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi, we had Jakaya Kikwete, Benjamin Mkapa. They were allowed to go and retire, and their right to retirement was always protected. But here in Kenya, we are seeing a president for the first time who has gone into retirement, Bernard, being mentioned in each and every issue, Bernard. And President Uhuru Kenyatta is human, is mortal, just like you are mortal. He's a human being the way I am a human being. He has feelings the way you have feelings, the way anybody else has feelings. So, are there people who are trying to provoke him so that he comes out and speaks out? And don't forget that President Uhuru Kenyatta also has his supporters. As much as people think that they snatched away his background, they snatched away his support base of Mount Kenya, Bernard. He could be having some supporters there, as little as there are people who really still believe in Uhuru Kenyatta. So what is this all about, the Uhuru Kenyatta and the Kenyatta family? And when you start talking about a family, Bernard, for example, I come from the Wangira's family, and if I have issues with you, Bernard, just deal with me as as Joram. Don't drag in my mother. Don't drag in my father who died 30 years ago. Don't drag in my brothers and sisters, Bernard. Just deal with me as Joram. And we are seeing a scenario here where the Kenyatta is being dragged in as a family now. They are talking of the Kenyatta's family. Bernard, I've seen there's even a statue, a copy of a statue, I need to research to see whether it's authentic, that says that, the Kenyatta family and the Moi family were exempted from paying taxes on their estate. I don't know how true it is. I need to research further on it. So you see, this is a direct war on the doorsteps of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. If go to Facebook today, now, and look at Dennis Itumbi's post that has been done, I think, less than an hour ago. This is a post that is targeting the Kenyatta's family, Bernard. So what do you want Uhuru Kenyatta to do? He's a human being. Bernard, do you want him to just continue sitting there when he's being attacked left, right, and center, Bernard? And he's a human being, Bernard? What do they want, Bernard? This is a guy who retired, and he gave instruments of power to another president who is supposed to lead this country for a period of 5 years. And if he will be lucky, he will be added another period of 5 years, which means he can go to a maximum of 10 years. And if he's unlucky, he can end up being like George Bush Sr., who did one term. So, it's not now about Uhuru Kenyatta. It's about the present regime delivering on their promises to the people of Kenya, Bernard. People are suffering, Bernard. People are really suffering. Me, I told you that I could be a little bit privileged because I don't run around with bursary forms looking for school fees for my son to go to Form 1. I could be a little bit privileged, I could be semi-dynasty. But there are people, those who are hustlers, who don't even know how their kids are going to Form 1 next week, Bernard. These are the people that, William Samoei Ruto should be addressing and helping to see that their kids go to school. There are people who have gone on bed this evening, Bernard, without having anything in their stomach. These are the people William Samoei Ruto should be addressing. Bernard, I was just looking online on an advert by a school that was advertising for places in, I think, Form 2, Form 3, and Form 4. And the people who are commenting on that wall of that school, were teachers who were asking whether there was any place for them to be accommodated as teachers. So, instead of students, looking for vacancies in school, there are teachers today who are looking for places to teach. Bernard, that's a very sad scenario for this country. And remember that today, William Samoei Ruto himself said that we should tighten our belts. He said, the economy is not doing very well, that we should tighten our belts. So if it's about tightening our belts, Bernard, then the issue should be on how, to improve this economy, not targeting the family of President Uhuru Kenyatta and accusing that family of sponsoring, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya rallies, Bernard. Bernard, I'm a veteran in rallies, Bernard. Now I'm 50 years of age and I've been a Raila man for the entire years I've been an adult. So you know that I belonged in the opposition for the entire time I've been an adult, Bernard. And we have been in these rallies, Bernard, since 1992, I think, Bernard, when we were young people and, nobody used to sponsor us. Who sponsored Raila Odinga in 1992 to carry out rallies? Who sponsored Raila Odinga in 1997 to carry out rallies? Who sponsored him in 2002, in 2007, in 2013, and even in 2017 when, we went even to the streets? Who sponsored him? Was it Uhuru Kenyatta? Bernard, who sponsored him? Let us be realistic, Bernard. If somebody has issues with Uhuru Kenyatta, let him tackle it, with Uhuru Kenyatta, what in Kiluya we say mundu humundu. They should not hide behind the rallies that Raila Odinga, is holding around the country, for the good of the Kenyan people, If they have issues with Uhuru Kenyatta, let them handle it with Uhuru Kenyatta, square it with Uhuru Kenyatta, and they should not hide behind these rallies, Bernard. It's so unfortunate, Bernard, that when we are trying to grow a culture where when a president retires, he goes in retirement and is respected as an elder statesman, Bernard, we are seeing now a contrary where, even young leaders who are, junior leaders like senators, who are now coming out openly to attack a retired president. We are seeing a young man like Dennis Itumbi going to the wall, and even, having the courage to type the name of Uhuru Kenyatta against some funny allegations, Bernard. That is very unfortunate for this country, Bernard. That's not the direction we want to take, there is, this is why, in other African countries, people don't want to give to give over power, Bernard. That's why people want to rule until they go to their grave, because they are afraid of the unknown, because they are worried that perhaps if they give over power, Bernard, they are likely to be mistreated. We don't want to develop that scenario in this country where when a president retires, Bernard, he ends up being mistreated. We want William Samoei Ruto, whether he will be president for 5 years or 10 years, when he retires, Bernard, we will treat him as an elder statesman, and somebody else will come, so that becomes the trend, the way it is in Tanzania, where, presidents retire and they are respected as statesmen, Bernard. The scenario that we are trying to develop in this country is not a healthy one. And I've told you that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is human like you and me, Bernard. He has his own emotions, and, he might not be very happy to see his name being dragged up and down into issues that perhaps he does not know, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. Very good a nice way to look at it in terms of being vast and collective. And what I would want to remind Kenyans is that the William Ruto presidency is a man on a mission, and that mission is to get back to everybody that ever crossed his path. His first days in office was to withdraw staff members at the late President Moi's home that were funded and, of course, salaried by the government. So you notice that he's not in that office to serve Kenyans or even preserve the heritage of Kenya. He wants to do away with history. He wants to rewrite the history of this country. And that's why we should get rid of him. He wants to turn everything around by ensuring that nobody remembers Moi, nobody remembers Kenyatta, everybody remembers Ruto. In my opinion, for that only, he needs to be out of that office. In 2003, when the Kibaki government took over, there was a spirited combined force to get back at Moi. And remember what Moi did in the 24 years. All those detention without trial, frustrating the opposition by all means. Tear gassing the rallies for opposition, using the illegal KANU Youth Wing, which was led by William Ruto, to dismantle and distract all the rallies for the opposition. When they got in office under Kibaki, it was agreed that they should get back at Moi. But what happened? The matter went to parliament, and it was no one else but Raila Odinga that stood to the floor of the house and said, let them say go and rest in peace. There is no need of reopening those matters again. Now, the person who suffered most in the hands of Moi was the one who stood up to defend Moi. What has William Ruto suffered in this country that makes him begin to vilify and profile families in the name that this one's did that, this one did that? The Kenyatta family are a privileged families. Privileged families have some privileges in any country. You cannot target them. And that's why this is what we get when we get peasants and put them in office that require some people who have some, royal understanding. Because you cannot be, I mean, get in office, get to work, let Kenyans multiply the bread. Why should you go targeting one family? If the taxes are paid by the Kenyatta family, will that be sufficient to run this country? Or what is it that you're obsessed with? Sisi tuambie vizuri. Chebukati alitangaza matangazo, whistleblower ametangaza ya kwake. Ipi kati ya haya inatengeneza rais wa Kenya? Hiyo ndio swala. Hata ukihepa uende Kenyatta family, Moi family, dynasty, hustler and all, tutarudi hapo hapo. How did you get in office? Hiyo ndio swala. Sudi and team, hata mkianza ABCD zenu za masomo, ukweli ni kwamba tuambie mlipataje urais. Kama mkupata kulingana na katiba, huo urais sio urais. See it, we are illegitimizing. It is already illegitimate because it did not meet constitutional threshold. You got in office the wrong way. That's why you need to leave. And so Kenyans of goodwill, msijichanganye na hawa watu. Ukweli ni kwamba waelewe. Watuambie nilikalia huu mtihani, nikapita, ndio nikafanyika. Kama huku kalia mtihani ukapita, una repeat. Thank you. Pick Road, now we are back to you. Karibu.
I will not participate, but still, I want to give chance to Rhoda, to my time, or Leo. Then I will come back.
Okay, that makes me very suspicious, but all the same. Leo ni leo. Karibu. Salimia
Thank
wananchi
you very
dakika
much,
mbili.
Bwana Bernard Roda Sira. I don't know kama ni Chira. Chira, you know, is a Luo word. Pick Road, Anyumba, sijui ni nyumba gani. Eli pia ameingia. Guru, Mr. Wangira, Jackman, and everyone who is following on the comment section. It's another evening that we gather here as Kenyans. And Ben, I've just liked you welcome me with the song Lero ni Lero. That's a powerful song that was sung by, was remixed by Raila and Masinde. And within 11 months, the song has attracted 2.5 million views. My brother called Nyi Tibim sang one called Tibim and used the words Tibim and Tialala, of which if you remove those words, you remain with the downloaded beats. And people really enjoyed the song as long as NASA existed. But currently decided to sing one telling you that Tibim is not politics. After 2 days, Emma Jalamo, who produced his for only 6 hours, was having over 70K views, but the one for Onyi Tibim is only having less than 500 views. So that's a story for another day. I'm really happy that what happened yesterday has really changed the agenda of the country and has taken everyone in Kenya Kwanza into panic. They are really panicking, and they have shown us that they fear the man Raila. So they have to move around and start looking for people to blame. So they now fear Raila. Now they think that Uhuru Kenyatta is a soft spot that they can attack after using Uhuru Kenyatta as an object of hate. They now want to use Uhuru Kenyatta. They want to hide behind Uhuru Kenyatta instead of just facing Raila. Raila have been having rallies and public forums before I was born. I don't know if Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who was sponsoring him. Then it will go into record that Raila is one great man who managed to be sponsored by Uhuru to have rallies against Uhuru, because he also staged the same against Uhuru, not once, not twice, in 2013 and 2017. So could it be that these Kenyatta's family are the ones who are sponsoring Raila to hold rallies against them so that they don't pay taxes? So there are some questions that Ruto needs to answer before you even talk of paying taxes. He knows very well the people who are not paying taxes, and Kenyans know and saw them being rewarded. Did Wamboi wa Ruto pay tax? Did Humphrey Karaoke pay tax, or did Tabitha Karanja pay tax? So those senators who are having a press conference, I think they ought to have started with their fellow senator, fellow MP Tabitha Karanja, to ask her if he did pay taxes before they go and display their ignorance to Kenyans. And Uhuru himself should also tell us, he told us during campaign that the Mombasa dry port was in Kenyatta's land. I don't know how a government dry port was in Kenyatta's land, and he promised that he's going to transfer it to Mombasa. So did he do so? Those people who pass through Naivasha can confirm. I think the port is still there. So if the dry port that he told us is in Kenyatta's land and he's going to transfer back to Mombasa, if not done so up to date, it is still in Kenyatta's land. So how will we believe that Kenyatas have not paid taxes, something that we are not able to see? If the land that we are able to see that this is the dry port, it is in Kenyatta's land, as we were told, you've not transferred it. So how will we believe that these people have not paid a rate? So he's sending some illiterate people like Itumbi to go and confuse Kenyans. I just went through what Itumbi quoted was a cap 483 that was revised in 2012. I think by the time it was being revised in 2012, him, Ruto, and Uhuru Kenyatta were on the same side, and that is the first time. That is the second time that Ruto reminded us that we need to vote for the dynasties when he teamed up with the Kenyatta Uhuru. And this cap has been in existence and was revised in 2021. So can he go and look at the revised cap 400? It's called the income tax cap 470 revised in 2021 and tell us if the same thing is there. That is when we'll be able to believe him. So all these, it will be normally give some highlights. So those people who are lazy and are not able to dig and get the information will always believe him. The senators did mention something that really was really interesting. They talked of the merge between the NIC and the NCBA, the bank that they're saying it belongs to the Kenyatta's family. They said that one person paid a tax and the other one did not pay tax. And they requested, I don't know, for some waiver and a whistleblower. So they talked about whistleblower. So I'm really wondering, the other day they told us that we should not be believing whistleblowers. Then in their statement, they're telling us to believe the whistleblowers. So what a confused government is this? So how will we believe their whistleblower if they don't want us to believe our whistleblower? So Ruto should stop diverting the attention. He knows very well that Baba spoke, and soon and very soon things are going to change. He's been unable to lower the cost of living. And now that Kenyans are angry and they are also hungry, they want to see changes. When Raila calls a meeting, despite the fact that there was also a Mashemeji Derby, if we did not have a Mashemeji Derby, I don't know where people would have fitted in that field. So he is just panicking, and out of panic, he's looking for Uhuru to blame. And I know Uhuru also knows very well that he cannot take time responding to such things. He will not respond. I will just allow him to keep on blaming him. But at the end of the day, Kenyans need answers on the promises that he gave. Kenyans want to see their lives changing. You cannot tell us that these people have not been paying taxes. Is that one the reason why the food prices are high? If that is so, then this family has existed since independence. So what did Kibaki do different that he's not able to do? If they were not paying taxes and life has been better before, then how is that on our concern? So let him come out and deliver to Kenyans what they promised. That Senate, we did not send that Senate there to go and give us those press conferences that they're giving us. And by the way, what changed? I think they're having a DCI, they are having their own at the KRA, they are having their own as the prosecutor, they are having the jails. So instead of giving us stories and giving us sermons in the churches and stories, why can't he just order the KRA, the DCI, and the prosecutors to do the right thing and summon, not only summon, but they need to invoice the Kenyatta's businesses, they know them, and tell them that this is what we want from you, and if you are not going to pay, I think they can go they can as well freeze the accounts. So as long as he's not done that or he cannot do that, we Kenyans are not foolish. Wajinga waliisha Kenya, na niye alituambia wajinga wameisha Kenya na hatutanunua uongo tena. Tumenunua uongo hii Kenya ya kutosha, na sasa hivi hatutaendelea kununua uongo. Wacha jaribu kuuza ukweli, tutanunua, lakini uongo hatutanunua. I think that is all I have for now.
Okay, thank you Bwana Leo, we appreciate that. Waongo waliisha, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Waongo ni wanajaribu kusurvive, lakini ukweli nao umezidi. Biblia inasema kuna maswala mawili kwa nataka kuleta from the Bible. There were the two sons of Solomon, the king of Israel. After Solomon exiting the scene, the first son, who was Rehoboam, was to take over the kingdom. And he took over the kingdom, and when he was assuming office, the elders went to see him and told him the end leadership of your father was tough on the people. Please, as you assume office, don't continue with the hard and tough rules that your father had instituted. Go low on the taxation and treat the people better. That will secure and sustain your kingdom. So he thanked the elders for talking to him, And he said they will get back to them. He should be given time. And then when the elders left, the young people came to see him, his schoolmates, his age mates, and he asked them, elders were here, they told me that I should go easy on the people, I should go easy on taxation, and make life comfortable. The young people told him, if you try that, you will not lead this country. You need to double. Where your father was asking for 10%, ask for 20%. Where your father was demanding this strict rule, make it more stricter. And that was the genesis of the split between it's called the eastern and the western of Israel. So Rehoboam, with his strict rules, he remained with the 2 tribes, and the remaining 10 went with Jeroboam, his brother. So the split of the kingdom was born out of disregarding the counsel of the elders and going for youthful advice, which was make life harder for the people. When leadership cares less about the status of the people and how to secure the future of the people, they get left. And when the people have given up on you, it becomes very difficult for you to sustain that particular office of leadership. So it is important that we don't play games when it comes to safeguarding the lives of the people. You don't want to be a president if you don't want to safeguard the welfare of the people. When Kibaki took over this leadership of this country, the economy was bad. But he never said anything against Moi. He went straight to the office and came up with the slogan, I want a working nation. People, it is rumored, it is said that there are people who appeared in the State House with briefcases on Monday. And he asked them, what are you carrying? They said, what is in that briefcase? He said, money. He said, what is it for? He said, that's what we do with Mzee here. We deliver briefcases every Monday. He's in Zarambe. And that's what made Kibaki angry and said, if this is what has been going on, then this has been the problem. And those were the head of parastatals, those were the head of those wherever parastatals and those government institutions. They were delivering briefcases every Monday to Mzee, Pesa Arambe. So he said, when your Pesa, go back to the office and I want you working. I don't want you coming here in the morning, delivering what has not been worked for. Then he banned Harambes, cancelled all handouts. Then what happened? The economy picked up. William Ruto cannot be a president for collecting tax only. The president, in fact, it's not one of the roles of the president to collect tax. You can check for me in the constitution that the president is sworn in so that he can collect tax. It's not there. So why is he obsessed with taxing Kenyans and doing nothing in terms of developing Kenya and making Kenya's lives better? He has his priorities misplaced. And that's why Kenyans need to get angry and do the necessary. We'll listen to Mr. Guru as we proceed with the show. But before that, let me just play a video so that we just get a break and then get back. Short video. Let's listen to this. All right.
Tutakomesha mambo ya kukopa bila mpango. Wengine wanajaribu kusema serikali yetu imekopa. Mimi nataka niwaambie, ile budget tulikuwa naye, kulikuwa pesa ya kukopwa karibu shilingi bilioni 900. Wakati nimefika nikawaambia hatuwezi kukopa bilioni 900. Tupunguze bilioni 300 tuondoe, tukope hii bilioni 600 mwaka huu, mwaka ujao tutapunguza, mwaka huo mwingine tutapunguza, mpaka tutafika mahali ambapo budget yetu itakuwa inaendeshwa kwa pesa ya ushuru wa Kenya, na tujiondoe kwa mambo ya mikopo ambayo ni mtego, inaweza kuumiza taifa letu la Kenya. And I will keep my focus irrespective of what and who writes what. We are committed and we are focused, kwa sababu tunataka kukomboa taifa letu kutoka mahali ambapo iliingizwa kwa madeni bila ya mpango.
Katika Biblia, Zakayo shuka chini.
Bwana tuokoe, tuokoe.
Bwana Zakayo, Wakenya wamechoka na ushuru zako.
Bwana Guru, namna gani lakini?
Mzuri sana Bernard.
Karibu, karibu.
Asante. Na wasalimu nyote, Rio, Roda, Anyumba, Jackman and Pickrod. You know, Bernard, kuna wakati inafika dunia inakuwa teresi. You clutch at the straws. That is the situation that this government is in. You are aware that they first dismissed these rallies, and they have been trying to use satire and sarcasm. But what is happening now is that they have noticed that the popularity of the rallies is growing, and people, especially the youth, are becoming more changed. So what to do? The first thing is to try to maintain the hustler narrative by bringing in Uhuru Kenyatta into the controversy. They hope that the Kikuyu, particularly, will hold on to the fact that this is a dynasty is fighting back. But I want to give them a message that Uhuru is still respected in the Mount Kenya region, and already people are seeing that he did quite much for the community, and this is one count that could backfire very badly, by the way, because you cannot sustain a government through propaganda. It is easy to get government through propaganda, but it is not easy to maintain yourself in power through propaganda. So therefore, by bringing in the name of Uhuru Kenyatta and his family, this crop of leaders think that they are going to sustain that discontent against Uhuru Kenyatta as a person. I don't think it will work. We are at a stage where people do not want excuses. What they want are solutions to the problems that are there. In fact, it is Ruto himself who said that once he gets the government, he'll deal with the so-called cartels and therefore make life cheaper for the common man. That is yet to happen. And there is no reason that he can give that he has not done it. After all, he holds the levers of power. So by now going back to the public to complain, they are wondering what is this about. So I'm seeing a situation that is getting out of hand for the government. They are yet to understand that leadership is not an easy thing. It is not as easy as going around the country campaigning. And the more the days go, the more the people are losing interest. They are becoming annoyed and disconnected with the government. When you look at what the caliber of leaders from Central who are sent to talk against Uhuru, you are not going to find seasoned politicians there. They are just one-term senators. They are just 4 months after being elected into the positions. Therefore, that tells you that those who know politics are trending very carefully on this matter because they don't want to jeopardize their politics. The kind of situation that is happening right now is not predictable. And you know, politics has its own way of forming itself. So those who are seasoned enough in politics have chosen to keep off this fight. And it's because they know how fluid the situation could get and the possibility of them being consumed therein. So they have kept off. What we have are the neophytes, greenhorns, excitable crowd of recently elected senators. Let me say that I think the rally yesterday has changed everything. The issue of judiciary, the issue of IBC is now not an issue. This matter is purely political, and therefore the solution will also be political. The process will be political. And in that circumstance, with politics, you can have very little to do. I don't envy this government because they have fallen right into the trap of Raila Odinga'S. When you keep back and forth arguments over legitimacy of elections and you are the president, you are the government, what you are doing is that you are actually reducing the legitimacy that you could have, because right now, look at how cleverly Raila has brought in the international community into this matter, because he knows once the climax comes, he will tell the international community, I told you to come in, we have a dispute here at home, and that dispute is actually stalling development in the country and threatening the stability of the nation. And therefore, the government will have no other way but to compromise and sit down with the opposition. As to which direction that will move, one thing I know is that supporters of Raila have said no to handshake. So I foresee, that is for me, I foresee a situation when we get there that the demands for further constitutional changes, which will be so strong on the side of Raila, might come to bear on this government. Already, they have fallen into that trap because they have also indicated they would want some constitutional changes. And therefore, once you have people on your side, when you have the majority on your side, and you have no other recourse, the end game is to give in and cede ground. And Raila has played this game for many years. And for the first time, I think he's finding the easiest game so far, because he knows for him, there is no demand from the Kenyan people, but there is a heavy demand on Ruto to improve the life standards of Kenyans. So these are people who are clutching at straws, because if this movement, if this momentum is maintained for the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, Kenya will never be the same again. And we are at what I would call a turning point of yet another constitutional moment for this country. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guru. I left Leo here to take charge. What happened? Was he thrown out or he threw himself out? All the same, asante sana, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. Let me just respond to this before we bring in another person to make a submission. There was this Aguaru. He says the president, I asked the issue about the president collecting taxes. It is not his duty. The president is supposed to oversee. Institutions are supposed to work. And then why is he weaponizing taxation? I thought these are the people who are complaining about weaponizing DCI and using DCI to terrorize Kenyans, state capture and all that. So are they using taxation as a weapon again against some certain families that they don't like, or they suspect they don't pay taxes? It's interesting. So I mean, the more things change, the more they remain the same. We need to be truthful. Being truthful is important. And that's one virtue that our leadership seem not to be appropriating in their deals. Weaponizing taxation is, in fact, is a catalyst for people to evade paying taxes. Taxes can be paid very smoothly and very faithfully if people are enjoying the government, they're enjoying services from the government, they are having a good environment to do business, they are making good money in their deals. People will pay taxes without problem. But you're making life harder for them, and then following the small money that they have, you want taxation over them. Like they joke about Hustler Fund. Okay, they say they will borrow you 500, and then they will cut for you 25% for to save for you. That doesn't make sense. You don't save from borrowing. You save from earning. My advice would be, it would be very good if they sustained kazi mtaani, okay, then waseme ile kwa sababu mnalipwa 500 per day, now you be paid 450, the 50 to go into your savings. That is now a saving because you have earned, then they can save from it. But you don't borrow and somebody retains 25% and say he has saved for you. So Kenya Kwanza to me it's one experiment that I don't want to be part of. Not in this world, in the next world, I don't want. Especially somebody who wants to experiment with the lives of Kenyans. Our children are growing. They need to be founded in proper education. We are still crabbling around what education system to be deployed. Who will be the teachers for those children? And somebody is not bothered about that. He's bothered about Uhuru Kenyatta sponsoring a rally. Mtanisamehe tu mapema lakini haileti shangwe. Jamo, vipi?
Poa Bernard, niambie.
Niko salama nashukuru.
Wewe bwana, mimi
Sema mawili
support.
matatu tukisonga mbele.
Ndio hivyo bwana.
Eh.
Bernard, mimi na support hii rally zote. Mimi naomba kama itawezekana Raila afanye mikutano everywhere. Kama sasa sisi tunamngojea Mombasa, mbaya sana huko. Ile kitu tunataka sisi ni haki yetu, hatutaki mambo mengine. Huyu jamaa amefanya maisha yamekuwa magumu mbaya sana. Ile kitu ambao sisi tunataka azirudi nyuma tena. Tunamngojea hapa Mombasa mbaya vibaya sana.
Sorry, inaonekana umeona mapema lakini Mombasa tunakuja msijali. Unajua nyinyi tunakuja jana. Ndio tufike leo. Lakini nashukuru tu sana, asante Jamo na vijana wengine wote, nchi ni yetu. And remember what Raila said yesterday, very very important issue. He's not fighting for himself, he's not fighting for any other person, he's fighting for you as a young person. You will live in a better country and you will be happy that somebody put out his life to secure your life. And that's what makes somebody respectable. Kuna watu wangependa kujiita baba, lakini hata ukiwaita baba unajisuspect. But there are those you naturally call baba and you feel you have baba because they have demonstrated, they are fatherly, they have laid down their life for you and for many. So we need to appreciate that. So naomba Mkungi, karibu vipi lakini?
Mimi niko salama Bernard.
Inaonekana umekujia kwa fence tena.
Nilikuwa Jacaranda bwana, mimi singekosa bwana. You know, tweeting from social media does not change anything. What changes is you being in ground, eh? Your space hapo status kwa mlango lazima nisimame, you know? Because as I asked earlier, I said it very well and I will repeat again. William Ruto is a populist kind of a politician whereby this is an individual who wants to drive citizens in terms of groups. Good versus bad, Oli versus unholy. This is an individual who wants to divide Kenyans. You see, even right now, the issue of taxes is just to divide Kenyans, that there are those who pay taxes and there are those who are not paying taxes. So that when he fails to deliver, his accusation will be taken direct to those who don't pay taxes. And those who don't pay taxes, their numbers are very low, such that they know that even if he attacks them, they cannot influence an outcome of an election. And that is the person how the populist leader are operating all over the world. I'm telling you, anything tangible in terms of policies with William Ruto is just let us forget, because it will never happen. Why, ask yourself, why do we have a president who seeks sympathy while speaking? We have people who are not paying taxes. We have court of law. We have KRA. We have DCI. We have ESCC. All those institutions are working. Why can't he just file a formal complaint to KRA that Uhuru family is not paying anything to do with taxes, and therefore the KRA could go on and release their tax returns so that we know, or they've been charged by evasion of tax. If then it was true, why is it that Humphrey Kariuki, the case to do with tax evasion was lifted up? Why did the other woman, sijui anaitwa Kariuki wa Ruto ama ni Kariuki wa nani, also the taxes cases were withdrawn? Why is it that the Tabitha Karanja cases was withdrawn? Does it mean that Tabitha Karanja was paying taxes for Uganda and it's only Jomo Kenyatta family that is paying taxes for Kenya? This is a person, I'm telling you, is trying as much as possible to divide the people. And he has also realized that in terms of performance, he cannot perform. So the only thing that is remaining is to try to divide the citizen so that they cannot have a common thinking. As long as you are fighting, you cannot think. You cannot think because you will think that your enemy is your friend or your neighbor. It is not. Your enemy is a regime that does not want to perform but wants to appear as if they are performing. That's what they are trying to do. Ruto is just trying to create some kind of chaos from nowhere. Look at the issues of Chebukati. Anything that has happened even up to now, imagine our president standing and saying very well that somebody wanted to assassinate Chebukati. We have not seen even DCA taking any action. We have not seen any organization or any institution or agency taking any step. So I'm telling you, he's just trying to keep the country busy. After this one, Uhuru Kenyatta tax evasion, you'll hear another one, so that he keeps the country in the mood of tension every time, so that he can be able to buy time, so that he not be able to perform. But there's one thing that I want to remind William Ruto, that in campaign, I can equate it to courtship. When you are seducing a lady, you can use lies, you can use good words, and the lady automatically, you can win the lady. But once the lady becomes your official wife, regardless on how your sweet word they are, if you don't work hard, you will be picked by another man from your doorstep. I'm telling you that. No matter how funny you might be, no matter how good you might be, but if you fail to work hard, somebody somewhere will pick your wife at your doorstep, and you'll be the one that will be handing over the stuffs and everything else that belongs to your wife. Because marriage is not run by the words, it's run by hard work on how you operate, the same as a country. You can use any kind of lies, you can use bottom up, you can use every kind of rhetorics to win an election. But once you win, people want to see the results. We don't need to be told that unga will be 120. Let me go to a duka, buy unga at 100 bob. I will know automatically government is doing something. You don't need to tell me something that I can feel. Mimi si machine that you need to program to me. No. Just lower the price of petrol. Nikienda pale gari kutoka Githurai mpaka Nairobi, nikilipishwa 20 bob ama 10 bob juu ya petrol imeshuka, I will know. So you don't need to stand in public baraza and tell me that one. I'm a human being, I travel, I know. So that's what I'm telling you, William Ruto is just buying time. So for that case and for that sense, we can have only one way out. And the only way out is all of us to stand up and say that enough is enough. Because for how long shall we sit down and wait for our country to be taken to the woods? Right now, Kenya has taken almost 3 steps backward in terms of the economy in the east and center of Africa. Why are we losing our strategic position as Kenya? Where will we now lose our glory that we lost in 1992 when Moi printed more cash so that you could do campaign? Are we heading to that direction? Do you want now that we shall be benchmarking with Somalia and Uganda? Is that what you desire? Do you desire a whole deputy president, whenever he speaks or whenever he say anything, he talks about food as if this country is the one he has been feeding people since time immemorial? We need to get serious people in leadership. This country does not belong to me, does not belong to you, but it belongs to future generation. And the reason as to why I'm saying that is because if today we destroy the quality of education that is being offered here, it will affect generation and generation to come. How many parents today are not be able to afford school fees because of increase in school fees? There are so many of them that children are at home and struggling there. How many people today, how many mass layouts or layoffs that will occur in an industrial area because of the cost of electricity going up and people are not be able to manage the production in companies. How many people will lose job because of cost of production? There are a lot of them. When a company cannot sustain its production cost, it reduces the wage bill because that is the simplest way to go. Now, as we are talking today, how many people are sleeping angry because they cannot afford unga? They cannot afford some common foodstuffs today. If we progress like that, in the next maybe 2 or 3 months, where will be our country be? Shall we be here celebrating that we have a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin deputy president or a president from a particular tribe who does not help you, who does not help Kenya? Just because your tribe man is appointed to become a CS, you think that that is about Kenya? I have no problem with even having all Luos or Kikuyus or Kambas being ministers. As long as they perform well, they give Kenyans whatever we want. Salary yenye Moses Kuria anapokea ni yake na bibi yake. Mimi sijawahi iona na sitawahi iona na hakuna mahali inaweza nisaidia. Same happens to Alfred Mutua and any other minister in that government. So wherever I will stand and say, oh, you know, we have been given position. Who and who? You are sleeping angry and you have a position? Is that not being stupid? You know, that is the reason as to why I'm telling you, Kenyans, as much as you allow these people to enter into between us, to divide us, to show that there are good people and bad people, there are those who are more pro-government and those who are against government. We shall continue to suffer, to suffer, to suffer. And let me tell you, by the way, just to finish up, to summarize up, Somalia was a very good country, a very beautiful country before 1994. But once the coup d'etat that happened that displaced the late Said Barre, the country is ungovernable. The same happens to every other country that where it reached to a point that those who are in leadership did not apply the quality of leadership required and they were thrown out, the country went into dogs. Kenya is not a special one. Kenya might be heading to the same area of anarchy. It takes the men of wisdom to correct this country. And the only men of wisdom we have in this country, it seems most of them to be pro-Azimio. Not only that they're pro-Azimio, but they're people with principles. And let me just pose a question, maybe you'll help me understand. Why is it that the minority deputy chief whip Sabina Chege, who was campaigning in the side of Raila, now is singing the tunes of government? What has changed? Which principle has it changed? Was he a conservative, then all overnight became a liberal? Or what happened? I don't know. Are these the people that you want to trust them and to stay there and say that, oh, you know? No, we need people with a stand. And the only man who had demonstrated that he has a stand, I think, is only Raila Odinga. For those of you who maybe may go ahead and look at history, when Raila defected from KANU, he went ahead to resign being a parliamentarian. He ordered for a new by-election and he won because he said, the mandate that I won with it, I cannot continue serving under it, and I have changed the stand and the ideology that I was propagating for. So these are the people, men of principle, who whatever they promise, they're likely to occur. Therefore, the only way out, let us tell these people, your time is up. For those of you, maybe you are fearing, you are saying, you know, coup d'etat comes with bloodshed. Oh, sijui mamlaka kutolewa, sijui revolution comes with bloodshed. That is a lie. Nobody died when Robert Mugabe was disposed. Nobody died when the former Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Rajapaksa, was disposed. Nobody died when Omar al-Bashir was disposed. So I wonder, do you mean that if we march inside and move, anybody will die? Absolutely no. We need just to tell them time is up. And just to finish up, you know, if you are a father, you are feeding your kids, you have your wife at home, you have every power upon them. But the moment they tell that they no longer have to hear you or to listen to you, my friend, let me tell you, no matter how much you might be dictatorial, hiyo nyumba ukai utatoka uende. So the moment we will stand and say that let our Kenya go back to the servants, these people will have to hear us and they will have to give a country to the rightful people. And that's where we realize that leadership can help individual. Thank you, Bernard.
Oh, asante sana Mukungi Mwasia for making that so loud and clear for everyone to understand. It is about time we began to ask right questions, demand right answers for the better management of this great country. There are some so-called impossibilities that are being embraced by Kenya Kwanza, which in my opinion is just hot air. Borrowing from the Supreme Court, since now they have made that the legal language to use. Somebody posted something. I think it was the president or somebody camouflaging as whatever. I think he has changed his handles on Facebook. Huh? Ruto has changed his handles on. He has removed honorable. He's now chatting like himself. So something he posted and said he does not believe the whistleblower results because they place Raila ahead in Kiambu and Muranga and Nyeri, and says the most unbelievable one is that Raila led in Uasin Gishu. And so I read the post and said, how does that become an impossibility? Raila is a darling of this country. He can lead anywhere, including Uasin Gishu. You don't deny the dossier because you think you are a popular in Uasin Gishu. Where was the commissioner attacking thieves? Chiefs. For not bringing people in Jamhuri Day. Was it not Uasin Gishu? And Uasin Gishu is cosmopolitan to cry out loud. The presidential, in fact, the presidential vote for 2022, it was a choice between light and darkness. It was a choice between posterity and burning the country. No mature, sensible person will go and put their vote on this danger that we are talking about. And so all mature, sensible people voted in Raila Odinga. And that is why they had to get inside the IEBC and try to use Chebukati to do the evil that they committed. And that's why they are running away from it. But ukweli ndio huo, lazima tukubali. Deny the result based on the scientific process, practical process. Sio kusema probability. There is no guarantee that William Ruto is more popular in Kiambu than Raila Odinga. There's no guarantee that William Ruto is more popular in Nyeri than Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has been on the on the ballot for 4 elections. He must be known everywhere in this country. And there's no guarantee to say that the Kiambu people cannot vote for Raila Odinga. And that's what they want to perpetuate. They want that lie to be perpetuated and make Kenyans to believe that the people who voted in Raila Odinga were all 40 and above people who lived under Moi, suffered under Moi, and they knew the future does not belong to, let me not use the names that Mama brought the other day. Okay, the future is not with these people. And so they voted in a ticket that can be believed. The Martha Karua effect was downplayed by Gachagua, but it was effective on the ground. And then, of course, the women factor, the women vote, it swept even in Rift Valley. So any person who claims that Raila cannot lead in Uasin Gishu is dreaming. And that's why they had to block those results. The women factor played a role in Rift Valley, a great one, influencing the Raila ticket. The majority of the mamas voted in Raila Odinga because of Mother Karua than the 2 men. If you have studied the dossier, or rather the whistleblowers' results, they're beginning to show that. It is only Chebukati's results that are showing otherwise. And that's why the whistleblowers' results are more credible. At least we can scan and they tell us which polling station gave which votes. So hii uongo wa Chebukati umefika mwisho. Fikrod, sema unmute useme.
Bernard, you are talking of Rift Valley? Are you serious? Are you really serious about Rift Valley that Raila won?
It's not an impossibility.
Really, let's take things really serious. Central, you say that Central, Raila won, but Central, let me tell you, if this country, ours, if this country want to ban, listen to me. If Central and Rift Valley is not complaining, then things are well. Okay. But if Central said we were stolen 2 million votes, oh, come on, Rift Valley will, Central will not stand out and say, okay, we will let it go. These things was planned. And let me tell you, I don't understand why you people don't understand right now that Raila Odinga still taken for a ride. Still taken for a ride. Let me tell you, have you listened somebody from Central complaining? Like, okay, have you listened? Who's tell me right now who has come from Central and say, our vote was stolen. No, tell me, who? Rift Valley, nothing. Now you people, the only people are complaining is what Raila, Raila in the Rift Valley. Central.
So Pikrod, what are you talking about?
Of course, I'm saying,
What I'm saying.
Listen to me. What I'm saying. Listen.
You don't have the monopoly of information.
Let me tell you.
You don't have the monopoly of information.
Sandro.
Relax.
Excuse me.
Order.
There is no community.
Remain in order. Please, everybody mute your mic. Pikrod, it is not cast in stone that Rift Valley cannot vote for Raila Odinga. They voted for him in 2007. They led the demos against the stolen election in 2007.
But now we are talking about
that Raila has not become a stranger. Has he become a stranger in this country?
But let me tell you two things.
Secondly, you are denying nobody in Central Kenya has said the election are vote.
No. Nobody. It's only Kioni. It's only Kioni is complaining. But
it is not only Kioni, Pikrod. Stop this madness. Jeremiah Kioni is Secretary General of Jubilee. He does not speak for himself.
That is the only person complaining. But Central is calm.
He's not
all
complaining.
Central. Let me tell you. Listen to me.
Where is Martha Karua from? Is it from Rift Valley?
Listen to me. Wacha nikuambie kitu moja. Only one thing. Wacha nikuambie. Kuna vitu mbili. Two things. Kura ikiibiwa Central, dunia italubuka. Mukale Rift Valley, kura ikiibiwa, kura itaibiwa. Lakini now everything is okay. Means that
ukisema italipuka, what do you mean?
Rift Valley is okay. It's only Wachaluo is complaining. That's nonsense.
You are not serious. You are not serious. I thought you have something between your ears. You are talking about Wajaluo on this platform.
No one is complaining in Central, and no one is complaining in Rift Valley. It's only Wajaluo. That is it.
Me, I thought you are a grown-up. So you here not using your brains again.
Let me tell you, Pindrock. I'm a Kikuyu and I'm come from the Kiambu County. We have a lot of Luo Kikuyu. I grew up with Omodi or Cheng.
So you people
I
are
grew up
taking
with the
this thing
Luya.
to be a Luo thing,
Luya
no?
community, they are living in my community and they are Kikuyu, they speak perfect Kikuyu. Don't be silly to say that Raila did it again. Raila is like our king. He's our king. Raila is a Kikuyu king.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda. Now I get it. Now I get it. So you people think these demos are because of Luos. Raila is not a Luo, for your information. Okay? Let's start from the beginning. Raila is not a Luo. And Raila is not owned by the Luos. And if you people think this is about Luos, then now I'm sure that Sudi is the chief advisor to this government, and with his ignorance and illiteracy, these people are headed home very early in the morning. Anyumba.
You know, Bernard, number one, you are talking to a drunk person. This person is taking alcohol. That is number one. So in our culture, we believe people who take alcohol, they take alcohol to make their points, make people to understand. This man is telling us everything is good in Kenya. Where are you living from? If things are okay with you, please stop telling us your nonsense. Please, we are not here to listen to your nonsense. Everybody knows in this country that election was stolen. Who are you? Where are you coming from? Where do you live?
Okay, thank you, Anyumba. That's not even my issue. That's not even my issue. My issue is that somebody thinks that these demos are a Luo. I've never had a joke like that one. Did you see the crowds in Jacaranda yesterday? You saw a gathering of Luos. This kind of brains that we have, then it is a sad affair. A very sad affair. Hey. And then the man is in Obodoibo. Jesus, now you, Bioga. Okay. Let me give Mukungi.
Yes, Bernard, I just take 1 minute. You know, the person called Pinkrod, he suffers from what you call the supremacy spiritual kind of ideology, whereby he thinks that as long as Central and Rift Valley are okay, Central and Rift Valley is Kenya. Central and Rift Valley is not Kenya, it is part of Kenya. And by the way, let me tell you, by a matter of fact, Raila has more presidential face than Ruto with much far wide gap ahead. One, I will tell you this way. I was born and raised in Loitoktok. That is from Kajiado County. Kajiado County, Raila led with the number of votes plus Narok. And is part of Rift Valley. The other issue that you need to understand is that in Western, in South and North of Nyanza, and Nairobi, Ukambani, and Coast, Raila led. So if out of the 8 provinces, Raila managed to win 6, and the other person maybe managed to win 2, the person who has a more of a presidential or a kind of face is Raila Odinga. Is more of a representative of a larger Kenya than the so-called Ruto. So the spirit of supremacists that exists within the Central and the Rift Valley people, that they are them. If it's not them, it's not about any other people. They should desist from that. And let me remind you, I'm not here to propagate war. I'm not here to propagate any fear. But I want you to go and check what made Tutsi to be eliminated. More than 800,000 people within a span of 100 days is the spirit of supremacists, where they thought that a country cannot progress without them. I want you to go and check what led to Holocaust in Germany. Is the same spirit.
Thank
So
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Mukungi. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you. And it is not even, it's not even getting there, because the majority who have been silent, especially from Mount Kenya, have been asking, where did our votes go to? Where did our votes go to? Because they voted for Raila Odinga. So the mystery is being unfolded at IEBC. They made the Central people vote for William Ruto without them voting for William Ruto. They voted for Raila Odinga. And now that the truth is coming out, they are fumbling around thinking that this is a Luo matter. This is not a Luo matter. You will be shocked. And then, of course, if you are, if it is true what Anyumba said, you are not supposed to be on the screen when you are drinking. You and it is one, you are playing with the show. Two, you want to put this channel at risk, and that makes you a stranger in this place. You are part of the either representative or the forerunner of the hackers who want to take over the channel and turn it into something else. And so we may not entertain you so much. This channel has to be respected, and what we do here is Kenya, and why we stay awake to speak is because of Kenya. And we believe in the Kenya for all Kenyans, not Kenya for Central and Kenya for Rift Valley. From the results, from the whistleblower, it is clear the mother effect swept across this country. The women vote determined the elections. It is not what Jebukati and team crafted together to come and deceive us that Washosho and Wanugu were able to garner majority of the votes. They did not. In fact, the 5 million is also part of a scheme. It's not genuine. So let's not confuse each other. Mr. Guru, you're saying?
I particularly want to correct Pikrod and Mukungi. You see, the problem we have in Kenya is politicians who propagate one thing, but they mean something different. I'm surprised that Pikrod thinks that Raila cannot win in some places. Yet what we have consistently heard from the UDA brigade is that these elections killed tribalism. I don't know how you talk with such authority that he knows how the people of Central Province voted. I come from there. One thing that we know for certain is that only 40% of the people of Central Kenya stand up to vote. And there was an exaggeration that happened to reach 60-something. The people of Central Kenya largely turned up 40%. And that 40% was split. And that is a reality. Mukungi, do not go that direction. There is no problem with the Kikuyu, neither is there a problem with the Kalenjin. In fact, you are going to find very reasonable people within those communities, people who know what good leadership is about, and they went out and voted accordingly. And therefore, if it happens that the results that were given by Chebukati reflect a certain narrative, that was the narrative that those who won wanted to come out. And it is the same one that is being perpetuated today when somebody goes and says that we will first take care of those who voted for us. It is within the script of one Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. These are his students, and that is the politics that they know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Guru. Thank you very much, Mr. Guru. And please, let's all observe our standing orders. It is not permitted if you come to for you to come on TV when you're drunk. Secondly, drinking from the screen is forbidden. And Pick Road came here pretending to be a sober Kenyan. I didn't know his sickness is this bad, that he believes that Mount Kenya cannot vote this way or Rift Valley cannot vote this way. Not in this time and age. Let the server be opened. The server will tell us everything. Why are they stopping to open the server? Why are they standing in the way? Now the president Ruto has become the spokesman of Chebukati. When did he become the advocate of Chebukati? Is IBC part of the president's office? This country is coming out of this stronger, bigger, and better than all we have seen before. Yes, Rhoda.
Yeah, we cannot judge that he's drinking. Maybe he was drinking. He's living in my neighbor country, and I know him. We cannot judge him. He's drinking. Maybe he's drinking soda. We cannot judge him. It's his personality. And in my language, we used to say, tunabeba mtu vile ako, lakini we don't agree that Raila Odinga didn't get the vote in Mount Kenya. Like my own family, my niece vote for Raila, my sister vote for Raila, all my niece, all my sister, except my brother, they vote for Raila, and many people, they vote for Raila. So he means that Raila get only 0. And you remember, Kiambu is very close to Nairobi. So many Luo, they are, like the way I come from, in Kabete constituency, there is a lot of Luo. In fact, they came when I was young. And in fact, I remember one woman, she have a children home, and one guy called Oduol, he get a very good marks to go to the high school, Alliance Boys. And you remember that woman have a children's homes. She was a Kikuyu like me. Alichukua huyo nini Odol akampeleka Alliance High School, na sahi Odol anakaa United States of America. So we don't hate Luo. You know, I grew up with the Luo. And wanaongea Kikuyu perfect. Walivoti kwa nani? Kwa sababu wanajua they come from Kisumu beginning. Wanavoti kwa nani? Si walivoti kwa Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is somebody who everybody know him when he used to say, I'm going to sell madasi in Kibera. Everybody know Raila. Even me when I was a primary school, I used to hear Raila. Even the children in nursery school, Raila. Kila mtu anamjua. So we cannot say that it's only Luo they were in the Jacaranda. There's a lot of Kikuyu they were Jacaranda. So let us be one Kenya unity, peace, love, and unity. And we don't accept the enemy put us down. We are all Kenyans. Even there's a lot of Kalejin, they vote for Raila. They love Raila a lot. If you do even Nade, even Saburu, right? Even Turukanas, and you know they have come from these regions. So we cannot say it's only, I don't agree with him, but we don't judge him his drinking, because the Bible said do not judge. We cannot, no, we don't have any. The Bible said do not judge. Let us love one another in this
Now,
forum.
thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda. I will request you leave the Bible for me. I'm the Bible teacher here. The Bible says judge not and says judge. So we are allowed to judge. Secondly, my father was a drunkard. He died drinking. Okay? So I was raised up by a drunkard. In my family, we are 11. I've been telling you. Okay? Of all these people, we have several representatives of their father. I live with them. When they are not drunk, they will not say anything. They will look innocent. Let them drink something. They will tell you anything. I gave him opportunity 3 times to make submission. He keeps pushing, so that he gets his energy from his drink. And then now he vomits the stupidity that is displaying here. So I know what I'm talking about. It's not a matter of judging. And it's wrong for you to come to a public television and drink from there. And he looks like he's the handler of the William Ruto, wherever, posting on Facebook. He must be the one who, the quote I was quoting about denying that Raila led in Uasin. He should be the one who crafted it. So this thing is simple, okay? Elections were won by Raila Odinga. Chebukati was bought by William Ruto, turned into, used to change the election result. They did not even change election results. He was given a result that was to announce William Ruto as a winner. And what they did in the Supreme Court, I talked about it here yesterday. The Supreme Court betrayed Kenyans and did what was unthinkable, unimaginable, and the worst of it all. Why? They forgot their mandate. They thought the Supreme Court is wearing those robes and sitting there looking like Papa Christmas. To belong to the Supreme Court, you are the last line of defense. You need to be the one to stop what has escaped everywhere. That's the purpose of the Supreme Court. It's like when Elijah was exiting from the scene. Elisha was given a responsibility. He said, go and anoint Hazael, king of Syria. Go and anoint Jehu. Okay? Then go and anoint this other person. He said, whatever escapes Jehu, Hazael will slay. Okay? Whatever escapes Hazael, Elisha will slay. Those are line of defense. That the leaders who escape through the ballot, okay, they can be stopped at the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court sat there like ushers, wanting to usher in the evil that had been cooked by Chebukati. And look at what the evil is doing. Now it wants to sell all our universities, sell our parastatus, follow our taxes, create no job, and talk about one election. No, William Ruto did not win the election. Now I have confirmed. I believe that whistleblower. He's right. His figures agree with the mood in the country and with what sensible people did, especially in Rift Valley and in Central. Now, as we proceed with the conversation, Mukungi, I want you to get your administrative power, please. And then leo ametoka bila kuaga, sijui nini kimefanyika kwake, labda stima imepotea, lakini ningependa tutaendeleza show. What I need us to remember is that we are concluding our collections for paying bills today. We had remained with the 15%. I think we are almost there. Today I've gotten what? So let's please respond. 15%, I will calculate and give you the specific figure. We clear that, we are sorted. Another 30 days is when we will be able to do that. Another collections for the same purpose. I want us to remain sober and focused. There are people who are hell-bent to twist the truth, but you cannot lie forever. You will always be caught out. That nobody in Central Kenya has complained about losing the elections. When all the MPs that lost the elections, especially the Azmios, complained, threatened to go to court, and all that. Somebody's talking that nobody complained. But this is not complaining. It's now beyond complaining. It is a push for the recovery of what was lost. And if these are the minds that are advising Mr. Ruto, Mr. Ruto is in big problems, and most of them are self-inflicted. I'll play 2 quick videos, and I pray this one will not put me into problems, but I'll play 2 quick videos. The Mukungi, that your video is Dojuela. Dojuela, I'm not sure if they will let us play their video, and I will need to confirm that with Mtembe. Forward it to Mtembe and see, because it's an international. Okay, there are those we play their nini Asina Shida, but the Juela I suspect it, although it's from German. So let me play this first, and then if you get clearance for that, we play the one that got into State House. The man in State House has run away. That's the video that we are debating to play. So this thing is not impossible.
My name is Dennis Wanjala, and I want to speak today in English so that the world can hear me very well. Thank you. And from today, my name is Dennis Wanjala, and I want to speak today in English so that the world can hear me very well. Thank you. And from today, 50th president of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga. And I want to, without contradiction, I want to call upon the whole African leaders, yes, especially presidency, to recognize Raila Odinga. Wherever Raila Odinga stepped in your country, know that the President of Republic of Kenya is there. The person you are seeing that calling himself the President of Republic of Kenya is a con man. And I want to tell you, we do not recognize William Ruto as the President of Republic of Kenya. The ex. Actually, he has never been the president. He's a con man person. I want to call upon the international community. The moment you will see Raila Odinga coming to your country, know that he's coming to represent Kenya as the president. Yes. Nobody, and I want to, without any fear or favor, to William Ruto, pack your things and go home. We don't recognize you as the president. I want also to tell Biden wherever he is, because we have information that Biden has a plan to come to Kenya. When you come to Kenya, the person who will come is the president called Raila Amolo Odinga, not William Ruto. We have never have a person who call himself that is a Christian. Kumbe ni mwizi. We did not recognize that person as the president. Today, I think the president has already gone to Nigeria, because yesterday I read the newspaper. Newspaper was saying that our president is going to Nigeria. The president will land back to Kenya, and we have another where in Kibera. So I want to call all Kenyans, that the moment you see our president back, our president, I mean president of Republic of Kenya, nataka watu underline that word. Even the president of France, I want to tell you, you should know that the president is Raila. Even Yoweri Gakuya Museveni. I want also to tell Samia Suluhu, president in Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga.
Who is Raila?
As Kenyans, we wake up August 9 to vote the presidency. And we voted in our president, whom we loved very much, Raila Odinga. And he is our president. Please, if you see con man calling himself president, please don't allow even to step in your country. We don't recognize that man. Actually, he's not the president of this country. May God kill that person in the name of Jesus. Amen. May God kill that person in the name of Jesus. Amen. Including his own, what is that? He called himself deputy. Where is our deputy president? Is Mother Karua. If Samia Suluhu, you see Mother Karua in your country, Martha Karua as Deputy President
of the
Republic of Kenya. If you sit in your country, call Dio to come and welcome Kashagwa. Call Dio because Kashagwa is Dio. Call Dio. You see Ruto in your country, please go and call OCS to come and welcome that person. If you see Baba, the president of this country, please welcome the president of Republic of Kenya with quorum of security, because him as the president.
Okay, thank you. Those are Kenyans airing their views and recognizing their president. Geoffrey Ruto anasema, who is Raila? We don't need to introduce him. He's on your lips. He's on your president's lips. He's on Sudi's lips. He's on Wamatangi's lips. He's on Ichungwa's lips. He's on Didinyoro's lips. They have not explained to you who he is. Oh my God! So let's cut down on the list people on the waiter. Jemo, ulikuwa umetupwa nje, nikupatia dakika yako moja ukatamatishe, alafu tusikilize Mama Nasra. Unmute Jemo, unmute. Mic yako bado iko off.
Are you getting me now?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Okay, thank you Bernard. Ile kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kuwa hii mambo ya rallies, mimi naomba sana iendelee kwa sababu tumefanya kudhulumiwa kabisa. Ile kitu mimi naona kuwa huyo alikuwa anaitwa sijui ni Peacock sijui ni nani. Kenya si ya province mbili, Rift Valley na Central. Are you getting me?
Endelea, tunakupata.
I don't know what is the problem. Hello.
Bwana Jemo, unapatikana, wacha kujisuspect. Okay, inaonekana mitambo imekataa, samahani, lakini let's go to Mama Nasra and then we continue with that givings. Let's please keep it sane on the comment section. Those people who don't know Raila Odinga, on the comment section, they are pretending, and those who think that Raila Odinga is nothing, they are sick. And those who think that the demos and the rallies are going to go any smaller, they are daydreaming. And those who think that being in State House means nobody can remove you from there, those ones are half dead. Kenya Nasra, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard, Rhoda, Jackman, Jemo, Guru, Anyumba, Mkungi, Kenyan all the time, Maurice, and the commenters. How is everybody? Kenyans, we are good. And I believe everybody is breathing and enjoying what we are seeing in front of us. Everything went well in Jacaranda, which made me very happy, and we continue that way. Ruto, in the comment section, he said, who is Raila? He knows Raila because even the spelling of the name, he got it very right. If you don't know him, you could have failed a little bit. Maybe you write something different, but you wrote the correct name, so you know him very well. Don't confuse yourself. You know what Raila it takes to be what he is. He's a man of one word and a big love for his country. Now, today I'm going to speak about, I'm Nasra, that is Kenyan Somali, Kenyan Somalia. You see, with these pastors, I'll go out of the topic a little bit. You see, with the pastors, we have come to learn that it's as if they don't believe, but they want us to believe that they believe. Because the behavior they have taken us into a mixed thoughts, not knowing what they are after. Pastors have been proven. Actually, I was watching something that was talking about pastors, even foreign countries. Pastors are, most of them, just to enrich themselves. Even outside the country, foreigners, that is what they are doing. It's a big deal. It's a big, big deal. And whoever was commenting, it's somebody who has done a lot of research on this issue. And he has come out with an answer that really can shock you. And the most who are mentioned, I will tell you, it's something very, very shocking. It's those who you see like they are burning fire when they are doing the preaching in their churches. It is critical. But the last words this analyzer said, you may think you are enriching yourself, but because you are reading a Bible and you are getting the word of God very clearly, however the business you want to use that word of God for your own, within the congregation, within that big number that have gathered there to listen to you, they are there with faith and belief to their God. They will still survive. They will not perish when you perish. Because what the analyzer said, the most those pastors are just enriching themselves. They have been discovered, their interest, their idea, their hidden agenda. It has been discovered. What am I saying? What we have in Kenya is just something of the similar. Because when you look at the pastors who are, wanapapasa huyu mtu ambaye amefanya maajabu ya ulimwengu Kenya yetu, they are the same. Waangalie uone, wamevaa mavazi ya kanisa very well. They are very clean. They are very healthy. They have got all it takes. But what are they looking there? What are they after? That is the biggest question Kenyans should ask themselves. What are they after because of following somebody who Kenyans have rejected and trying to anoint him to make him clean? They are not our gods in small g. They are not our gods. They are not going to approve the people that we are going to listen preaching the word of God. We are the people to listen and see their actions and behavior so that we can know whether we are perishing or we are doing the right thing. We go to church and listen the word of God. Whatever the person has in his own mind, only God knows. But we Christians, let's listen to God's name, God's word, and take it seriously that our faith never go astray. That is what I gathered today. Look at somebody called Ahab. I think it's in the book of Kings. Ahab was a neighbor of a young boy, a boy who was left a small piece of land by his parents after they died. This boy lived just next to the king. And the king wanted to take this small land and join, combine with his big land, just a small piece of land. But Ahab talked to his wife and said, I'm afraid, but I wanted to take that piece of land and, connect with my land so that we can live here. But I have a problem. The boy will not accept. The wife said, Jezebel, who is the wife of that king, she said, that's a small thing. So she went out of her way and gathered a group of men and killed this boy so that they can take the land. The place that they killed that boy, they came dogs and licked the blood, and dogs walked away. But only to know that Jezebel, the wife of the king, I don't know what happened that she was on that area where the boy was killed. I can't remember exactly how I read it, but she was eaten by those dogs at the same scene where the boy was killed, beyond recognition. That means what you do, remember, you're going to pay harshly. What I'm saying is that home, as from that moment they killed the boy, before even the Jezebel, the wife of the king, was killed by the dogs, they had sons with his husband, Ahab. These sons never got married. They never even reached family-making men. They were all dying one by one. Why? Don't take that because you are able with your material things in the world that you have come. You are somebody that we can adore because of the money you have. It doesn't take the money you have. It doesn't take the riches you have. God can demolish you. God can finish you. So that is what I wanted people to learn. So whatever somebody is trying to enrich himself, to make himself look like he's more better than anybody else because of material things, just give him time. People are going pain and suffering right now with nothing. They have nothing to do. They seem to be tied up. Their minds is corrupted, scrubbed, because they don't know which other way to do it. But God is watching. He's watching for these all evil things are happening in our country. We will fight because nobody is told not to ask for what belongs to you. You have a right to look for it. But God is watching, and this is coming to an end. It will come to an end in a very harsh way. I think as far as we live in this world, we have seen many things happen. Rich people have died. I'll give that example. It's simple just to think that. We have seen rich people die. And they leave those chokora who are eating takataka on the road in Mapipa. And they leave that man who has got no one leg. And they are still doing their simple work to earn their living, to have just something to eat. And they live happily because that is how God has created. So when you are blessed, with the little you have, say thank you. But the more you are digging others' bones, taking their blood like water, straining their brain not to think how they may think normally, straining them so that you can enrich yourself, corrupting them so that you can look like a king. A day is coming. We don't know when, But his day is coming. There will come a time, those rich people, those people with big lands, they will surrender those things when they will be feeling, I don't want that. Can somebody take that 10,000 acres? I don't want it. Can somebody take that house of mine? I don't want it. It will reach that time. Can you imagine how much pain they will be going through by then? We Kenyans, let's not look for enriching ourselves. We are looking for what belongs to us. And we are looking for what is worthy our life. It's not what belongs to others. And it is not what will make us rich. It is what will make us worthy in the eyes of God. Let's keep that in mind. And we are good to go. Raila should fight for his right thing because that belongs to him. Whoever snatched did something very, very grievous. And that is what I close my submission. And I'm still here. Thank you guys for listening.
Asante sana mama Kenyan Nasra, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako, maoni yako na ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya. Tunaamini kwamba unapatikana kwa njia safi na hakuna anayekosea katika kuelewa kile ambacho kinapaswa kueleweka. Ni wachache ambao wamepotoka na ni wachache kabisa, lakini wanadai kwamba wao ndio wengi. Sasa mimi nashindwa, hii wingi inakuwa wingi kwa akili ama inakuwa wingi wapi? Kwa sababu hata tukianza kuchukua kura hapa saa hii, hata kwa comment section, hao watu ni wawili watatu. We are over 400. These are the ones that can be captured by the net. We know there are more people, 416. You are 3 here and maybe 1 person on the screen. So that makes you 4. How can you be the majority? Simple. Wacha maneno ya mlolongo nini. Simple. How can you be the majority? You can't. How do you convince Kenyans that you are the majority? It's not possible. So mwenye mbuzi arudishiwe mbuzi yake, wezi wa mbuzi wapelekwe kamiti. Na wale watu mko kamiti, tengenezeni room. Kuna room ya Chebukati huko, utengeneze vizuri kwa sababu huyo lazima afike huko. Okay? Na vigorogozi vyake wote wako watatu. Mwatengeneze room vizuri, welcome home party kwe safi, watu wafundishwe tabia ya kuhudumia Wakenya kwa njia ambayo inafaa kikatiba. Sio kuwachezea akili. Alafu kurudi hapa unaanza kujifanya kana kwamba wewe ndio victim. It's very sad. It's very sad that Chebukati alienda nyumba kwa nyumba akitaka kuuza urais. Yaani wewe ni chairman wa IEBC. Unalipwa zaidi ya 1.5 million, okay? Kila mwezi. Umepewa budget ya 40 billion. Lakini bado unazurura nyumba kwa nyumba ukiuliza nani anataka kuwa rais nauza. Alafu Kenyans still support such a person. Hao ndio watu wanapaswa kupigwa mawe wafe kulingana na maandiko. This is called Mtembei TV. Paul, whoever, you are hiding your name. You are saying, is this Azimio platform? No, we are the majority here. And the majority have their way as the minority have their say. But if what you're saying is not the majority and it is not right, we kick you out. It is that simple. You cannot be the minority and you are the majority. It's not possible. So and that's not debatable. So just do a cross checkup. Just do a cross checkup on the comment section. How many Azimio guys are there? How many UDA guys are there? On the screen, how many Azimio people are there? How many UDA people? Then do the ratio. Then tell us who won the elections. Sio story ya kutusumbua hapa, kutuzungusha akili. Hakuna vile Rift Valley itavoti vingine, Central ivoti vingine, na ishinde sehemu zingine zote. It's not possible. So So Chebukati and team have a lot of explaining to do. That is if they will get that opportunity. But left for me, they will do that explaining when they are behind bars. You don't mortgage the Kenyan people. And then you are safeguarded by the people who are being paid using the tax of the Kenyan people. All right, let's make progress. Thank you very much. Mukungi, did you get the nini? I'm working on the video. I'll play it when it's ready. I'm working on it. We'll play the Sri Lanka one. Those of you who think we cannot get to State House, I want to show you how Sri Lankans are inside State House, and they all, the person who was pretending to be the president is not there. He did not wait for them to arrive. This is a new world altogether. Tumsikilize Morris. Mbio Morris, Kenya all the time. Then Jemo, sorry Morris, just hold on. Jemo, nilikupatia muda utamatisha, neti kakata. Chukua dakika yako moja tafadhali. Bwana Paul, you asked about this platform. You do not, those are Chebukati figures. 7.1 and 6.9. Round
Yes,
them
Bernard.
to the nearest
Sasa
figure.
I think unanipata vizuri.
Yeah, hapo
Bernard.
uko sawa, endelea.
Bernard.
Endelea.
Bernard.
Jemo, inaonekana network yako iko chini. Yaani haina uwezo wa kusustain. Ebu mute camera uone. Mute camera uone kama utaongea bila shida. Zima camera, click kwa hiyo camera.
Hello Bernard.
Cross. Okay, Jemo akona shida, anachelewa. Hata information ile tunampatia inafika kuchelewa. So I think you need to sort that out. Refresh, restart your phone if you're able to get me. And then itakuwa up to date. Ama refresh the browser. Iko nyuma. You are behind by several seconds or several whichever.
Bernard, I see Jamo like he has two cameras at the same time.
Hello. Bernard.
Yes, Jemo, we can get you. Go ahead.
Yes, Bernard. I don't know the problem. I think it is the network. Are you getting me?
No, endelea mbio umalize, unafika.
Hello. Hey.
Jemo, utatuchelewesha hapa.
Yes, hello?
Okay, sort that out. Sort that out. Let's go back to Morris. Bwana Morris, are you getting us? Inaonekana hii neti imeleta kizaza leo.
Yes, hello.
Kenyan all the time.
Hiyo ni kama amelala.
Haya, twende. Jemo, umerudi vipi?
Bernard?
Yes.
Hello. Are you getting me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hii ni network ilikuwa chini. I don't know the reason why. Mi nilikuwa nasema hivi. Ile kitu yenye mimi nataka ni Raila asirudi nyuma. Unaona tulidhulumiwa 2007, 2013, 2017 na sasa 2022. Ile kitu mimi naomba sana. Sasa gharama ya maisha imeenda juu sana. Ile kitu naomba kabisa na iende hivyo. Ni baba asirudi nyuma. Yes, we are ready. I know we are the majority. I think he will make it. Akirudi nyuma na sisi kitu chenye hatutaki ni handshake. Handshake hatuitaki kabisa. Akienda handshake atatua ametukosea kabisa. Sisi tunataka akitoka Nigeria. Kienda Kibra moja kwa moja tuende State House. Tupate haki yetu pale. Hatuwezi kuva sisi sote. Wale wenye watabakia watapata haki ya wananchi wote. Hatuwezi ongozwa na left fale. Hatuwezi ongozwa na central. Out of the 8 provinces, hizi zingine ndio zilimchagua Ruto. Mimi nasema Wakenya waamuke, tuwe nyuma ya papa na tupate haki yetu kama sisi wa Kenya. Thank you.
And so
Bernard ameingia kwa msitu. Anyway, Kenyan all the time. We are waiting for you and it seems that you have taken us now. It's your time,
Okay, sawa. Yeah, so the discussion is about Kenya. Nawasalimia wote, and I'm happy to be in this group trying to discuss the welfare of my country. First of all, I want to congratulate Raila Odinga because of the good work he is doing for this country. You know, after August 15, we were in a doom. Some of us, we lost hope completely, and we felt as if we had lost our country. And down the line, we felt as if Raila Odinga had abandoned us. Little did we know that there was something he was assembling for us. And I'm happy for the reception we are receiving, especially from people of goodwill. Whatever is happening, Raila Odinga cannot do alone. You know, let me tell you, no one will fight a functioning government. Even before we fight this government, you need to know that this government is not legitimate. All models had been done, and we were double sure that Raila Odinga was winning the August election. But the win and the rule by the people was subverted by a human act. Whatever happened on August 15 was a deliberate human act to subvert the will of the people. And personally, I will live knowing that. there is no any mathematical model which can show that Mr. Ruto won this election. People might want to say that Raila Odinga never got votes in Central and maybe in some areas in Rift Valley. But the truth of the matter is that there is no any practical approach which can explain what happened in this election. And we thank God because of those people who are coming up and trying to tell us what happened. And I want to tell people, by the way, that we are in a new Kenya. And if people think that we are going to allow us still to live up to 2027, you are daydreaming. Let me tell you, Kenyans are fired up. Kenyans are hungry because we believe we were denied a very good president who could have solved so many problems which these people are creating now. For your information, people are anguishing because of school fees. People have no money. There is too much problems happening in our country. And half of those issues could have been solved by now. So that is why some of us, we feel hungry. We feel that we were made not to enjoy things which we are supposed to be enjoying now. So that's why I want to tell all the Azimio supporters and Raila Odinga supporters, we should not grow frailly, and we should take life with a lot of courage and know that our win is coming back. One thing which I'm double sure is that the truth is going to be known. And there is no any truth we need, by the way. We don't need any truth. Raila Odinga won this election fairly and squarely. So we don't need any truth. Which truth do you need? And all the models showed, and you cannot tell me that the model decided not to function on the election day. And we know that even Raila Odinga was having even good votes, even in the places which were not traditionally his. So we know this election was bungled, and I want to tell all Azimio voters, we should not take less. Within a period of less than half a year, everything which happened on August 15 should be returned back to the people, either through swearing in of Raila Odinga or through a fresh election, which is properly tabulated, or a recount of those votes. Because I know if we had a good system, we can be able to get our president. You know, it is so sad that we are being ruled by people who are not elected by Kenyans. It is so sad. That is why they will not do anything, because they know that they do not deserve, but they used the backdoor forces to get whatever they got. So they don't care working for people. They know they do not deserve it. So they will be there and they'll be trying to do all the evil. So what I'm saying is that Raila Odinga is on the right track, and Kenyans will support him. Let me tell you, Kenyans will support Raila Odinga because we are tired. Whatever is happening, that's why you are seeing it even now, even going to, hata mutiani naibiwa tu, because we have no integrity. So hii mambo yote tu, you can see how it is trying. Just 6 months after the election, ndio sisi tunakuwa na mutiani ya KCSE inaibiwa vibaya sana. I do not believe that we can have all those A's which people got. So hata kama huyo Minister of Education yatanasema hawezi amusha watu, but the reality of the matter is that we have too much crime happening in our country. We are now living in a criminal society. You cannot trust anyone now. Our government is back to the old days. But I thank God that we still have Raila Odinga who can give us his energy for a little while before we lose our country forever. That is the only hope we have. And I thank God because this momentum is not going to stop. So if you people, you think that we are going to cow, we cannot cow on a fake presidency. How can we cow on a presidency which is not even legitimate? So what I'm saying is that Mr. Ruto should assemble his government properly, and they know that they are dealing with a very bad force. That is one thing which I can tell them. They are, you know, naona watu wanaandika hapa kwa comments wakisema sijui ati ni moto ya makaratasi. Mungoje muone. Let me tell you, the country is fired up. Even hustlers themselves, sababu ya kudanganywa, sababu walidanganywa sana. Somebody promised to do, he has now been tested. That is a good thing. Mr. Ruto thought running a government was very easy. Now he has been tested. He has nowhere to hide. Alikuwa anasema hii tutafanya nikiwekelea Biblia chini. Hadi saa hii toka awekelee Biblia chini, he has done nothing. That he has not taken away home so far. Hakuna kitu hata moja amefanya. Apart from removing subsidies which have made our life to be horrible, he has done nothing. School fees is on high. Criminality is on high. People are losing their property. We are having criminals being our leaders, members of parliament, cabinet secretaries, and the rest. So we have lost the integrity portion which we were supposed to have. At a story at chapter 6 ya constitution which they are trying to say at the only question walikuwa wanauliza watu ni what is your net worth? What is your net worth? My food. So this guy has to get out of power. And let me tell you, it will be so embarrassing for him to wait for people to eject him from the state house. Because I want to tell you, it has been announced. Let me tell you, I don't see Mr. Ruto finishing 1 year in that state house if the momentum is this way. Because Kenyans demand the truth. We are in the new era. We are in the new age where people want to know how things are happening. And if they cheated in this election, they are going to suffer for it. If there is proper evidence, they are going to suffer for it. So all what we want is we want whoever who won this election to get his presidency. These ideas of us being ruled by people who have not won an election, we are tired of it. And we want to resubstitute that IEBC. Going forward, we need trustworthy people. We do not want thieves. And not only IEBC alone, we have very serious government organs which are being ruled by crooks. Supreme Court, we have to reconstitute that. Some of the people in the Supreme Court, they are not good people. We want people with integrity, people who have served elsewhere, and we have seen quality. So we have so many governmental bodies which need reconstitution. KRA, WAPI, we need people of integrity, and we have them in Kenya. It's only that they are not being given an opportunity to function by some of these people. So I'm very happy of what is happening. I hope this momentum is going to build up. Our meeting in Kibera, Ikue Moto, and I believe by the time we go to 2 or 3 towns, this guy will feel the heat. Because you see now, instead of handling the issues, anaanzia kusema ati ni watu wanataka kuruka tax. Let me ask you, who is not? We have been paying taxes from eternity. We have been paying taxes, but you cannot come and start putting illegal taxes na uanzie kusema watu walipi taxes. Few months ago, he was saying that we are doing the government was doing a witch hunt. Why is he now also coming and starting to do a witch hunt and doing other things? I'm now hearing that wanatafuta familia ya Kenyatta. Those are the things zile ambazo zinasema. They are now saying that the Kenyatta family is not paying taxes. What there is that if Kenyatta family is not paying taxes, it is not the only family which is not paying taxes. We have 1 million families which are not paying taxes. Why are they not mentioning them? Why is this family so much bold that it is the only family which they are talking about of? It's a witch hunt. And it is also showing people who are not grateful. Mr. Ruto has also to know that Kenyatta family did a lot of work to make sure that he is where he is now. They gave him an opportunity to become a deputy president. So if Mr. Ruto thinks, and that is what happens, by the way, people are not grateful in life. Mtu anakusaidia, mtu anakufikisha pahali, wewe ukifika pahali, you start subverting to that people. Those people are very dangerous. And even in your life, unapaka kuku ukiangalia watu wanafanana kama Ruto. Mtu anasaidia wewe, alafu huyo mtu anakuja anaanzia kukusumbua in life. You need to start analyzing some of the people who are like Ruto. People who you help them, but once they get what they wanted, they start biting you back. We have 1 million of them in this world. So at times, we have to be cautious of the people who we deal with. We have even Raila has been operating with such people. People are very ungrateful, wakina Babu na Mwamba and the rest. Mtu namusaidia, you even give that person a name, but huyo mtu anakuja they start biting you on the other end. So we are dealing with a very ungrateful person. What I'm saying, Uhuru na Ruto wanaweza kuwa wamekosana, but going to the extent ya wanting to do bad things to Uhuru it is showing somebody who is not grateful. And it is wrong, by the way. Maybe Ruto might say that he was a politician. I was this. We combined forces so that everybody. But I want to say that Ruto did not have a name, and by embedding himself on Uhuru, he was able even to create another political sign which he was not having. And he needs to be grateful to such a person. He needs to be grateful to that family for giving him an end he couldn't get without them. So when he is now going on the riverside and wanting to punish those people on some of the criminalities which I don't believe they have, because you need to know that when you have a lot of money and you have businesses, there are some of the taxes you don't pay, and they are usually legal because there are benefits which employers get, which employees don't get. So those are some of the things which people don't understand. If you are an employer, there are some of the taxes you don't pay because of the fact that you are an employer. Yes, everybody should pay tax. I'm not saying that some people should not pay tax, but Uhuru is not the only person who maybe he is not paying 1 or 2 taxes. Rich people, there are some taxes which they don't pay. And I think even in economics, people should know that. Because what happens is that when you are an employer, there are some taxes which you are exempted because of the fact that you are an employer and you are an industrialist. But now Ruto wants to make us not to make people not get this information clearly. So what I'm saying is that we are having somebody. This one is not even vengeance. This one is just somebody who is not grateful, somebody who has no thank you, somebody who cannot be helped by anyone. And I want to say that he is not immortal. And whatever he is doing will also come to him back in one time. Maybe it might not come to him, but it might also come to his children. So he should not think that he will be eternally in power. No, power is transient. Power is temporary. So he might think that he did a lot of work to become the Kenyan president. But he needs to know that in future, another man will become a president. In future. And maybe that future is now. So another person will become a president. Is the treatment which he is treating other people, is that treatment which you want him to be treated when he's out of power? Moi did a lot of issues. When Moi retired, we even forgave him when we said that we do not want to chase him. So what we are saying is that this idea of disturbing people when they are on the retire, people who use their energy to serve the country, and you want to disturb them, is not fair. So, but anyway, we are not looking to that. The momentum is very good. He is a man on an exit mission, and if he is not going to tone down and arrange his house properly, he is going to become a former president very soon. I do not see him finishing even 1 year. If he goes by that, if Raila is going to create this momentum, and let me tell you, this momentum is not just being created by Raila. People are tired. People want to see sanity in our country. Our country has gone to the hell. We are having too many things which are not functioning, and they have to function. So let's hold on that, and let's make sure that we support this cause to the full. If we are called upon to give more donations, let's do it. Let's do it for our country. Because if we allow Ruto to go into the direction he's going, he is soon going to increase his mandate. He is even going to change the constitution to even get more time into power. And we cannot allow it. They have already shown signals of that. This guy doesn't want to exit power even after 10 years. So we have to start blocking him now. And even before we block him, can we get the truth about the election? Because we know the election was bungled, the election was not done in a free and fair manner, the rightful winner was not declared. So those are all those things are there, and we have to follow them. We have to reach a point whereby in Kenya, only truthfulness stands. We cannot now. That is the biggest thing we have. That is the biggest project we have as Kenyans now. People who win elections are declared. That's now the biggest project we have. Forget about going to votes and doing what. The biggest project in Kenya is how can we tally votes right. If there is any person who can help us achieve that, he will have saved Kenya for decades and decades to come. We vote and we count our votes right. That is the biggest project. And if Raila Odinga can help us achieve that project, I'm ready for it. Thank you.
So thank you Kenyan all the time. Kwani ameenda wapi mwenye alikuwa anajiita Sylvester Stallone? Nipotee. Moses.
Yes. How are you, brothers? How are you, Mama Jane and the Kenyan all the time? Jemo and the good. Am I loud and clear? Sometimes, I am facing network problem. Mukungi, am I clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can get you. Progress.
Okay, thank you. I've been really monitoring and following whatever was happening from the beginning. That we have so far heard what has been discussed here. So for me, I will start from here that being a president, you don't lead the country by becoming a propagandist. You have powers like you believe the way you believe. You need to be a president. Mr. Ruto, wherever he goes, he must speak and give a speech as a Kenyan president, not until it is being taken. Let him use his chance. They're still having a chance of being a president, so let him keep speaking like a president, not just someone. If you're a president, and I always, your work is to wait what Raila has said, and you reply. It's like you are waiting whatever he said, and you go back and you reply. So you can never be a president like you act in the way Ruto is acting. Be a president. It doesn't matter if someone is saying so and so. Once in a while, pretend like you have not seen, pretend like you have not heard. But you are like it's like a collabo. This one brings is like you have. I cannot understand this. So Bernard, I've heard many people here. At times I feel sad, and sometimes I ask myself. That's why when you travel somewhere, most of people who are not African, they don't respect us because the way we believe, the way we do our thing. Because I saw one guy here he was his name some kind of road or what he has left. Someone speaks and I really ask. You ask yourself, is he a Kenyan or is it just you talk things that you really know. You know the truth. For me, I will always say this, Bernard. These people, they know what is right. They know the truth, but they are just hiding behind the cameras. They know the truth, So if someone comes here and say that only Rift Valley, sorry, you cannot go to Rift Valley. It's only the Ruos are the ones gathering those ones who are in Jacaranda. Can that make sense? Even that rally was having a lot of majority who voted for UDM because of the lies of Ruto. Those ones who voted, not only those, but now they have come to reality. They know we were lied, but now we know the truth. So, Bernard, I can ask one thing. Where is the Martha Karua comes from where and Jeremiah Kioko? Is it Kioko? Are they not from those ends of where this guy mentioned? Because he talked of Rift Valley, no one voted for them, it was only Luo. Where does those people come from? Bernard, can you help me and before I proceed, before I summarize?
So Jeremiah Kioni, the party secretary general of Jubilee, comes from central Kenya. We have others who also come from Rift Valley. So they are part and parcel of those regions that they are saying were anti-Raila.
Yeah. So it's not all about rules and what. It's all about the cost of living and it's all about Kenya. It's not all about regions and tribes. No. So if you see whatever is happening, it's a united Kenya, united Kenyans, not just a region. It's just a Kenya as as a country. People have united, demanding for what belongs to them. So some people, when they come here, they talk. You think maybe they come here to talk. And always in life, once you see majority are always against you, even we who are speaking here, Bernard and our brothers here now, whenever you say something and you see the majority they are opposing you, take one step back and rethink, because always there is something, always there is something wrong somewhere. So if even him himself, when he started talking in comment here on live here, everyone was counterattacking him. That shows that people, the majority, they are always, we believe in democracy. Majority will always go with the win. Then secondly, he talked of election, figures and what. Baba said he gave his figures, the real figures that he, as me as genuine, as a party, how the figure that they scored during election. But now you to come here and say that this is just rumors and what, he has not said that what there is it's an open gap. Come and fill that gap with the fact. He is demanding for auditing servers. When is the servers? Are they not in Kenya? Get people like what Baba said, not all people who serves you, but independent people, whereby everyone will trust them. Let them go and do auditing. The auditing will prove who is right and who is wrong. Thirdly, I'm hearing Ruto and his followers saying that the ceremony in Jacaranda was funded by funding who? Maybe they don't know. They did not see what happened. Funding who? Did we see buses dropping people from Kisumu, where all over Kenya, dropping them in Jacaranda like the way they do? Because for them, when they are going somewhere, you find buses collecting you. You are going, you have this, you eat this, there is this money for transport, carrying people, moving with them from one place to another. Who was funded? They have money. Last time when Baba said, before he cancelled that rally that was going to happen in Jacaranda, they came out and promised empty promises as usual, that they are going to give people bursaries and what? Who attended? We saw only the empty chairs, and there are people in uniform, the ones they have transferred from villages and bring them here to give them whatever they could eat and some tokens. But still people were not there. You can never fund people. You can never manage to fund people, the whole Kenya, people who were there in Jacaranda. Who is rich to fund those people? Even him together, he borrowed 500 million dollars. That money, can you fund those people and you give them everyone to receive money? It was too much. This is love. This is, I'm a Ugandan. I'm not a Kenyan, but I follow what Baba says and what Baba does. I always wish that if in Africa, if we can get such like 5 or 6 of them, like the same way of Baba, I think Africa can be changed. It's not all about money. Bernard, you can never rent. Yes, you can rent support, but rented support, it will be there so long as you are funding it. But once the money is Sorry, Bernard, someone was calling me. So rented power, rented support can never last, because once the money is done, automatically things will change. Ask this guy. Okay.
Hey, Bwana Moses, how are you? You are on a call. Mukungi, you are not taking charge. What's up? The matter?
You know, I was
given
to Moses, naona kama amechukua simu na yeye jamaa anaingia anatoka. Karibu mkurugenzi James.
Ni network baba. Network ndio mbovu.
Tafuta mnara hapo ama uende kando ya bahari, mawimbi yanaweza kupea network nzuri.
Huku Kwale sijui nini iko huku bwana. Shida ni network. Lakini sasa hii naona kama mnanipata vizuri, sio?
Tunakupata vyema.
Hapo safi, endelea.
Mimi nasema hivi bwana. Hii Kenya ni yetu sisi sote bwana. Hii Kenya si ya watu wawili. Unaona? Sasa unaona hata Mudavadi mwenyewe asemi chochote. Unaona nini alienda Busia akaongea. Yule Mudavadi ukiona hata kule Western akisimama, Wajakoya mwenyewe anaweza mshinda pale. Sasa mimi at least vile mimi naona Wajakoya wajua ana catch up. Mimi ile kitu nasisitiza kuwa hii Kenya tupate haki yetu. Kama inawezekana hata kama ni kesho ama kesho kutwa. Tunyoke tuende State House. Najua Ruto haezi tuua sisi zote. Na ukweli kuwa wameanza kuogopa tayari. Unaona leo ako Mombasa amebeba watu kutoka wapi, amewaleta Mombasa. Unaona? Kumaanisha kuwa akiona Raila amepanga rally, yeye mwenyewe pia anapanga ya kwake ya kumchipu. Manake ameogopa, anajua hii kiti amekalia si cha kwake. Walifanya kumnyang'anya mzee. Mimi ile kitu nasema kuwa tuwe pamoja na baba sirudi nyuma tena. Tusonge mbele pamoja na tupate haki yetu. Asante.
Sasa nashukuru James. Unajua masaa mengine huwa ninashangaa sana na Wakenya. Nilikuwa nadhani kana kwamba shida ni mojawapo ya sababu ambazo inaweza fanya sisi Wakenya kuongea na sauti moja, ambayo inaweza tufanya sisi kuja mahali pamoja. Maana sasa hivi tunavyoongea bei ya mafuta iko juu, ingetulete pamoja kwamba bei inastahili kushuka. Sasa tunavyoongea bei ya nafaka iko juu. Hii ni mojawapo ya sababu inaweza tulete sisi pamoja kwamba tunataka bei ya nafaka ishuke. Leo tunavyoongea hivi kwamba bei ya umeme imepanda. Hii inamaanisha kwamba watu ambao wanafanya kazi kwa viwanda huenda wakafutwa wengi kutokana na kwamba gharama za kuunda bidhaa ama gharama za kuzalisha bidhaa huenda ikawa juu zaidi ili kushinda hata kampuni kukimu mahitaji yake. Sasa hizi ni sababu ambazo zinaweza fanya sisi Wakenya tukuje pamoja. Lakini badala ya kukuja pamoja, tumegawanywa kwa misingi ya kikabila, tumejanganywa kwa misingi ya kidini ili kuoneshwa kana kwamba kuna kabila fulani na fulani ambao ni serikali zaidi kuliko kabila lingine, ambalo si kweli. Leo hii nikinunua umeme, bei ambayo nitauziwa shilingi 21 kwa kila unit moja, ndio hiyo bei ambayo mtu ametoka Madhira atauziwa. Sasa mbona uhisi kana kwamba wewe uko upande sana wa serikali, wakati mimi ambaye ninahisi kwamba ninanyanyaswa tunanunua bei sawa? Kungekuwa na bei tofauti ama bei elekezi kwamba watu ambao wanaunga serikali wawe na bei fulani, sisi ambao hatuungi serikali tuwe na bei tofauti. Ningedhani kungekuwa na watu wenye kupenda serikali na wasiopenda serikali. Lakini Wakenya hawaoni hilo. Wao wanaamini kwamba sisi maana tulifanya hivi, sisi tuko upande wa serikali, sisi ni wa dhamana zaidi kushinda wengine. Wacha nikueleze. Leo hii Kenya ni taifa moja. Na tukua taifa moja ni mkusanyiko wa zaidi ya makabila 41. Na hatari kubwa ni kwamba tutakaporuhusu ukabila, dini na baadhi ya mambo mengine ambayo kwa jamii hayafai kutugawa, tutaharibu nchi. Na hii nchi tutakapoiharibu, wazuri na wabaya wote tutachanganywa kwenye kikapu kimoja. Kwa hivyo ni sisi tufike mahali tusimame na haki, tusimame na maadili, tusimame na kweli. Ndio hili hata watoto wetu watakapokuzaliwa na kuja baadaye wajue kwamba tuliacha nchi ambayo ni salama. Leo hii nataka uangalie namna hii. Leo hii tuko na rais ambaye ana uwezo wa kutumia mtandao wa kijamii kutusi, kudharau na kusema maneno yote mabaya. Kwa mfano, acha nikupe mfano. Juzi mliona baadhi ya safari za ndege za shirika la KLM zikiwa zimefutiliwa mbali. Ilitokana na matamshi ya rais kwamba Raila alikuwa anasababisha vurugu. Sasa unaposimama na kusema Raila anasababisha vurugu, alafu shirika la ndege linakata usafiri, lasema kwamba Kenya ni nchi hatari, mbona ulalamike wakati wewe mwenyewe umewambia vizuri Kenya na vurugu? Kwani ni nchi gani sio kwa inaandamana? Si tumeona black movement ikiendelea Marekani baada ya kifo cha George Floyd. Sasa tunapokuwa na rais mwenye kutoa matamshi kutojali na mtu asiyejua jinsi ya kuongea, basi ni kama nchi tumeipoteza. Kanisani unapofika pale kanisa ambaye ni ya Jumapili, wao Raila, jina ya Raila hutajwa mara mingi kushinda jina la Mungu. Hata Mungu akiwa mbinguni anasikianga vibaya sana kwamba jina ya Raila inatajwa sana kushinda ya kwake wakati ni kanisani. Sasa huyu ndio rais ambaye leo mko naye. Sasa mtakapoketi, mtakapovumilia, mtakapokaa muone kama ni kawaida, hivyo ndio watoto kizazi kitakuwa kikijua. Sasa ni jukumu letu sisi wote kama raia ambao tumeandikiwa kwamba nchi yetu ya kuzaliwa ni Kenya. Uwe kabila yoyote, uwe hata Marekani, lakini una uraia wa Kenya. Ni jukumu lako la kutaka mabadiliko ambayo yatalete tija ndani ya taifa letu la Kenya. Na hapo ndo tutafurahi sisi wote. Hakuna mtu anapenda nchi mbaya. Ama tuanze kuruka Mediterranean Sea kama Sudan. It's you to choose which is the better way to solve or to start escaping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mkungi, for that. It's a sad state of affairs that some Kenyans don't see the importance of sticking your neck for the country. They are so tribal and selfish to an extent that they don't see our corporate responsibility. They will always pull in their direction, and that way we may end up losing something that's good for us simply because some of us could not see it. But the few will not deter the heart and the pursuit of the majority. Well, I want to play that video. So I want you to watch it keenly and to understand that this thing is possible. And those who think it's impossible, they should have a rethink. Let's watch this and then proceed further.
Waandamanaji nchini Sri Lanka wameapa kuendelea kuyakalia majengo ya ikulu nchi hiyo na makazi ya waziri mkuu hadi pale Rais Gotabaya. Waandamanaji nchini Sri Lanka wameapa kuendelea kuyakalia majengo ya ikulu nchi hiyo na makazi hadi Rais Gotabaya Rajapaksa atakapojiuzulu rasmi wadhifa wake. Waandamanaji bado wamekusanyika ndani ya majengo ya ikulu mjini Colombo baada ya kuivamia mwishoni mwa juma lililopita kupitia maandamano makubwa ya kumlazimisha Rais Rajapaksa kuondolewa mamlakani. Wengi wameonekana wakijipumzisha kwenye vyumba vya ikulu, wakijitupa vitandani, picha za kumbukumbu na wakitumia pia vitu vya ndani ya ikulu. Wapo wengine ambao wamekuwa wakijitosa kwenye bwawa la kuogelea la Ikulu kujistarehesha. Picha zimewanasa wengine wakiuchapa usingizi kwenye makochi ya Ikulu na walio macho wakicheza karata na zumna wakisubiri chakula kinaandaliwa na waandamanaji wenzao kwenye bustani za Ikulu. Maafisa wa usalama hawajaribu kutumia njia zozote kuondoa waandamanaji. Naarifiwa hii leo Jumatatu, Rais Rajapaksa amemwarifu waziri mkuu wa nchi hiyo Ranil Wickremesinghe nia yake ya kujiuzulu ifikapo siku ya Jumatano. Hata hivyo, waandamanaji wanamtaka pia huyo naye kujiuzulu. Chochote hayo ni mzozo mkubwa wa
Inawezekana leo ni leo. So this thing is workable. It can be done. It is being done. If the leader is not doing what he's supposed to do, let the person be chased through the back door. Sisi tunaingilia mlango wa mbele, mtu anatokea mlango wa nyuma, akichukua jopa yake aende kula anaweza kwenda. We will not let our country go to the dogs because of some irresponsible imposter. And that's what it is. If you can't get enough votes to make you president, and then you go and buy Chebukati to make you president, you become an imposter, and that one makes you unfit, unacceptable, unconstitutional, and that means we can use the constitution to get rid of you. So Kenyans, let us embark on this mission wholeheartedly, knowing that what we are doing is a just cause to help this country get back to constitutionalism, where elections are not going to be determined by the Electoral Commission or be determined by the chairman of the Electoral Commission, where elections are going to be determined by the Kenyan people. The majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. It is irregular, it's unacceptable that few people want to rule over many people because they think they are superior. That is not going to work. And so let's rise up and do what is necessary. So Baba akisema left in left, right in right, I'm happy that he's taking the momentum properly, building up. Siku ya kujaza hii barabara, I'll be there to see to it that everything is done precisely and to the point. That the imposter must go. He has to go. It's no more time wasting. Or goes to defend his office. It is that simple. Chebukati ako na matokeo yake, whistleblower ako na matokeo yake. Kuna matokeo mara mbili kutoka kwa IEBC. Tunataka tujue ni matokeo gani halali na yasiyo halali. Kabla hilo kutatuliwa, matokeo ambayo sio halali haiwezi kutupatia rais kulingana na katiba. So wale watu mnaheshimu katiba, tusimame kikatiba. Wale ambao mnataka bado kucheza game kama kina Geoffrey Ruto, endeleeni kujidanganya. Ukweli ni kwamba hii nchi haiwezi kusonga mbele pasipo kufuata katiba. It is not possible. We will be here even if it's 60 years. We will be in one place until the constitution is followed to the letter. Thank you very much. So, Bwana Mkungi, I want to surrender the whole program to you. And of course, let me do my mathematics. Where are we? We are at... okay. Sorry. 100. Okay, we have only moved to for a what is it? We still need 15%, 14% thereabout. 14% is an equivalent to what? 14%. Something like 7K will have finished the whole scenario for the bill for today. So tuendelee, wale ambao mlikuwa mjatuma mchango wenu mtumeni, alafu tumalize maneno by end of today. as we meet in the evening to do the show. But let's continue teaching people, sensitizing people, and following our programs seriously. Those who have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, please do so. We want to build that channel as a subsidiary channel for Mtembei TV, and it will help us a great deal, even as we ensure it also has its own feed, its own life by our personal campaign and input. So if you have a friend, a neighbor, a relative that enjoys political discussion, those are the people you send text message out. You just send them the link and then they will subscribe. Utakuwa umetusaidia. We need to get organic subscribers. We don't want the GMO subscribers, wale wa Ruto. We want really people we talk to and they talk back. But wale wa Itumbi ya chanani now, tafadhali, we don't need them. So please, let's keep sharing that and then go on to do what we must do. So subscribe kwa hiyo maneno. Ruto must go. Ruto must go until he's able to defend his position. Aseme alifanyika rais kivipi, kwa sababu katiba inasema rais awe ni yule anapata kura nyingi, na sio kura nyingi peke yake, apate 50% plus 1. Okay, kulingana na whistleblower alipata 41%. Huwezi kuwa rais wa Kenya kama uko na 41%. Hapo ndio tumesimama. Wala wengine ambao wataka kufuata hiyo wanasema ni Uhuru amesponsor rally. Uhuru is a good sponsor. If you can sponsor a good rally like that, he's a good-hearted man. He should be clapped for that he can sponsor 4 million people to go to Jacaranda. That's a very viable program. What has William Ruto sponsored for this country? Collecting taxation is not an undertaking for the president. Haya, nashukuru tu sana, asanteni sana tafadhali kwa kuendelea na kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Leo nitaaka mapema, lakini muko mikono safi hapa ya Mukungi. Mato atakuwa hapa leo, nafikiria ameenda kucharge battery, atarudi. So let the conversation be well done. But Mr. Mkungi, please coordinate the discussion. Okay, don't allow the babblers to come and babble their things here. If somebody cannot defend what they are saying, kick them out. That's why you have administrative power. You have power to ban them from the studio, block them from the channel, and send them message never to come back again. We don't have patience for people who want to deceive masses. Yani, we umeona mto unalisha jamii nzima, alafu unaweka sumu hapo ndani na unataka tukuambie please usiweke. No, we kick you out because you want to kill masses. That is how a liar is. When somebody begins to lie to the masses, is not different from the person who takes poison to poison a river that is feeding the entire community. He wants to kill an entire community. So treat liars that way. Treat deceivers that way. Treat propagandists that way. Because they are deceiving masses. Thank you very much. Bwana Ruto, unajua unaniuliza maswali ambayo unapaswa kupeleka kwa ofisi inayofaa. Okay? Ruto ndio ameongoza watu kupewa tax waiver. Okay? Tax waiver, girlfriend wake huko akaachiliwa, Kerocha akaachiliwa, nani mwingine Kashagwa akaachiliwa. So what criteria did he use when it came to his girlfriends and his friends, and now he wants to pin down on people that because they are from dynasty? We did not make him poor, and we didn't make him be born a peasant, and we have no apologies for that. Some of us were born worse than that, and we don't carry it on the sleeves to show everybody that our father was a peasant. That's not a qualification or criteria to be used to judge people for their leadership. You should be judged by your capacity to deliver, not where you came from. And going against dynasty is going to kill you. It is that simple. It's going to kill you. Naenda kushindana na ndovu.
Bernard, unajua, before you leave, you know, there is one thing that these people are not understanding. For those of you who have done taxation, we don't tax what you call capital allowance. or capital gains. We don't tax. When you own a piece of land and its value increases over a period of 10 or 100 years, we cannot tax a piece of land because its value has appreciated. That one is a capital gain. We don't tax. What we tax it come from what you call income statement. Is what we compare income versus expenses. Whatever remains is what we tax 30% as a corporate tax. So whatever Ruto is talking about, Uhuru Kenyatta's capital gains and things to do with capital allowance is just foolish. An individual who speaks thinking is wisdom is just a fool. You cannot tax such kind of things. Hawezi tax kitu kama hiyo na haijawahi taxiwa. So yeye akiangalia mashamba ya Uhuru maana imegain value of a period of time, anasema angekuwa amelipa tax juu ya 1.4 billion. It just showing that this man is a fool. We don't tax capital gains, as simple as that. We only tax net profit. And if you make loss, we carry it forward to the next financial year. So yoyote mwenye uko hapo una defend vitu kama hizo, please just find your time to read and understand on how taxation works in our country. Then you inafanya. Before you parade your foolishness there thinking that you are a bright person. It might help you also to cover your image.
Thank you, Mr. Mukungi. And I'll just leave you with that scripture. Woe unto you, O land, if thy king be a child, and that he eats in the morning. Woe unto you, O land, if thy king be a child, and that he eats in the morning. That is where we are. May God help us. See you later. Have a nice one.
Thank you. Thank you. Kenya Nasra. How are you?
Thank you. Hi, Mukungi.
Very fine.
I'm fine. And I will testify this, or I will tell Kenyans this. I have an experience of how people are going through in Kenya. And what I'm trying to say is that people used to pay their goods when they are buying with a till number. Now, that till number has become a bank of one not other than Ruto, because they have started, like, if you buy something with a till number, when you pay, the person who received the money get taxed because he or she has received the money. The person who, Mukungi, your microphone is on. The person who paid also is followed, because the money where you got to pay, you got the money to pay the product you bought is taxed. So this is like one money is taxed both sides. The other thing I heard is that if you have a bank account, they are taking some money which you might not realize. They might be taking 10 shillings. Maybe you have got thousands in your account. They'll be taking $10 shillings. When they take 10 shillings, count how many people have got those accounts. If it is about, let's say 30 million people, they have got bank account, that's already 30 million shillings in. Is it that 30 million? 10 times 3 million or that million, that would be, is it 300 million? Who can do that for me, please? Mukungi, can you calculate for me? If there are bankers who are 30 million and they are being deducted 10 shillings per person, how much will that be?
That would be 300 million.
Exactly. And that is easy money. Goes to somebody's pocket. And that is what is happening. And the people are being deducted this money without knowing. They might not even take 10 shillings. They might take even 1 shilling to some people. So know that these people will never go hungry, will never go bankrupt, will never go without money. They will be having money. That is one thing I learned. When you look at this taxation, they are just talking with mouth taxation because of what you people you are physically seeing. I assure you, one time I had an account. I could see there was some minor money that was taken from my account, but I never argued about because it was like, you'd say, what is 5 shillings? But when you sit down and count how many people are having those accounts, and times even 5 shillings, that's a lot of money for all those accounts. So this is something that has been proven and people are talking about. What I have said there before, it's about till number. Till number when you are paying. Now, this recently, you are taxed. The buyer is paying, okay, let's say, for example, somebody is paying a product for 300 shillings. You'll pay 300 shillings to the seller. And the seller, when she or he received the money, it will be taxed because that money will be going to your account. The person who paid you, because he is getting money from the bank or wherever he is getting, he is being taxed. That is the scenario. I don't know whether it was happening those days or it just started. So those are the taxation that really is finishing people in a way that you don't know, because every bite it's reducing, it's not adding. Let me go to the next thing. I have a boy who went to school and got injured. When he got injured, he was taken to the hospital by his mother. When he was taken to the hospital, he had a number that they are given in school. I don't know whether it is the registration number for the school or it's individual. It is individual number for school in a secondary school. So this boy was taken to the hospital. There is a place whereby you go and put your thumb to report that you are in hospital, or to prove that you went to the hospital. Maybe you're gonna take these records to the school, or maybe you are using this to show that the NHIF is being used in this manner for this particular person. When he put his thumb print, what comes out? Nimjeshi is a military man. It's not that young man from school. Now, the problem starts. This boy had a broken arm. They were playing in school. The arm is swelling. They were told by the hospital, you have to go to Huduma to get this number corrected, then you bring him to the hospital. You see, think about somebody going through pain. You have to carry your swelling arm to Huduma to go and queue there so that you get your number corrected or checked and whatever. And maybe you are going to find some other people ahead of you. You are not going to pass them, so that you can be able to be eligible to continue getting treatment with your NHIF. Hata hii mambo basi mnaambiwa ya digital, it's not working. It's not there. You are just, those are things that are thrown to wananchi to digest. Na tena wanatumia hii majina kubwa kubwa ndio wananchi waseme, hii mambo imetuchosha. Hii mambo ni magumu. Hiyo ni kusema nini? On the process of thinking hiyo ni mambo ni kusema nini? Mambo inabadilika tena huko. Hapa mumeibiwa hii. hii imeambiwa tena hii. So you people, you will be heaped with a lot of information that you cannot digest and you cannot understand. And then before you know it, this guy has moved very far. Kenyans get confused. Kenyans get robbed, corrupted, while they are thinking about the first thing that was mentioned. But these guys have moved to the next and next and next and next. Na bado ni pesa wanatumia. So Wakenya sisi hatutaki kuwa tumesombwa namna hiyo. Tunabebeshwa mizigo ambayo hatuwezi hata elewa. Sasa kama ni wazazi ambao hawajaenda shule, at least wanaelewa Kiswahili. Wakisikia digito, wanafikiria hiyo ni nini. Na ndio wanaumia kwa sababu wao ndio wenye watoto wale ambao watatumia hiyo digito. But ni wao wanalipia hiyo digito ndio huyu mtoto asome aelewe na hiyo digito. But now you have been corrupted, scrubbed, your mind is scrubbed. You don't understand what is going on in the country. Because there's too much information. And too much information will make people crazy. Why are we getting crazy? Why can't we have somebody who make our lives simpler? It's not that time that we are in class to learn. We are in the life of how to live and maintain our own way of living in a simpler manner. Hakuna mtu hapa mzazi ama mama mzee ama baba mzee ambaye anaongoja kuhitimu. Mnawaumiza bure. Na ndio wanaendelea kulipia hiyo digital. Na sasa mnawaweka hizo vitu kwa vichwa. Na hawana namna, hawana mwelekeo. Kwa sababu hata kile wangeshika wajisaidie nacho hawana. Hii serikali ni kuumiza watu tu vichwa. If they are young, to make the people crazy, they better watch out. Their day is coming. And I know they always enjoy doing whatever they are doing. They don't care. They want to keep people crying. And their aim is one, as people have been told many times, that they want to creep you. They want to finish your feet, your legs, scrabble. Calm down, scrabbling. Ndio mshindwe na kutembea, mshindwe na kuongea, msahau yote. Ndio sasa mkisikia sauti mnasema ni nani huyo? Kwa sababu mumemalizwa hata fikira za kufikiri wema. Nafikiri Raila ndiye mwelekeo wa Wakenya. Na huyo ndio savior ambaye atawaletea mambo ambayo haitawasumbua vichwa zenu, maisha yenu, na anajua kile mnaenda through right now. Kenya sio mchezo sasa. Kenya sio raha sasa. Kenya imekuwa nchi ya kutimuana, mkimbizane. Yule haiwezi kukimbia shauri yake. That is the way our country is right now. We are looking forward to see Baba does his thing. Na kina David, wale ambao wako nyuma yake, mshikilie. Mbio ndio hii. Na njia ndio hii. Kenya yetu lazima iwe kwa laini nzuri. Ndio tuweze kuendelea na kazi yetu vizuri. Asante.
Thank you, Kenya Nasra. You know, sometimes I look at some of Kenyans, the way they argue. I just laugh because, you know, the moment you argue from a point of being a fool is very bad, because how will I reply with a fool with a knowledge? You know, it becomes very hard. So somebody is talking about Kenyatta's land. And I want to remind everybody here, and let us agree on this. When Kenya got independence in 1963, land was owned communally. Land was under socialism. whereby land was owned by the community. Therefore, land was not owned by individual as per now the way it is. So whoever occupied much land was the custodian of the land. When it reaches your time for subdivision, somebody was allocated the land that he had already occupied before or after independence. That's what happened. That is why where I'm coming from, particularly from Rombo, other regions, Wapi, kwenda Mapinu, kuzuka mpaka Taveta, hivyo, land, we had something we call ranches. Right now they are over because land has already been subdivided to each and every shareholder or the owner. So the moment that Kenyatta was able to get more land, by the virtue that he was holding the public office, and that he was more of a visionary, such that he saw how important land it was. While our grandfathers were busy adding 2 or 3 wives on top of others, Kenyatta was busy accumulating land because he knew how important they are. So should we today feel bad because my grandfather married 2 wives or 3 wives while Kenyatta was adding more land? That is why there is nobody who will ever go to a court of law to say that Kenyatta has more land and win a case. Because which case are you presenting? He never stole from anybody. The only thing he did, he was able to hold a lot of large tracts of land. I know people from the area that I'm coming are owning even more than 1,000 acres. So should I today go to a court of law and sue them because their ancestors or their great-grandfathers holded the same land? That is absolutely no. That is why you inatumikanga too politically, but in real sense, there is no case. There's nothing you can debate about it. We can debate about shamba yenye iliibwa Wasinkishu eka 10 ya sijui ni nani alikuwa anaitwa nani Ruto aliiba. We can debate about Winston Hotel. We can debate about that one because this land were not initially belonging to Ruto from the ancestral time. They were acquired illegally. But for Kenyatta land, that's what tell even Ruto himself to go to ICC or any other court to see if they will listen to him. They won't, because they know there's no any case to answer there. It's like you being accused that your grandfather left you some piece of land later in you being accused that you left land for your children. Where will you be taken anyway? There's nowhere, because you acquired it by the virtue that during and after independence you acquired the land by naturalization, something of sort kind, and then you pass it to a generation. So hii mambo ya shamba kuambiwa Kenyatta ameshika shamba mingi sijui ameiba. Wewe peleka kesi koti, ukishinda utapewa hiyo shamba kama utashinda. But there's nothing. You will just be sued because of the defaming and other kind of cases. Also, when you look at William Ruto is not somebody who is genuine, because right now he wants to do away with something like more of parastatal. When they are selling parastatal or privatization, that the role of the parliament should not be there. That the finance minister, Anetwa Njuguna, will have an upper hand to decide on how privatization will occur. Now, KenGen and Kenya Ports Authority are the 2 parastatals that are being fronted to be sold to privatization. As long as I'm not idea for privatization, but the question is, why do you want to sell public corporation in backdoor without the oversight of the parliament? What is this that you are hiding that you don't want Kenyans to know? Why do you want to overrule the parliament when you are selling parastatals? If you are selling and you are doing it genuinely, let them come to the parliament. Let Kenyans know that the KPA is no longer government owned, but is privately owned. Let people know that KenGen is not government owned, but is privately owned. We have no problem, but let the due process be followed. And I'm telling you, these are laws that will be passed because today I've seen a section of MPs, one be from the current senator of Nyandarua called Mevu. He's a young man being used politically, but because he thinks he's too smart, he's falling the same trap. How is sponsoring of Raila rallies connected with things to do with taxation? They are not related at all. So I'm telling you, William Ruto, there's something that he wants to do. And the only way he can do is to create a crisis. And the crisis is to try to divert your attention. Why is it that Ruto, instead of addressing issue to do with what Raila is complaining of, is going to accuse of sponsors of the rallies? Our issue is not about who sponsors Raila's rallies or Ruto's rallies. Our issue is why is the cost of living too unbearable? So he should be addressing why are people not approving his presidency. That is the issue that he should be addressing, and not addressing who are sponsoring what. Even if it's Uhuru sponsoring, does Uhuru stopping to sponsor Azimio rallies make the cost of living go down? I want to know. If today Uhuru maybe is sponsoring and stop to sponsor those rallies, does it make the cost of living to go down? Absolutely no. So he is not addressing the real issue. He's addressing a side show to prevent you from knowing the real issue. The real issue is the cost of living. I'm telling you, if Ruto can create job opportunity, reduce the cost of living, you'll never see anybody on the street. Doing what? And you have a good life. Umeona umbwa yenye nabweka ikiwa imeshiba, umbwa zibwekangi, umbwa ikishashiba inalala. So if Kenyans are satisfied, you will not see anybody in the street. So that's what he should be addressing to contain the rallies and not accusing those who are sponsoring. So these are the issues that Ruto need to address. Aje side show mingi huku sijui nini na nini na nini. But anyway, we are coming for him. It's just a short period of time. We shall be there. Anyway, Kenyan all the time.
Ya, mimi naendelea kusikiliza tu. You know, one thing which I wanted to talk about here is that no one, hakuna mtu hataki maisha mzuri. And when you see Kenyans, hata sisi watu wa Azimio, by the way, we want good life. We are not sadist. If Ruto, by getting the presidency vile alipata, if he was able to function well, he could have been able to turn majority of us even to his side. He got that opportunity to do that, and itakuwa riba uchaguzi, but he had an opportunity to turn things, to even get some of our people to his side through work, na anaweza fanya kazi. But because he is not somebody who is determined to do anything, he is just somebody who is there for pride, kuringia watu, I ever became a president. That is why he cannot function. He cannot do anything. Na mimi hapa kuna kitu naona sasa. You know, hiyo nchi yetu, we have never had a revolution. People think that ukichaguliwa lazima umalize miaka 5. And I think this is the high time. We need to tell our leaders that getting a term into full is not a must. We have to reach that level whereby people have to organize and give leadership correctly. That watu wasikuange na ile assurity ati lazima umalize miaka 5. We have to set a precedence. If a leader that does not function, they can even get out of power even on the 3rd day or 2nd day. It should be straight to work on day 1. Why are Kenyans functioning? Okay, let's assume the presidency was done well. Just an assumption. But why are we complaining? Yes, it is true. We know that we know what Mr. Ruto is avoiding. You know, Mr. Ruto came here and criticized Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta na akasema the reason why, you know, Uhuru gave some reasons why the cost of living was high. Uhuru alisema maneno ya vita ya Ukraine na nini, and then Ruto akakuja na side show akasema Kenya haiko Ukraine. I remember that time. So Ruto is bedeviled by the same issues, and now reality is dawning unto him, and he knows there are some of the interconnectivity within the world which are making some of the issues not fall, including some of the people who ensured his presidency was there. Kuna vitu like the IMF na watu wengine, they are giving him a lot of demands. Like some of the reasons why we are even having these difficult issues is because of some of the instructions which come from other countries. Like wanasema sijui, let's not do this. So that fixing of prices of some things. So, but he doesn't want to own up onto those issues. So the only thing he can do is he tried to talk of internal issues, and he tried to amplify them. Because I do not see into what interest Uhuru will be doing to sponsor maandamano. So I do not see to what interest. I do not think Uhuru, even if there is any unpaid tax hajalipa, I do not think Uhuru is worried of paying any tax. So sioni, they have not summoned him. Hata wajamwandikia barua, they have not even quantified. I think we have printed press. Why are they not writing the amount of tax which Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta has not paid? Why are they not using the legal forms? Wanaweza mwandikia barua, KRA is there. KRA should write a letter and say, you, Mr. Kenyatta, you have not paid tax worth 10 billion. Why are they not quantifying that for us? So I do not think Uhuru is not interested in paying taxes. I do not think, and I think that is a meager way of looking at this issue, is trying to demagnify a very serious issue. Because I think the issue which we are having here is that we are having a whistleblower who is having very legitimate information. We are having so many issues happening in the country, cost of living and the rest. But now they want these things to be put aside, and we concentrate with only one person with small issues. I think even themselves, they want to evade paying taxes. So they want now to use one person so that they can have their way. But I want to tell Azimio people, we should not be diverted by this issue. Our mission is very simple. We are going to picket, we are going to demonstrate until we know the truth of what happened on August 15. Whoever conspired with Chebukati, because I believe Chebukati conspired with millions of people, we have to know them. Tunasemanga hakuna siri ya watu wawili. Whoever Chebukati stole election with, hiyo maneno yote tutakuja kujua. And the beauty, nyumba za siku hizi we have CCTVs. So even when kunasemekana kuna watu walitembea Raila usiku, I know those videos are there. These days you can get CCTVs. So whether Raila produces those videos or not, I know they are there. I know Raila lives in a modern house na hakuna vile Chebukati watamtembelea, and we don't have those videos. So these people, they are just worried because of the validity of the information which is in the ground. And I think that Mr. Ruto is not interested in solving our issues, because what we want is, you see, Uhuru kuna wakati hata alikuwa amejaribu kupunguza bei ya unga kidogo, but Ruto kuna vitu alisema Said Shoka, akasema hizo vitu zinaweza tendeka saa hii. Why is he not doing it? Mbona hiyo bei ya unga iletwe 70? He now has power. Mbona atununui unga 70? He said it can be done. Why is he not doing it? Na asianzie kutuambia story ya procedure hapa. When he was opposing the government alisema unaweza nunua unga na 70 saa hii. Mbona unga ijashuka to 70? Why is the dollar crazy? Why is the Kenyan shilling crashing compared to the dollar? Sahi I think tuko karibu ma 130 sahi, and we are functioning badly. Remember, when the Kenyan shilling is depreciating, it shows there are some infrastructure in Kenya which are not working well. Why are we not seeing development? Is development has slowed down. Some of the projects which were happening during Uhuru time, they are not happening now. We are seeing a slowdown in development. There's no major construction. Hata zile vitu ma Chinese walikuwa wanafanya Kenya saa hii sioni. They have now gone to the people who focus on in kind development kind of things. Wameachana na wale watu wanafanyanga real development, wakaenda kwa wale watu wanafanyanga in kind things. We will offer security here. We will train people here, things which cannot be touched in the ground. Sasa huko ndiko wameenda sasa. But anyway, their days are numbers. We understand what is happening. This government has not even started off. To me, what I think is that this is not even a government which you can even want to have a handshake with. This one is drowning yourself. This is a government on the suicide mission. So operating with this government is also destabilizing yourself. And even if there was any seek of a handshake, This would be the least government which I would even advise for anyone to have a handshake with. This is a government on a free fall. They are drowning. They are on a death sentence. So I think they are reading all the signs wrongly. And they need to know that all what we are seeking here is justice. Because we know somebody facilitated them to steal this election. But simply because Kenyans don't want violence, they are not now taking it for granted. On August 15, because we didn't want violence, they are taking it for granted. We saw how the steal was happening. It is not that we couldn't respond to what was happening, but we decided, okay, let us go the way to go, because we have seen the calamities of violence. And they should know that even if we are going to march into the State House, it will be a peaceful march. People are going to force out of Ruto out of State House peacefully. So if they are expecting people to start killing one another, they will be shocked. Kenyans will never kill one another any longer. Even if we are going to march into the State House, it will be peaceful. We will go there in millions and we eject them out. That is the methodology of this thing. No one will take a panga and start cutting one another, because we are friendly to one another. We have very many Kalenjins, we have very many Kikuyus who support this will here. People have already seen the big lie. People have already seen a lying government. So this is a government on a death will. And they have nothing they can do to themselves to save themselves, apart from functioning and working, and they stop sideshows. But the moment they start even going to the retired people who are supposed to be enjoying their life peacefully, they have lost the mark. So what I wanted to say is that now we cannot allow people to destroy our future as they destroy theirs. Remember, we are having 50 million Kenyans who want their life progressing. We want to see marks happening in our life every year. We want to see things working. We want to educate our kids. We want to take our sick people to the hospital. We want to see progressiveness. We want to see development. So we don't want to see stagnation. Even less than a year, we are having doom, gloom, cries. There is no hope in the country. We are seeing bad things happening in the country. We have to stop this thing. This country is not for them. This country is for us. And if somebody is not functioning, there is no one who is in leadership in eternity. And if these people are not functioning, we are going to get them out. We do not need permission to get somebody out if he is not functioning. We can read through and we can see this person is not functioning. Parents are crying, patients are crying, drivers are crying, everybody is crying. Hata pesa wazee walikuwa wamekataa nayo juzi, when things were almost going to the nini, ndio wamekuja wakaileta. Why is it that this government is everybody is complaining? No one feels right. Only their cronies feel comfortable. People who are eating with them, the few cronies are the ones who are feeling comfortable. So what I'm saying is that they are trading on a very dangerous track. And if they think that they are going to tame Kenyans, they won't. So what will happen is that things are going to continue getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and we are going to start becoming venomous to them. We will become venomous to them, and we are going to march to the State House. Wait until this maandamano or these demonstrations pick up, and let me tell you, Kenyans want change. No one wants sideshows, including the people who voted for them. So if these people think that Raila Odinga is on his own, they are misplaced. For your information, a quarter of UDA is supporting these things which are happening now. Azimio is still intact. Already a quarter of UDA has closed over. And if these fireworks continue, they are going to lose a half of their supporters. So it's a minority government which was supposed to help itself by functioning, because they got the power illegally, but they have been unable to rescue themselves. And the only thing we can help them is get them out. And I want to urge Kenyans that if these people are going to go in the trajectory they are going, by half the year, by mid this year, they will be out. Thank you. I think the next person can take the mantle. I think Ronda ilikuwa wewe sasa, wewe ndio utachukua, then we go to the rest.
Hi everybody. This is a second round 2, and me, I talk everything from my heart and everything God wants me to speak, because everything I speak from my heart and God heart. Let me go back 2013 when the Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto they take over. Those people, I was in Europe. I could see all the time they have a nice cloth, tie, they have the same color. But they have Raila was oppositions. He was fighting with Uhuru a lot. In fact, Uhuru was giving Uhuru pressure. That government was in control, 2013. So Raila was oppositions. He was fighting with a lot. And Uhuru, and then when it came election 2013, 2017, because of the pressure of the Raila, he was giving a lot of Uhuru pressure. I remember even Uhuru, when he was doing campaign, he was going in the villages, even Kisii, he built for them. They don't have a title deed for the land. He was helping them. I remember one time I asked him, even the president is going a very village, a place, even he helped those family to build house. I think it was in Kisii, Wagishu community, because the pressure was Uhuru was getting from the NASA erections. Yeah, so we have to know, right, that he's powerful. He's a man who will need to be very soft. And of course, these things about Kenyatta family, it's the things I have been feeling to talk here, because sometimes we come here, we forget people who have been government before. We need to speak this thing because they can hear our voice. For me, I don't like it when Uhuru Kenyatta live in Isaweri. I don't like it. Of course not. I have been hurted. I have been crying. Can you imagine a son of the first president, and he is born? Can you imagine? Uhuru Kenyatta was born in State House. Isaweri House is where Jomo Kenyatta was born. Actually, it was Colony House, and then he is going to live there. No, I saw in the Facebook. There he is writing. He give the Ruto power, is peaceful, and then he take him this away. To be honest to you, Ruto doesn't have a mercy heart. He doesn't have a heart for the forgiveness. What Uhuru did? Uhuru didn't do anything. In fact, me, I could like to meet Uhuru. Me, I don't try to come here to hide. The things Uhuru and Ruto, they didn't get connect. Chemistry didn't connect. And when you don't get connect with the chemistry, I'm telling you, it cannot work. It's the same with the marriage. It's about feelings. Like me, if I want to get a boyfriend, I need to have a feelings about that one. Then I cannot get connect. It's the same like body contact and feelings. It's the same chemistry. So Uhuru and Ruto, they didn't connect for the last 5 years. So because they didn't understand each other, that's why Uhuru was drinking alcohol all the time, because he was under pressure. He was giving him, they didn't understand each other. And then Ruto, because he know Uhuru his weakness, he was taking his advantage. And he played a very good role. He was very smart. He played a very good role. So when we speak here the truth, he will hear our voice. But when we come here and hiding, they will. Me nowadays, me, I don't care. Even if he punish Uhuru Kenyatta, I'll be always speak the truth. Even if what he want to do, I'll never be ashamed for the truth. I'll never try to hide anything, because God wanted me to speak the truth. That's why I'm Christians. Because when I speak the truth, God is in heaven. He know that what I'm fighting for, and he know I'm speaking. But when I try to hide things here, nothing will happen. So I come in here for the truth. To know Ruto, Kenya Kwanza, they hate Uhuru. That is a fact. And Raila. You see, even Kenya Kwanza Senate from Mount Kenya regions, they were attacking former president. And that guy is attacking former president, even he have never been to school. See Oksasudi. Oksasudi have never been to school. He's Eritrean. Even I don't know how he get. I don't know how people they vote for him about parliament. You see, even Ruto, he didn't give him even the minister, because he's Eritrean. He doesn't know even write his name. He speak like silly. When I speak Oksasudi, he speak nonsense. Nonsense, because he's not Eritrean. He have never been and doesn't have a wisdom. Let me tell you, to be at school, like me, I'm not saying I was very good at school. I was failing all the time, especially mathematics. But I have a hope with God. My parents walikuwa wananishikilia hivi. My dad was anishikilia hivi. Unajua nilikuwa nachapwa na walimu, una fail mathematics, una fail nini. Lakini my parent, if it is my, there's a time even I have a suicide thought. Mimi nilikuwa na hang. Mimi naona sana fail exam. I want to hang myself, but I have a hope. My dad was always all the time. He hold me. No, he loved me. He told me those people wanapeleka marks mzuri, wanapeleka kwa wazazi wao. Wewe zako ni zako. Unaona? It's my parents that were holding me. Na Mungu alikuwa na mimi. Na wema wa Mungu na maombi ile nilikuwa naomba na wokovu umenishikilia hivi. Nilikuwa nataka kutoa mimi uhawi nikiwa 13 years kwa sababu I didn't have a hope. I was feeling hopeless, but Mungu ni amenishikilia hivi. Sasa nataka kusema hivi, masomo siwezi ati unaweza peleka ukuwe ni minister. I know one millionaire in United Kingdom. He didn't understand educations, and now he is a billionaire in United Kingdom. Kwa sababu it's about everything is about the wisdom. Najua watu wengi waelewi masomo. Si kusema Oxasudi ati ujasoma hawezi kuwa minister. It's about the wisdom, and where the wisdom come from heaven. Ask the wisdom. It will be able how to forgive. It will be how to communicate with people and connect, the body contact, the body language. It will be able how you can to have an empathy, to feel, understand other people they feel. You feel other people's feelings. I know many people, they don't know how to write even their name, but God have written, even like this country I'm living, the king of this country is a dyslexy. Dyslexy is like a handicap. He cannot write his name. He doesn't know. And it's like a generation, his children, they don't know how to write them. He gave the power for his father. You know, it's not that I know many people in where I come from, they went to school by the Eritrea, but God lift them up. They get even driving license. Driving license. It's not that you're Eritrea, you cannot be driving license. And they are fixing the car, be the mechanic. God always plan our life. So Oscar Sudi is not that you have never been in the school that you hate yourself.
I must say,
there is a hope. It's only to have the wisdom of God. And somebody is trying to here to bring a distraction. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. Kenyan all the time. I can see Jackman, Mzalendo, Fabrizio, and Kenyan Nasra for keeping the show in the movement. Fabrizio, kindly, maybe you and Mzalendo, you can turn on your cameras so that we can be able to proceed well, so that these people can be able to know the people who are addressing them. And when they are responding, they should be able to know how to respond well. It's great that we are here discussing what happened yesterday. And if you look keenly, you'll find that a big crowd like the one seen on Sunday at Jacaranda should be sending a warning to anybody who is seated on the throne. Maybe the fight, irrespective of whether you're there legitimately or illegitimately, the way the tax collector is. And our Zakayo should be worried, and he has got no option. If I was Zakayo right now, I should just be coming down so that I can lower the taxes and lower the cost of living so that Kenyans can at least feel better. If somebody can call a meeting of such kind in the capital city and people attend the way I saw people attended, then it tells you people are really tired and they are communicating. And if Ruto was man enough, he would have also called a similar meeting to respond to the people who called Sunday's meeting and tell them that, you see, I can also attract the same crowd and respond to you. But he doesn't need to wait for already invited congregants in a church or go for a Commonwealth organized parliamentary meeting to go and respond to people. It's wrong. And maybe the question that I would want somebody to tell me is we know the Kenyatta's family have been there since independence. And after baby Kenyatta died, Moi was the president. And from Moi, we saw Kibaki as the president. We saw Uhuru Kenyatta with William Ruto as his deputy for the last 10 years. So if somebody wants to tell us today that Kenyatas have not been paying taxes, and this is somebody who's been a deputy president for the last 10 years and he never spoke of that, then he needs to tell us if he's really sincere or he's just in his normal gossip and smear to tarnish somebody's name. And if indeed the Kenyatas have not been paying taxes, which they're supposed to legally pay, then we need to hold Ruto accountable for failing running a government that was not didn't ensure that every Kenyan pay taxes. As for Kenyans, what we know is that those people who've not been paying taxes, like Tabitha Karanja, Humphrey Karaoke, and Wambui Ruto, were all awarded. So because those other people also were awarded, if it is true Kenyatas have not been paying taxes, we want to see the Kenyatas family, which is extensively not only Uhuru. We want to see those Kenyatas family like Muhoho Kenyatta and anybody who've not been paying tax, as he claims, being awarded with the government positions the way he awarded the other tax evaders. That is what we want to see. But gossiping in a meeting without taking action and you are the president, it shows how weak or how meek you are, because the president, with all the instruments of power that you've been given that was handed over to you, if you cannot initiate an action, a legal action with the police with you and the investigative bodies and all the tax collecting a unit with you, then what do you expect we Kenyans to do? Because we don't have that power, we don't have the instruments of power. So it's either Ruto is portraying himself as a weak president who cannot oversee the implementation of the Kenyan law, or he is simply confirming to us that he is the normal gossiper, as we've always believed. We want to see the Kenyatta's family being invoiced by the KRA. We want to see the respective bodies taking action. That is when we will believe him. And as I said earlier, we need to see Ruto taking back the port services from the dry port in Naivasha to Mombasa. That is what is visible that we can see. He told us that land belonged to Kenyatta's family, but up to now, we are still seeing the port services taking place in Naivasha. So if he did not take back the port services to Mombasa, and that is something that is visible, then he has got no moral authority to tell us that the Kenyatta's family have not been paying taxes, and he should just face the issues. He should face Kenyans, not facing Raila, because the meeting there was attended by Kenyans. Raila was only a single person, so the billions that were there were Kenyans. So let him face Kenyans and tell Kenyans that, look, you people went for a demonstration against this, so this is what I'm going to do so that next time you don't attend a similar meeting. But if he's not ready to do that, the meetings are going to escalate, and with time he will find himself out of that office. And for those ones who keep on coming here, I heard some people saying that the meeting is about the Luos. I don't know if those people who are at Jacaranda were all Luos, and I don't know which criteria that person uses to identify that these people are Luos. Maybe they're using the dressing code or what. That is another entitlement that should not be there. And most countries that have failed because there are few individuals who feel entitled, and they feel they have got more rights over the others, that as long as they are comfortable, everybody is comfortable. I think that is misplaced, and Kenyans moved from that state long time ago. It is no longer about Kikuyus feeling well or Kalenjins feeling well, or Luos feeling well, but it's about Kenyans. So majority of Kenyans currently are not comfortable, and that is why they are expressing their discomfort by attending such rallies. And if indeed they are comfortable, then majority should be keeping off such rallies. So the fact that majority are attending that rally tells you that people are not comfortable, and the current regime or the person who is in that throne who was not legitimately elected should do something to ensure that Kenyans are comfortable, or Kenyans will do away with him so that they can secure their comfort. I'll welcome Jackman because you're the only person I can see is visible, so that you can give your submission as we wait for the next will go to Fabrizio and Mzalendo. So Bwana Jackman, karibu. Before Geoffrey Ruto, I'm not defending the indefendible. I think you mean the opposite. You should replace yourself then say, I, Geoffrey Ruto, do promise that I'll stop defending the indefensible. So if you feel that what I'm saying is wrong, just come here and tell us why several people, that crowd was able to attend the Jacaranda meeting. So why were they attending? Were they attending to show that they are comfortable with the government, or were they attending to show the dissatisfaction that they had with the government? Bwana Jackman, karibu. And maybe Jackman, karibu, to try to unmute yourself. Godfrey, you're telling me that the Kenyatta's family had a monopoly of business. I think that is a lie, because if maybe if Ruto is telling you that to do away with the Kenyatta's who've been in the milk business is to bring milk from Uganda, then I think that one is, we better remain with the Kenyatta's family as the sole suppliers of milk in the country, because bringing milk from Uganda is just doing the same thing. So we better have our Kenyans empowered, or our Kenyan family, like Kenyatta family, supply milk through their companies than get Museveni coming to sell for us milk here. So it makes no difference. Ruto have been the sole individual in the insurance industry. His Amaco is the one that was, I think there's a time it was made mandatory for all the matatus, your insurance was supposed to be with Amaco, and nobody complained. So when it comes to business, it depends with BDIACO and how you can be able to run the business successfully. As long as what you're doing is legal and you're giving the best service, nobody stops you. So we've also seen currently Ruto is planning to sell our parastatals to private individuals, and yet we know these are not private individuals. These are his pseudo accounts or pseudo companies. He wants to use the names of foreigners so that he can be able to own the government parastatals. So we will not be interfering with Kenyans who are hardworking and are running their own businesses. As long as the Kenyatta's business, they own it legally, they did not get it maybe using an illegal way, or they did not convert government parastatals into their private business, I think we are comfortable with that. Jackman, did you manage to join? All right.
Yes, I joined. There is something here actually I want to stress out to you. Actually, just one thing I want to point out to you. There is this appointment, portfolio appointments. How equitable is it there in Kenya? Is it equitable? Regional balancing, do you have regional balancing in portfolio, such a kind of assignments? Can you tell me how it is over there, please?
That one I think was discussed earlier. You'll find that the appointments that were made by Ruto, it doesn't have what is called regional balancing. In the first case, if you look at the ministries or the cabinet secretaries that were announced, you'll find that 2 communities takes over 50% of the members who are appointed as the CS. So that one alone tells you it is not regionally balanced. If you have the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu communities taking over 50%, then it tells you the other 40 plus communities are left to share 40%, which is not really making sense. And maybe to add the salt into the wound or into the insult, what happens is that when the deputy president visited specific areas, he did promise them that even the remaining slots, like the ambassadors or whatever, are going to go to them. So we can't have a president who claims to represent the entire country, but when it comes to dividing the national cake, that one is not done. So there was no regional balancing in the appointments that have been made so far.
Very much compatible in character-wise. There is another meeting where he pointed out that the other portfolios which have been left, you're going to hear the names as like the names of the Kikuyus anyway, as I can point it out. Is it really I don't know, is it real, or maybe it is just an hearsay? Because right here we don't get it we actually don't get much information. We just get a little. Maybe you can point out concerning that field.
No, it's just as true as what you hear. He did mention, he was not only mentioning, but he was confirming what has already been done.
Oh, it was just a confirmation.
Yes, it was a confirmation.
Okay. And that means the other tribes are also feeling hungry just because of that. And, you know, it's not that they are not seeing, they are seeing what is happening. It's only that they haven't yet taken a step. What kind of step that you can take, maybe probably to pacify, or maybe to let him know that he did something wrong? Sorry for asking that much, please.
Sorry. Okay. I'll respond to you in this manner. You know, as a country or as a sovereign country, there are several ways whereby you can be able to express yourself and show the government or anybody your dissatisfaction. So apart from the courts of law, of which currently no Kenyan would want or would dream of going to court, based on the precedents that has already been set, and anyone in Kenya will tell you that our courts already compromised, so you won't waste your time going to court to be told that your case was a wild goose chase and hot air. So the only available and effective option that has been tried, tested, and delivered worldwide is taking the sovereign power according to the first article of our constitution and exercising it directly. And you can only do it directly through the civic disobedience. And this one happens through the demonstrations and picketing and finally calling for the resignation of those in the government. So if you watch keenly, most democratic countries that have had their issues sorted using that line normally have got their problems sorted once and forever. Because in these, the citizens are going to act directly without sending somebody to represent them, maybe in the name of lawyers or in the name of MPs representing them in a parliament. You directly march on the streets, file pressure, disobey the instructions of a government that has disobeyed the laws and disobeyed your will. So you'll finally have to go and on the streets and ensure you give pressure until the government gives in or they ship out. So that is the line that Kenyans are currently taking. We've just started the consultative meetings. We've done the first one. The second one is coming, the third one. So before we reach the fifth meeting, I think some action will have been done. It is either the president will have left, or if they still need more meetings, they'll wait for the final meeting, which will now be to forcefully eject them. And that is where we are going to.
Lastly, just to let you know that those of us live, diaspora people, especially like us, we are having a lot of problems. Just let me let you know that we are having some problems, quite a lot of problems, especially from you guys over there. They just because they know that you are in a certain country, they pump into your Facebook and write and they try to ask for, they are trying to ask for money. I really don't understand. A lot of people have really tried to ask for money, for assistance, especially like that. I don't know what's happening. It has never happened there before. This is the first time I've seen that all such a happening here in America. A lot of people, if you walk around, you can see, if you walk around and ask, maybe, have you ever tried to send that money? Maybe if you can ask, my colleagues are just around this place. Everybody, they are being requested for money. Maybe, just to let you know that way. I don't know whether it is just because of the economical problems, financial problems. They don't have the financial muscle to progress on their duties or something of the nature.
No, it's really true. Not only you who is in the diaspora, but what happens, even those people who are within the country, each and every day you'll get people asking you for money and people sending you messages. You'll realize that maybe there are people who they don't have kids in school, and in the evening you'll find some message telling you that, oh, I'm teacher so and so, your daughter has been admitted so and so, so send this money. So when you see such a thing happen, it tells you that the economy is not good. People are so disparate economically that if today you come and tell them that if somebody can give you even 100 shillings and you'll be able to multiply it into 500 shillings, they will come for it. You see people currently, they don't go to churches where they preach for them, but they go to churches where they're being given hope, whereby they are being promised some mythical miracles that never happen. People are so disparate. People are not having anything in their pockets. the cost of the living has gone high. People cannot be able to afford buying the basic needs. So what happens? We have been turned into a begging society. The government even encouraged that one by allowing you to borrow something they call a hustler fund, 500 shillings, and they'll credit your phone with 465 shillings and expect you to pay after 14 days. People ran to borrow this money, not to do business with it, but they did it out of desperation. You are hungry, there's nothing that you can use to buy food at home, but the government is allowing you to borrow that money as long as you are having a Safaricom line. So what do? They went ahead to borrow this money. So initially the government was overwhelmed, and they were happy that people are borrowing, expecting that these guys are going to pay. And they kept on updating you on the number of Kenyans who are borrowing each and every day. But after the first phase, when people 75% failed to repay that amount, the government realized that, oh, this money people are borrowing out of desperation not to do business. That is why currently they don't inform you, they don't update you on the hustler fund thing, because the first people who borrowed were not able to pay. Not that they refused to pay, but they were unable to pay. They borrowed that money and used it in buying the basic commodities that did not earn them the profit back. So that is how the hustler fund scheme failed, and there is nothing they are going to do to revive it, because it was poorly planned and it was just meant to punish innocent Kenyans. So don't get surprised if people are telling you to send the money. And even currently, the government doesn't, the cost of the dollar, the value of the dollar has risen. $1 goes at 130 Kenyan shillings. This is because, people are not exporting things. Instead, people are just importing. And the only dollars that they're having are the ones from diaspora, the remittance that people do back. So if those in diaspora can fail to remit money, maybe for only a month, it will be hell back in Kenya. That is why, the people of diaspora, they're the ones who are now holding this economy. Our economy is weak.
Okay.
Did we lose you?
Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe you just wanted to ask some questions, and you've gotten the clarification. So maybe you'll allow us to move on. I can see Mzalendo.
Hey, thank you, Leo. Thank you, Kenya with Love, Kenya Nazra, Rhoda, Jackman, Fabrizio. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. Mine is today. Actually, I wanted to listen in and just see where we are politically and as a country. I heard Rhoda saying something about the Kenyatta's family, which really pained her, and some people feel like Ruto is going for Kenyatta's family. When you have a company, your obligation is to pay taxes when you run your company. When the government accuses you that you have not paid taxes, then the best thing is to table the taxes and say, we have been paying taxes throughout. Now, this war, most of you don't understand where this war is coming from.
Mzalendo, just a minute. Sorry for interrupting you. I will not allow you to proceed in that manner. Before you table the evidence to show the government that you've not paid the taxes, I think the best thing that the government should do the president is not the tax collector unless he's confirming the name, he's accepting the baptism name that the Kenyans have given him. The best thing the government should do through the body that is mandated to collect tax is KRA. They should table you a document showing that this is the amount of the taxes that you've not paid. Then from that is when you will respond. So the government does not go, the president does not go to a church or to a meeting and start gossiping that you see so and so have not paid taxes. So it's how do you expect somebody to respond if you've not been charged? So you need to start from there. I want you to give Rhoda a clear correction instead of leading further. Thank you. The government has not done that, so there's nothing you are going to defend. You only defend yourself after you've been charged and given a charge sheet. So how do I create a defense? How do I respond to charges that have not been given to me?
I think you stated it very, very clearly that the mandated bodies, KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority, are the ones that collect taxes, and the president does not collect taxes. But KRA operates under laws. So for a president of the Republic of Kenya to say something like that, you treat it as gossip, then I'm really sorry for you. There is a lot of information that probably knows that you don't, me and you don't know. Anyway, let's just leave it as such. But I wanted to just inform Rhoda and maybe the panelists that this war about taxes, yes, it could be targeting the capitalists, the rich individuals in the country, but who have not been paying taxes for a very, very long time. I mean, that is the right thing to do. You realize that if you are a president of the Republic of Kenya today, you are kind of above the law. And the previous regimes.
Mr. Chair, can Zalino
Okay, before you proceed, Mato, I can see there's a hand raised. I'll start with Kenyan with love, then I go to Rhoda.
I finished then.
Mzalendo, please, maybe after they are done, I would also want you to tell me this, because you're telling me the right thing is to ensure that everybody pays taxes. We know of individuals who were summoned and charged by KRA for not paying taxes, and their cases were dropped by the same person you were telling us is as a president.
I would have loved I finish what I'm saying, then you can now say whatever you want to say. Instead of interrupting me, everybody wants to interrupt me.
Mzalendo, mine is not interruption.
Okay, Mato, if it's not interruption, then bring it so that we also allow him time to explain
It's a housekeeping thing. Mzalendo, get off the camera, tafadhali. You know the rules. You've been here for a long time. You are part of us. Get out of the camera. Otherwise, Mr. Chair, please take care of that, because this, I realize that Akina Raila wana watching kitu. So if you're gonna talk, please open up your camera.
Yes, I'm opening up in just a bit after what I've just said. I'll open it up for you. What I wanted to say is that the war on collecting taxes has just begun. If you are not paying your taxes and you are in government and you are in a position of leadership, then it is high time that you make your books in order. You realize that, for example, the former president, he was in all the industries. He was in banking, he was in the milk industry, he was everywhere. In construction, his companies were everywhere. So that is the problem. Even in these lendings, like what you see in the Asla Fund, Uhuru Kenyatta had got his lending company called Swafi or something like that was operating under the National Bank and lending SMEs money at, 9% or something like that. They are in all these sectors. When laws are passed in parliament, ya kupatia wakulima wa maziwa pesa, this money goes to a family, it's a conflict of interest. It is a conflict of interest. And that is why in future, and this is something that Kenyans should talk about all the time. If you are elected the president of the Republic of Kenya, you cannot do business with the government. You
So
cannot be
maybe
associated.
I'm not interrupting you, but you know, I've told you to talk of the Humphrey karaoke. Why were they rewarded? And they also have some tax evasion cases. And Wamboi Waruto and Tabitha Karanja. I think those are businessmen and women. Then secondly, tell me if the president is not doing any business. We know the hotel, Western Hostel, hosted the government meetings when he was the president. Number two, we know Amaco is still there and is also doing business with the government. And the only thing that you're failing to tell us that as your president William Ruto is doing business with the government, they mentioned businessmen, the Kenyattas are not doing business with the government. Milk is sold to they don't have any contract to supply milk to government offices. So this milk is just a willing buyer, willing seller. But your deputy president is currently doing business with the government. His companies, his hotel is doing business with the government. His Amaco is doing business with the government through the Ministry of Transport, which is now headed by his friend Murkomen. So we cannot mislead Kenyans,
Anyway,
and
let me.
out is misleading.
I think Leo,
hold on,
interrupted me.
Leo, we cannot do this. I won't allow it. I'm so sorry. I will not allow it. We cannot have someone that comes here and goes against the norms of what we've done in this channel, where people need to open their open their cameras. We went through that. If you're going to come and contribute here and not even talk what we want to hear, but talk of something else, open up your camera, because that is what is on the rules in Yaziko. So we are fond of people who want to run away from the rules of the game. First of all, start by the rules of the game, and that is what Ruto is not following. Your boss, open up the camera first. Leo, I'm so sorry. I know it's your show at this time. I hope you forgive me. Lakini wacha kuacha watu wakuja kusumbua hivi. Mtu anakuja hapo hivi hata haeki kamera na kila mtu mwingine ameweka. Kwa nadhani kila mtu anafaa kuweka kamera. Weka kamera kwanza ndio.
Zalendo, you need to comply, then get back so that these guys can be able to ask you questions. They are claiming they need. I told you they need to ask questions to somebody they are seeing. So just comply and then get back. Will give you another chance.
I told Mato that these laws that you're trying to impose on me, and you know my face, whether it is ugly, beautiful, fat, you know me.
They are new people. They are new viewers. Not as with us, we know you. We know your face and your voice.
I am going to comply by what Mato is demanding. The only thing is that give me 20 seconds to change my position where I am, then I can give you my face. So I don't know what you'll be doing with my face.
No, it's just the Constitution. If you want us to follow the Constitution, let's follow the Constitution of this channel.
All right, thank you, Mato. Just can I get 20 seconds, and my 20 seconds, then and I beg you to forgive me for not showing my face today, because you know my face. I've been presenting here live, and we stay here until dawn. Tunakosana, tunaguarana na tunaendelea mbele. So nisamee kwa dakika mbili tu kwa leo, juu kwa sababu pengine mahali niko mnaweza ona vitu zile mfai kuona. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mato. Thank you for being decent. Now, Leo, I was saying that you always compare this government and this government. there are bad manners. There is some bad manners in UDA, and there is some also bad manners in Azimio. But what we want to do is we want to practice a good manners. Good manners. You don't compare yourself with the worst. You compare yourself with the best. When it comes to governance, this is what I'm saying. If you are a president of the Republic of Kenya, or if you are elected in any position that is seen in government, any appointment in government, then you should not do business with the same government. It is simple. Don't start comparing. You see, Nani was doing this, who was doing that, who was doing. If Amaco is doing business with the government, that is wrong. But for your information, Amaco collapsed. Amaco collapsed so many years back, and it was under receivership. I don't know whether it is back in business. All I know it collapsed. So this issue of presidents doing business with the same government is a conflict, is a very, very big conflict, because you find that policies are passed in parliament, zingine zinamguza directly, and you find a president passing laws that will benefit the family business and things like that. Yeah. So even the Asla fund, you don't read, so you think it is just a fund like that was brought in like that. There are so many things that are involved. I mean, so many counter. The small business loans that unapata na M-Pesa ama nini. The people who own these businesses are the people in government. Usidhani ati the government is competing with the private sector. It is the government trying to kill these people who have been corrupt and doing business, pretending that they are helping Kenyans in small SMEs. Kumbe wanawanyanyasa zaidi. You go buy milk for 30 shillings in somewhere in Kirinyaga, then you come and sell it for 60 bob at the shelf. Then after a month, after a month, you push Treasury to give the farmers 500 million or 1 billion to the milk farmers. Hiyo pesa inarudi kwa nani tena? The same cartel. Otherwise, thank you guys. Sorry for being off camera.
Thank you. But you agree with us, and you've really umehepa mentioning the fact that Ruto is the one who started pardoning the ones who are charged and the ones who are charged for not paying taxes. So all of a sudden, he can't just come and talk of taxes. He would have come with something else. We would have believed him. Yeah. So he just can't just come with the issue of taxes when it is well known, and we've been crying each and every time. These people who evaded taxes, somebody is telling me that they requested payment plan. Which payment plan did they request for? And agreed to spread it over a period. Which period of time? And they've been making business and they have that money.
Leo, can I just add something? Just for a second?
The last one.
You know where Uhuru resides. Do you know where he resides? Nyumba yake maliko, a place called Caledonia. Caledonia, nyumba yake imeshikana na Ikulu fence, hata anaingia na back gate pale. Mi nakwambia, sometimes this politician wanatubebaga ujinga sana. What you see in the gallery, in the political gallery, sometimes it's not what they talk about. I believe even Raila talks to Ruto, and Ruto talks to Uhuru directly. You see, Baba is out of the country. Sahi, I don't know where he has gone to. When he comes back, he will start playing with his Azimio toys. Yeah. Mnakimbizwa tena kwa barabara. Hizi vitu mi nawaambia, let us look at these things critically and see whether these people are taking us in the right direction, or is it just politics? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rhoda, you wanted to say something, eh?
Yeah, mzalendo anakuwa anapigana na mimi kila siku. Nimeshamzoea nikisema kitu. Wacha nikwambie mzalendo, rais mteuli anataka respektiwe kama vile tuna respect Barack Obama, vile tuna respect George Bush and Clinton and other presidents all over the world. Lakini wewe ukikuja hapa, you just putting him down. Why can you give him peace? Uwe mtu uko na huruma. Ni mtu kama wewe, ako na feelings kama wewe. Feelings zake, can you imagine mtu anaona nyumba ile unakaa ina stima ni ya kufagia, alafu watu nakuja na kuchekelea. How can you feel? You get sad, right? It's the same things. Sijui kwa nini unaigilia Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta sahi anafanya kazi ya DCR kuleta amani na Ethiopia. Anafanya Afrika, inaitwa Afrika Kaskazini. Na Uhuru umeona hajaongea tangu akuwe former. Nothing. Have you seen him social media? Nothing. He had been quiet. Nothing. Okay. Anaweza ongea, lakini na shida ataongelezea wapi? Sasa sisi ndio tunampigania. Akiingiliwa tunampigia. Kama mimi nampigia nikikuja hapa, akiingiliwa na Ruto na akiingiliwa na hao watu wa Senate wa Mount Kenya, ati sijui ni yeye ametengeneza hiyo rally. Mimi napigana na wao, ndio maana niko hapa. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio mimi nimeitwa na Mungu. Mungu ameniita nipigie watu wale wanateswa. That's why I'm alive. Until I go to the grave, I will continue shining to the darkness, and I will be always speak the truth. I will not try to pretend things I know is the truth or try to hide things. Uhuru Kenyatta anaka Isaweri, even him, he led to the message today in Facebook that he give Ruto power with peaceful. Na hawezi enjoy his retirement. Ni place mugani Kenya enjoy it. Tukiangalia direct register hapo Moi, akona nyumba yake Kabarak, akona nyumba yake nini, kuna itagwa aje Muthaiga, na huko kote ndio alipelekwa na Kibaki. Na ujue Moi kuna siku alikuwa amegojeka cancer, sijui ni ya wapi, throat. Government ikampeleka Germany. Serikali ya Kibaki na mutreat. Na unaona mazishi yake ilikuwa very kama ya king. Nilikuwa naona online nikasema wow, it's like a king. Haya mazishi ya Kibaki unaona vile Uhuru alimwe. Homa president wa
Rhoda, yours was a response which will not go more than 1 minute. I don't turn it into submission. So I'll get back to you for submission. Thank you for responding to Mzalendo. Na hata mimi nimemwona kila wakati akikuja amependa kuingilia sana, na hatufai kumpatia ruhusa ya kuingilia. Kama hana njia ingine ya kudefend hii serikali yao ya uongo, asizidi uongo kwa kutupatia uongo hapa pia. Na Mzalendo, I hope umesikiza. Next time, kesho ama kesho kutwa, tafadhali wacha kuingilia Rhoda. Kama huna ukweli, wewe tafuta ukweli, ama utafute watu wengine uende ukawalishe uongo. Hapa hatutakubalia, na Rhoda amesema no. Wacha tusikize Fabrizio Bromano, ana jina ya kizungu.
Okay. The problem every time I come here, people don't like to hear the truth. Ukweli ni kitu inaumiza watu wengi. But I'll be brief. One, about Ruto. Ruto will not bring any meaningful change to Kenya. Na si kupenda kwake. He's a Western puppet. Any president that takes IMF loans, there are stipulations that come to that. I would recommend a book by John Perkins. He's an ex-CIA person who wrote a book on IMF. The title is The Confession of an Economic Hitman. how they give African leaders loans, and now anawaambia ati you can only grow a certain amount of food. That's why you have food shortages in most of these African nations. Na saa hizi mnasikia hiyo mambo ya GMO imefika Kenya. In fact, it will get to a point where farmers are not they'll be forced to buy the GMO seeds. Yeah? Na GMO inaleta cancer na mambo mingi. So that's part of it. And Ruto was, telling us, oh, GMO ni nzuri. Now, coming back to the Azimio side with Jacaranda na hizo visanga zote. It's a big waste of time. And Mzalendo was right in a way, saying these people you won't be surprised if they're talking huko wanapiganiana simu saa ingine. Because what will this achieve? If you really think that Raila and his people in Jacaranda will walk to the White House and take out Ruto, that's not how you take power. Hiyo ni mnaribu wakati. But he has the right to do that. It also keeps Ruto in check in a way, but it's not going anywhere. I hope you guys watch what Kidero said on the TV today earlier regarding Kenyatta. Now, if we are really going to have real change in Kenya, we have to go back for the historic injustices by these families, forefathers, what Kenyatta, Odinga's, Moi, kila mtu. Okay? And Rhoda, I like to thank you very much for your submission. But if God is telling you to pray for Kenyatta, that's good. But I pray for Kenyan people so they can get justice. This man killed a lot of people in 2007. I have a Facebook channel. You can see me how my face looks. He killed my relatives. So I am working along other lawyers. We shall bring him to justice. It might take us 50 years, but he's not a hero. But this is not a personal thing. It's about historical justice. Mpaka turudi nyuma, we right the wrongs that the Kenyattas, the Mois, the Kibakis, even the Odingas did wrong. So for Mr. What's his name, Ruto, to say that Kenyatta needs to pay taxes, okay, he has no moral authority to tell us that, as Leo said. But it's just playing politics because maybe he knows truly that Kenyatta is funding this whole Jacaranda nonsense. But it's a way of telling him that, hey, come, if you want to play the game, I can come for your family and I can use this tax as a way of getting it. Okay? But again, I'll say this. Kenyans, if you want real change, we have to correct the wrongs, and that's including zile shamba wakina Moi waliiba, Kenyatta, everybody. And that's my short submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabrizio. But there's something that you're telling me about the truth of. I really don't want us to go there. But based on what we have in the public domain, you are aware that William Ruto, during the 2013 campaigns and after the 2013 campaigns, have maintained that the charges against him with his president, that by then, Uhuru Kenyatta, were politically instigated and walikuwa wasafi kama pamba. So,
the evidence doesn't show that. The evidence doesn't suggest that. I'm going by evidence. I'm a lawyer by profession. The evidence doesn't support that. And I looked at the case. They killed the people who are going to confess. That's why they're not in jail right now.
Oh, yeah. If you talk of they, because I know the people who are charged there. We had William Ruto, we had Uhuru Kenyatta, we had that CAS reporter. So do you want to say that, are you speaking of all of them or specific individuals?
I'll go to specific individuals. Ruto's case was dropped. Both of them, because remember, no, listen. Because what's his name?
Ruto's
what's his
case
face?
was not dropped. Maybe just to first bring you back, maybe I just want to.
There was no sufficient evidence. There was not, because the people who are going to.
Uhuru's case was dropped. Then
Why?
Ruto's case was not dropped. The witnesses.
Why was
either disappeared or withdrew. That is why the court could technically not proceed. Unlike
Why
in
was
Uhuru's
Uhuru's
case, whereby the witnesses were there, but they failed to give sufficient evidence. When it came to Ruto, what happened?
You don't stop contradicting yourself, mister.
And
Wacha
the
ndo
last
wakili
witness
wakwambie.
even died when recently. So the witnesses went missing mysteriously, and some were coerced to withdraw the cases, their statements. You know that very
Okay.
well. We don't need to go into that. You know
Here's the
what happened.
news. They can be recharged
You
for
know what
those
happened.
crimes. They can be recharged for those crimes. Let me tell you that. If you didn't know, they can still be recharged for those crimes based on new evidence, especially Uhuru Kenyatta for what he did also in 2017. There are some people who he killed, sent forces, Wakina Kinoti. They can go to jail still. So he's not safe. That's why he's been quiet. And he knows why he should be quiet. Go ahead, Kenya, with love.
Yes.
Fabrizio, you know, the funny thing is that, you're saying too much, but you're not being factual about every. There's a couple of things that I've caught that were actually very right in what you said. But again, I want to tell you that fact is, and I can tell you with all the evidence and all the fact that I can tell you, Ruto's case was never done with. He is still under ICC. Uhuru's was done. Ruto's is still there, pending, because of the deficit of witnesses. So please, my friend, there's a couple of things that you say that are very okay. I mean, they're right. But what you're trying to implicate over here, my friend, fact is a fact. Today, get in the website of ICC, and you will see a pending case of one Mr. Mr. William Ruto. So please, when you come to this channel, one thing that we really, Mr. Leo and the moderators that come over here, we try to actually be factual in what we do. So don't come here and lie to people, because people listen to this channel. And
show your evidence. Show the evidence why Uhuru was let go. Show your evidence. Don't say, don't say it's facts because you're saying. No, you said you have facts. You said they're facts.
Yes,
show me the evidence. Don't say that it's facts because you say it.
It is fact. Go to the ICC. Go to the ICC website. Even today, I can tell you, go there and get it. And even today, we keep on bringing facts here, and they come up later. The thing is that with this channel, we try to be factual. Okay, can you tell me really right now that the case against one Mr. William Samuel Ruto is dusted in the ICC? And if you tell me that's true, I really, Mr. Chair, I will not have another question for you. I will let Wananchi wakuambie that it's not. And it's because even today I can find that case in their website. So please, don't make yourself look stupid while you're very intellectual and you're coming here and talking very nicely. Tafadhali, get the facts. And one thing I'm very scared when I come to this channel is trying to give misinformation. Don't give misinformation, because there are people here who actually go and research before they come here. So please go back, and I bet you will come back in this channel and tell me, Mato, you were right, because that case was never killed. It's still there. Ya Uhuru ilienda, yake ilikuwa deferred. Now, go do that research and come and tell us again. But don't lie to people who are listening to us. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No one is lying. Uhuru was let go because the same thing. His uncle, so-called political uncle Kenyatta, Kibaki, was protecting him by getting rid of the witnesses. So there was not enough witnesses and evidence to bring about his case. That's why it was dropped. Same thing with what's his face, Ruto. They're in the same bag. Okay? If you come up with new evidence today and go to the ICC and say, hey, listen, I have this witness from 2007 who was told by Uhuru to go kill those people in Nakuru. Okay? The case can be reopened. And that's what I'm saying. So you're trying to separate the case, the reason for Ruto and Uhuru. And I'm saying it was the same thing. Okay? Learn about it. I'm not here to lie to anyone. There's nothing we are gaining if you're lying to each other. What are we gaining? Nothing. But I'm telling you, these people, both of them, Uhuru and Ruto, they're not clean people. I told you the reasons why, but especially the Kenyatta family, because they have money on their hands and they've taken Kenya for a ride for a long, long time. They're more powerful than Ruto. Okay? And I'll leave it right there.
Mr. Chair, I can handle with this information. I'm so sorry. Kenyans, the people that listen to us in this channel, don't listen to that. That's not true. The case of William Ruto is still ongoing. You can go look it up for yourself. It's there in the ICC. It's still ongoing. It's deferred. Uhuru's went, and I need people to actually start looking at the real things. Mr. Leo, I'm so sorry. But we need to demystify these things. Don't let these guys come here and lie to people and lie to Kenyans, because guys are looking up to this. You know, I was talking to Gaucho today, and Gaucho was like, realistic because what wanawasikiza, you know, and this is where Kenyans get information. But when you have people who come and lie,
prove me wrong. That's how you can settle this. Prove me wrong instead of saying people are lying. Prove me wrong. We go by evidence. If you go to a court of law, evidence is what absolves you.
Okay, in a court of law, my brother, in a court of law, what has happened, regardless the issues, and that is what your president is keeping telling us, that ishafanyika. But also, a court of law can change some things. I'm not saying that Uhuru's case cannot be changed. It can be changed, but as we speak today, fact is that Uhuru's case was closed. But this guy's case is still pending. And that's why people are being disappearing. And that is the fact, whether you like it or not. Anyway, let me leave it to Mr. Chair so that I don't take over Mr. Chair's show. I just wanted to demystify that because I know it for a fact. And go look for it so that I'm not the only one talking. Mr. Chair,
I've made it simple for you. I've shared the link there. He can use the link and download the judgment on appeals of Mr. William Samoei Ruto and Mr. Joshua Rapsang against the decision. So he can even uses that link. It will take him to the court records in ICC. A matter of fact is that Ruto's case was not terminated. It is still active. So if they can find new evidence, then it can proceed. But Uhuru's case was terminated and files closed. Kenyan Nasra, you can proceed. I've shared the link there. So Mr. Fabrizio, you can follow that link and you'll be able to read for yourself. Kenyan Nasra.
I would like to speak to Frederick, and I would like to see your face clearly so that you can be my lawyer to some extent, because I've never seen somebody who argue things that has really passed on and dropped by the court. And having that you have talked and giving us your credential that you are a lawyer, I wonder what kind of a lawyer who talk about a case which has dropped and you are not following on it to appeal. I believe even Mr. Ruto had money and he could get some people to pay for him if that is what Kenyatta did. This case was serious. And if it was ruled against him, he is still pending there, waiting for that case to open anytime after they find some evidence. You don't have to talk about it. You just keep off it, let it stay the way it is with the ICC. For you to come here and present to Kenyans that Uhuru case is still on, that's a lie. And to top on that, you saying his case was dropped because they had money, that's also a lie. This was a grievous case. And please, when you come here as a lawyer, we want good person, a lawyer who represent himself with facts and knowledge of what you learned in class, not to confuse people. Make us understand and learn, know how law goes. That's all. I really needed to see your face, but unfortunately, you are in the darkness. But the way you have acted, it seems like you are very bitter and angry with something that you cannot help or deal with it. Thank you.
I have a YouTube channel. You can see my face. And just because that they were not arrested doesn't mean the case is over. And lastly, what was it? I'm not bitter. I'm bitter when innocent Kenyans are killed by these thugs that call themselves presidents, and they don't get justice. The common mwananchi doesn't get justice. That's the problem. They kill people, and they come and tell us, sijui nini, 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 nini. Uhuru Kenyatta should be sitting in jail right now, and we'll work to get him in jail. Thank you. Him and Kenya and Ruto too.
Thank you. Kenya Nasra, you wanted to respond to that?
Yes, I wish he is vibrant to represent the people who have killed Yabei, Musando, Kenei. Those are people that we know that they were killed, and other more. Please, Fabrizio, can you stand for those guys and represent them in court? We will appreciate very much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, that there was a guy here. Oh, he left. Kenyan with love. Kenyan with love. Umeenda kitchen. It's your turn.
Give me a chance.
Sorry, I was trying to get some. I was trying to get. You know. Sometimes when you get from work,
Manto, can you give me just a second? If that guy is watching, he's lying. Uhuru have never killed anybody for those 10 years I've been the president. Even that 2007 is a Ruto kill. And then because he lie, Uhuru was trying to protect his community. He didn't kill anybody. Who started that war? Is Ruto after elections? I remember I was in Kenya 2007. You think that I was not there? And people, they were killed like crazy. I remember I was crying when I see people are killed because of elections. Somebody come and lie here. Uhuru didn't kill anybody. Stop lying. Uhuru was protecting his community. He didn't kill anybody. Stop lying.
I don't think anybody in our country wants to open that wound, but I think the smart people, not even smart people who were there at the time, know exactly what happened. So I don't think that's a wound we want to open it, because that wound, I think we, as a country, we laid it down and we said, let it go. We know what happened. We know exactly what happened, you know. So we really don't want to go that. We know one of it was retaliation, the other one was a protection. And anyway, that's the reason I was really very skeptical about going into that ICC thing. But I wanted to go to the facts. Fact, Uhuru's case was closed. Fact. And thank you, Mr. Leo, for being so, so quick. Thank you so much for showing, giving even that, that link for him to go find out. Fact, Ruto's case is still pending, but we know what exactly happened and why people went to the Rift Valley at that time. There was a time when I started here, and I think my sister is here, Julia was here, a time that I wanted to say something, and it was Themba on your seat, Mr. Leo. And Themba told me, don't say that, just let it be, let it go. Because we know why and what happened. And we know the issues in the Rift Valley. We know it for the people who have been in this life for a long time. I am not saying that I've been here for a very, very long time, but I can say that I've also lived with people who have been here for a long time. We know the issues in the Rift Valley, and we know why people are forced to vote a certain way in the Rift Valley. And we know why two tribes have a problem in Kenya. We know it. It's there. But we are not here to say it because we want a peaceful Kenya. So, hizo ni vitu tunajua. If it wasn't a national TV on the side, I bet you nikakaa chini na Julia atasema ni ukweli kitu yenye unasema. Yenye nitamwambia. And I bet you there's a lot of people that will come over here and say it's true. Including even Nyanza na mayai. Sijui kama watu nikisema mayai wanajua mali mayai ilitoka. Something happened. Things have happened. So we don't want to go into that because right now we're building our country. Mr. Leo, I guess this is my submission, right? Is it?
It's your submission. Huh?
Okay, so let me submit. Let me start here by telling Kenyans, and I want Kenyans who are listening to us. Hustler Fund, I've been very against that. It's a Ponzi scheme orchestrated by our own government with our own funds. If anyone knows what a Ponzi scheme is, that's what it is. Using our own funds. The man that is coming up with this thing is a guy that is messing our country so bad. He has no reason. I mean, he should never even be allowed to be anywhere close to the presidency. And no, he can be on the presidency, but the public funds, he should never even be allowed to be close to the public funds. And this is the truth, like it or not. Now, the guy that I was disagreeing with, Mr. Chair, the guy that I was disagreeing with, he said something that was very right. What people don't understand is that Uhuru never lived in State House. He had a house, hapo nyuma, used to appear in State House. Because Uhuru was one of those men, one of those presidents, I never liked him at the first mpaka nikakuja kumuelewa. He was one of those presidents that you will go down to, in history, somebody that actually did something to our country. For the first time, you had people being arrested. Wale munaita waheshimiwa. Me, I don't call them waheshimiwa. I call them public servants. Watu walikuwa wanashikwa Kamata Friday. And he didn't care. The guy even left social media because he was being attacked 24/7. Even today, he's not on social media. The other day, we had Congo people. It was just today. Actually, it was today. When Congo people were stopping him to talk to him and tell them their problems. We have a lack of leadership in Kenya. People who really love our country. And when you come and talk about Uhuru Kenyatta and talk about taxes, no one, I believe in this forum and the people that are listening to us and everyone, even in the panel, No one chose where to be born. Na kama alizaliwa mahali kitu ishafanyika, which property have you had Uhuru touch ya mtu? There's actually a rumor that he is in the problems. I mean, anakuwaga na kwa shida na familia yake because he doesn't want to be involved in all those things. If you're born in a family somewhere, and Mr. Chair, I cannot wait for the day Mama Smoky atakuja kutuambia. You know who I'm talking about nikiongea Mama Smoky. Daughters, William Ruto's daughter. Ndio akuja hata kujaribu kuitisha kitu. Ndio nitamwambia wewe kwanza wewe ni dynasty, get out of here. Enda ukaongea na baba yako. It's not right to hit Uhuru or to keep on talking about Uhuru, someone who really tuliambiwa alikuwa anataka kuchapwa kofi. Akitaka kwenda Ishaweri, aachane na hii kitu for the sake of Kenyans. Na mwenye alituambia na mdomo yake mwenyewe, akasema huyu nilikuwa ni mchape kofi. Ati twende wapi? There comes a time where Professor George Saitoti, the late, said there comes a time that the country is bigger than any individual. This man has become and is dividing our country, and we will not do that. Now, I'm going to ask a question, and I want someone to answer me. As we are talking about taxes, we know businesses of Ruto. It's known by Kenyans, the ones that at least we know. And one, I'll just talk about one, Weston Hotel. And because I know it very well, because I used to live in Bagathi Estate, which is right next to it. And we used to walk there, Kuruka Kwenda Wilson Airport, when my auntie was working at Amref, which is in Wilson Airport. There was nothing. Today, you cannot walk around there. Can someone today, and by the way, let me spill the beans. This Muteshi you guys keep on talking about, this Muteshi is the godfather of my mom. And I wish my mom could come on this show and tell you guys what has happened and who Ruto is. But let me ask you a question on an easy way. Where is Ruto's taxes? Can we see Ruto's taxes before he starts talking about Uhuru's taxes and everything? Because we know his businesses. And we know the mahindi na kila kitu ameingiza. And here to get fired from being the minister of agriculture ya mahindi. But also, number kwanza, atupatie taxes za nini za Weston Hotel. If he can give us that, then he can actually stand in the public and talk about taxes and talk about Uhuru's taxes, which Uhuru does not run any business of his family. Baba yako akikuja, umezaliwa. Sasa makosa yako iko wapi juu umezaliwa na Leo? Na Leo alikuwa kirani hii channel. Sasa mtoto wako Leo atakuja kupigwa kwa sababu ulikuwa kirani hii channel. Waacheni ujinga bwana. Let's be real. Anyway, let me finish at that. Leo, I'm sorry. If anybody has a question, I'm still here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me that opportunity, and everybody that is listening to us, thank you so much. But again, we have to be very realistic in what we are talking about. Don't talk about taxes when we don't even know where your taxes are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mato, for making it clear. We need to be realistic, and all these things that you see happening, all this tax what is just a divertory tactics. Ruto ashaingiza baridi, ashaanza kutetemeka kulingana na mkutano ya Jumapili. So he has got no excuse. he can't respond to the claims that were made on that day. He can't challenge the numbers. Before the Sunday, the DCI had threatened that they want to call Raila to go and they want to probe Raila based on the whistleblower numbers. Yesterday, after realizing that one is going to worsen the situation, they said no, they are not going to probe Raila. What does it mean? They can't respond to the claims. Instead, they've confirmed to us that it is true because they are not denying. They are only sending their illiterate people like Sudi to give unworthy responses. So now Ruto have known that Kenyans forget easily. So he thinks that when it comes up with things like taxation will sound so strange and Kenyans will get diverted from their cause na waanze kuzungumzia na kudiscuss mambo ya Uhuru. Because telling us that Uhuru is sponsoring Raila's rallies, and Mzalendo I think is listening, is not making sense. Mzalendo will tell you that Raila have been having rallies since I don't know 1997, something like that, and these rallies have always been done successfully, and if you even had rallies against Uhuru. So is Ruto trying to tell us that Uhuru have been sponsoring the Raila rallies even against himself? That is a lie. So he should get better ways of responding to Raila, or he should directly go to Raila and address Raila. Aache kuogopa kujificha ficha nyuma ya Uhuru. Manake anaona Uhuru ni mpole, sasa anajificha nyuma ya Uhuru to divert our attention so that we stop discussing the Jacaranda, the rallies, we stop discussing maneno ya economy, we stop discussing maneno ya lowering the food prices, we start discussing maneno ya taxation. Sisi wa Kenya, we are not tax collectors. It is not the role of the president to collect the tax. Sorry. And let Ruto leave kazi ya tax, aachie watu wa KRA. Ye ashughulike na mambo ya kushukisha gharama ya maisha chini. Hiyo ndio kazi yake. Aache kudanganya Wakenya na kutudivert, tuanze kufikiria maneno mengine. Hatutaenda hiyo njia yake. So akuje vizuri na ajieleze, atuambie hii maneno walisema ni hivi na ni hivi na ni hivi, tutasikiza. Lakini kujificha ficha aachane nayo. Kenyan Nasra, I think it is your time. Eh?
Thank you, Leo. I actually congratulate you. You read my mind. Most of the people who come here, they want to divert our minds. Our mindset is the motion that has been put on here on the screen. But those others are coming with their own idea. What pains them is what they bring here. We are here because of the election that was stolen. We are not here because of the stories that were passed. Even when they talk about taxes, we know Kenyans are being taxed. And people are crying back and forth because of taxation. So for the people who are coming here telling us about that they have filed the cases, that people are killed, you want to put us in that emotions so that now we forget what we are talking about. People died and they were burnt in a church. And people are not talking about that, but people want to bring those stories at this very serious situation whereby we want to rescue our country. But you want to start another motion which does not bring anything to contribute to what we are going through right now. Kenyans are dying because of hunger. Kenyans are dying because of lack of medication, treatment. And that is what the motion is here. Those people they are trying to defend, they know very well what evil things they have done in the country. And even now they are doing it and they are committing big crimes. Taxation is a problem because you are taxing people who have no income and then they have got short of money or income to take care of their family. When I hear somebody like that lawyer who was here, you have a big job to do representing Kenyans who are dying right now because of the problems that have been created by this government. But do you have an idea of bringing those things that have gone? How many people have died in Kenya under governments? There are many. But what we are trying to say is that no more. We don't want this to continue. And that is what we should do right now. That is what we should be fighting now, to keep things right. And why are we keeping it right? Because the people who are on the chair right now, they are still committing the same bad things, evil things to Kenyans. And for us, we are not going to accept to be diverted. We are going on, and Ruto must go. That's the song that we have right now. Ruto must go. However ridiculous things you bring on this forum, trying to defend somebody, trying to bring stories, trying to bring cases. Right now, we are not at the judiciary. We are at a forum where Kenyans are trying to debate how the country would be ruled or where the country should be, whether it is in a wrong track or right track. That is what we are debating. When people bring those things that were bygone, we know it is serious, we know it is sad, but for now, those who are surviving, how are they going to live if we start bringing those other things? And furthermore, the same guy who is on the chair, he said that nyinyi hamuna shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. And I wonder, what is he doing in Kikuyu, in Central? What is he looking for? Those are the things that we don't want to discuss, but we want to bring other things just to divert people to other venues, whereby we know the person on the chair has nothing to do with Kenya. He don't love Kenya, and he don't like Kenyans. What he loves is money. That's all. He loves money more than human being. And that one is given. It is real. Because you cannot imagine somebody who has it is still greedy, looking for more and more. And to make the matter worse, his people, that is his relatives, are being given offices, other things to benefit from Wananchi. I wish he was that godly man who would say, before I get, let me give Kenyans. Because he is still the president, if he is. But he is so greedy that he don't want to see any Kenyan walking. He wants to see you down there dying. So anytime we are debating here, you people from that other corner, please don't bring stories which you want us to listen, and you have got to shout and shout to make like people are not listening to you, as if we can't hear even if you talk in low volume voice. Because you are so serious, so bitter with things doesn't hold water. The case of Uhuru was completely closed. However, you say he has money, Yeah, he has money. But if that is the case of having money, the case is to be closed. You are wrong. Because if I'm taken to court and I haven't committed any crime and I have money, will I be put to jail because I'm rich? So that people don't say that I have money, that is why I was released. If I have not committed a crime, I'll be released. And if you have committed a crime, you will not be released. That's how it goes. How many people have we seen with a lot of money and they are jailed? But in Kenya, we have seen what these people have done. This UDA government, what they have done, they have rescued themselves so that they can continue eating Kenya with no breaks. And that is what they want to do. And they don't care. Do you see them talking about the people whom they elected them? Is there any senator who have stood somewhere in their location where they were elected, talking to wananchi, telling them this is what I'm going to do? This is how I'm going to help you. They are all mummed. They don't talk now. They got where they were going. So not more interest on human beings. So Kenyans, is this what we wished? Is this what we were looking for? But I can't blame you, Kenyans. You did your best. You elected people, but they were thrown out by the people who don't like right things. They were thrown away by Venezuelans. It's very sad that the right people were not, and they are not in government right now. And that is what we are looking for. We want those right people to be in government. And that is what we'll fight until the end. And this government must go. I'll stop there, but I'm still here with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan Nasra. I know somebody who is coming in this show and starts quoting Evans Kidero. It shows lack of seriousness, because Kidero is one man in Nairobi, but did little to change his own community, that he now went to claim that he wants to change in Homa Bay. And the very question that the people of Homa Bay asked him is that if, as a Nairobi governor, with the largest budget in among the 47 counties we have in Kenya, you did nothing to change the lives of your community, who are believed to be the majority in the informal settlements like the Kibera and Madari and whatever. You did nothing to change them directly. So what are you going to do with the peanuts that are being given to Homa Bay? That is how we lost it. So somebody who wants to listen to Kidero, I think that person is just having some misplaced priorities. And by the time Kidero was the general manager or the CEO, whatever, in Mumias, the Minister of Agriculture was one William Ruto. So I don't want to join the dot, but I just wanted to remind you that is the time that Mumias went down, because they believed in the same philosophy of importing. That is the time that the farmers in Mumias could not get paid for the sugarcane they supplied. Though Mumias was making profit, they were importing sugar and packing. So when Kidero left Mumias, the next manager or the next CEO could not do so. So that is how he found himself running into losses. And up to date, Ruto has listed Mumias as one of the parastatals that the government is going to sell. In fact, he listed all the sugar factories that is going to be given to the private investors. And these private investors are not individuals or the foreigners that they want you to believe. They are specifically going to sell these things to themselves, but they're going to use some proxy companies. Like they'll get some foreign briefcase companies to pretend that they are the ones buying these parastatals, yet they are going to sell these parastatals to themselves at a throwaway price so that they'll be able to control the market of everything. Fabrice, I'm not discussing Kidero. You're the one who brought up the Kidero issues. I'm telling you, if you want to be serious, you don't need to quote people like Kidero in any serious debate. Once you do that, you are losing the discussion, and the eager that people will maybe really have in listening to you is getting lost. So we are not saying that people should not pay taxes. Everyone should pay taxes. We have people with the companies, Raila being one of them. And I think you've been paying taxes. And if you've not been paying taxes, then the KRA should take part care of that, and we should be able to know. And telling us that somebody has not been paying taxes when you've been there for that long and you are in power, it would make sense if Raila will tell us that Ruto is not paying taxes. It will make a lot of sense, simply because this person is not having the instruments of power. And the only thing he can do is to tell people or to raise an alarm or to blow a whistle. But a government reporting to us is like an OCS coming and telling you that, you see, huyu neighbor wako amekuwa akiiba. It would make sense if Mato, you go to OCS and tell him that, you see, my neighbor have been stealing. I suspect my neighbor has been stealing. But what if the OCS ndiye anakuja na kuambia, anawaita naambia, unajua huyu neighbor wako amekuwa akiiba? Does it really make sense? Na hiyo ndi kazi yake. So that is what Ruto is trying to tell us. That, you know, this guy have not been paying taxes. He's the president. It would make sense if Badi or somebody Opio Wandai ndiye angeita press conference naanze kutuambia, yeah.
Mr. Chair, who's the president of the Republic of the Democratic Republic of Kenya?
It's William Ruto.
Who's the chief of staff?
He's the chief of staff.
Sasa ni nini? Unatuambia tukufanyie nini?
Sasa ndio sijui, sisi sasa natuambia tufanye nini? Does he want us to go and arrest the Kenyatas? Ama anataka tuandike barua? It would make sense if a Kenyan ameenda pale kama Fabrizio ameita press conference aseme, unajua Kenyatta family hawajakuwa wakilipa tax hivi na hivi. It really makes sense. Ama Raila angesema, it would have made sense. But sasa William Ruto anakuja akituambia. Sasa serikali inakuja kushtaki na sisi ndio inafaa tuende tushtaki kwake. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It is not logical. Hata ukiambia ni kama wewe mzazi unaenda kuripoti kwa mtoto wako mdogo au mtoto wako wa grade 3, unamwambia, unajua baba fulani alisema anataka kunipiga ama huwa ananipiga. So ndiye afanye nini? So let Ruto get serious. Let him get serious, eh? Let him get serious. Oh, Julia ulitoka. Jackman, eh? Karibu. There is somebody here anaitwa amepotea. There's somebody who is really in love with Ben. Na sijui Ben kama ako hapa. Price Nemo. Link ndio hiyo, ingia hapo kwa studio. Mwambie Ben hii maneno yote.
Ako in love, amesema I'm in love with you Bernard. Nashangaa Bernard alitoka saka.
Sijui Bernard, somebody is in love here. Na sio mara ya kwanza. So Nimo, tafadhali please Nimo, kuna link hapo, karibu, chukua microphone hapa na waambie Bernard hiyo maneno yote. Julia, karibu.
Asante, ungetumia huyo Fabrizio sijui Bramano link aingie hapa so that yeye ndiye alikuwa anajiita lawyer so that we roast him.
Yeye ndiye alikuwa hapa, ametoka, anaweza rudi tena.
Fabrizio, please come. You told us you are a lawyer. First and foremost, people don't go around bragging that mimi ni lawyer. I am going to sue you. He's behaving like Ruto the other day was reminding us that he's a commander-in-chief. We all know he's a commander. What is wrong with these UDA people? You don't have to keep shouting around that wewe ni lawyer, wewe ni commander-in-chief, I'm going to do this. You do it. That he's going to sue Kenyatta. Ebu mwambie atoke kwa giza. Because first and foremost, people don't come to this show kwa giza, so that we know whether we are talking to Ruto himself. Fabrizio toka kwa giza ndio ingie kwa show. People don't say that mimi ni lawyer, mimi I'm going to sue you. You sue them. You don't. I'm a Kenyan. Let me tell you something. If I'm dealing with my students, I don't tell them I'm going to punish you. Wanajipatanga tu wameadhibiwa. Sasa kesho yake wanajipanga kabla ya kuja kwa darasa. Ama mwalimu wako alikwambianga Kenyan is love. Mwalimu wako alikwambianga by the way I will punish you. Leo did your teacher tell you by the way I will punish you, ama ulijipata amekuadhibu?
Wewe Julia, mimi kiboko nilikuwa nishachapwa already. By the time naambiwa napanishiwa nitakuwa nishachapwa already.
No, yes. Kuna experience nyingine hapa Mato kama mwalimu, me have taught the Somali kids usifanye makosa ya kumwambia I'll do this. They don't, in fact they'll never listen to you, they'll never take you serious. They don't need you to tell them I'll do this. Wenda pale na ufanye. But ukikuja naambia, you know, I'll punish you. I'm telling you that is how you will lose your class control. And even you'll never regain it.
And you never even tell them, by the way, I'm your teacher. And you know I can do this. Teach them, and then they prove kweli wewe ni mwalimu, umehitimu na unaelewa chenye unafundisha kana kwamba wewe unajua chenye unafanya. So this man was saying here that he's about to sue Uhuru. It's okay. Mimi kwanza huwa sitetei watu na siwezi kutetea Uhuru because I don't know exactly what happened, and I will not even try to do that. And kama alipelekwa Hague, siwezi kamtetea. And if Hague let him free, they also know the reasons why they let him free. And what I know is that kesi ya Uhuru iliisha, lakini kesi ya Ruto haikuisha. That's why Fabri, your name is very hard, Fabri whatever something. Also sue Ruto first and foremost, na mtu ambie akina Geshero wamekufa aje. All those witnesses, Fabrizio, you really have a funny name, Fabrizio Brahmana. Please tell us the witnesses wenye walikuwa anti-Ruto walipelekwa wapi. And just when Geshero was about to testify in that case ya Ruto, he died. So we want, even us, just like you're looking for answers about Uhuru, we understand you. We are also looking for answers in Yajitapata. And we still hoping that, hey, we'll do something and get those answers for us. So we understand you. If you're looking for answers about Uhuru, we are also looking for, but don't come to tell us that you are suing Uhuru. It is just, it doesn't make sense. Alafu unataka just the way Kenyan Nasra was saying, you're trying to change our motion to discuss what you want us to discuss. And you're trying now, you people, nyinyi watu wa udaku, you're just something happening with these people. Kenyan, with Love Leo, Roda, Kenyan Nasra, Jackman. These people, they're having a problem with their thinking ability or something. Now, first and foremost, Uhuru is a retired president. That is how we can remember him. And we remember him as the son of the late president. We're really not interested with Uhuru. Nani akona haja na Uhuru hapa? Me, first, and I don't even think I saw Uhuru face to face Leo. Sijui kama nilichamuona with my two eyes, ama nimemwona kwa TV. And after he retired, I'm little interested with Uhuru. I'm telling you. And if he has committed any crimes, let somebody who knows those crimes ampeleke kotini. Now, these people were juicy. Walianza kuropokwa ati Uhuru was planning to kill Chebukati. Then Ruto was asked to take that case to court. Akanyamaza. What is wrong with these people? Is there something wrong with their thinking ability? Ama wanatuonaje? Now, from nowhere, they are coming up with the allegations that Uhuru is financing Baba. Na mimi najuza, kwani Baba ni maskini aje? All these years, like somebody has asked here, Baba has been campaigning for so many years. Kwani ni Uhuru alikuwa akimpatia hiyo pesa? Yani Baba he doesn't have the resources to do his political thing. I'm asking myself, mpaka akuwe finance na Uhuru. So that Fabio, whatever, is coming here, yapping, and talking nonsense. Fabio, that is nonsense you are talking here. Don't bring that nonsense here. So we will not allow you. And he's going to sue Uhuru for what? Sue Ruto first. For we suspect that he was involved vile watu walichomwa kwa kanisa. So if you are a serious lawyer, sue Ruto first. Don't come telling us I'm a lawyer, I'm going to sue. Usitulete hiyo ni upuzi ya UDA. We won't allow you to bring it here. So if you are going to sue criminals, start with suing Ruto. It's okay if you sue Uhuru, because nimesema mimi sitetei mtu. Kama you have evidence against him, it's okay. Mimi it's okay. Kama mtu ametenda dhambi, abebe mzigo wake, whether ametoka Mount Kenya region ama ametoka Mount Elgon ama Mount Kilimanjaro or from the lake, abebe mzigo wake. So as you sue Uhuru, also sue Ruto if you are a serious lawyer. Lakini usituletea hapa kutuambia wewe lau tushtui. Nyinyi watu mwende mkashtue Mende. Kama mnataka kushtua watu Azimio, mwendange huko mkashtue Mende. Hakuna mtu tunashtua hapa na hiyo maneno yako ya lawyer ya kusu sijui nani. I hope that is I stop that one there. Secondly, maneno ya kusema ati Uhuru is funding Baba. Azimio people don't pay attention to those childish things from Kenya Kwanza people. Now, thirdly, he also said that that they want to deal with historical injustices. And at one point, he brought the Odinga family. Really, people can mention the Moi family and the Kenyatta family, and I think they are justified to do that. And even me, I have many questions concerning those two families. Maneno ya mashamba na kila kitu. Lakini the Odinga family, where is it coming in? You people, I need to be educated. When you start talking, unipatie your masomo, uniambie where Odinga family has been involved with the government of Kenya to an extent that we owe them for any historical injustices. They don't owe us anything. So somebody dragging the Odinga family here, that one is not fair and should not be allowed in Tembei TV. Now, finally, this guy said, ati maneno ya ile mkutano, ati ni upuzi, he reduced it, he rubbished it. Now, if you hear somebody rubbishing such kind of meetings, these are people either they are less than 18 years old, ama they are less than 20 years old, ama tuseme they are less than 25, at least they are less than 30 years old, or they are less than 25 years old, or they had challenges when listening to their history and government teacher when they were going to school. They didn't pay attention. Because hata kama hauko umezaliwa, ama umezaliwa hivi karibuni, all of us know the history of Kenya and where we are coming from. Now, when Kenyans were fighting for independence, if people rubbished, you should ask yourself why the British didn't rubbish the struggle for independence and why they eventually gave into that. I think we should read that and the fight that Kenyans put up. What about when Kenyans fought for
Julia?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They keep on talking. Every time you ask them what has Baba done anything, they keep on talking of the gas company when you're going to Naivasha pale Elementaita. If anybody can remind me the name, that's the only one they always keep on talking about, ikikuja kwa Baba.
No, actually they get it wrong. They forget that there's this East African spectrate, how do you call it, industrial area. So when they talk, some ignorantly tell you that Raila has a gas company. Raila doesn't have a gas company. That company deals with the gas cylinders, not the gas. And the prices of gas cylinders hazijawahi ongezwa, empty, wale wananuanga empty gas. So Raila's, the Spectral company, ni ile inatengeneza the gas cylinders, the one in the industrial area. So some politicians will tell you, bei ya gas ikipanda last time, they used to tell that for people who don't know the difference between a gas cylinder and the gas that is normally refilled there.
Whatever Kenya nidhani leo, mimi hata sijui maneno ya gas. By the way, for your information, to prove to you that Raila's life and maneno ya pesa na business has been very inconsequential in Kenya. Mimi hata sina habari biashara za Raila, nakwambia sina, unless I start searching, looking up, which means he has been least mentioned in corruption scandals. But if we start talking about Ruto today, tutaumwa na kichwa, hakuna haja, we'll get a headache. if we start talking about the things that we think he has done and how much we think he owes this country, and explanation. So somebody like this Fabrizio coming to tell us here nonsense that he's going to sue Uhuru, he should start by suing Ruto and his hawks and the hawks that are around Ruto. In that case, we can take you seriously and you may convince us that you actually an advocate or a lawyer. Lakini kutuambia hapa ati, you know, he jumped in. I was driving. I had to just like, let me turn off this Mutembe. This is rubbish. I shouldn't listen to this. Mpaka nikawazima nikasema nikisikiza hii and I'm driving, I need to be careful. I'm driving. Because I'm like, he jumped in. I'll sue Uhuru. I don't know, he did 1, 2, 3. And then he began by saying, unajua wanaingia wakianza obviously Ruto will not do much in this country because Ruto is a Western puppet. Let me say this, even this narrative of Ruto being Western puppet is not so significant in Kenya. Let me say this, we cannot blame America for our irresponsible the way we govern our country in a responsible way. We cannot blame America for corruption. I mean, we cannot go around saying that we are doing this because the West want us to do this, or IMF you want us to do this. That's nonsense. We are responsible for our own actions in our own country. Sasa hata asituletea ati Ruto cannot do this because he's a puppet. Ruto, Mr. Fabrizio, Ruto cannot do anything for Kenya because he has a corrupt mentality. Period. Hiyo ndio shida tu yake tu. Siku hizi mnamsikia mnamuita Zakayo. Pengine mumuite Zakayo Arab Mashamba. Maybe you have baptized him. You see, we can trust him with our resources. We can't trust him with our public coffers. We can't even trust him with our land. Wewe kama ni jirani ya Ruto huko Sugoi, jichunge. Hiyo shamba lako linaenda hivi karibuni. Be careful. And guess what? Whom is Ruto working with? The Gachagwas, the Didi Nyoros, Ochata Didi Nyoro afadhali, the Aisha Jumas. You know, he's either working with murderers, suspected rapists, you know, land grabbers, thieves, thugs, gangsters. Alafu ati anakuja kuwapea lecture hapa, ati anashtaki Uhuru, ati he's going to take Uhuru to court. No, we will not buy that from Tembe. And Kenyans, don't be moved. We reasoning to Baba. Now, the meeting that was here recently, okay, and they are trying to reduce it to nothing. Look back to history and see how Kenyans fought for multipartyism. That is how it is started. And Moi thought it was a joke. But if you can speak to Ruto today, anaweza kwambia hapa najua si mchezo. Ruto is not an idiot. He knows what is coming. Yes, he knows what is coming. He can see it from far. He's not behaving like Fabrizio here, trying to tell us it's nothing. And I think I'll be here. And I'm going to remind these people, I don't know what Baba is planning. Baba, Mother, Kalonzo, and their followers. I'm not in their mind. I'm not in the organizing committees and all that. I don't know exactly what they are planning, but I know something is coming. So that Kenya will never be the same again. And Africa will never be the same again. So that siku nyingine, mtu kama Chebukati atafikiria sana before overthrowing the will of the people through a fall election like that happened in 2022, August. Asante Leo. Nimemaliza.
Yes, Mato.
Julia, I was talking to one of the new the guys, not new, they've been there for a while. The wale watu wanakuaga huko chini, maybe I can tell, maybe Gaucho. We were talking today and he told me that Ruto should be very thankful to Baba because that crowd was not playing. They had a problem to stop them from going to State House. They were ready to go. It was done. So
Yeah,
even Ruto anafaa kuwa anashukuru Baba. Akisema 2 weeks, because remember when he wanted to say, tuendelee nini, they told him no, and akasema in 2 weeks. Ndio watu wakatulia. Mimi Gaucho ameniambia ukweli.
Yeah, even the crowd was saying that. You could hear from the crowd. And really, I like Baba and Mother. They are organized and they know what they are doing. So, like I said, I don't know what they are planning. But I don't think we can downplay this Jacaranda meeting. Jacaranda Kamkunji, we used to call them Kamkunjis. And you see, the thing is Kenyan with love. You see, you cannot, if you pull an elastic band and you continue to pull it, itakatika.
Alafu uachilie.
Yes. Now, if you have you ever tied a cat and tried to force your cat to do something? Hata yule paka wako mzuri sana anakupenda.
Itakuwa.
Yes, and he analala kwa kitanda chako. Try and force him to do something. That day he'll kill you.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that we got to face the reality. These people who are pushing away the Jacaranda thing, the Kamkunjis and the struggle. You know, you people you had, I was listening to Manyora today, Professor Manyora, and he was saying that even if you listen to Mother herself, Mother has never said those things that she said. Alisema kwamba people only
die once.
Born and die once. There are only two things that happen to people. Unazaliwa na unakufa. Na kuna vile unaweza kufa mara mbili. Now, Baba the other day alisema hata kama ni kufa. Now, what is happening is that there is a big population of Kenyans that have been pushed to the wall. And this has been happening for the last several elections. That is from 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022. Now, our watu wamekuwa reduced kana kwamba every time they vote is like their votes are insignificant. Now, they have tried all ways to bring peace. 2007 tukakuwa na serikali ya nusu mkate. And we thought we had healing. Now, then 2013 ikaenda tu hivyo. 2017 Uhuru knew that this is not good. You know, Uhuru knew this is not good. And I need something to do about it. I need to do something about it. And that is where we saw the handshake. Me, first sikuelewa hiyo handshake. Lakini now looking back, I appreciate the handshake. Now, Kenyan with love, see how I appreciate the handshake. It is after the handshake that a big population from Mount Kenya region began looking at Baba from a different point of view. Na wakaanza kuona huyu mzee kweli huwa anatetea haki za Wakenya. Unaona, wakaanza kuangalia Baba from a different point of view. So Uhuru helped Mount Kenya region to look at Baba from a different point of view. Now, so if these people again, we got 2022. Now, jamaa anapanga na mpango yake inakamilika. And we see an election marred with malpractices. And now we are seeing things from the so-called whistleblower. Now, whether you people, you want to say it is true or it is not true, it leaves so many doubts in our minds. And we begin to ask ourselves, how many times has this kind of a thing been done in the Kenyan election? And then we begin to ask ourselves, for how long is this going to happen? And to add salt to injury, ni matusi ya kina Gachagua. Gachagua anafungua mdomo, anaanza kuambia Ruto ati niwachie huyu mzee I deal with. Yani, so much disrespect. And you disrespect Baba, you disrespect his followers. And how many followers is he having? Now, and Ruto is going around talking carelessly and now bringing Uhuru into the picture. And we really don't care about Uhuru. We are not interested with Uhuru. We know Uhuru retired and we are not, hata hatumkumbukangi unless hatusalimia kwa TV. We don't remember that much about Uhuru. So me, I'm asking a question. However much these people want to bury this thing in the sand, do you think these Kenyans who feel cheated and treated unfairly and underrepresented, for how long are they going to take this? And if somebody has volunteered to fight for them and to lead them, Baba, and this time we are seeing someone like Mother Kalonzo, nataka kuniambia hawa watu tanyamaza tu? How? So you people, can we be a bit intelligent, people from Kenya Kwanza, and stop reducing the Jacaranda meeting to nothing? Because me, I know something will happen. I don't know what will happen, but we should just get ready mentally and emotionally and psychologically for it. Because something will definitely happen.
What I'm going to tell you, Julia, Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry. what I'm going to tell you, Julia, it's not that we don't know what is going to happen. You know, when you look at these leaders, these are leaders who have been very careful. You remember Kalonzo never showed up for Kuapisho. But this time when you hear him, he's up. Mother Karua is also na... We know Mother Karua very carefully. I mean, we know her. Tunamjua. Si mtu wa kukimbilia hivi. Alisumbua kina Kibaki at the time. I mean, alisumbua kina Raila at the time when they... that was what, 2007? When they were fighting to get the... wakipata ile handshake, ndio... Si handshake. That was the prime minister. Ndio baba akuwe prime minister. The thing that happened in Kenya, and Baba and all of them, the three of them, and I'm telling you this for a fact, let me say it today, even Kalonzo has had a problem to deal with Ukambani. Is because this is not driven by, this is not a thing that is driven by Baba or Kalonzo or Mother Karua. They are being driven by their people. Is the people, it's a driven initiative. You know kitu watu waelewi, and that's why if you watch that at Manyora, you said you watched Manyora Nani, my sister. You said you watched that. Manyora was saying you're playing with the fire here. This is not about them.
In fact, Manyora said he'll not be surprised if he sees Baba in military gear.
Yeah.
That is what he
This
said.
is not about them. Hii ni watu, ndio maana watu walikuwa wamekuja na wamejaa huko na wakasema hatujiona kitu imejaa kama hivi, and people wanted to go. Kama Raila angesema 2 weeks, wangemkataa hata yeye. Is the people. Hii kitu hata baba haendi huko. I mean, I talk to people. They say, listen, tuna force baba ndio anakuja kwa mkutano zetu. Si ati tunaenda kwa mkutano yake. And that's why even the people who are not joining walipewa pesa, they were warned, and they were not warned by the politicians. They were warned by the people. This is a people-driven initiative. It's not kina baba. Baba is being forced, anaambiwa kule unaenda next. Tunaenda pale. And since niyo kitu tumesema tu hiyo ya kuona hata Imanyora, and Imanyora, you know, he speaks very well. He's my lecturer. But Imanyora will tell you very well, watch what the people are talking. Na ulisikia kitu yote alisema leo.
Mato, alafu nilisikia ati huyo Mother Kome ni msik. Have you heard that? Is it a...
Rather, we don't discuss people's health here.
Huh?
Leo, you are the moderator. Or comment about that. I'm discouraging Rhoda from saying that.
No, me, Darren, I'm not aware. Though we don't discuss people's, matters of health are personal and private. We can discuss other things.
Okay.
Somebody anaitwa Fabricius, si urudi ukaribisha, umekataa kurudi, unadanganya watu hapo that you've been kicked out. You are just told to put on your face, then you come back and we'll allow you to tell us the truth.
Nimekuwa nikimwangalia huko chini, ameleta shida. Ameleta shida kwa comment section.
Anybody advising Ruto, they're telling Ruto, once you create a disaster, then you make Raila comfortable. At our own professor called Mutai Nguni warned Ruto to tread carefully with Raila. At his own friend, the Grand Mullah amemwambia, just go for Raila directly. Wacha kujificha hapa kwa Uhuru. Just go for Raila directly and declare the sasa iende kaende.
Yeah, first and foremost, kwa nini wanasumbua Uhuru? Where is Uhuru? I never saw Uhuru Jacaranda, and Uhuru is not going to vie for presidency again. I mean, unless, I don't know. First, I'm sure he's not going to vie for presidency soon. if he wants to vie for presidency ever again. You see, that is one. So even at Uhuru doesn't want to pay tax. Whether Uhuru pays tax or he doesn't pay tax, those people who don't pay tax, ni wale wakina Keroche, tunawajua. Si hao ni watu wa Ruto. Na usipolipa tax kwa Ruto unapewa, you are rewarded. You are given a gift. You are gifted for not paying tax. So Uhuru not paying tax or not paying tax, hiyo ni side issue. And we want these Kenya Kwanza people to prove to us, to tell us how they are going to avoid this Raila. Inaitangwa Raila what? Raila maniacs. Na unajua
Raila phobia.
Okay, Raila phobia ilikuwa kama Mount Kenya. Sasa Raila maniacs wanaitwa
Raila mania, yeah, so
ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema my sister inaitwa Raila phobia. Watu wameogopa saizi kimeumana.
Okay, Raila phobia inakuanga Mount Kenya, wanaogopa Raila. Na walimwogopanga when he was a bit controlled. Unaona? Now there is this Raila maniacs and fanatics. Now fanatics wamepigwa jeki na kuna wale walichukianga Raila kitambo. Inakaa kama kwamba wanakuja pande hii. If you see someone from Mount Kenya region akisimama na kama mother akisema if it is dying we are dying, you people tell me how are these people going to stop this force? Mtu anielezee vizuri how they are going to stop this force when we have Raila and his fanatical following plus his sympathizers now from the rest of the country. How? I don't know. Reo kuna wageni, you have newcomers. I don't know whether Jackson or Jackman or kuna Calvins. Wacha tunyamaze.
Okay, kabla.
Fabrizio nimekuweka kwa waiting kwa sababu hujakuja na picha. Hata unaona mzalendo ako tu hapo waiting kwa sababu ana kamera. So we can't add you kwa mainstream kama huna your video on. That is why mzalendo ametulia hapo na wewe pia tumekuweka hapo tena unatoka. Nobody's afraid to debate you. Just come on camera, then we will give you time. But if you're not on camera, people cannot debate strangers. Ukitupiga na mawe kwa giza, so how do we get you?
Mr. Chair, can you just say something?
No, I just want to say, it was nice.
Hold on. Nani, Rhoda.
It was nice to be here. Here
just a minute.
Very late.
Just a minute.
It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, nitakuacha nipatie tu dakika moja because I will give you. I mean, I have to do something.
Rhoda is just winding up. Just give her 1 minute, please.
Rhoda, go ahead. Sorry.
So have a nice evening, you guys. It was nice to be here. It's always nice to meet you. We discuss our politics. You know me, I mix with the language of here. We don't speak English. Sometimes I mix. Yeah, they call it politique in English. So it was very nice to be here, and God bless you, and we keep in touch. Yeah, we come and discuss our country we love. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rhoda. It was great seeing you. See you next show.
Okay, bye-bye.
Kenya with love, you can now proceed.
I just wanted to say something about kitu Julia amesema. And it's something that I brought up the other day. Julia, mtu wa kuogopa si Raila. Mtu wa kuogopa kwa hii kitu yote ni mama mmoja anaitwa Madhakarua. Huyo ndio mtu mnafaa kuwa mkiogopa. Raila sijui hata mnamuogopea nini. Madhakarua ndio mtu mnafaa kuwa mkiogopa. She dealt with people. Akafanya Thembo Mbeki, akatoka South Africa, akakuja Kenya kudeal na issues. I'm telling you, ule mtu mnafaa kuwa mkiogopa ni huo mama. I mean, hiyo nikisema naisema sarcastically. Watu wa UDA wanaogopa baba for nothing. Madhakarua saizi alafu wameshikana na baba, hii haitaenda. It's not going anywhere. Uyo. Chezeni. But anyway, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that because Nani Julia had brought it up, but I just wanted to tell her that Uyo mama ogopa, and she's a lawyer too. She knows. Wacha hii akina Fabrice wanatuambia.
Yeah, I know Karua is somebody who doesn't give up easily like that. Na tuliona 207, 208. He's the one who stood firm on Kibaki's side when men were running away and giving up. Na yeye ndiye akasimama akahakikisha Kibaki haku give in or it not Karua, Kibaki alikuwa ameshaachana na hii mambo. Sasa yeye ndiye alisukumana huko na kina Ruto na kina Orengo. So we know.
Even Baba said
Calvin,
sometime back, Baba said sometime back that when he was being prosecuted by Moi, Karua stood with him when men would not do that. You know, he said that. Penye wanaume hata walikataa kusimama na baba, Mama Karua alisimama na yeye. Sasa wakati huu things are worse than even 2002 because Baba has his fanatical following plus sympathizers wenye ameletwa na Uhuru. Akuchekwi na watu.
kabla tukaribishe Kelvin Kireta, Yufi, yes, that man, the Korokocho MCA Tulo Matwech Mobimba was arrested with the Subaru. Tuliambiwa DCI wataacha kushtua watu na Subaru, and today we saw how they went to arrest that MCA na masubaru. So DCI bado to hiyo state capture wanalianga bado sahi ndio iko strong kuliko before. So Calvin Skireta, unaweza karibia.
Mjamboni kila mtu. Mi bado ushangaa tu na Kenya kwenye tuko. Hii nchi kama kuna kitu tuko number 1 ni mdomo bana, kudanganya. Kudanganya, mtu anadanganya straight in the face without blinking even an eye. They don't even look at you. Hii Kenya naongea leo, kesho italeta nini? Cheki kama Gachagua, si alikuwa amemwambia DCI wakae huko. And they were shouting freedom. Sawa, amepewa freedom, wanaanza kufinya wengine. Mimi ushangaa. Then kuna kitu tu sijaisikia mtu yote akiongea juu ya hiyo. That's why I was coming in niulize. Election ya Uganda ni nini? Julia, kama unajua.
I don't know. Uganda, do they ever have elections in the first place? Uyo Museveni
No, they will
amekuwa
have.
president since I was young. Since I
No,
was
they will
a
have an election. They will have an election karibuni, si ndio? Sasa kuna story ingine Raila aliguzia kiundani, then I've never seen anybody akiangalia hiyo story vizuri. It was talking about elections in Africa, whereby somebody can come from somewhere na hizo makampuni zao na wa fix hiyo story. So mi story ya hii Kenya naona ni kama ameanza kufinya Uganda sasa, because they will do a same election with the same system, semantic, and then that thing is not trusted anywhere, meaning iko na shida, kumaanisha hii kampuni lazima itaanguka. So that's why Zazila alikuwa anaita UN, he knew what he was saying, wakuje waangalie hii semantic hii ya kudanganya watu na makamago na nini, then all over in Africa inakuwa ni hiyo. Hii story si rahisi, inafinya Uganda more than anywhere. And these are the people wenye wale, unaona za zile Ruto alikuwa huko mara mingi kwenda kuangalia ni nini inaendelea huko, anaenda akirudi. So hii kuiba kwake aliorganize from Uganda. So next election ya Uganda will be affected na history ya Kenya sasa hii, because the story is semantic did election in Kenya and they have wameinterfere in election ya Kenya, then they want to go ahead bado kuangalia elections za nchi zingine, then it's not gonna work. So hii kampuni ndio naona wanachapwa zaidi hata kushinda kitu yote. So I don't think kama Museveni ata succeed. That's why nimeona karibu anajaribu kujifanya na huyu kijana yake ati waelewani, ndio mmoja wao abaki juu. But yari hii story ni noma. So when Raila left for Nigeria, he was going to prove ni we do elections. Alisema tunafanya election na mtu mwingine ndiye anachagua. Hii itakuwaje? Na watu wa Kenya sana sana wa UDA, leo mmechagua Ruto na hiyo ujinga hiyo, na mnasema alishinda na aliiba. In future, unajua when you are doing something, kuna wenye unafundisha hapo nyuma yako, wenye wanaelewa hiyo semantics sasa vizuri, na wanakuja polepole. Kenya kutatokea mtu hata campaign atakuwa president, tusipochunga. Hata campaign hatafanya kila kitu but kwa ile kamago hiyo atakuwa namba moja, because that's what we are now training other people to do. So when we are talking about election, man, we should be honest to ourselves. Haitakuwa Ruto Uhuru na ni Ruto Raila all the time. Kutatokea watu wenye wataelewa hiyo story. Na Kenya we are very good kwa vitu za chini chini. When you allow stealing in Kenya, man, itakuja. Kuna wezi. These people are born thieves. Ile original. Hebu jaribu kutembea hata River Roads siku moja tuone venye utafanywa hapo. Tuko na ile tabia ya kuiba, hata mapasta ni wezi, nini, everybody. Wanaiba ng'ombe, mtiani, maziwa, nini, everything they're stealing. So we have to be very careful na hii story ya future ya Kenya kabisa kabisa. Nilikuwa nahurumia watu wakifinywa, hii bei ya maisha ikiwa juu, but bado narudi naangalia, naona baada haijafika, inatakana ikuwe juu zaidi. Mpaka sasa kila mtu atoke tu nje wali. Ukijaribu kupinga nini, inatakana wafinywe vizuri, then they will learn, because looks like we never learn anything. We just talk, inaisha, tunarudia the same spot. Wengine wanasahau kabisa, we talk like haikukua. Kama hiyo huyu jamaa alikuwa anaongea story ya post election violence ya 2007. Unajua anaongea tu ni kama yani ni story tu. But do we really listen? Do we really look back and see what happened? Nobody's, ni kama ilikuwa ni vituko. We were told by regular report, hebu muangalie election vizuri. Nobody's following. Tunaangalia tunaongea hivyo, tukishapita ndio hiyo imeenda hivyo. So we are piling problem yenye zingine sioni kaa itaisha. Unaona kama sasa imekuja mambo na nini, bandits zinaitwaje zile za Northeastern. Jana juzi Kindiki yako mahali ana address hao watu, but wale wamewasha moto huko, wanaambia gava amtoshei. So it's out of control. Ukiangalia mpaka yani Kindiki ukimwangalia unaona it's out of control. But where is this thing happening? Right inside Kenya, mahali tuko na jeshi, everything. So when we come here, like nilisikia jamaa anaongea ni lawyer whatever. Hata kama ni kuagi umazetu, argue with objectives. Tusiargue tu for the sake of it. Don't just argue because you're talking. Ongea kitu yenye at least unajua. Something you can defend. Unasema hii imetokea hivi na hivi. Tusikuje tukue ma lawyers wa mdomo. Ma engineers wa mdomo. Leo nilikuwa na engineer fulani base yangu na barabara yenye naenda kwake mazee utashangaa. Unasema uliza jamaa wewe ni engineer wa wapi? Na barabara ya kuenda kwako hakuna. We talk a lot. Jamaa aliniambia in Nairobi we have bishops na archbishops na nini more than waumini. Because we put some titles yenye isaidi. Ukitaka kusupport Ruto, kaa naye chini mwambie ukweli. Mwambie gharama ya maisha iko juu. Punguza hii hii kitu inaitwa subsidies. Kama haelewi vizuri, teach him, tell him it's for wananchi. Hawezi nunua unga 300 200, hiyo ni juu. Si ati kukuja kumdefend, you are defending him, you are making him more useless because haelewi, ajui ni kwa nini Raila akiita watu sahihi, mbona wako wengi hivyo? Because people are grieved. Sio time ya kupiga kifua, ni time yeye angesikia Raila ameenda Jacaranda, kama mimi ni mwadvisor wake, angeingia na aseme mazee, tuangalie bei ya unga kwanza. Angetafuta tu pesa na aseme mazee, unga imerudi tu 100 bob. That's the only counter attacking ya Raila, sio kumjibu. Raila has nothing to lose sahi. Where you are losing your government. Ndio hiyo legitimacy imeenda, hiyo haiwezi rudisha. Sasa imebaki kubambana na bei ya vitu na people. Is facing people na bado anaendelea kununua watu wa UDA wa Jubilee ati had some leaders. These people hawatafuata hata wa leaders. Sahi ama MP wakipiga kura leo, hakuna hata moja atarudi hapo. Hakuna MP mwenye anarudi. Utaona watu wapya ndio wamekuja, labda warig, but most MP in Kenya hawezi pita because people are now realizing watu they are not people to follow. Labda wenye wanyasafuatwa ni magavana. That's why unaona watu kama kina Gausho wamekuja sasa, wako juu. Yule jamaa anaitwa Nuru Kanga, na I like Raila, anajua kuleta watu juu. Unaona tayari asha build huyo kansila mwenye ameshikwa. Gausho sahihi ni juu, anaweza simama MP na party.
Calvins amembail. Calvins, huyo councilor ametolewa, huyo MCA ametolewa.
Nilisikia wengine walikuwa nasema walimtransfer, bado walimtoa mahali alikuwa wakapelekwa kwingine, sio Kiambu, kitu kaa hiyo. Sija follow up of what they were doing, but kama walimtoa mahali alikuwa wakapeleka kwingine. And that's how Joe
people watu taenda kwa barabara ati Joho.
No, hivyo ndio walijenga Joe. That's how Joe was strong. So mzee, mzee huyo ngoja tu ifike kesho, utaona kaa watu wameenda huko na watamtoa. Sino wa Mathare hapo.
Sio wa Mathare, ni wa Korokocho ward. Korokocho ward iko Ruaraka constituency. Hapo katikati, hiyo ndio imebeba Korokocho, hiyo Coach Estate na mali inaitwa Komongo. Na umejua hiyo ndio military base. Hiyo ndio military base ya TJ Kajwang. So in Nairobi tunakuanga na military base ile kali tatu. Kuna hiyo ya Korokocho, unaenda Kibera na Mathare. Huko ndio kuna suicide followers. So I know they'll have no option. Ikifika kesho watamtoa tu.
Hapa watatoboa. Huyu atarudi. So tusukume tu watu wetu tuwajaribu kuambia ukweli. Ruto angeachana na hiyo story ameanza. Angeachana na kushika watu sahihi, because that's what we call sympathy. This guy atakuja kaa ako strong more than venye alikuwa namshika. Hebu cheki Gausho sahihi ni strong. They're building them up. They will be strong people. Hautawahi waguza in Nairobi. So ngoja ifika asubuhi tusikie venye wameona huko, waendewe sasa. Others, thank you.
Thank you. Godfrey Ruto, wacha kusoma propaganda huko kwa Itumbi na wanakuja kutuletea hapa. Here we speak of things that are factual and are known. I saw today Itumbi posted for them about a law, the Tax Income Act, the one that was revised in 2012. It's Act 483. And they forgot that currently that act is in existence. We are having a new act that was revised in 2021, the Income Tax Act Cap 470. So wale wenye wako lazy, they don't want to do more research and get to know the truth. Ndio wale wanapata habari kwa Itumbi na wanachukulia ni ukweli. And that is what Geoffrey Ruto is coming to tell us here, talking of the alliances of 4G, 5G, and whatever. So there are some things that when you say it is just being ignorant. Itumbi's page is meant for those people who are joining social media for the first time and believe that is the only source of information. But if you've been there, you'll come to realize that everything Itumbi posts they are all lies. If you sieve it, you'll find that only 10% is true. He takes some truth and mix it with a lot of lies. So wewe ukiona unaona ni ukweli and you give in na unaanza kupayuka nayo. Zingekuwa ukweli, hata saa hii wale wenye walimwabduct wangekuwa wameshashikwa. The way Ruto is so bitter, I don't think wale askari na wenye walikuwa wameabduct Itumbi wangekuwa wanatembea free. Hao watu saa hii wangekuwa wameshikwa, wako jela. And as long as no action has been taken, it tells us that ilikuwa ni drama. They were acting and they keep on creating stories. So hiyo ni comedy. We should give them a Nairobi cinema, waende wa perform huko, na wale wa Kenya wenye wameboeka, ukiwa njaa unaweza enda kusikiza komedi yao huko. Asembo Pacho, karibu.
Asante sana Leo, Kenyan with love, Julia. Today tuko na Kenyan Nasra, Calvin and Jacob. Kuna kitu fulani inaendelea paka nashindwa what's going on. There's a guy called Fabiano, I don't know, somebody who was shouting like is a lawyer or something like of sort. I don't know. Julia, such people you don't need to entertain. Leo, watu kama hao you don't need to entertain in this platform. They are coming here to look for followers to go and follow them on their YouTube. Because he was busy like, go follow me on my YouTube and see what I'm saying. We are not here to follow you on your YouTube or to listen to what you're saying on your YouTube. When you come here, we're discussing something that affecting every Kenyan. Tunashughulika maisha ya kila Mkenya. So wewe kuja hapa kutafuta followers, sorry, we are not into that business. And one thing watu wanashughulika nayo wanashangaa ati Uhuru ana finance Raila. What's wrong with that? He's a chairman of Azimio. He's no longer president. So this guy, if he's putting his money to come to share campaign or to finance the team that he's leading, what's the problem? Ruto during that time in the Uhuru, he was campaigning in Central from the beginning. From the second time, he was moving every weekend, going there and praying. And since the God is only living in Central, where he goes there to pray to God every Sunday, there's nothing wrong with the Urus for sponsoring the team that he's leading. So that should not be a problem to them. Then arresting the young guys, the MCAs, is doing a wrong thing. The other day with them, they were saying there's no single day again the police, the DCI will never be used again to arrest people or to achieve political goals. They are doing it right now. So these guys, they double speak. And hiyo mambo yao ya kushika watu, they don't know. They're supposed to go straight away. Washike Martha Karua, washike Raila, washike Kalonzo. Then they watajua ni nini nafanyika. Let them forget about these small guys. They're trying to divert attention of the main thing. These guys, actually, Baba was giving up. Baba was giving them chance to rule because Baba mezoea mambo ya kunyang'anywa inakuja. Since Kenya ni bigger than anybody, Baba nasemanga, okay, fine, imefanyika tena, let them do. But these guys, they were sleeping, waking, dreaming Raila. In the morning, Gachagua akiamuka, yule mzee tulimaliza na yeye. Ruto akiamuka, the Azimio team don't know what they're doing. These guys provoked Jacob. These guys provoked Raila. Raila was giving them a chance to lead. But since Raila realized that, no way, I'm leaving this country in the wrong hands, I can't do it. So these guys are the ones who dared Jacob. They're the ones who dared Raila to come back. And if you remember very well what Uhuru was saying before, musiangalie tu huyu mzee hivi mnamuona hivi. Huyu mzee saa hizi hata mawe kimgonga tu. Ndio mnajua hii Kenya si yetu. Ndio mnajua hii Kenya kuna wenyewe. And that was the sitting president who understand the meaning of coming together and reasoning. There are some guy who came early during the day. I was talking about Ojaluo na Pigana. That guy is lost. I don't know where he's living. I don't know where he is. But this war is not about Jaluos. This war is not about Kikuyus. And for the first time, what the BBI was all about was about how can we stop every election tribal wars. And it was all captured in BBI. And thank God, Raila's group took time to come back for these people. And that separated the tribal wars that being inflicted people with the politicians and the electoral injustice that be done with some few corrupt leaders. So the group of Chebukati are the people we are looking for right now. We are not looking for which tribe voted for who. It's their democratic right to vote for whoever they want to team up the way they want to. Right now, if Julia decide to team up with the Kenyan Nasra and the Kenyan with Love, and me and Calvin and Jackman will team up together, it's our right to do that. But the thing is that if Julia's team wins properly and fair, we have no grounds to make noise. But if Julia's team wants to make things not work the way it's supposed to be, then that's the problem. We are fighting. What's making us have this problem, all this conversation, is the injustice that's been done before, repeated, and being done again, and will be done again in the future. So this is what we are stopping now, guys. So there's the Fabian guys who are coming and shouting to us here that they're lawyers and they want to know which case was. It was given a simple instruction by Kenyan with Love. Google, you have a phone, I think you have a smartphone. Just log in, check the active cases in ICC and the dominant cases and the stop cases and closed cases. Simple thing. But they can't understand these simple instructions. These are the guys who got power with the picky punky solution and formula. They now the government right now, they don't know what to do. They were talking all this nonsense that now they have it, they don't know what to do. So let's not forget, let's not move away from the main point here. We are here because this guy is called Baba. They dared him. They thought this old man is wounded and is gone. Little did they know that this old man still has the strength, and this old man has the influence that nobody can do in this country. And right now they are feeling it. If you look at the body language of Mr. Gachieta yesterday and even His Excellency, these guys are scared. And if you're very careful, if you looked at the crowd on Jacaranda on Sunday, those guys were ready to march. And that pressure, even when they gave it to Baba himself, and Baba had to give a date of 2 weeks, like, hey guys, hold on, we have to tell them, you have to give them time to clean up and move out. So it's no longer about Raila. And even Martha Karua told you guys, this thing is no longer about Raila Odinga. This thing is about you, about me, who wants a better Kenya tomorrow. Who wants a Kenya that everything can work for everybody equally. If you look at the 10 point of Azimio, they were Azimio la umoja vya wananchi. Everybody, it doesn't matter where you're voting, so long as the person getting that power serves everybody equally, and that was the main thing. But this one, the other day, Gachieta was like, sisi ndo tuliweka hii serikali, sisi ndo tuliweka yeye pale, tutaambia nyoroshe hapa kidogo na hawa watu wetu wafanye hii kidogo. And that's not what you want for Kenya. You want a Kenya that serves everybody. But they called Jacom, is now coming for them. They don't know what to do. And that's why right now they are poking Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta like they want him to talk. And the best thing Uhuru is doing to them is serving them that silence. What they were doing at so right now they want him to talk, but he's not talking. He's serving them what they wanted. He told them, Musidharau huyu mzee, hata mnamuona hapa mnamwongelea. Uhuru knew very well who Raila was, and with all the might, it came down and they discussed and they moved forward. So this young man, they want to feel the wrath. And it's something beyond Raila too. Though Raila had the power of switching it on and off. And that's why even on Sunday, he gave people 2 weeks and people like, okay, let's give them 2 weeks. But even the 2 weeks he was giving them, it's a short notice that cannot even happen for any those big international community to come in, because we have the government that's running and they must write in and they must request even to have a meeting. So they wanted trouble and Raila is bringing trouble. And one thing about Raila too, him is a bit When things gets too high because of this age, you want everybody to have a peaceful life. He may turn down. But the problem is not Raila anymore. The problem is Martha Karua. This woman is, you guys hear being called Iron Lady. This lady, if I may say, is now feeling the pinch of what the team of Raila felt in 2007. Like, you are this close, yet too far. Martha was this close to it. She went to bed knowing that this is our thing. Then waking up, then she's now seeing different figures, and they know very well what's happening. So she knows that she's feeling the pain of not being done justice. So she's a lady who will not stop there. Raila may want to back down. Raila may want to say, okay, fine, let's let them rule. But Martha Karua will not. So we have a big problem here. When you see these other people coming here and telling us, oh, they want to open, they want to sue Uhuru Kenyatta. Nonsense, guys. Whatever we are facing here is no longer about Raila, no longer about Uhuru. It's about the local mwananchi who are coming out, who is Kikuyu, who is Luo, who is Turukana, who is Masai. Kenyans are coming out. And it's Kenyans who are marching, not the tribes. We're no longer marching tribes. And that's why they really want a tribe that they can really hold on to. And that's why you see they're really into central Kenya, so that at least when this thing gets in a point that they can't hold it, they go to, wale kabila wanapiga kabila hii. That's why they really want to use central Kenya. And I'm really praying, I don't know what I'll do to my people from central, that this Mr. Gachagua and the group, if they can just tell them, please go and pray in Turkana for this Sunday, just go and pray in Turkana, or just go and pray in Mandera, or just go and pray today in a mosque in Mombasa. I think then central people will be safe. But they're trying to use the central people so that when this thing really gets very hot, they'll want to use the tribal situation. They want to bring a tribe in it. And thank God it's no longer about the tribe. So watu wetu wa central, msikubali Gachagua akuja atumie jina za mimi ni maumau, watu wadoga maumau watatumika. They are right now, if you're very careful, they are pushing Ndindi Nyoro, they are pushing Ichungwa, yes, Gachagua. They are using the central member of parliament, so these young men who are not thinking. If you're very careful, when was the last time you saw Senator Riots responding or coming out boldly against Raila? When was the last time you saw this member from parliament from Rift Valley coming out strongly? They're not. So they're trying to look for a tribe where they'll all do when this thing is getting hot. And so what we do central, nipia msikubali ni walitumia central kudanganya ati hamkupigia Raila kura na mlimpigia 2 point something, kitajai pata paka yeye mwenyewe alishtuka. Akashindwa, kumbe inapendwa hivi kushinda vile huwa nafikiria. So msikubali wakati hii vita inaanza wakuja wawatumie nyinyi ndio mkue shield, nyinyi ndio mkuje mtumike kama ile kabila inapigwa. Hakuna mwenye anapiga Mkikuyu, hakuna kabila inapiga Mnandi. Hii kabila ni uchumi mbaya, siasa mbaya na maisha mbaya ndio tunapigana nayo kwa hii. Na kitu kinafanyika ni jambazi ndio amechukua ushukani, jambazi ndio ameingia pale. Ukaona watu kama this lady from Mombasa, kilipiga mtu risasi kikaua, kimeachiliwa kesi. Wengine kesi zao zinaangushwa, wanakuja napewa paka kazi ya minister, cabinet secretaries. Jambazi wote unapewa kazi. Na wewe mama mboga mwenye ulikuwa unakimbia ukisema hii asla hii timu ni yetu, unapewa shilingi 500, kwanza inatolewa $25 shillings, unabaki na 475, na hiyo pia unaambia urudishe after 1 week. Hiyo unafanyia biashara gani? Wale mabilionaires watu wanakufa Turukana, chakula ni wanakuwa njaa, wanabeba na mahindi wanapeleka Luo Nyanza penye kuna chakula, hawapeleki Turukana penye kuna chakula ndakana. So Kenyans, we are not fighting each other at this time, but we are fighting corrupt leaders. We are fighting injustice that will be done, and the people like Chebukati that need to be arrested are still walking free, still having airtime to come to national TV and tell us and
to become witnesses and tell us nonsense about what happened when they were approached and there are things coming out. So the thing that Baba was doing is setting the mood. You know, when you're seducing a lady, you don't just come and tell her, you know what, I want to marry you. No, you first get to know the name. The second time, you may want to know the parents, where she's coming from. You set a date. Then the date you may say if you want things that you want to know. You set a mood of getting to know something. Baba is setting for them the mood. And after all these rallies, that's when they'll know that this thing is serious. Right now, they're not feeling it properly, but it's getting worse. And it's going to go beyond Raila. And some are even saying, after 2 weeks, they may go beyond Baba. They may leave Baba on the podium and they march. So hao wenye wanakuja hapa kutuambia ati Uhuru nini, hizo we are not interested. If you feel Uhuru kuna kizi nafaa ufungue, enda ufanye mali pengine, but watch the pace. Kenya is really at a dangerous point right now, and we want everybody to walk this journey, not as tribes, but as Kenyans. So usikuja hapa na ukabila ati wewe ni kabila fulani, hii kabila napigwa. Hapa hakuna ukabila. Hapa ni mashamba imetuleta kila Mkenya. Hapa kitu imetuleta ni serikali imechukuliwa na majambazi. Hapa kitu imetuleta ni hata makanisa wenye wanaongozwa na majambazi na wenye hata hawana hekima. So that's what we are doing, guys. We are here to remind Kenyans the purpose and why this thing is happening. The ones who are coming here in the name of Fabianos, I don't know, those guys, let's not entertain such fellows here. I think Leah may talk. I think maybe Julia or Kenyan Love is the moderators now. For now there.
Oh, okay. Julia, you will help me with this one. I wanted to say what you just said, Assemble, is exactly what we've been trying to preach in this channel. Is exactly what my sister Ata says, Akifungua says, because I'm about to give her the mic again. Is exactly what we've been saying. This has nothing to do with tribes. Hatutaki kujua weni Mkikuyu weni nini. And I've always said that this is the time, the one time in our country that we've had a time that is a united, where you have Kikuyus, Kalenjins and everything. But again, we have people who are trying to pull us back to go think about that it's a Kalenjin Kikuyu affair. It's not a Kalenjin Kikuyu affair. And we will not go back to that. Or even a Luo affair. We are Africans. We are Kenyans. That is what it is. Reality, let reality be. And that's where we are going. And that is where Kenya is going. Julia, it's your time to talk, lakini sorry, I know maybe you wanted to go somewhere, but I wanted you to say something and then you help me out.
Endelea tu. I think kuna watu wajaongea, kuna I think Jackman amekaa sana. Then
Okay.
unaweza alika, pengine utaalika Peter.
Okay.
Peter Jackman.
All right, Jackman, umesikia venye mama amesema. Jackman ni wewe, alafu tuende kwa Peter. Jackman. Jackman, do we have you?
Okay. Me?
Jackman.
Jackman Kamelala.
Now, are you getting me?
Yes, now we can get you.
Okay. Sasa hata nilikuwa nimesha lala, you know, lakini nilikuwa nasikia tu. Sasa hata sijui mulimalizia wapi niseme nini, lakini you have a good conversation, I think. What I can say is this. Ruto akona mchezo wake. Pengine acha mjua huyu Raila Odinga. He's thinking that he has known him just because the span of time that they were staying together politically. Ana pengine anadai yeye amemjua zaidi, lakini pengine hajamjua. That's why he has such a kind of confidence. Yeah. Labda ambiwe Raila ni nani. Labda. Another thing is that Kenya yetu watu wanasumbuka sana kifedha. Kifedha watu wako chini sana. Sijui sasa tuseme aje. A lot of people, you know, are struggling for sure. They are really struggling. But meeting the kuweka mkate kwa meza ni kazi ngumu sana, na hii ni sababu ya politics anyway. Sijui mko na plani gani, pengine tutaangalia mbele kama Raila atafikiria wapi, sijui sasa. Ni nyinyi sasa mko on the ground mtatueleza. Thank you. Hata nilikuwa nimelala. Please, I'm sorry for that. Are you there?
Yes, Jackman. Thank you. Ungetupatia maoni mengi kuliko haya ambayo umetupatia, but that's fine. Mr. Stompike, I see you. Thank you so much, my brother. I see you umekuja. I hope leo umekuja kama umewaka moto, because we've had an issue here. Hapa tumesumbuliwa kidogo, but yes sir.
Yes, sasa si mtanikupalia alafu ni rale, labda tuonane kesho.
Sawa, haina mambo. You have a good night and God bless you so much.
God bless you too. Thank you.
All right, kuna I think
thank you. Have a nice one. Thank you. Have a nice one.
All right, thank you Mr. Jackman. Maandamano huko umetuwekea screen. Maandamano maandamano alienda akaandamana na hakurudi. All right. Okay, Storm PK. The floor is yours. Before Julia, I'm gonna when a Stone mtajua kama mtatoka mtajua nini mnafanya. I guess there's other people wanakuja, but Stone PK, I think this is your time to talk. I believe umekuwa ukitusikiza, so I believe you know what we've been talking about na kila kitu, so jump on it. Tell us what you think of our politics today, where we are going, where is Ruto is telling us about Uhuru Kenyatta and vitu zingine na taxes, and we don't even have his tax tax records. utuambie hiyo. Kwanza hiyo ya tax nataka uniambie kabisa why he's talking about tax and hajatuambia yake, hajatuonesha. So anyway, Stone PK, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you ndugu Mato. Sorry, bado ni Kenyan with love.
Mwache kunitoji nyingine, mimi sijui ni nani.
Kenyan with love, mazee, mapenzi yako yamezidi. Tuyaita mahaba sasa. Mahaba ya kuwa Mkenya. Lakini si unaumia sana. You must be really suffering. Mpenzi wako anaporwa, anarepiwa, anafanywa madhambi ukiwa unaona tu, na unaambua umeze kule na macho, kula na macho na macho. Oh, pole sana. Julia, our sister, thank you so much. Good to see you. Asembo Pacho nyumbani. Na nani? Calvis ameenda wapi? Ama ndio Asembo bado? Calvis ameenda na there is some, nimesikia kuna points alizungumza nzuri sana. Then Kenyan Naura, poleni, yesterday and the day before I was engaged in some other channels also which were also burning. Nikakuwa overused huko. By the time I was trying to come back to this one, mulikuwa mmechoka mkafunga. But the good thing is that the fire, moto imewaka kila mahali, hatujui, we don't know what to do. We can only celebrate. Na tumesema mahali pakichinjiwa ng'ombe, huwezi sema hapata kuwa na damu. So nimeambia watu waache kusema tunaomba amani. Hakuna amani bila justice. I think Kenyans, let's forget about that. Let's not be lazy. Tuache laziness. Tuache laziness. Ruto ameitisha vita. Ruto ameitisha vita. You guys, I don't know who nani aliuzia wa Kenya hii uoga mko nayo hivi. Even in the other TV where I was, people are saying, tunaomba tu Kenya ikae kuwe na amani. Itakuwaje na amani? You guys are really unanichekesha. If you look at the Jacaranda meeting, did you see peace? Honestly, did you see peace in those people? Really? You are lying. Even there is no God that will stop what was going to happen. What is going to happen. God will support what is going to happen. Because God supports the will of the people. God empowers people to do that which is right. Even if it means mimi na Julia tukatwe shingo ndio Mato aweze kudeliver na kuokoa millions of Kenyans. That is supported by God, by the way. Hiyo ni gospel according to Stone PK. Yeah? Because it's God who gives people to kill, power to kill as well. Ama mnasema ni shetani. Shetani alipewa nguvu na Mungu. So indirectly God empowered everybody. He is superior. Ni yako juu ya shetani pia. Anatawala huyo shetani. So guys, we need tuliingia mtoni, tuvue nguo tuoge. Usianze kuoga kama watu wa mahali sitaki kusema unaendanga kuoga na maina wears na maskat. Na unasema you are showering. Yeah? Tuende Ndethes tushawe. Tuende Ndethes tuoge. Tumeingia kwa mto. Na ndio baba anawaambia. Aliwaambia. Baba anaongeanga na mafumbo. Amewaambia hii kitu. Why I'm laughing is because hakuna mtu anajua hii kitu isipokuwa baba na baba. Baba na baba. Those are the two people who know the next step. Ruto hajui, atajua hajui. Hao watu naona wakiongea hapa ati sijui mwanamke. Don't even listen to them. Don't debate with them. Anybody who has eyes and saw. Kamkunji mlisema ni Trizek. Mkadharau. Si tulikuwa tunacheza bano mtaani. Na ule mtu alikuwa anaitwa Shoga zaidi. Shoga ni sharpshooter. Alikuwa akifanya Trizek mjaribu ya mchezo bano inapasuka. Hata ikiwa umeweka futi 9 away from you. So basically, kama kulikuwa thermometer ya kupima the temperature, ilikuwa ni Jacaranda. Kamkunji kulikuwa excitement. Jacaranda ilikuwa ni tumeamua. And if you observed properly, those guys were disappointed that they were not told from there to march to that place. And Ruto has asked for it. I sympathize with him. I don't empathize, but sympathize, because kile ataona, hata si kile kanga ilimnyoa nani, kile kilinyoa kanga manyoa. Kile ataona ni kwa nini nyani pale nyuma anakuanga red. All of you muende mresearch why nyani hapo nyuma anakuanga na kidonda permanent. Kwa Kikwetu Kimbere tunaita gishoni. Gishoni. Ajue kwa nini ndinwa, na hiyo nini tunaita ndinwa. Atajua kile kirea ndinwa agere na gishoni. Kirea kiatumire ndinwa ege na gishoni. Kile kilifanya monkey ama nyani awe na gishoni. It was not easy. It was not easy. Ndinwa ililia, hata ikizaliwa inaenda inapelekwa to go through the ritual of having the gishoni. Anyway, I laugh when I hear people saying and mocking Raila. As I'm saying, unfortunately, Ruto is not of the 90th generation, lakini is thinking like watoto wa Nyayo, 1990s. And I'm not undermining anybody, but why I'm saying 1990s, these are children who have been born out of Cerelac, wakakuja wakakuta maziwa ya free, wakakuja wakakuta lami, wakakuja wakakuta madirizi naitwa manyanga, wamekuta inchi ni kama London. Sasa ukija kumwambia ati kulikuwa siku moja ilikuwa ukitaka kutoka Dandora kwenda Nairobi unachukua half a day, hata ana habari. Ukitaka kumwambia ati kulikuwa na vitu zilikuwa zinaitwa telephone booth, tunapanga laini kupiga simu, anaona wewe mzae hakuna kitu unabonga, wewe mzae ni watene, ndio wanatuita zinjatropa.
Unangoja reverse call.
Ukitaka kudate dem mazee, yani unakuwa innovative na dem hiyo simu, kama hao ni mademu wadosi, simu ni moja na buda ndio wanga na kifunguo yani. Sasa hao watoi ukiwaeleza hizo vitu, waeleze moja lidunini, hakuna kitu ananyita. So Ruto ameanza kuthink kama hao watu, because bro, ukiambiwa Raila ni dadi utamuotea mbali, ni fire, ni moto ingine noma. Alafu number 2, huyu jamaa aanzishangi kitu hata maliza, ni kama Mumbere. Unajua kuna watu wengine warriors wamenyamaza, unafikia ni mafala. I like talking about my tribe because the warrior in that small tribe, it's terrible. If I tell you how many were in Uhuru Park, utashanga. And not Uhuru Park, what do we call this place? Jacaranda. Because we are on top of the list ya wale watu wanakufa, kwetu kuna kufangwa njaa kama Ukambani. Umaskini ndio hiyo, na si umaskini ya people not working hard. It's because resources are stolen and nothing gets to Mbere and part of uko kwa Kalonzo, by the way, Mwingi, that area, coming to this side of Tharaka. Why? The country has a lot of wealth, has a lot of money, lakini haifiki kule. Sasa hebu niambie, hao watu ukiwaambia watokelezee, mtu akijaribu kuweka ng'ombe azikai zinakufa na kiangazi, na ukiulizwa mto Tana imepitia huko Mbere ndio kunatoka stima, all the dams are in Mbere, huyo mtu si ako frustrated? Ukimuita maandamano atakosa kuja, ukimwambia bebe mkuki aende State House atakosa kubeba. So what I'm saying, and that's why we have proverbs. Sisi tunakupiganga na maproverb tu, tunaongeanga na maproverb, tunakukata shingo hujui ni shingo yako tunabonga juu yake. Saa hii tunakwambia ukienda kwa shamba, ukishaanza kulima, huwa utokelezei kwenda lunch mpaka umalize Mbere. Itakuwa Mbere, yani hiyo piece, you mark what you have to complete. Raila is Raila. Whatever he starts, mahali ameweka jembe anataka atamaliza. He must accomplish. That is his nature. So, unaogopa ikiwa kila kitu akianza lazima amalize. Lazima sasa ujiulize hii kitu hii ameanza na vile imeenda hivi itamalizikia kiaje? Na umesikia amedeclare. Afadhali ingekuwa anataka anamalizikia na handshake, tungekuwa tunajua hiyo ni amani. Sasa alikwambia hata kudai, ako ready kudai. Ogopa. Mse, kimbia. Amedeclare, amekwambia hata kukufa niko tayari kufa. He has never said that in his life. Even when he was being jailed by Nyayo, he never said he's ready to die. He always said he's ready to see Kenya through. This time, he's ready to die. But see, Kenya has crossed to the other side. That is lethal. Hiyo ni deadly. Number 2, Raila is very tactical and is hardened. Is hardened. Ni cast, ni ile vile ile chuma, again nitumie Kimbere. Ni ile chuma inarekedhanga zile zingine. Kimbere tunasemanga chumerere kedhaga ile chienge. Yani it's a chuma that drills other metal. Hiyo chuma ina drill metals. Nini hiyo? Noma. Kama yeye ni chuma zile zinarekeza ile ingine. What can he rekeza? Ruto is a toy. It's a joke. And that's why I want him to perish. And I want him to perish. Hata asikufe, a perish, aumie, aone. Hiyo real thing happening. Watu wanasema oh, hii kitu iko mbali, haiwezekani. Those are naive people. We have shown people videos here. We've demonstrated to them how things are done. Revolutions come the way. Hii ya Kenya inakuja na machungu mengi sana. And if Ruto doesn't take off, in fact, he's not supposed just to resign. He should take off like the Sri Lanka. Asingoje, you can imagine hiyo crowd iende impate mahali. Yeah. So for his safety, he just takes off. Chukue heli na watu kadhaa na madem zake kadhaa na room 350 apeleke Munyonyo pale Kampala. Aanze kuoperate from there. Atakuwa hosted na rafiki yake. Alright. The third thing about Raila, my friend, is that when you are about to write him off, what he pulls, huwezi kuireverse. Na bado hajapull bado. Hii Jacaranda bado. But if you read him, if you read his body language, ndio utajua kuko aje. Wakenya mnapiga nduru, hatujui alienda hapa ama anaenda huku. He's not a madman. Ati ametumwa kila mahali. Nothing. Ati anaenda kufanya mambo ya Afrika. Hakuna. Lazima alisema ana fix Kenya kwanza ndio Kenya ifix the entire Africa. What kind? Look at that statement. It's pregnant. He has to fix Kenya, which is gonna fix the rest of Africa, which is true. So what is coming? It's not even tsunami. Yeah. Si tsunami. Hebu ngojeni kidogo nikuja. Just Mato endelea.
Thank you, Mr. Stone PK. Na kuna mtu hapa ameniambia jana ilikuwa disaster. Mami, my sister Julia, hold on. Kuna mtu ameniambia hapa ilikuwa, I'm trying to find that message again. Amesema jana tulifunga show mapema. Whoever you are, I'm trying to find who you actually are. Jesus Christ. Hold on just a minute. Anyway, kama sitapata, you try to say that jana tulifunga mapema. Pole sana kama tulikuumiza kufunga show mapema. We don't really sometimes don't have to close mapema sana like that. We want to come here and talk, but also be very realistic. So we do apologize for closing yesterday. Your kama unatufuata tafadhali, we apologize for that ya kufunga mapema. The thing is that what I do believe is that we have a country that we are, and I need Africans and Kenyans and everyone, especially our Kenyan country, ile opportunity tuko nayo, the opportunity that we have to be a Kenyan country, will be lost by these people who come in here and come and propagate. And when I say come in here, I'm not just saying in this show. I'm talking about our Africa and our Kenya. When you have a president that is propagating and making people start looking at each other as a Kikuyu, as a Jaluo, as a Kamba, as a whatever, not as a Kenyan. When you have those people who don't even understand what Raila has done for our country and they want to talk about them and call them mwendo wazimu, mganga. Since when Raila alifanyia nini uganga ya nani? When you're going to a point where you're even calling Uhuru mtu mwenye ametoka kwa kiti kabisa na hajaongelesha mtu. In fact, I saw a video. I was just saying it. Nilikuwa nasema before. Assemble. I was talking about it before. I saw a video of him in Congo. Akiwa amesimamishwa na wa Congo. Wakimwambia, oh, tunateseka, tunafanya nini? The guy does not even talk about anything. He's not there. And you're there talking about him and everything. And now you're talking about taxes, yenda nafanya sijui azimio zifanyike, the rallies and everything. I don't know how much money you think this guy has that he can even, anaweza patiana hii pesa yote ndio watu waweze kwenda kwa rally, alipie kila mtu. It becomes a laughing thing. And at the same time, who's talking about that? Is the president. The person that is calling himself a president. You're coming to complain to the Kenyans. What do you want me and Julia and Assemble to do?
Mato,
yes?
Can I say something?
Yes.
This crowd was a natural crowd. They were not transported. Nothing was seen there transporting them, bringing them to the ground. They came by their own will. So why they say that it was Uhuru's, sponsoring this, it's just a diversion of our minds, because he don't want to believe that these people love Raila this much, but that is the reality.
Okay, Mami, you're next. You're next on it, and then you're next on it. What I wanted to say is that we need to educate. Even when we come over here, we need to be as strong as sometimes when Storm PK comes here, he's very strong on what we need to do, because sometimes I think we need to be lethal and say what the truth is. Because ujinga tuachane nayo, tafadhali. Tusipiganishwe wa Kenya. Na ukweli isemwe. Because there's somewhere that we are going, and sometimes you cannot board a flight while it's already taken off. And today Africa is taking off. And when Africa is coming, you always talk about the United States, but there's the United Countries of Africa. I don't know tutaita nini. But ishaanza. And is the reason today we have an East African, parliament and even passports. So tafadhali, tuache hii ujinga. Hii ujinga tuache na tuiongelele kabisa. Ma'am, it's your time to talk, and then we'll circle back to Julia, and then maybe we'll see what happens after that. Julia, I know you're there. Stone, tuko wengi. Hata nikitoka sasa leo niko poa. So, Mami, it's up to you.
I thought Stone had not finished.
Stone, unless kuna kitu ulikuwa umeacha nilikuwa nataka
Stone
you're
was
very
still,
right.
Stone was still talking, but what you disrupt.
Hapana, ameitwa huko na ameitwa na bibi.
Ameitwa
na
na
Ruto.
bibi, sikuwa nimemaliza. Nilienda kushughulikia kidogo. Anyway, let me quickly nisibore watu. I know people get bored by the truth, especially the UDA wenye rangi ya inaitwa manjano, ugonjwa wa manjano. Wakisikia tukiongea wanaumia sana. So basically ningemalizia nikisema where we are, it's not tafadhali. And if you read what was in Jacaranda, I hope niko clear. If you read what was in Jacaranda, it was not that tunaomba, atuombi Kenya with love. We are not pleading with anybody. And we know this flight, which has taken off, haijaja, okay, ni ya milioni hiyo 8.1 plus hiyo 5 whatever ya Ruto. So hawa 5.7 kuna wale waliweza kudandia, tuliwaona wamedandia, tumewafungulia madirisha wanaingia, wengine wameingia na nini. Okay? Tukifika mahali tunaweza watumania ingine itawaleta, we will consider them. So basically what I'm trying to say is that tusemi tafadhali, we are not pleading with anybody to come with us. We know wale tuko now, it's the majority of Kenyans, and it's those who have the goodwill and those who see where this whole scenario is taking us. Sasa kwa hivyo hapa hakuna mabembelezano. It is wale wanaweza waende. And you remember even at Jacaranda too, the leaders were addressed. Wale watu wa kulambalamba huko nani alisema, baba alisema, we know them, watu wa kulambalamba huko. Na sijui wanasikianga utamu gani wa kilambalamba huko. Wamenyamaza kama mende. They don't know what to do because they have been overtaken by events. They are between the rock and the hard place. Wameshindwa watafanya nini? Because number one, either they were beneficiary of this utapeli, this stealing, so they are muzzled. They don't know what to do. Some of them are the ones that are wanaendesha hiyo rumors, wanajaribu kuuzia Ruto hiyo rumors that there are people funding you know, this is a joke. Yani these guys, how do you fund kitu kama Jacaranda? Because they were funding the campaign thing. They think Jacaranda was a campaign rally. Kenya with love. Unaona watu vile yani wana ujinga, umamba, yani ukao, ungombe. Jacaranda, was it a campaign rally? We know campaign rallies are funded. Yani these guys, they are so stupid. Na nyinyi watu wa nini Azimio ndio mnataka kueducate in this forum. Na mimi nilikuwa nimesema kwanza tunafungua hii TV masaa mawili, tunaongea na shortwave yetu, tunaongea na code. Kwanza tulianza kuongea na marangi. Tukisema fire kuna ile rangi tunatumia. Kuna ile rangi tutatumia ya kuamua kuvamia State House. State House tutapita nao mpaka tuanze kukaanga mayai huko. Vile nani walikuwa wanafanya. Sorry. Ni kebo yangu ilikuwa inatoka na nini. You know? So the way Sri Lanka did, don't think that walifanya hiyo ni madharau ama nini. They were, number one, were demonstrating that the State House is the home of the people. You are free to walk in there. Na waambie ule rais yako hapo unataka kuchomewa mahindi ama unataka kuchemshiwa nduma, because it's your home. Okay? Si mambo ya kuenda ati kujidai na kuwa kanisa. State House is not a church. All right? Lastly, the pathway, which is very difficult for people to understand. It's a bit complicated for UDA, and we don't want UDA to understand what is happening. We really don't care. But for the sake of Azimio people who might be having some doubts, this movement is movement ya Africa. Kenyan with love amegusia hapo. but hakufafanua kabisa, and it's good. I don't think we need to even fafanua with you, but we can give people this storm, and we say this beyond tsunami. Ukienda kutoka kusini, South Africa, the fire is burning. And what is the call? The call is One Africa. Okay? If you listen, and Ramaphosa is going, by the way, because he's an imperialist, he's a nifala. Huyo ni kama Ruto anaenda. Okay? The call, and the people have agreed. On 23rd of March, they are freezing everything in South Africa. So if you have business you are going to do in South Africa, usiende, postpone it until after that. Because on 23rd, they are freezing everything. They are freezing everything. When they say everything is everything, there's only ambulances that will be working and firefighters. The rest, itakuwa frozen. Kama vile COVID ili freeze dunia mzima. What does that tell you? Because they want to remove that government. And their call is Africa is ripe now to unite. And how can Africa unite when you have leaders who have stolen election? Self-installed leaders. Can those self-installed leaders agree to have a powerful country? No. They want to have their piecemeal countries. Ndio wagandamize wananchi wake. It's only patriotic and Pan-African leaders that can have that rallying call, that know the strength, the strength that Africa can have. If at all the leaders that are chosen are the ones that are ordained. If at all the leaders that are chosen by the people, you are ordained, then definitely it's going to be very, very a powerful continent. So as I'm saying, the wave is from the south, it's coming. If you look at West Africa, fire is burning. If you look at these sides of Ethiopia, Eritrea, Eastern, huku North Egypt, DRC, hiyo itafunikwa tu na hiyo nini boom. And that's why they want the epicenter. The epicenter will be a place called Nairobi, a place called Kenya. That will be the headquarter, the mother of all. So this thing must work. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Wacha kuuliza inakuwa ati funded na nani, bado itakuwa funded sasa. Wacha niwaibie siri. Bado haijakuwa funded.
Unaona Stone walikuwa nasema jana kwamba ati somebody was saying that the diaspora are funding this thing. Me, I'm just saying, why are they crying wolf when they don't see the wolf? What about if people decide to do it, to fund, to do the, I mean, assemble. Nyinyi mnaweza kosa kila mtu so $10, so $10. Tuseme tu, okay, I'm not, Kenyans forgive me, I'm not blowing my trumpet, okay? But it is not very difficult for someone living in the US to give $500. $500 is equivalent to 50,000. Mtu mmoja. Ama nadanganya Kenyan with love. It is not very hard, right? Stone, is it very hard for someone living here?
It is not hard.
$500.
Sasa. Yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about one person. I'm talking about one person. So if you just count 100 people only, na ukifikisha 1,000, just $500. I mean, so they are crying wolf that Uhuru is funding this. What about if Uhuru is really decides to fund? What do they do to him if he decides to do so? Watafanya?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with Uhuru funding this thing because he's a chairman of Azimio. He's no longer the president. He's a normal mwananchi who is feeling the pain of bad economy, who is feeling the pain of bad politics. He's a normal mwananchi, though as a protection of the former president. But Stone PK, I had a question for you. Is it that Raila is fixing the AU and the UN because they're always very fast to come into a country where they want to dictate? He gave them only 2 weeks to come in to probe, to look into it. Is he fixing them so that when Kenyans take, because he told them if you don't come, Kenyans will take action. So is it, can you clarify for me this?
No, let me answer that for you. Raila, that was Raila trying to curb the crowd. The crowd was ready to go. That was him trying to tell them, hold on, let's try to fix it. That day was a done deal. Stone PK, if you have another way, because I know that's how it was. That was Raila trying to say that Tulieni.
As I said, Kenyan with love, the path is already set. And in my previous submissions some days back, I averted that the objective is not to have maandamano. In fact, this should not be called maandamano. Maandamano is where you go with the placards, then jioni mnarudi nyumbani. We are past maandamano. You know, we are the M-Pesa genius. Si Kenya ndio M-Pesa genius. And Calvis amesema, we are genius ya wizi. Wizi tuko number 1 in Africa, hata in the whole world. Huko ndio unachukua vitu, unatuma ikiwa JPEG, una change kwanza inakuwa hii ndio inarudi inatokea huko, unaipost na unashika Bible na unasema hiyo ndio hiyo. We are number 1. So Kenya is a land of innovation. Now, tulimaliza maneno ya maandamano. In fact, you will not see ati watu wakibeba ati placard ya Ruto must go. Hapana. Sasa tumeingia scientific digital sasa. Ndio nakuja sasa kujibu swali yako bwana Pacho. Digital in the sense that scientific rather. Scientific ni hii kitu mnafanya nyinyi wa Kenya pale, is it a few click? Ni Raila tu analialia vile analianga miaka yote. Sasa we have now involved, we have looked in those who know the truth, but they've been denying. Unajua Kenyans, I told you Kenyans are number 1 in anything. Kenyans ndio unasikia wakisema Raila hajawahi shinda, because we are idiots. As much as we are genius, we are also genius ya ujinga. Unajua unaweza kuwa genius ya wajinga, you know, top of the range. Yeah? Because we say Raila, unasikia wengine wanakuambia Raila hajawahi shinda, Raila ni mtu ya kulia. Hata na wameongozwa na Dr. PhD holder, top of the list ya wajinga. Daktari, you can be a doctor of fools. So, Raila, being an engineer, he has looked in those who already know that he has not only won once, twice, or thrice. Because these are the same people who call him, waambia Joe, mzee, with all due respect, tunakulilia. It is not ati anakuwa convinced hapa locally na Uhuru atienda kwa handshake. No, I'm trying to educate doctors of food. Baba is never extended. Abembelezwagi hapa, anabembelezwa internationally. Anaambiwa mzee, please, tuko na hizi interest. Sasa wewe unaona hiyo itakuwa hivi. Anaona huruma because naye ana huruma ingine nayo too much. Sasa ndio ameona hiyo huruma yake inammaliza. That's why he has changed. And then now he has involved those who know. AU, they know he has always won. They know it. Right now, AU knows Ruto stole elections. UN knows Ruto stole. America knows Ruto stole. Britain knows Ruto stole. They assisted in the stealing. The whole world knows that they stole. They helped this guy steal. Now, they helped this guy steal, and yet ni mediocre. You know, they didn't know he would be so mediocre. Walikuwa wanafikiria watamsaidia, alafu atajiseti vizuri. Lakini naye Mungu ni nani? Amempumbaza because hata yeye ana akili ya nini. Unasikia anakuambia that he is fixing first year, second year, third year. He's not talking about people who are dying, who are hungry. Anaongea long term. Yaani watu wakisha kufa ndiye ataleta hiyo manini zake, what do we call it? Those strategic development plans zake. When the country, half of it will have starved to death. Anyway, so those guys who have been looked in, wametupiwa kamba. Hiyo ikawekwa sasa. It has been documented. And it has not only been done verbally, Kenyan with love, it has been written. Baba did not want to announce it. And you are right, he had to quickly tell people that is the step that has already been taken. Ndio wa cool down. Otherwise, hiyo maneno ya communicate na hao watu, it was supposed to remain at that level. Then when things happen, there is nowhere, there is no accusation. Hakuna mahali utakuja kuambia Raila did not follow protocol. In short, he has decided to follow scientific protocol way of how to do things, how to stop this, and it has to be on record, and it will be up to precedence. The world, the UN, kila hata hao wengine wote, they want to set a precedence so that elections can make sense. If Kenyan election doesn't make sense, the whole world election will not make sense. Yes, because it will be used. Kama sasa huko US walikuwa wametegwa hivi na Republican. They were supposed to pick that and run away with it to bring Biden down for supporting a stolen election. But he became very clever, very swift. He took it now. Yeye ndiye ana hiyo kadi. Now and yeye ndiye ana support hiyo. British, they are at pain. Wako hapa na hapa lakini wamekubali.
I had that stone ticket at US Senate imeflip. At the Americans wameflip. Sasa wanajifanya wao hawako kwa hiyo story ya rigging.
And you know they are very good at that. So unajua. That's why they are the superpower. Anaangaliaga anaona upande ile iko ile, anaichukua anaipaka rangi inakuwa ni yake. They will be the champion of this. Na utaona. That's why Ruto is finished. Nimefika hapo. Assemble.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Kenyan with love. Another question before I relax kabisa. If you look carefully into the Raila of today, of the 2 weeks ago, is there that of Raila that when we were growing up of the early 90s, where he could not fear anybody, he will not think before he says something? Is a Raila who will take things head on? And that's the Raila that we're now seeing again, at this the last moment of the weeks we've seen him. Is it that now is it now that he's told these guys that I've been trying to be a good person to bring you guys on board, to understand the diplomacy, but now the Kenya that I want is the Kenya that I'm going for, the one he used to go for in 90s. So Stone.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Just one clarity. Yeah, anybody can answer that.
Yes, this time Raila has nothing to lose. Raila this time is the Raila that you used to know, and he's out to be the Raila that he needed to be. He is not worried about international community or who's been telling this. I don't know. He brings chaos in Africa or in Kenya. He's not worried about that anymore. It's done. He's out there to change the country. He doesn't care. You go telling him that Mutabshika, is bringing whatever is going to go to ICC. The man does not care anymore. He's the Raila that we never, that old Raila, the person that was Raila. Says hakuna kitu rezatisha Raila nayo. I can tell you for a fact. And I'm not just saying this out of watching. I'm talking about something that I know and something that I actually talk to people about that are close to him. This time, you cannot teach a Baba. You will not teach a Baba. There's nothing that you got on Baba. If ukimtisha na ICC, my friend, he does not care. He doesn't care. Unajua hiyo ndio kitu imekuwa, ndio maana naambia international community, stay away from us. Kenya will decide its way. He doesn't care. You can't teach a Baba right now. At SGO, ICC, sijui nini watakukujia, because that's what they've been holding on him. That okay, you have to be a nice, ukwe mpole, sijui nini, utaweza shikwa na ICC, sijui utaweza fanywa nini, utaweza kuwa nini. Baba doesn't care about that anymore. At his point, he doesn't care at this point. Right now, he wants Kenya to be Kenya and the right things to be done. That is what it is. And I know why I'm saying what I'm saying. Pole. Stone ulikuwa umemaliza kabla nisitumie.
Yeah, Pacho, your question is very good. Very good. You see, this issue of those petty issues, I call them petty and tired issues at the ICC. Nobody has talked about the ICC. Ni hawa tu magwaru hapa kwa comment section. Nobody can talk about ICC threatening Baba. ICC has no validity. There is nothing that is unconstitutional that has happened or is happening or is going to happen. Everything that is going to happen, including overthrowing, chasing away Ruto out of the seat, will be, and it is constitutional. One, because you are allowed to go beyond the constitution. So we will cross over to the other side of the constitution, because the constitution, we make it to serve us. He has defiled it. He has appointed, he has gone against it and appointed all thieves, and he has done everything. So he does not obey the constitution. So what does Mwananchi do? Mwananchi sees the country is going haywire. Because Mwananchi has the power. The power is bestowed on Mwananchi. Then he donates it. So Mwananchi will take it back. So where will you catch Mwananchi? For chasing away Raila? For running over State House? Utamshika wapi? Wewe mbuzi yako akiwa wanavamiwa na nyang'au kwa zizi, ukuje upige, hata ukitaka kuchoma hiyo zizi ndio nyang'au ichomekee ndani, nani atakuuliza? Ni kwako. That State House belongs to the people. And the people will be chasing a thief who has invaded the whatever. So where will ICC come? And if anybody will be injured, it will be accidental. Itakuwa ni accident too. Just like Mau Mau, who has been accused about Mau Mau. Ulisikia British wamepelekwa ICC ama wale walipigana walipelekwa? Hapana. That is where people don't know. Watu wanasema ati and then I see people, I don't even bother about keyboard warriors ati kuandika ati comment. Those are very naive, and as I say, very thin and lazy thoughts that Raila he had to think of things to do. When revolutions come, they are always naysayers. When these presidents wanang'atuliwangwa kwa State House, akina Pabo, hata wa Ivory Coast mpaka akajificha chini ya kitanda, alikuwa anaambiwa hakuna kitu ina happen. Alishikwa kwa kitanda na underwear. Kweli urongo? Wale mnakumbuka. Alitolewa chini ya kitanda. Huyu chali Waislamu wa nini? Alitolewa wapi? Alitoka na dirisha. Alitoroka na dirisha yani ya nyuma ya State House. Akachukua gari akapelekwa haraka airport. Mizigo ilikuwa inasukumwa na wheelbarrow huko. Mkokoteni, unajua India huko nchi zao vile zina mikokoteni. Nobody believes when a revolution is coming. Na inapandanga pole pole. All these small minds who are commenting and saying, those ones, they don't know what they don't know what it is in store. All right? And it is not a Raila affair. That is what people don't know. It is a global affair. It is a new world order too. New world order too. Well, new world order ya kwanza ilikuwa devil worship. Hiyo sasa inataka kupinduliwa. Ya pili sasa ni election, where the people must have say. Because if the people don't have say, then the world will not have any order. And who wants to live in a globe that has no order? What will US talk about democracy? What will UK talk about democracy? And the tenet number one of democracy is whereby elections are free and fair. If that is not happening, there's nothing, no democracy. So we keep off, we say democracy is BS, and then we design our own. Africa, we go back to how we used to do it. We split into small kingdoms and chiefdoms. Sisi chief wetu tunajua vile kama tunafanya ile monarchy and is working for us. Kwisha, we go that way. And nobody wants the world to go back to that. It has to cross over to that side. And there is always what triggers. I told you revolution ya French was triggered by bread. Hii ya Kenya hata si chakula, ni hiyo wizi wa election. Alafu unaiba election unaenda kupiga kifua, utaona mambo. Back to you, Kenyan with love.
Thank you, Stone PK. Thank you, and everybody that is watching us. Madam Julia, thank you so much. Everybody that is watching us. Asembo, asante sana. As we move on, there's someone on the comments section, and this is a personal thing that I want to ask him. Somebody called Travel with Fred. If you are the person that actually kama ni ule mtu nadhani uko, please kubali ama uniambie. I think you're the one that makes flights for people when they're traveling from the US to Kenya. I think you might know what I'm talking about. If that's you. I've been trying to look and make sure, because, you know, with this channel also you meet people. But that was just something that I wanted to throw out there. It has nothing to do with the conversation. Travel with Fred, please answer me if you can. Other than that, no, we are not going to let our country, especially when we are at a place and so close to a place of getting out of this thing that we called third world for so long. Kenyans, are you tired of being called a third world country? Africans, are you tired? You talk about United States of America. Everybody wants to go to the United States of America. Do people really understand what United States of America means? That is Wyoming, all the countries, actually, it's countries. They used to be countries. States, country. But they are together. Are we going to be called as Africa a third world? Yet we have everything. And when we have that chance right now to actually impose to be the people that can actually be the hub, the Nairobi of Kenya, but the Nairobi of Africa, the Washington, D.C., are we really going to let it go because some people here want to make money and be cartels and run away from all the things that we know they've done against the country? I want us, as we keep on conversing, to really ask ourselves if this is what we want to do. And are we going to be divided? That I talk about a Kikuyu. Why should I be talking about a Kikuyu? Why should I be talking about a Kamba? Why should I be talking about a Jaluo? Why should I be talking about things that don't even make sense? Why would even Ruto come out and say things that don't even make sense? I need us to really start looking at ourselves and understand where we are and mali tumefika. Kenya Nasra, najua tuko Somali leo. Tafadhali tupe. And then Julia, I can't add anyone. I'm trying to add. Saidi yangu inanikataa. Kama unaweza patiana link, I can see people asking for link. If you can do that, and we can add some people. My side, I think, is working inanikataa. So
Stone PK Stone PK kuna admin
nimeweka hapo.
Oh yeah, Stone anaweza add. Mimi nataka kwenda kulala. Tutuonane kesho.
Usiende you're next. You're next.
Niko job.
Hata mimi niko job wewe. You're next.
And here
mpatie aongea ndio aende akalale.
And here it is 10:30.
Okay, umepewa.
Yes, okay. Poleni. So mimi sina mengi. Nashukuru Stone PK, Kenya Nasra, Kenya with Love, and all those who have joined here. Sijui yule mwingine alikuwa hapa ameenda. Alikuwa nani huyo? The gentleman who just left. What is his name again?
Assemble.
Assemble, yes. And also Calvin talked very well, I think, and Rio did a good job. I think we have to remain steadfast. The thing is that Baba is fighting for us, for Kenyans, and I think, like some of us have been saying here, saizi hakuna maneno ya ukabila. Ama Stone PK, we are not feeling like Kuyus, and we're not looking at people as Luos, ama Wakale, ama ni. We are looking at ourselves as Kenyans. That is what we are looking at. And hata si chuki, some of us have been coming here like kuna chuki. It is just that we are asking ourselves what is the right thing for our country. And then we cannot go on and bury ourselves on the sand and say that we don't want to see or realize or accept that kumekuwa an electoral injustice. Now, things must change. We cannot just go on like this. Lazima maneno ibadilike. Hata wakati wa independence watu wa Kenya walifika mwisho wakasema wamechoka na mkoloni, na wakati wa multipartyism walifika mwisho wakachoka na dictatorship ya Moi na hiyo single party system. Na pia hivi sasa Wakenya wamechoka na hii maneno ya electoral injustice. And then beyond electoral injustice, Stone PK, I was watching Professor Manyora, anaitwa Manyora, I think Manyora, and he was doing a very good analysis. He was saying, on top of electoral injustice, tuko na shida ya maisha. Life is so expensive right now. From Kenya Power and Lighting Company to bei ya chakula, bei ya unga, to maneno ya tax, to maneno ya M-Pesa, left and right. I mean, now he was even asking that if the government was wise, wangepunguza bei ya maisha, I mean the cost of living, just to try and minimize this kind of stress yenye iko kwa Kenya. Now, so on top of electoral justice, to add salt into injury is that maisha imekuwa ngumu sana. Life is becoming unmanageable in our dear motherland. And that is why Baba definitely will get a big support from so many Kenyans, not just so many Kenyans. I believe the majority of Kenyans, hata wenye walipigia Kenya Kwanza simu, kura, lazima wae saa zingine wanafikiria, saizi wanafikiria kwamba we need a change. I'm sure they are also thinking and they are convinced, hata kama mimi kura yangu niliweka hapa, I need a change, I can't do this, I can't go on like this. Ni vile saa zingine wengine hawana guts za kusema chenye wanataka, but I'm sure inside their hearts, they are praying that Raila does something. So I was going to say this, people were saying here, Stone PK, sijui kama ulisikiza some panelists here who was talking nonsense, saying that he's a lawyer, I don't know, he's going to sue Uhuru. We are not interested with Uhuru right now. Uhuru is retired president. Ameenda home kwa bibi yake Margaret na watoto. And there is no longer our concern. So whether Uhuru is wherever he is, we are not interested. And that is those are side issues from I'm disappointed to see that the Kenyan press at KTN and NTV imepea hii nonsense airtime. Ati Kenya Kwanza MPs, they are claiming kwamba Uhuru is funding this Kamukunji. So what? We are not interested with what Uhuru is doing. We are interested in the change that we want in this country. That is what Kenyans remain focused on. So what I'm trying to say is that these people kind of trying to demean the Jacaranda rally, the Kamukunji rally, and what Baba and Mother and Kalonzo and the others are doing. They should have looked at the change of language, even by someone like Mother. Mother alisema people only die once. By the time such a lady amesema hivyo, what do you think? Wewe PK, mwanamke akikwambia atikunoke mwe, unafikiria anafikaga anakuanga amefika wapi? When a lady tells you that amefika mwisho, I mean she's ready for anything. So it is because she's tired and fed up of being fed up with the kind of impunity, electoral injustice, corruption, na hiyo nonsense yote inaendelea kwa Kenya yetu kwa sababu ya serikali mbaya. So she's not the only one, and she aired her voice. You know, Baba has been talking and people have been trying to say ni Baba, that hiyo ni karakta ya Baba. Sasa tumeona wengine wenye wamejitokezea. So kumaanisha
I'm asking. If this, I want to ask those people who are demeaning this kind of a move. If these people pour into the streets, what will the government do? You cannot shoot them. Kenya wakati wa kukua watu tulitoka huko kitambo. Kwa hivyo hiyo story hii story ya kusema ati Uhuru is financing the rallies to avoid taxation, hiyo inaitwa ni story ya yesterday. Na nyinyi watu mwenye mnaongelea hiyo story mko yesterday tu sana. Mko yesterday, you are reasoning like generation dinosaurs. That is how you are reasoning. Because now we are not concerned about Uhuru. Uhuru is retired president. Uhuru can go keep his cows.
Julia, nikuongeze kitu.
Okay, let me finish Kenya. He can go keep his cows. He can go raise his chicken. He can go sell matumbo. Ama weke butchery. We ain't care no more. If he doesn't pay tax, mpelekeni kotini. Me, whether Uhuru pays tax or he doesn't pay tax, I have bigger problems than Uhuru not paying tax. I have bigger problems. Me, kama mwana Kenya, we are all asking ourselves, how will our children go back to school? How shall we pay our fee? We are asking ourselves, how can you take my money? And because I'm transacting with M-Pesa. Mbona uniongezee bank levies ati nianze kulipa ati just because I have some 10,000 in KCB alafu nikienda kwa hiyo nikusipati 10k napata 9k ama 8k. I have bigger problems. I have bigger, as kama a Kenyan, I'm asking myself, how will I pay for tokens? Nikilipa token ya 1,000 unaniletea token kichache, unaona? And I'm asking myself as a Kenyan, sasa niwache kutumia stima ndio nianze kutumia mafuta ya taa? I'm asking myself, kama natumianga unga packet 2 ama packet 1 kwa siku, how will I afford 300 bob every day for my dinner? I'm a Kenyan. I'm asking myself that. Mumeacha kujenga barabara. I'm asking myself, ile barabara yetu imetoka Nyahururu or Kalao inaenda Nyandarua, Kinago. Mumeacha kuijenga. How will I transport my Irish potatoes? That is what I'm asking myself. Waru yangu itafika Marikiti aje? I'm asking myself all those issues. So telling me about Uhuru financing Kamukunji, I ain't care. In fact, I hope he's a financing. Mimi kama wa Kenya, now I am praying, Uhuru, did you hear what they say? Kama uko na pesa mingi, naomba upatie baba hiyo pesa ndio akomboe nchi yetu. If that is what you are trying to insinuate, Kenya Kwanza people. Because now, hata wenye walipigia Ruto kura, they are praying for a change. So, Bwana Ruto, I'm not trying to advise you. Nakwambia ukanyangie tu hapo na hiyo madharo yako, na Gachagua endelea kutukana baba na Uhuru, kanyangieni hapo kwa sababu the train is coming. Na hii train ni electrical train kwa mwendo wa kasi sana, and it is unstoppable. If people, I heard the next meeting is going to be at Harambee House. So if people meet, do a Kamukunji at Harambee House, mtuambie mtakuwa wapi kama mkutano itakuwa Harambee. Stone, ulisikia hiyo watu walikuwa na shout wanasema hiyo mkutano ingine itakuwa Harambee House. Asante. Kenya is love.
Okay, Kenya is love. Ndio ukiongezea ebu ongezea na hii this point, include this in your submission. I mean in your rejoinder. Kuna watu wanauliza, and then you give me time to also come in. Have you ever asked yourself why these rallies hakuna polisi? Can you give your thought before I come in? That I don't want to comment about that question.
Okay, wait before Kenya.
I'm not gonna give a thought on that one. I'm gonna give an informed.
Kenya in love. Wasa niseme kitu. Ati hakuna polisi. Me, I want to respond to these people Stone PK. First and foremost, tulitoka huko kitambo. Unaona? That is why we fought Moi hard. You see? So we left the things of policemen intimidating people a long time ago. The other thing, let me ask you, which policeman is ready to go to jail, wherever, for mass killings and all that? I'm telling you, if people decide to have their Kamukunji in Harambee House, iyo Kamukunji itafanyika. The only thing that will happen, people will shut their businesses because nothing will stop that meeting from happening. because the police will do nothing. The police will not harass anybody, will do nothing. That is what these Kenyans who are asking this kind of questions should now understand the era at which we see Uganda, Kenya see Uganda, Kenya imeenda mbali sana, because these people are exercising their constitutional rights, and we now understand our constitution 2010. We know how far we can go. As long as kuharibu mali ya mtu, you are not interfering with another person's right and freedom, people will do that. And you see, let me also say this, these people who are going to spill out on the streets are not going to harm anybody, because Raila amejua watu wamesema wamependa kumlaumu kwamba ati watu wake ndio wanaharibu mali, sijui wanafanya. They will not touch anybody's property. They will not touch anybody's property. But still nobody will stop them. They will be unstoppable. Kwa hivyo PK, hakuna polisi itakuwa anywhere. No policeman will dare interfere. That one I can assure you. Asante. Sorry, Kenyan is love. And the jibu hilo swali.
Julia, first of all, wacha nitoke mbali kidogo. First of all, if Uhuru financed the Jacaranda meeting and Uhuru is financing anything, actually, he's the most patriotic person in Kenya. It's his money. So why are you worried about kitu yenye Uhuru ana finance? Sie ndio anafanya. If I have the money to finance and I finance it, so what's the problem? Ni nini shida iko wapi? Si ni yake, ni pesa yake. Wewe ndio president alafu unakuja kusema Uhuru amefinance. Na wewe ndio uko na pesa ya taxes ya wananchi. So kama kuna mtu mwenye anaweza finance kitu kama hiyo yenye inaweza saidia Kenya, so why are you complaining? Ni nini? Kwani kuna pesa imechukuliwa hata kwa serikali? So let Uhuru do what he has to do. Kama niende alifinance, okay, niende alifinance. So what? Aliomba loan? Ama alichukua Hustlers Fund? Ndio akaitumia kwa kwenda kufanya ni. You know, it's a funny thing. It is such a very funny thing. But one thing I will tell you to answer your question, Julia. First of all, and this is not something I wanted to say, but I will tell you, and I know what I'm saying. The military and the cops and the police are not in this thing in any way. That's why if you realize in Jacaranda, the police were nowhere to be seen. And it all went okay. No one, hakuna mtu alienda kuguza biashara ya mtu, because the thing has been that watu wakienda ile kitu wanajaribingi kupropagate is that watu wakienda sijui wataharibu biashara za watu. Biashara gani? Na hata hatukuwa police. Which one? Gani? The problem comes when the police comes in and starts shooting na kuanza kugonga watu. When you don't have that, the Kenyans will say what they want to say and you cannot stop them. Ruto thinks he can stop Kenyans from saying what they want to say, and Kenyans will not be stopped. And that's why Jacaranda was so big. And it's been rated. They said he was the biggest one after time ya elections. Time yenye tulifanya Jacaranda. It wasn't even that big. This time people did not understand. And you know what the funny thing, my sister Julia? No one was paid. And if you want me to prove you right, hakuna mtu alikuwa amevaa uniform inafanana na mtu mwingine, watu walikuwa wamevaa nguo zao. And if you understand what I'm trying to say, political meetings, most of them wanakuwaga wamevaa nguo zenye zinafanana nini because they are paid. This time people were not paid. I spoke to people kwa na si hata tujui walitoka wapi watu. People wanted. In fact, the person that had the biggest problem on that occasion was Baba. Baba was the one that had the biggest occasion because everybody wanted to go to State House. And that's why, my sister, I'm scared of the one coming up, hii ya Kibera na iogopa. You know Kibera tu, the State House iko hapo juu. Watu wanazaamua sasa, baba hata huu tuambii chochote sasa. We are moving. Tumeenda. I'm scared of that one. Hii ya Kibera hii na iogopa. So I just wanted to answer you. No, the police, the military, na nini, they are not even on the side of Ruto. They are on the people's side. Unfortunately, hiyo ni kitu nimesema tu, maybe siku moja mtakuja kuniambia nilisema ukweli. Anyway, wacha ni nyamazi hapo, wacha niimalizie hapo. Nani ni Julia, uliko nimekujibu vizuri? Kama nimekujibu vizuri sawa, alafu tupate Kenya.
Stone was asking a question, maybe he had the answer. Stone, na wewe sutueleze. Mimi nafikiri the police, according to me, Neto, I don't want to say they are on whose side. Really, I don't care, because it's their choice. But what I believe is that they are going to obey the law. And what I believe is that even our defense forces are really disciplined forces. We have gone through a lot in Kenya politically, and they have retained their discipline. So I want to believe that they are still disciplined forces. That is my take. Stone Pick, I don't know what you had in mind when you were asking that.
Actually, thank you, Julia. You've almost hit it. I saw some people asking, even on this comment, and also I was talking to some guys. You know, I have friends also who are on side, and we converse a lot. We have very heated discussions. But when it comes to logic, they are not able to reason. Most of them, they are hawajafika kiwango ya kuweza kureason. They can't reason. That's why they are very annoying. Because ukiingia logic, they shy off. They ask you very stupid questions. I mean, that is a stupid question. Ati kwa nini unaweza jiuliza why police are not in the rally? It's very stupid indeed. Idiotic. Idiotic in the sense that unataka polisi aende kwa rally kufanya nini? I want somebody to give me that answer. Those who have that tiny brain asking that question. You would want police to go to such a rally to do, even if you are a policeman. Would you be stupid enough to go there and sit there in uniform? You must be an idiot. At unaenda hapo na uniform ya blue. Kudu. Kenya with love. Si utakuwa ni wale mtaani tulikuwa tunaita nongo. Utakuwa ni kama hizi senene huwa kukinyesha hivi zinashikwa na taa inawekwa hapo, zinaingia zinaenda kuminyo, zinaenda kukulwa. That is where we are. And in fact, Julia, you've said it very well. We don't care whether the armed forces, the police are with us or they are not with us. To hell with them. What we know is that they are Kenyans. Period. And this is beyond the armed forces, Nini, KDF. It is zero. Yani imekuwa zero rated. And only brains can reason that and see that. Tiny brains watachocha hapa tu. If you are a clever person, hata ukiwa na rally kama hiyo, hata kama wewe ni amiri jeshi, huwezi pita hapo ukiwa umevaa uniform. Utajua ujui. That is how far it is, if you guys don't know. Lakini wezi wa ng'ombe bado wanafikiria ni mchezo. Because wezi wa ng'ombe wanaibanga ng'ombe, wanajua ni ya Julia na wanaichukua tu. Wanajua utamshika, utamuua, lakini anaiba na anaita yake. You know, born thieves are thieves. They will keep on giving those silly things. But the truth of the matter is, mahali imefika, which is so sad that imefika hapo, because you can't reverse that. Mimi, I'm sympathetic because the collateral damage, I would have loved Ruto akipinduliwa akubaliwe akae Sugoi, but mahali imefika atanyanyuliwa na afukuzwe Hogea, ataenda kuishi mahali ingine. It is sad, ataishi kama refugee whatever it is or something like that, yeah, alafu arudishwe huku na sanduku, kama Amin, Idi Amin. You know, it is sad when you live away from your country, and those are the African leaders who are that stupid. Wakati hawajui when is enough is enough, they don't know. Hata akiwa amesoma ajui mwisho wa mambo, ajui kusoma mita mahali ikishaonyesha red, kurudi to see pale cold na kuanga hiyo gari mpaka ufungue engine imenok. Hii revolution imeshika na imewaka. It's irreversible. It can only be stopped by this man resigning, but being an African na mwizi wa ng'ombe hawezi, atapigana mpaka dakika mwisho. That's the stupidity they have, you know, atakufa hapo. Umeshavamiwa na mtu amebeba Kalgosta ile atakublow kwa nyumba, wewe uko na mkuki unasema ati wacha niende nionane na yeye mundu humu. so Kenyan with the love, ujinga kuulizwa ati kwa nini ati polisi hawako nini. There's no police atakuwa karibu na hizo rally, hakuna police fala. And if you insist in commanding them to go there, they will defy you. Back to you.
Polisi hawana haja na hiyo kitu, because there comes a time that there's a time ile ujinga venye tu umesema, you know, and something that you've been saying a lot, a lot in this show, and I've been thinking about it, but maybe it's just that time that, and I'm seeing it happen, because I've been speaking to people back at home, and I really speak to a lot of people, and I realize that even the police are not even there. Awako. And this is something I can say, Miki tunajua kabisa, and I know what I'm talking about. And Stone, I've always said, there's 2 certificates sitting somewhere, and they were taken by the military. But anyways, I want to appreciate everybody on the comment section. Political talk show. This is where you find Kenyans actually talking about what their country is all about and what we have to talk about. Yes, we have the parliament, but the parliament also we have people who, the tumbocrats out there, and we don't have a place to stay. I mean, to talk. We do have the Bunge la Wananchi, but this is the online Bunge la Wananchi, which converses and brings people from outside there, outside in the world, and also the people in Kenya, to where we can actually converse about our country. So we want to thank you so much for everybody that is following us. I can see there's a big number following us. The comment section, I can see you guys, munakuja sana. Tuendelee, let's talk. You can talk what you want to talk, and let's have a conversation about our country. Now, if you want to join in, you can join in through, I think Facebook is gone now at this time, because Facebook disappears mapema earlier. So we do have the Mutembei TV, and I think we also do have the Candid. Stone bado Candid iko?
Nadhani iko.
Yeah, so I think we also have the Candid talk show. I'll confirm to you guys, but you can come into the Mutembei TV and also subscribe to the Candid talk. Let's subscribe to that. I'm trying to look, but I'll tell you guys. But anyways, let's keep conversing. If you want to come in, I think the link is online right now. You can see it on the comment section. You just have to click. You don't have to pay anything to come in. If you're watching us, you can come in. Kama unasikia kuna kitu tumesema unataka kuongeza ama unataka demystify, you can come in and have a conversation. Stone PK is here and we're still here. So just get the link, get in, and Mzalendo, fungua nini. I will not add you until you open up your camera. That, you know that better than kila mtu mwingine. We've been here for a long time. If you open up your camera, I will add you, but I will not let you come in because that messes up everything. And then tunaingianga kwa shida, watu wenye tunakujanga jioni, tunaulizwa kwa nini mnakubali watu bila kamera. So please open up your camera, I will add you. Kenyan Nazra, tumeenda Somali leo, nilisikia. This is for you. Kazi kwako.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. And I'm sorry I misbehaved. I interjected when you were talking, but I just felt like I wanted to say that to get out of my mind. Yes, I know we are talking about our figure man, that is Raila. And Raila is a man we cannot play about because he knows his game. We have seen him, and as far as I'm concerned, there are people who really don't, first of all, think what they are saying before they say it. We have several people who have come to this forum and trying to say things that are not pleasant to us and trying to divert Kenyans' minds like we don't see or we don't understand. When you see such a crowd and you start telling people that it was sponsored, you wonder, how was it sponsored with all what enthusiastic energy they had, and imagine how long it could take for somebody to do such kind of organizing people to come being sponsored. The behavior itself can tell you whether people were sponsored. And also, what we are waiting to hear from the government that is giving us headache and has made so many miserable, made so many people become so miserable, depressed, so unpleasant with that life. What we're gonna hear from them soon will be shocking. They have got all these dirty tricks, dirty games that they are playing with the Kenyans, of which Kenyans really, they have made up their mind. They know what they want and where they're heading. Soon they might say Uhuru is the one making them hungry, or he is the one making the current government not to give people food because with no reason. So what they are trying to do is they are trying to look where to hook their mind, the people's mind, so that they can decide else. But the problem is with the people, not Uhuru or Raila. People are the one who are suffering. And so whatever they say is what they are facing. When they talk about police not being in the crowd, the police have got their mothers, their parents who are at home, their relatives who are at home, going through what other wananchi is going through. So the police is only that because they will be given order. It is also unheard of that they can brutally attack these young men because of what they are doing, which is not evil, it's not a crime. They have a right to do what they are doing because they know the reason and they can give you a fact why they have to do that. Those police, they know that people really are going through so much. They are suffering. They are getting nowhere because of what is not being, the service that they are, wananchi is not getting. So the police are human beings. They understand totally their country the way it is. Unless they will be forced and other people stand by to check whether they are doing the right, what they are being commanded, police will not attack people who are just controlled, people who control their behavior, people who are not ready to be in violence. So what will it be to use a police whereby there are no violence? So even the government itself would pretend that they did not send the police, but they knew, even if we send the police, this crowd is not violent, this crowd is not ready for violence unless we go and provoke them. So they would prevent the police not to bring shame to the government. They also know that they can be ashamed because they will not catch anybody doing anything wrong from this crowd. So Kenyans, let's not have this diversion of mind, the idea of the government trying to impose like people, I mean, they have these many ideas trying to tell Kenyans that this crowd was sponsored just simply because they just want to say something. They just want to have, they want to be heard that they are seeing what is going on, and because it is the government on the chair, they want to be seen that like they are they are acting against this crowd. But I know definitely they are scared. They know that something bad is going to happen. I mean, to the government itself. They know this crowd is not a joke. They know this crowd is big and their mindset is correct. But the government wants to make sure that it doesn't succeed. So for Kenyans, let's hold hands, let's move in the right direction, and let's not even listen to these propagandas, what they are trying to implant in our minds. Because anything that you start and you want to finish in a happy ending, please don't ignore what they are saying, but don't put it in your mind to disrupt your idea of what you are doing. So for me, I would wish our Kenyans to focus and have this vision, make it strong, and let Kenyans join hands, have this thing done, and for once and for all, because we don't have a country if we let this government continue the way it is doing. We'll have a very tough life in this country. And because we have meant seriousness of taking our country to the right direction, we have to make it sure that we connect, we share our ideas among us, not listening to any propagandas, because that is the only way we can succeed if we focus our minds and make our mindset is the goal that we are looking for. Let's resurrect our country, make sure that we are united, no violence, but make sure we have got the good idea of how to take this out on. And I pray and hope our country will be back to where we want and live happily, connected with every Kenyan in our country. Thank you so much, and everybody have a good night. Be blessed.
Mommy, don't go anywhere. You stay here with us. Leo naona umejificha huko kwa giza. I bet there's a reason for that, but at least you feature camera. I really appreciate everybody that is listening to us. I can see there's on this channel there's 249, and I believe the other side I think I saw 100 and something. So that brings it to almost 400 people. I mean 400, and also those are just the ones that are logged in. So I believe there's a lot more that are watching. And one thing I want to let people to understand in this channel is that there's a lot of people, influential people that actually listen to us and support us. And what we talk here is actually listened by a lot of people and is watched even after we've closed the show. What we talk about here, and that's why sometimes when I come in, I get so hard after I realize that, because you know, we might come here and then tunaleta ujinga, and then unapata mtu watu wanasema kwani jana mlikuwa mkifanya nini, you know. So it's out there. We are a big channel. People listen to us. Whenever you come into the show, just know that you're being listened and you're changing minds. People are listening. So I want to appreciate everybody that is listening to us, the people in the comment section. Thank you for keeping it cool. We are closing. We are coming to a close here, unless some people come in, and Stone PK maybe might take over after that. But again, okay, Stone PK says no. But Mr. G, this is your time to say something. Mami, tutafutie ile stanza yako ya kwanza yenye unatutafutiaga, ndio tukipatia Stone PK the closing remarks. Everybody will have a closing remark, and then we close it all. Mami, stanza nitafutie tafadhali. Mr. G.
Okay, thank you, Kenya. Love, Stone PK, Kenya, Nasra. I greet you guys. Nimeona Mzalenda na comment, bado hajafungua curtain. I need him akuja hapa tumgonge kidogo. Okay, there's an issue that you raise of police, issue of police. I saw people, they were sent. Ruto alituma watu pale. But the same way Stone amesema, hakuna kitu alifanya. Na hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. Because they know, sasa si time ya mchezo tena. Hakuna vile watu wataweza tumika. This government wakati iliingia, is the same government ambayo ilianza kushika mapolisi. Hao mapolisi wenyewe kiashiki kuwafungulia kesi kuwa walikuwa wanaua watu, sijui walikuwa wanafanya nini. So hao polisi pia, as much as they respect him as their commander, but mambo ya kusumbua maandamano kama watu wa Raila, sidhani kama wataingilia hiyo kazi tena. There's something that I heard you guys talking when I came in, the issue of Raila. I just want to add in something small. You know, Ruto anajua tu a part of Raila. Hajajua Raila ni nani. He just know him just a part, kidogo tu, a small portion. But I think those guys ambao walikuwa hapo ma 80s, ma 70s, ma 80s, ma 90s, early 90s, they know who Raila is. And right now, the same way mmesema, right now, this is the time sasa Raila anakuja, anajitokeza mwenyewe. You know, Raila, for the small knowledge I have, ni mtu ambaye amekuwa akijaribu kuprotect his image. Amejaribu sana kuwa accepted na watu wengi walikuwa wamemkataa. Western countries zilikuwa zimemkataa. But now, Raila wakati amekuja hizi ma 20s hizi akiingia sasa, ni mtu ambaye amejaribu kuprotect his image. Amejaribu kujileta ani awe acceptable na watu. But I think imefika wakati ameona ni kama effort haiwork. Sasa ameamua kurudi Raila yule ambaye alikuwa. There's a time ambao the same Raila alikuwa associated na COP ambayo ilikuwa inataka kufanyika in 80s, around 80s. And yet Raila mwenyewe hakuwa kwa hiyo group, but he was associated with it. Ask yourself, kwa nini alikuwa associated with that group? Kwa sababu ile stand ambayo alikuwa nayo that time. Raila ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na stand yake, na ni mtu ambaye alikuwa tissue na mtu. In fact, his stance ziliwork kama a militant person, a person ambaye ako revolutionary, yani ule person who can push for something and something happen. By the time police walipanga ile coup, Raila was against the government of Moi, na kwa sababu hiyo na ile propaganda ambayo Moi alikuwa nayo, akaamua kuingiza ndani Raila. Yet ni mapolisi wenyewe wamepanga hiyo coup. Hata Raila hakuhusika na kitu yote hapo ndani. Hakuna mahali popote Raila akihusika. So Raila has tried so much to protect his image, even in the Western. Lakini, I think kila mtu amemlet down. Amejaribu sana, but watu wengi wamemlet down. Amejaribu kuportray, akajaribu kujifanya yeye ni mtu mzuri. At least watu wamkubali. Watu ile akili kuwa Raila ni mtu mbaya. Raila ni mtu ambaye ako na stand. Raila ni mtu ambaye anatumia jina gani. Most of people wamesema ati ni dictator. Most of people wamesema ati ni mtu ambaye ni mtu ambaye hafai. Most of people wamesema, wale watu ambao hamjui, but always Raila amekuwa akipigania watu. Raila amekuwa akipigania wananchi wa chini. Interest yake mostly imekuwa kwa wale watu wa chini. So the time amejaribu kujileta, at least watu wajue kwa yeye ni nani, wajue idea zake, wajue his vision. Watu wengi sana wamemchukua, lakini wamekataa kumrespect, wamekataa kumpatia ile kitu ambacho alikuwa anapigania. Sasa imefika mahali amesema ikue, vile itakuwa. This guy anachukia sana kuwa dared, but this government imemdea sasa. Nakumbuka miaka zake zimepungua kiasi. Sasa si kama zile kama ilikuwa 2018 hadi 1980s, hiyo wakati alikuwa bado kuna time ya kusimama, lakini sasa hapo na time kidogo sana ya kusimama tena kama president. So I think Raila ame come out as a person. Yani itafanyika ifanyike, but right now hasikizi mtu yoyote. Amekuja kama Raila yule ambaye alikuwa wa 90s, na kwa sababu ya hiyo Raila ata make this government isuffer sana. In case akosa kuchukua uongozi, hii government itasuffer a very long time, na itasuffer painfully, kwa sababu huyu Ruto maybe tu Mungu atamsaidia, his grace. Kama Raila hatachukua hii kiti, the grace of God itasave huyu Ruto kusurvive kwa hii government, kwa sababu Raila ashaamua ikue. Alafu sasa hapo na backup watu kama kina Martha Karua ambao wamesema hata kama nikufa tutakufa. Mtu anazaliwa siku moja na anakufa siku moja. So sasa hapo na watu nyuma, watu ambao wanamsukuma, si yeye peke yake. Raila alikuwa disassociated na group yake ambao alikuwa nao hiyo 90s. Group ya wale watu wa chini, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa wakora, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa majambazi, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa rebels. Hao ndio watu ambao Raila amekuwa associated nao. But sasa wakati alikuja akajiingiza kwa government, akajiingiza kwa kina Ruto, kwa kina Uhuru na kwa kina Kibaki na kwa kina Moi kidogo, alijaribu kutoka kwa wale watu wake. Aliwaacha wale watu wa chini, aliamua kudisassociate down na akaanza kuwa associated na businessmen, akawa anaanza kuwa associated na watu ambao wako in high ranks. That's why most people waliamua kumwacha kidogo. Na si watu walimwacha kabisa, walikuwa bado wako naye, lakini yeye hakutaka kuwa associated nao sana, kwa sababu alikuwa anajaribu kutengeneza his image. Right now amerudi chini kwa ule mtu wa chini, wale watu ambao wanaonekana kwa watu ni wabaya. You know, when you come to Jacaranda meeting, utapata that is the only meeting ambao Raila ameitisha meeting kubwa na akaita watu wake wa chini, wale vijana wa chini waongee kwa hiyo meeting, akiwa bado anaongea. Angalia in 2017 sikuona kiita youths wale wa chini, wale watu ambao wanajulikana kwa watu ni hardcore, hakuwaita. But kwa Jacaranda for the first time amewaita, kumaanisha ameshaamua anarudi kwa ile group yake ambayo alikuwa nao, group ya watu ambao hawatingishwi, watu ambao hawajali, watu ambao they have nothing to lose. Wakisema tupite njia watapita, wakisema twende njia watapita, na ameshaamua. So sasa watu ambao wanafikiria kuwa things will be okay, things zitakuwa okay. Raila ni mtu ambaye anaweza fanya economy ya nchi ikasimama. Na that's why unaona hata businessmen wameamua kuja upande wake. Because watu wakimwacha na kenda vinaenda, even the economy ya Kenya itaanguka kabisa na itaharibika. Things will be worse. Ona vile investors wanatoroka sasa Kenya. Most of investors wametoka mama kwenda nje. Why? Kwa sababu economic sharibika, hakuna kitu watafanya, na unajua mtu akiwa na pesa na hawezi fanya na hata business ama anything haitamsaidia. So sasa investors wanakimbia kwa sababu wanajua kabisa sasa mali tuko kumesharibika. Na if something haiwezi work on haraka, things zitakuwa worse. Na things zitakuwa worse, hata Ruto mwenyewe ambaye anajipiga kifua sasa akisema kuwa atajua vile atahandle Raila. Haezi handle Raila, bado hajajua Raila ni nani. Raila ata come out na his people ambao wameanza kuchukua sahihi, watu ambao alikuwa anaambia Jacaranda juzi kwa imefika time sasa youth ingieni mwanze kuongea na mayouths. Ndio anawaambia sasa sasa ndio time ya kusimama. Hawa give up tena. They are going to fight. Na watafight government mpaka watainua miguu na mikono wenyewe. There's a question that I asked last time on the issue of Sri Lanka. I wanted to know how long did it take kwa huyo president kutoroka? Ilianza lini na hiyo time span ilichukua how long ikatoka? For us sahi ndio imeanza. Anaenda nini, ataenda Kibera alafu aende Machakos. From Machakos sija ataenda wapi, but I'm very sure hataenda sana. Ni mtu ambaye shaamua we are going to take our own victory, na kile vyote vile vinitakuwa he'll do it, ataenda na hiyo njia, haizi tingishika tena. Bato nitarudi baadaye. Uko mute, hatukusikii. Uko mute.
Oh, thank you. Nilikuwa nasema, can you hear me now? Yeah. So I was telling you that thank you for what you just said, because I wish watu wakasikiza ile kitu umesema, because there comes a time that when things are not working, and especially if there's a country that is behind and behind everything that you do. There came people that have lived in this in this world that we talk about, the Martin Luther Kings that came and passed, and there comes a time that a country has its own liberator. There was Nelson Mandela. Yesterday I wanted to say this, but let me just say it right now. Nelson Mandela was treated the worst person in South Africa. Completely. He was mtu hata hafai kuonekana mahali. But today, what do we call Nelson Mandela? A liberator. There's so many things that are happening in Africa, but in Kenya, we've never had this. Even when you talk about what Stone Piquet always says, it's about time to liberate our country, or to run, to just change the whole thing by hook or crook. However it has to be done. This is the first time that we are faced with that. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, I go with Stone Piquet, and I'm going to say that there comes a time that you cannot have a mafia, non-mafia. There's questions that we're asking, Musando, and the funny thing is that we're not even asking how it happened. We're asking who, and when we ask is a rhetorical question that we ask because we already know. And the reason I can prove that is because just the other day, Echesa walipatikana Harambee House wakifanya nini? Wakiuza guns, wakimake deals, a gun deal. Immediately after that, someone died in Imaradaima, a police officer. So we want, okay, whose office was that? And we want to just say that this is okay, we move on. I mean, are we going to be accountable in our country? That's all I'm asking. I don't want to talk too much because I know I'm trying to start a closing remark now. I see Mr. Jul ulikuwa nataka kuuliza swali, but I wanted to start a closing remark, but I'll let you, you haven't been here for a long time, so I'll give you that ulikuwa umeinua mkono, so I'll respect that.
Yeah, it's not a question. Umeongea kuhusu somebody who killed Nsandu. Na ukaongea kuhusu Kenei ambaye aliuliwa on that meeting.
Na Jacob Juma.
Yeah. So I was coming on that point of Jacob Juma. Jacob Juma mwenyewe alisema, si ati tunasema, mwenyewe alisema kwa kuna mtu anataka kuniua. na anafanya kivyo vyote aniue. Huyu mtu ni nani? Si kila mtu anamjua. So this time tusifichane. Unajua hakuna haja kufichana. Watu wengi, mbona a lot of people wamekufa, wamepotea. Watu wamenyang'anya watu mashamba, wamepeleka mpaka kotini, wameambiwa mlipe millions of money, hawajalipa. Ndio watu ambao tumruhusu wamekuja kukaa kwa kiti. Unaona? So Kenya with love, this guy
na nikuongezee, unajua hata saizi hata ukasema nini hakuna mtu anaweza kushika because he is a convicted felon. Alishikwa, aliconvictiwa, akaambiwa arudishe. Let's talk about Muteshi land. He was convicted. Okay? So he's a convicted fella. Let me do the closing remarks. Stone PK, do your closing remark, and then I give it back to Mr. G. I won't do my closing remark. Alafu mami atatupatia nini the national anthem first answer, and we listen to what that says, and then we'll close the show after that. So Stone PK, the show is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenyan with love, and also Mr. G. Mine will not be a closing remark. I have to put some things in perspective, especially Mr. G, because he's a soldier. It's good for a soldier to have a lot of ammunition and facts and knowledge about the war that he or she is preparing to fight. This war, most people wana experience in duni sana, especially watu wa UDA. Now even majority, most people in Azimio also, they are very inexperienced about what is happening, about what Raila is doing. As I said, majority of Kenyans population is our youth in what were 90. So and then it's the generation that is lazy to read information, because you need to read a lot to really catch up with what is happening. Like when you want to know about Mandela, you must read, because atuko hapo, so you have to read. When you want to know about Kenyatta the Mzee, you have to read. Tomboya, Pio Pinto, you have to read, devote time, and you'll really be whatever. So again, even about Raila, you have to read. You have to read to have a lot of ammunition in terms of that. And I'm not trying to say Mr. G doesn't have enough information. I just want to load him with more because he's a good soldier. Number one, I would want to correct a narrative that Ruto is very smart, and that is why he will not interfere with the rallies. He will not send sijui nini. That's tired. Again, I'll repeat. Ruto cannot, even if he wanted. And he's not smart. He's only a fool who can send policemen or soldiers. So it's not smartness. Hawezi, hata akitaka, hataweza. It will hit him so hard. Because the horses are bolted. Hata afanye nini. The only smartness ni ile anajua juu ana uwezo na awezani na huyu mtu, you don't talk. Unanyamaza tu, alafu unasema katambe na kaende vile kataenda. Saa hii ndiye anaomba Mungu wake. Okay? So it's not smartness. Number two, Raila is not that he is seeking to be recognized. Raila has never been rejected by Kenyans. Raila does not seek to prove to people that he is fighting for them. It's automatic. It's known. All the times Raila has attempted to seek for the seat of the president is only one time, when they lost, when they misbehaved as opposition. The rest, Kenyans have elected him. So even if some part of, Kenya, you would say was against him, but he got votes. And you don't have to be elected by the entire country. Okay? It is you have the majority. You can have majority from 2 tribes, that's okay. It is us ndio tuna hiyo kasumba na ujinga ya kusema sijui this tribe, this tribe, this tribe, this tribe. If 2 tribes can make your majority 50+1, well and good, you'll be okay. Yeah. So Raila does not even need kuanza kujiuza. He doesn't need to sell himself. He has always been accepted, but the elections have been stolen. That's a fact, and people can say whatever they want, but that's a fact. So Raila does not go ati kubembeleza watu ati yeye ni mzuri. People know what cause he's fighting for. All right, and even these businessmen you see, they were just rejecting those few people because in Kasumba and Kabila, but they knew this is the best guy. They know, people know Raila. Even these people who you think were so much against, they said it during campaign year 2022. It's not that they were saying Raila is bad. It's because he was competing with one of their own. So why are we having these short memories as Kenyans? Tunafikiria ati, and I've seen that even on commentary, not only Mr. G. People think that Raila has to woo Kenyans, has to convince Kenyans how good he is. It's automatic. Raila has been elected. Okay, so here we are dealing with a people who have realized that their vote will never count. Underline that. It's not about economy. It's not about ati uchumi, vitu zinapanda bei. Gentlemen and ladies, achaneni na hiyo. That's tired. That is a tired argument. Because hata Raila niliwaambia, this forum, hata angechaguliwa, bado hiyo instability ingekuwa, but ujuzi yake ile alikuwa nayo na ile walikuwa wameweka kwa manifesto, it would have cushioned wananchi. Ungesikia wananchi wakilalamika saa hii, bei hazingepanda hivyo because subsidies zingeendelea, lakini angefinya ile mashimo inapenya wizi. Okay, and within 1 year wananchi wangekuwa walalamiki. I said this in this show and in another show. Kenya, the kazi mtaani would have been there, but correctly done now. Correct kule wanaiba pesa, like the way pesa ilikuwa inatumwa ya youth inakuliwa. Okay, that would have been corrected and suffering would not be there. But in terms of global whatever, the impact would have been there. But the gist of it is how to mitigate that. This man called Ruto has no clue because he doesn't care about human beings. So ajali watu wakikufa. That's why aliingia yeye na alipata moto imewaka, akaendelea kumwagilia mafuta. Okay? Akaendelea kumwagilia petroli. Akaendelea unakufa njaa na kuletea fertilizer ukule. Okay? So that's the difference. Raila is not seeking to woo anybody. Hapana. Yeye alikubalika. Like he has always been elected. So when we are discussing now, the issue we are addressing is that Kenyans, not even Raila, Kenyans have said enough is enough. That's the bottom line. And it doesn't have to be all Kenyans again. The 8.1 million ni tosha kwa kusema lazima election itambulikane. UDA 5.6 kama ni hiyo ndio figure which I thought was lower. Kama they still believe wizi inaweza endelea, they will be overpowered by the 8.1 million, my brothers and sisters. And that is now the rule. The best will happen because the majority will support Mwananchi to be in control. So this revolution might not be supported by everybody in Kenya, which is good, fantastic. We are happy about that. We are happy. We don't want to have every Kenyan. Let's have those who will even form the opposition, because Baba Kingia atafanya opposition ile ya real. If you have a bone to correct and all that, it's allowed. Okay? So let's be comfortable. Musi expect watu wote wakuje. That is how it's supposed to be. Okay? That is the best. All right? So, and it's not a game. It's not a game we are playing here. Hatuna hiyo utoto na hiyo ujinga ati ni game. It's not a game. It's not politics anymore. It's reality. because mtu kufa njaa is not siasa. Mtu kukufa njaa chakula unaletewa fertilizer, is that politics? I mean, tuna akili duni sana. I think Kenyans, we have become, we can't think. We can't think. Cattle rustling, is that politics? When you raid other communities and steal cows, I like talking about this because it has been accepted. It has been accepted by a section of this country. Look at even when the so-called nani anaitwa nani huyu jamaa profesa wa sauti ndogo alienda huko, alitoka akitetemeka kama nguya, kama kuku imenyeshewa. Yani these guys are so daring, wanapigana akiwa hapo. I mean, that tells you there is a rot. Kuna rot. Why doesn't it happen in Uganda? Now we also have the Kamojong, the Kalenjins of Uganda there, with cows and all the rest. Because somebody, as much as we tunachukia Museveni, alienda akaambia acheni upumbavu na ujinga. Kwanza, you know what he did? Alisema kama nyinyi wanaume, akapeleka zake huko. He did. Akapeleka zake huko na akafanya wife wake akuwe ni minister huko na project huko. Akawaambia guzeni hizo ng'ombe ama bibi yangu, mjue amjui. In Uganda you cannot steal anybody's cow. Ujinga hiyo ya makalenjini wa huko ilimalizwa Makaramojo. Anaitwa Kindiki mwenyewe. Yeah. So upumbavu ndio tunataka kumaliza. You know, and it's not a game. Hapa it is real thing, na ni kumaliza, na ni kunyorosha. It either inyoroke ama injike. That is what majority of Kenyans have decided. There is nothing like BS called Kenya. If we can have thieves, you know, running the country, it's better we do inakatika, isambaratike kama Somalia. You have your own place. There is no joy, there is no happiness in being called at we are a Kenyan. In fact, that's why I don't even support this singing of national anthem anymore until we get liberated. That's why when I host this program, I don't end with the national anthem, because we don't have a nation. There's no nation anymore. You know, when you have a country that does not respect its own constitution, that's not a nation. So watu wanavumilia tu kuitwa ati wako pamoja kwa nchi moja. We don't have one country anymore. It's a lie. People are living a lie. People are living a lie. People are bitter with one another than ever before. Because what brings bitterness is when you don't give me what belongs to me. When you steal from me, don't be lied. Kenyan with love and Bwana George. Ati uende nyumbani uchukue plot yangu. Na uniambie utadu, and then you expect unaniita bro. Nakwambia bro mavya kuku, na nikwambie BS kubwa sana. Na nikiwa na rungu nikupige vibaya sana. That is what Kenyans have been insulted, slapped in the face. Kenyans have been told, you are idiots by Ruto. That you can take it or leave it. And Kenyans now, wamekuwa bitter. My grandfather told me you can never quarrel a crowd. You can't go fighting more. Utajua ujui. You can't go insulting people just because you are there. If they had elected you, wanaweza vumilia. You watasema huyu mjinga wetu ni sisi tulichagua. Sasa umejiweka pale. Alafu tena unarudi unaleta kiburi ya wizi wa ng'ombe. Utajua ujui. Lastly, Mr. G, Sri Lanka revolution took almost 7 months. 7, yeah. Because it started somewhere in March. And it is in November when everybody ilifagilia. You remember the picture, the story I gave you in one of the programs. Nikakwambia hii revolution inakuanga kama river. You see, River Tana inaanzia, ukionyeshwa source of River Tana ama River Nile, you won't believe. Especially River Tana. Utaenda uone mahali uambiwe inatoka hapa Mlima Kenya, kameanzia hapo, utaona tu ka spring. Then inaenda, inajoiniwa, inakuwa kubwa, inaenda. If you look at what it is in Pocomoland, ukiona the river itself now, na kile imebeba, you won't believe. So Sri Lankan ilienda hivyo, ikabeba. People walifukuzwa, waliresign successfully. Ilikuwa wanaenda wanasema nani amebaki? Chebukati. Wanasema Chebukati aende. Chebukati anatimuka. Nani aende? Wanakumbuka Kome. sijui ako wapi, akiongea it is here, anaendewa. Wakatimuka wote, by November wote walikuwa wameenda nyumbani. Okay, na hiyo ili take long because of course it was it was not change of power. Okay, it was non-performance of the sitting president. Now hii itachukua shorter time because one, moja ni mwizi ameiba na akaiba na akaanza kugandamiza watu, na mwizi huwa akishikwa ni tairi, unaona, anawekewa tairi na anachomeka polisi wakiwa wanaangalia. Kama hujawahi kuwitness mob justice, then you can be that naive. Watu wa Maoshago wajaona vile tunachomanga watu Nairobi. Okay, unachomeka hapo, polisi anakuja tu anasema, oh, hata mmeturahisishia kazi policeman.
Stone, I remember the one that I saw that was very tragic for me, and this is a personal experience. I remember one niliona walikuja wakatuuliza, mmetuachia sasa tufanye nini?
Exactly.
Unajua mshachapa mtu, haizi kimbia, miguu zimekatika, I mean, and sasa mnatuachia tufanye nini? Simumalize alafu ndio mtuite.
Yeah.
Na Mariamu ikaenda.
Yeah, it is that bad.
Mpaka sasa ndio mumalize kwanza, ndio sasa wakuje wachukue mwili wapeleke Chiromo.
Yeah,
Now,
so that's what I had to say. We need to educate each other so much about the cause of this. And this one is not a maandamano again. No, you never saw any maandamano. Hakukuwa maandamano. Maandamano ni demonstration kwa Kiingereza. We don't need to kuandamana. That is long gone. Maandamano ni mambo ya NGOs, sijui gender based violence, waizi wamekuwa wengi Kayole, polisi kujeni mtu nini. Hii si maandamano. This is something beyond maandamano. Hii ni build up, revolution building up. And once it builds up, we will walk towards a destination. And that's the path that has been charted. Now, you can go back to see those recent ones. Kama hiyo ya Sri Lanka, it's a very good one to learn with. You see how it is. Na ya Egypt, the brotherhood. Na hii ya South Sudan. Not South Sudan, Khartoum. Those are the most recent. Na hii ingine ya nini? Is it Burkina Faso? Was it Burkina Faso or somewhere in a Central Republic? You should see those ones that are never led by the forces. Defense forces wanachukuanga back seat. My brother, the moment those people sit, unajua wananyamazanga, wanasema sisi tunangoja Kenya ivamiwe kutoka nje. Hiyo ndio mandate yao. Wakisikia kuna mtu anatoka nje ameleta kajet kidogo hivi, ndio utaona army katafuatwa kama nyuki. Lakini wewe raia, uende utake kubomoa State House, ni yenyu, ni wewe tu utajenga na your taxes. Ni wewe tu mwananchi. You can burn it if you want, and you rebuild it through the nose. Hakuna mahali army itakuja ati it's only stupid army that would involve themselves in that kind of a thing. Thank you, Kenyan with love.
Thank you, my big brother. What you do and educate people here, watu wanatusikiza, it's very good what you say because people understand what you're trying to say. Mwenye anataka kusikiza asikize, na mwenye hataki sasa hatuwezi msaidia. Basically, as we're closing up, I'd like at this point to bring Mr. G to put for your closing remarks, and then Mami atapatiana closing remarks kama anafunga channel, kama anafunga kila kitu, kwa sababu kuna hiyo. I still want us, even though Stone PK says that we should, he doesn't attack your story ya nini.
That's no Mato, hiyo ni personal. It's not for the studio.
Yeah.
I can't sing that song, but but the studio can run their own way.
And I also want to also tell people, listen, at the end of the day, you can fight about everything in our country. But as we're fighting through whatever we are fighting and what we are believing in, we need to remember that we are a multilingual country with different places. Machakos, Kangema, Nakuru, Rift Valley, na kila kitu. Yote ni Kenya yetu, including Mombasa. We have different kind of religions, and we have to understand that also there has been a cartel system that has happened in the world, and we don't need it in our own Africa. It's been there, we fought it, and they think they can do it. Right now, we're being led by a cartel. And to prove to you that you're being led by a cartel, you tell me where the dams went to and why they feel they have that a lot, that money. I mean, the money that they have right now, and that they can tell anyone, even talk wrong about someone that has actually, someone like Raila, someone that has been there and fought for the people. Kenyans, tuanze kufikiria. But I won't talk much today. Maybe I'll have another chance another day. At this point, I'll let you, Mr. G, to do your closing remark, and then Mami, you do a closing remark, and lafu utuambie, utupatie nini, our anthem, utukumbushe what our anthem says.
Okay, thank you, Kenya Love. Nilikuwa nimetaka sana kusikia the propaganda ambao mzalendo atakuja nayo leo. Baada ya round ama shaenda.
Hiyo inakuchosha. We don't have time bwana ku waste na akina mzalendo, my brother. We tuko vitani. Hiyo ni waste of time kuwasikiza. Because unawasikiza wakwambie nini? What will they tell you of benefit to our cause? Nothing. It's not a debate. Okay, the other day I said, we are not debating here. We finished debating. Debate was before election. Ndio ilikuwa tuna debate. Mama ni better than daddy. Okay? God is better than Satan. Azimio is better than UDA. That's when we were debating. Raila is better than Ruto. Hiyo ilimalizika. The thief stole the election. Now we are chasing the thief to kill the thief. How do you debate? Do you debate whether you want to kill the thief or not?
And to add on to what Stone PK said, singeongeza mzalendo kama hazi toka kwa nini, unajua wewe umekuja hapo unajionyesha umevaa, unajua you're there, we can see you. Sasa akikuja kama hatuwezi muona alafu is misbehaving on I mean, come on, we couldn't do that. Na mami sijui nini imemfanyikia, but we couldn't do that. Personally sigemfanyia.
I agree with you guys.
Ma'am kama bado uko na link unaweza kuja tena because you needed to do something. I think internet yako imekufanyikia.
Yes, Stone PK, what you have said is very true. Everyone knows that Raila is the best person who can lead this nation. Na tufikisha mahali tunafaa tufike. This is a guy ambao ako na connection outside the country. Not like Ruto. Ruto hana ma friends. But Raila has a lot of friends, a lot of connection ambao anaweza saidia Kenya. And he's the guy who knows, leave alone Kenya, Africa, in and out. So, what I was trying to say on the painting of image, Raila kitambo alikuwa
Mr. G, kidogo tu, dakika moja. Stone, unaweza kema nini link, sijui nini mmemfanyikia Mama Mary.
Okay. Let me try.
Mr. G, endelea.
Nimeona sasa hata nani ameintroduce chat Okay.
Raila is a guy ambayo anajua Africa in and out, anajua Kenya in and out. He's a guy who has knowledge. Yule amekuwa in this field for a very long time and he knows mali akishika hii Kenya itafaulu, mali akishika hii Kenya haitafaulu. And these people wamemdea, wamemwibia victory yake kabisa, ukweli wamemwibia. And this guy ametoka out, huyu Ruto amekuja ameanza kusema kwa sasa Raila alikuwa wapi wakati hawa Machebukati na watu wengine walimfuata paka kwa nyumba yake. Mbona Raila hakusema mapema issue kama hiyo? Those are the things ambazo sasa Ruto anaongea. Anaanza kuingiza mtu kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta ameanza kusponsor the rally za Raila. I think kuna kitu moja ambao amesahau kuwa Punda amechoka. Look at the group of people walikuwa pale rally ya Kamkunji. Alafu compare it with the group ambayo ilikuwa kwa hii Jacaranda. Inakuonyesha kuwa this is something that is taking momentum. Ni kitu ambayo inakuwa, ina grow pole, ina grow pole. Alafu tukienda kwa wale youths ambao walikuwa pale, ni youths ambao walikuwa wamekuja wamejiandaa kwa anasema leo tunapewa go ahead twende set out. Walikuwa wamekuwa prepared kabisa, wana march. That's why walikuwa hata kiosikiza walikuwa wanaongea. These are the guys ambao wanaambia Ruto kuwa Ruto unafaa ujue tumekosa tear gas for a very long time. Kama unaweza kuletea tear gas maroli fulani itakuwa mzuri. Alafu hizo ndege alikuwa anasema at least msongeshe chini ili wakirusha mawe basi kama hizo ndege zinawasumbua at least mawe ipate ndege. You know, these are the people ambao wameshachoka na this government. Wamechoka na vile maisha imekuwa. Na hii maisha imeletwa na the same person Ruto ambaye anadanganya watu kwa akiingia mama mboga atapewa 50 billion, akiingia bodaboda watapewa 50 billion. Amekuja sasa hii amekopa more than 500 billion. Sijiona hata 50 billion akisema chini ya youths, akisema sijui chini 50 billion ya mama mboga, akisema hii 50 billion ya bodaboda. Sijiona akisema vitu kama hizo na pesa yote sasa hii sioni kama kuna mali inatumika. These are the guy ambao wameingia na propaganda, foundation yao ni ya uongo, and the people ambao hawezi lead this nation. Even though they lie to people, kuwa they know how to govern the country, but they don't know how to govern this country. These are the guys ambao wametuingiza kwa mess. So for me, why I was asking hiyo issue ya Sri Lanka, I wanted to know because mimi nikiona hii haitachukua those 7 months ambazo Sri Lanka alichukua. In fact mimi nataka hata ingechukua 1 month ingezekana. At least 2 months iwe ni kidogo in maximum. 2 months iwe ni maximum. Hii country government iwe imeshatolewa. Because the more wanakaa pale, the more wanaibia wananchi, and the more wanakaa pale the more wanafukuza investors. Huyu mtu anataka ku privatize parastatals za government. Na mimi I'm very sure those things ni yeye mwenyewe anatumia watu wakora wa nje kwa anakuja kuichukua, kumbe ni yeye mwenyewe ananunua na pesa zake. Mtu ambaye aliweza kupiga simu Equity Bank na akaambia mtu wa Equity Bank atume billions of money kwa ule mkora ambaye alienda kuinvest in Uganda. Huyu mtu hawezi chukua wakora wengine wakakuja akadanganya kwa anakuja kununua hizi parastalos, kumbe ndiye mwenyewe anachukua na pesa zake. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hatufai kumruhusu akae kwa hii country for a very long time. Miezi 2 hata ni mingi sana. Hii kitu ingechukua mwezi moja au ashatoka tayari. Hata Kenya ijipange, because the more tunaweka pale watatumaliza.
Asante Dadi. Nashukuru sana, nashukuru kila mtu. Kama mtaniruhusu, unless kuna mtu mwingine anataka kusema kitu kingine, mimi ile kitu tu ya mwisho tu nitamaliza nao ni kusema
Kenya, wewe ni moderator, wewe ndio utasema ya mwisho. So acha niseme point moja.
Okay.
Point moja, our commenters wana emphasize, and it's good when we see some of our supporters bringing in some pertinent issues. One of our supporters, I will not name him, is asking a very, very, very pregnant question to some of these Ruto supporters. I will not name them. He's wondering, do these people have any original thinking, any original thoughts of anything? You know, the way you would, for example, there is a topic, unakuja na brain yako, vile Father Danny Darius anasemaga, you bring a working
come with a working brain.
Yes, like you sit in college, you are in a university class or even secondary school class. then there is a
I see that comment, and I love it. We love
it's
you,
so
brother.
nice.
I see
Because
it.
you know these people sit here, they listen to Kenyan with love. You say this, then there's in kuuliza ama comment. Why don't you one time come and tell us? Even Ruto himself, the president, his work is as a way mzee wa kitendawili. Walikuwa wanasema, walikuwa, you know, all the years is wastes with fighting, shadow boxing. Because that is why, that is what shows they are empty-headed. Empty. And that's why I'm telling you, thieves don't use brains. They use force. Hakuna mwizi hutumia akili. That's why wanaua wakija kuiba. That's why they raid. Hakuna akili mtu hutumia. Ati sasa juu watu wamelala ukuje unapiga nyumba na mawe ya 9x9. Hiyo ni akili umetumia. Ikiwa Kenyan with love kwa kwake amelala. Si tunakuja tunaswing hiyo mawe na gunia tunabomoa mlango. Then we tunaingia na mashoka. Then we say tulitumia akili kuvamia Kenyan with love. No. There is no smartness. Thieves are not smart at all. They are not. They are not. Kuchimba tunnel kwenda kuiba bank at you are smart. That's not smart. Unatumia nguvu. Unatumia nguvu. Bombers walitumia nguvu. Hiyo karatasi waliandika na mkono ya Chebukati, alikuja akiwa amesweat kama kondoo. Alichikwa akafinywa mahali akiwa huko room kwake 9 hours. Kaambiwa my friend usidhubutu. Nafikiria alichorwa kofi kama 2 kwa hiyo kipara. So that is not smartness. Lakini hiyo it is not sustainable. Smartness is sustainable. When I beat you smart, it's sustainable. Because nimekupiga na brain. Uwezi hata uwezi mesea. Uwezi jua. Alright? So wajaribu kuwa original kidogo, but you can never be original with the obvious. Kama umeiba ng'ombe ya mtu na inajulikana ni ya Kenya with love, sasa utakuwa smart wapi? That's why they are empty. Kazi yao ni kusema mtajua hamjui. You know, so boring people. And then all watu wana hizo brain wanajichunga, ni kama vile unachunga maharagwe ukitaka kupika. Dalili maharagwe inabaki chini.
Do you remember? Sijui kama unakumbuka ile branding ya ng'ombe ama mbuzi.
Yes.
Sasa unaenda unapata mbuzi imebrandiwa Stone PK.
Yes. Na unaichukua, unaenda sokoni kuuza kitui. Na umeiba mbele. Ati uko smart. Na imechorwa hapo Stone PK. Kwetu zinachorangwa na hii ni ya moto. Hii inaitwaje hii ruoro, hii inawekwa kwa moto, chwa, you know. Na mbuzi tunakata masikio kiplan, kila family kuna vile wanafanya. Then you go there claiming umeiweka kamba, unaenda kwa njia, you are walking comfortable, thinking you are smart. That's nonsense. No wonder this country can't go. No wonder this country suffered for 24 years. You know, mtu unaiba na unaomba tingiza kitole. Ila mtu gano ni baba na mama. Nonsense.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. I believe the panelists, I don't believe kuna mtu amebakisha kitu kingine kabla nifunge. Mr. G, uko sawa? Stone PK, uko sawa? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to do something that we always do here when I'm closing the show. Stone PK will always help me. Nisaidie Mr. G, pia we nisaidie on the comment section. Tafadhali kama unaweza kuangalia, kama unaweza toboa, tafadhali. We need to accept and agree that this show is not just the 3 of us that are here right now. There's at least as I'm speaking right now, 215 plus 41.
Just a minute, Mr.
Yes, Mr. D.
Kenyan Love. There's this guy called Brian Richard. Ni kama kuna swali amekuuliza lakini anasema umedoji sana. Hii sasa
Anauliza nini? Brian Richards is my very good friend. Anauliza nini? Brian Richard, what's up?
mambo ya saba amekuuliza, lakini umedoji sana hiyo.
Anauliza nini? Ameuliza nini? Sijaona, sikuona.
Kuna issue ameongea kuhusu saba, sijui ni nini. Pia mimi sijasikia, but anasema umedoji sana. Sijui kama anaweza uliza tena hapo kwa comment. Ameongea sana hiyo mambo ya
mwambie aulize haraka kwa comment.
Yeah, mwambie ulize. Brian Richard, uliza. I didn't see it. Pole brother, mimi siwezangi kuacha, wewe ni mtu wetu bwana. Brian Richard, uliza as
kama mtu alikuwa anauliza how many were the servers pengine.
Ya mwisho naona akisema Mato ati kuuliza branded cows. No, kuuza branded cows. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, is the number exactly. Is the number, nataka kujua number ya servers zilikuwa ni ngapi.
Oh, anauliza yesterday Mato claimed to know the numbers of the servers. Brian Richard, come on.
No, anauliza in good faith. Lakini si inbox. Sasa tumesema atutoboi siri zingine mingi sana.
Ndio hiyo. Brian Richard, I've said it here. Nimeisema hapa. Brian Richard, I wish I can send you my number. Do you want to take it? 816-462-3135. 816-462-3135. 35. It starts with a +1. +1 816-462-3135. Nitakutumia. Wache siasa. Ako kwa Mutembei group na ananisumbua hapa. Si ungekuwa ungekuwa umeniandikia badala ya kunimake nijianike hapa. Na I hope hakuna mtu amesikia hiyo kitu. Anyways, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, sasa huyu ni nani? Msimamo nani anajaribu kuingia saizi? Ni kufunga tunafunga msimamo, pole woi. Unless huu ni Chaka. Chaka tutakupatia umegeuza jina kwa sababu wewe ni mkuu. Kwa sababu wewe ni mkuu, kama ungekuwa ni wewe singepatia mwingine. Chaka tuambie basi, tulikuwa tunafunga, tulikuwa tumemaliza kitu.
Mike bwana.
I still naona nikikuachia. Ona Wakanda forever pia
nataka. PK. Habari yenu brothers. Yes. Mimi yangu alikuwa mafupi. Yangu tu alikuwa mafupi ili mfunge hapo. Ndio maana nimeandika leo msimamo. Yote tuliyozungumza hapa na mliyozungumzia alikuwa nafuatilia tu vizuri. Lakini kitu kitatusaidia wanaazimio ni msimamo. Simamia pale. Lengo ni kuchukua ushindi wetu, lengo ni kuhakikisha kwamba tumepata victory yetu, basi tubaki pale pale. Tusiondoke hapo. Zaidi ya yote ni kwamba Pika amezungumza jambo zuri zaidi pale. Mpema tu kwamba siku zote kibaya kinajitembeza. Lakini kizuri hujiuza. So tunashuhudia kwamba serikali hii inajitembeza kutafuta kuungwa mkono, watu kuyaamini kwamba ndio katika mamlaka. Sasa ni kana kwamba wanajaribu at least kujitengeneza, lakini ukirudi upande wa Raila, yeye kashalitengeneza jina muda mrefu. Kwa hiyo hana haja ya kujitembeza. Ila tu kwangu tubaki na msimamo. Tukitaka kufaulu katika hili wazo ambalo tuko nalo na agenda kwa minajili ya taifa letu, basi wana Azimio tubaki na msimamo. Wale ambao ni viongozi wana support upande wa Azimio wawe na msimamo, si mara watu wako kwa serikali wakitoka kule mara wamerudi huku, mara kidogo wamerudi tena kwa serikali, huku unataka huku nako unataka. Hapana, kama tunaamua kwamba ushindi ni wetu, basi lazima hata shughuli zingine za bunge tususie. Hicho kitu ambacho nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia, ndugu zangu, hata kama nitakuwa niko nje hiyo mada, lakini jambo ambalo mimi limenijia haswa, ili kuhakikisha Kenya Kwanza wanajua kwamba yes, Azimio wameamua, basi mpaka kwa wabunge wetu wale ambao wanahitaji kweli haya mageuzi. Hapo ndipo tutakapochagua, tutakapochuja wale ambao kiguu kiko kwa Azimio, kiguu kiko kwa serikali. Hapo tutawapata tu hapo katikati, na tuwasimbia jamani, yeye nyinyi bakini, tuende, hata kama tutabaki watu kidogo, hata kama tabaki Martha Karua, abaki na Raila, lakini wananchi waone kweli Azimio ina msimamo. Maana tukiyumba tu hawa jamaa tunawapa points. Maana sasa hivi imebaki kutapatapa, mara Uhuru sijui anafandi sijui yani hapaelezeki. Ukitazama kina Imani Chungwa na yao, na kina Ndindi Nyoro nao wakizungumza wana yao, naye mwenye usomi uchache kama wangu, yeye nilimsikia juzi pia anazungumzia masuala hata na jeshi. Huyu bwana mmoja sio anajiita Oscar Sudi, sijui jeshi sijui kuna nini, kitu ambacho klintia kidogo wasiwasi. Tangu tuko wanaazimio tuwe na msimamo. This time around hakuna handshake, hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna tunataka tuje kwa serikali. Hizi vitu tukatae ndugu zangu. Tusimamie mahali tupo, tuhakikishe kwamba tunanyakua ushindi wetu, kwa sababu ushindi ni wetu. Hawa wakibisha kwamba hamjashinda, evidence tuko nazo. Hawa wakibisha mbona Raila anasema kwamba alifuatwa nyumbani kwake na nini, na ushahidi wako kutoa kotini. Hata yeye Ruto pia hakutoa ushahidi walini alipangiwa njama ya kuuawa Kachebukati. So hawa Kenya Kwanza wanayumba, isipokuwa kuwa tu viongozi wa Azimio ambao hatakuwa hawana msimamo, wanaregarega, mara wanatumika kule, mara wako huku. Hapa tunawapa points wa jamaa. Sisi tukisusia jambo, kama tunasema hii serikali ni mbaya, tunasusia na tukubali, basi tusimamie pale. Asanteni ndugu zangu, mimi ndio nitakuzungumzia hilo tu, kwa sababu bila msimamo tushatekwa na azma yetu hatutaifikia. Licha kwamba Raila na uungwaji mkono wa Kenya ameamua, lakini hawa viongozi ambao wako ndani ya Azimio wabaki na msimamo, work as one team, let them work as a team, kwamba hatuitambui serikali, basi waonyeshe kweli hakika kwa wananchi kwamba we don't need this government, kwa sababu hii sio iliyoshinda. Wabakie pale, si mara kwenye events za serikali hizo za Kenya Kwanza wanaonekana wakiitwa huku wako kule wako. Sasa tutaelewa njia ni ipi. Hapo ndo tutaka kuzungumzia ndugu zangu. Poleni. Kama nitakuwa pia nimekosea, niko radhi mnikosoe. Ama human being na mtu anasoma kutoka na makosa, lakini mimi kile naamini kwamba msimamo wetu kama one team, kama timu Azimio, ndio tutatufikisha malengo. Asanteni.
Haya, asante. Naona bwana Mato amerudi. Endelea Mato. Haya basi, Mato anapiga tama la maji. Wacha nimkaribishe Mercy Jepkoskei. Sorry, Wakanda and then Mercy. Wakanda.
Habari zenu. Yeah, thank you guys, panel. Mr. Msimamo, Shaka. Mbadilisha jina. Anyway, chenye umesema ni
kabisa.
Yeah, chenye umesema venye umemaliza ninaungana na wewe 100%. Kuna hii, this is why Ndio maana hii unaona hii mkutano ya Jacaranda, one of the things I was not happy with, especially with the organizers, walipea muda hawa wabunge. Hawa wabunge wamerudi kwa hii kitu, wakienda kwa ground wanaambiwa bwana, nyinyi mmeacha baba. Ndio maana wamerudi tu ku protect interest zao, but hawako na sisi. Especially ungesikia venye Beatrice Elachi alikuwa ananena. Elachi alienda pale ni kama nilifeel tu ni kama mtu anafanya drama. Ungeangalia body language yake, yeye anaingia huko, instead of kuongea maneno ya ushindi yenye imepokonywa wananchi, yeye anaongelea pesa yao ya MPs. Hiyo ati wanataka CDF, sijui wanataka nini. Na nikajiuliza, mbona hawa MPs wanakuja kulia kwa rally yetu, na wao wa kwa parliament, wao ndio wana pass bill, wao ndio unaona hii budget hata yenye Kenya Kwanza inatumia, it must go through parliament, and it is the parliament that approve the bills, the financial bills. Sasa nikajiuliza, mbona huyu anatuchezea? Why can the MP say no, we are not passing any bill unless mmefanya A, B, C, D? Why, mbona wanatuletea hizo vitu kwa rally? So Shaka nakubaliana na wewe that members of parliament, most of the except a few like Babu mwenye amekuwa na sisi, but kuna wengine hakuna value yenye wanakuja tu for relevance, wanakuja kumprotect interest zao. And then another thing I saw from that rally, a lot of succession politics, people just coming for their interest. They don't stand for purely mwananchi. So I am praying that baba venye alianza Kamkunji, akienda hiyo mkutano wa Kibera, apate vijana wa local wa Kibera, wa hiyo mtaa wenye wanafanya mobilization, au ndio waongee, achukue wengine from different sectors, wa pikipiki, achukue wenye wanafanya biashara ndogo dogo, wao ndio wanajua shida yenye iko hiyo mtaa, hiyo mashinani. From different sectors, that's the way to go. Akienda Kisumu, achukue tena vijana wenye wanaishi huko, ndio baada ya collect hizi views, hapo ndio tutakuwa na leadership yenye na rise, na hapo ndio anaweza create a new network of mobilizers. Ukikuwa na hao MPs, they don't care as long as pesa yao imeingia, they don't care, they don't feel the pinch. So this is the time that Baba should create a new and give space to young people or a new leadership to arise. People who are serious and committed to this process. History ya kuweka MPs mbele will make this thing fail. Wange nafika place yenye MP anaangalia is my interest in this. Wengine wako na loan. Some of these people will campaign alone. So they will either find ways of paying back their loan or wakuwe na wewe. So wenye wako na loan, ikifika wanachukua huko, wakirudi huku pia wanaangalia kama wanaweza protect interest yao. So inakuwa ngumu. So Baba has to delink himself with these members of parliament. Acha watu waende. In fact, personally, from where I sit, there are these members of Jubilee, when you are committed to this process, and I feel like to some extent what needs to happen, Baba inafaa achukue these members of Jubilee, wasikwamilie Jubilee, awatoe huko, wakuje Azimio, wakuwe members wa Azimio, but watoke kwa Jubilee. Hiyo Jubilee na hawa hizi mchezo wanacheza, wachukue hiyo Jubilee, waende huko kwa oda. So tujue, and then tujue serikali yenye ilikuwa ya Jubilee na bado inaendelea na Ruto, na tumalize hiyo propaganda yao, so that we delink ourselves. Watu wengine wako na sisi, wengine sijui wengine hawana msimamo, only few yenye tumejua msimamo yao. Personally, if I was to advise Baba, I will have told Baba, let this Jubilee go. If let it go, au nini apewa aongee na Uhuru wakina Sabina Chege wachukue hii Jubilee waende nayo huko kwa Ruto. The final thing yenye ni important is the people. Si hata hizo vyama wanga zinaanzwa zinaisha. Wachukue hii Jubilee wapelekwe huko waende. Ya mwisho, in this process one of the things I feel hapo nayo nilikuwa nimekasirika kidogo, hiyo story ya Baba kupea members of parliament more time kwa hii rally ya Kamkunji ilienda vizuri, but hii haikuenda vizuri sana, but for me I had expected that from hiyo atafanya countrywide meetings and then tutaenda hiyo kubwa ya either Uhuru ama Kasarani, but majorly it might be Uhuru Park. Looking from Raila's statement, nimeanalyze hizi vitu zenye Baba alisema kwa hii mkutano. Hii mkutano ya Jacaranda na ile ya Kamkunji. Kamkunji was the real thing. When Raila spoke in Kamkunji, nilijua Baba is preparing to take over his stolen victory. But venye Baba aliongea hii nini inaitwa Jacaranda, I felt like Baba alichukua 2 steps back. Nikajiuliza what's happening. Nilianalyze hiyo speech ya Baba, nikaona nikashangaa. I was a bit but ile ya Kamkunji, so let's give it time. Maybe it was just a strategy. Let's just give it time, and I know something might come out. But one of the things yenye mimi naomba Baba afanye, let him give vijana ama let him provide the space to mentor and bring young leadership to fold. Hao ndio wamanage kitu. Story ya kuleta MPs aachane nayo kabisa. Hao watu there is no value yenye wataada. Hao watu watatuuza.
Unajua mumetushambulia, lakini sawa, iendelee tu bado, because we need to keep on talking. Hiyo conversation iendelee, lakini acha ni kudemystify my friend, my very good friend, Wakanda forever. Acha nikwambie, hii ya Jacaranda ndio yenye ilisema ukweli. Hii ya Jacaranda, sijui kwa nini uoni hiyo. Hii ya Jacaranda ndio yenye ile ilisema ukweli ya kuleta watu. Hiyo ndio ile hata Baba mwenyewe, unajua Baba si yeye anaongea, ni sisi tunaongea. Hii ndio ilionekana. Ya ile ya Kamkunji, hiyo ilikuwa kelele.
No, Kamkunji was earthquake, my friend. Kenye Baba alisema huko, ile ilikuwa earthquake. Ile kila mtu bwana unasema nini? Kamkunji ilikuwa earthquake, the mother of all. Hiyo siwezi hiyo everybody was shaken by Kamkunji. Ndio maana watu walikuwa wanashikwa.
Jacaranda ndo iliua kila kitu. Jacaranda ndo ilifanya watu wakaanza kushtuka. Hata Ruto sasa anaongea, hata ajui nini anasema, ajui venye ya kureply, ajui what is happening. I'm telling you, Jacaranda ndo ilikuwa ile mama yao. And if I'm wrong, Mndume uko hapa, utaweza sema ukweli. ile ya Jacaranda na ya nini gani uliona gani ilileta
Kenyan
watu?
with love, don't go to that line. Hii sasa mnaanza kudebate mama na baba. Message is the same. Jacaranda, Kamukunji is the same. Let's not waste time trying to say
Anyway.
Fanta is better than Coca-Cola. Zote ni soda. Yeah? Yeah, the message is home, you know. It's a revolution, period. Let me still have 1 minute there also.
Stone, before you go on,
Yeah.
what I wanted to do, Stone, unajua, you know why I have to leave. I want you to take over. Unajua tulikuwa tunafunga chapter, lakini wamekuja na Wakenya wameamka sasa.
Hapana, tunafunga. Wakanda ameongea, kila mtu ameongea, so it's just to try and make Wakanda comfortable. Awache kudoubt hii maneno because I can see you. Yeye anataka kuruka high jump haraka na hii ni hope skip and jump. All right? So yeye anataka kuruka aende huko na lazima upige steps 3 ndio uweze nini. Then we close mato. Wakanda hiyo about Kamukunji, about Jacaranda, achana na hiyo. You know, the message is home. We are heading there. The other one, don't be obsessed like these Kenyans, defeatist, wale wako obsessed na maneno ya vijana. Let me tell you, you leave this thing to vijana, it will go nowhere. That you can take to any bank. Vijana, hakuna mahali vijana will lead the revolution. Vijana are soldiers. They can't lead. They come. They ni army. Okay, infantry. There must be generals. You only select generals that will take care of vijana's interest. That's how it is done. So obsession, hiyo Kenya watu wamekuwa wakiambiwa, look at US. Wale watu wanaongoza US kila mahali ni nani? Vijana? No, you have to have the mix. Now, the risk of having vijana, account wale vijana walipoongea, mtu kama nani aliongea nini? Jacaranda, this guy, Walangata, this comedian. What did he say? You are analyzing people's speeches, Jalango. In any meeting he goes, what does he say? Nothing. Jalango says nothing.
Jeshi la baba, jeshi la baba, jeshi la baba.
Yes, period. Jeshi la baba, so jeshi la baba lifanye nini? Angemalizia. Jeshi la baba tuko tayari kuvamia state hivyo. But jeshi la baba, that's it's like saying tialala bila kusema tialala ya nini? Tibim what?
Jalango seems to be double-edged sword. Yeye ni kama nakata huko hakuna huko.
Take it. So ndio nimekuambia I didn't want to go that far. Vijana cannot be reliable. Wananja, okay? So they need backup. All right? Vijana saa hii wakipewa pesa na Ruto, they will stop this thing if you joke. All right? So they need mentoring, kupewa hiyo nguvu. And then once we take leadership, we mentor them, those who are capable. Akina nani, wanaitwa nani? Even akina Babo Wino, they need thorough mentoring, even if they are sharp academically. Politically, you have to lazima ubalehe kisiasa. Kisiasa si tu kupanda juu ya gari kwa roof pale V8 na kuanza kupiga hivi. Angalia Malema.
I'm sorry, you will have to do that. One for a brother. Because, no. Guru pia anataka kuja na naitisha.
Aya, if you want to, okay, sawa, nitawapatia chance another maybe 30.
Yeah, so you will have to take this one for me. Me, I have to go.
Kwaheri bana. Wewe kimbia.
Yeah, me wacha to take over now, and then let me know when I can, if you can do hivi karibuni unipatie tu like to just give my closing remarks alafu niende.
So toa.
Okay. So guys, I want to tell you guys that kuna zile vitu
hata kabla uende kuna swali
yeah.
Mato.
Yes.
Nini mbaya na hii?
Yes. Nasikia.
Unanipata Mato?
Yes.
Unaamini kwamba tulishinda kama Azimio, si ndio?
Siamini.
Huamini?
Sasa
Siujibu tu
Labda
swali ya kupata
si kama
vizuri,
unanipata.
hajakuelewa.
nakupata sasa, unanipata? Unanipata?
Mato, unaamini kwamba sisi Azimio, mimi nakupata, unaamini kabisa kwamba sisi Azimio haswa tulishinda haswa uchaguzi? You believe that?
I don't believe. I know.
You know.
I don't believe, I know.
Yeah, hiyo ni semantic. Ana believe na anajua.
No, I don't believe, I know. I have the numbers.
Anyway, continue. Nani amepotea maskini wa Mungu.
Yeah. So, kumjibu, I don't believe, Mr. Stone PK. I don't believe.
But you know what he means. You know what he means.
Yeah.
Tusiweke literature sana na English. Umejua kujua kuamini vyote vinaandamana. Tutamrudisha tu akija. Alafu tuite nani Bwana Guru, karibu sana.
And I have the proof. I have the proof.
Asante.
So,
karibu sana Bwana Guru, karibu kwenye ukumbi. Kuna mkono wa swali alafu nimpe Guru.
So can I finish my
Nazamaliza hiyo nini? Haya Mato, unatuchanganya. Haya Mr. G, ni swali ama ni nini? Unenua?
Okay, wacha Kenya with love amalize. Kuna kitu nani Makanda kama ongea ndio nilikuwa nataka kumjibu kiasi. Kuna statement ambayo Makanda alikuwa ameweka.
Kenya with love Kenya with love, fanya vile alafu basi.
Okay, sasa basi, I want to tell people that there comes a time that when the truth is the truth and is there and the truth is there, and ndio maana thank God nani ameniuliza hiyo kitu na naweza waambia the truth is we won. Baba won. The numbers are there and they are coming out, and still amjapata yote. Bado kuna ingine bado amjapata numbers. Hizo numbers, they're not even the right ones, but zinakuja. Baba won. But then there comes a time in a country that you ask yourself, if somebody tells you a cup like this that is blue, and they ask you what color is that cup? Is it gonna be red? It's not gonna be red, because ya ukweli isemwe. My friend, Baba alishinda. Baba ndio president. Where are we going next after that? Now, how are we dealing with this? Do we deal with it and just say, huyu jamaa kuja tuambie that okay, atupigie kelele na sisi tunajua ile kura tulipiga. I've been in this show for a long time. For the people that have known me, nikiuliza numbers, I'm the one that started asking numbers za Ruto ziko wapi, and until today hakuna mtu mmoja amenijibu numbers za Ruto.
Ulijaribiwa na Mzalendo wewe?
Yeah, no, Mzalendo alijaribu, lakini naweza kuambia saizi if you want.
Mzalendo alikujibu hivi Kenyan with love ndio umalizia.
Yes,
alikuambia I recorded that and I always listen to it and laugh. Ati uliambiwa ati kama ni Central alishinda baba na margin kubwa na baba Nyanza akamshinda na margin ndogo. Sasa alibanja babaya huko akashinda baba na 220,000 votes. That was it is my joke of the 2022 hiyo.
Now
Odua naisikiza nikiboeka.
Asante. Sasa, thank you Mr. Stone PK. Ile kitu naweza ambia watu, there's something that we had done kuna kitu tulikuwa tumefanya as international community. At the time that we were going for the election, we had sat down tukachukua watu ndio unasikia saizi ikianza kukuja, tulikuwa tumechukua watu tukakaa chini.
Usitoe siri nyingi wewe nani bana wewe.
Yeah.
Acha hiyo.
Okay. So I will tell you now that Stone karibu nitoboe, lakini we never slept and we know why. And when we tell you Baba won, we are not playing. It's not a game. The man won, and he won with way more than that, more than unaambiwa. He's the winner. And I need people to start understanding and asking themselves, if ulikumeshinda kura, what should you do? And that is why we are having a Raila who's revamped, amekuja saizi na ataki mchezo, because uwezi kuonaibiwa, and this time tunajua kabisa kura ziko, numbers don't lie, my friend. And you had people go and not even go to work, people who stayed at home or kulala, knowing that those numbers are there. Now, Kenyans, I'm telling you, the person that won these elections was one Mr. Raila Odinga with Mother Karua. And the ladies, actually the ladies came in hot. They voted way too much than people even think. Mtu mwingine mko na yeye chezeni kaa nyinyi. Stone PK, wacha basi kwa nini my closing remark, but let me just assure people, my father, Mr. Guru, I'm telling you, Raila won. We have it. Na hiyo ujinga ingine yenye inaendelea, hii kijana ingine mnasumbuana nayo hapa, asisumbue wa Kikuyu nini Central, Rift Valley, cause hiyo ndio wanajishikiaga nayo. Mwacha hiyo kitu muibadilishe kabisa, because we have to come to a point where our country is gonna be. And let me tell you, if you take Central and you take Rift Valley, combine them, and then look at the whole other country, I can tell you they're not half or even a quarter of what the other country is. And the reason I keep on asking people, which numbers are you talking about? Give me the numbers, then we'll talk, because numbers don't lie. Raila won, hata kama angekuwa si mtu napenda, na muachane na Uhuru kabisa. Uhuru has never done anything to any Kenyan, na ndio maana Uhuru amenyamaza. All right, bado nitakuwa nawasikiza nikienda kulala mpaka nilale, but I have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you Kenyan with love. Bwana Guru, karibu. Although msimamo alikuwa ana shida ya internet, if you can allow msimamo alikuwa katikati ya kitu, then Mguru uje. Msimamo. Musaimo. Msimamo. Msimamo, usukani ni wako. Msimamo. Haya. Bwana Guru, endelea. Msimamo akitengeza mitambo yake. Hatukusikii. Yes.
Kenya anaenda?
Anasikiza.
Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza kama ali experience part of the Nyayo era. Lakini sawa tu. Sasa Stone PK, unajua ile sasa iko ni kutabataba. Unajua what this government is going through is a thing that has never happened before, where we have elections, IBC pronounces itself, the Supreme Court pronounces itself, but 3-4 months down the line, the controversy continues. I can see those who are clever enough can also see there is panic. It's a big panic within the government because it's something they cannot tell where it could end up. And with the kind of changes that have happened, not just in our country, but globally, there is a limit to which the government can use force to contain political situation. That is why today they have, was it yesterday, they have brought in the name of the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. The question I would ask, and I would want Kenyans to ask themselves, is they are now saying that the demonstrations are meant to prevent the government from collecting taxes to these so-called big families or some people within within the country. But why would one hold demonstrations because of taxes, really? I mean, how will that prevent people from paying taxes? Taxes are paid through a certain body that has its own systems. So making noise in public rallies, really, would it prevent that body to carry out its functions? So this is a government that is trying to clutch at the straws. By bringing in Uhuru, they want to remind the people of central Kenya and Kenya at large that they are being fought by the so-called dynasties. But I'm doubtful whether Kenyans are that gullible. I'm very doubtful that Kenyans will buy this. Why? Because the promise that this man had given was that the moment he gets into power, you deal ruthlessly with these cartels. And therefore, now he cannot come back to cry to the same public that is being prevented from doing what he had promised the people of Kenya. Stone PK, this drama will not end up well, particularly for the country. You cannot target people who hold capital, the indigenous capitalists, and expect it to attract foreign capital as well. And therefore, we are back to the early years of Moi era, where Moi targeted the Kikuyu capitalists, closed their businesses, closed their banks, and you know what followed thereafter. The economy took a battering that it never recovered even in his 24 years, because the momentum of economic growth was curtailed as a result of those actions. When you have a government that is obsessed with revenge and looking back, then you have a recipe for chaos and deterioration. I think Uhuru will not answer these guys back. He has nothing to lose, really. If they have a problem with him, I think the institutions that are charged with the responsibility of doing their work, they can go ahead and do their work. And I am sure this will fizzle out, just like many other propaganda that they have tried to bring forth since they took power. They have learned that running a government is not the same as campaigning. It is very easy to campaign using propaganda, but it is very difficult to run a government through propaganda. Yesterday, Ruto said that Raila is bringing evidence of Chebukati visiting his house 5 months after the elections. He's forgetting that it is just 5 months after elections that he is telling that Chebukati was to be killed. So you wonder why this person is so self-incriminating. I mean, he is so inconsistent. He accuses people of what he is doing himself. I am sure many Kenyans may not see the script that is there, but those who are discerning enough can know that Raila has got them in his palms right now. He's holding their balls, in the sense that he's been able to draw them out and rope in the international community. And as the controversy continues and builds up into something that they did not anticipate, eventually there is there is an outcome that is intended. Because, Bernard, when you have a controversy, your wife insults you the first day, second day you slap her, the other day you beat her, she accuses you, you accuse her. Finally, in most cases, either the one of the partners goes away or a third party comes to reconcile the two of you. That is exactly what is happening in Kenya. I am sure the international community, the UN and the Commonwealth are following this matter very keenly, because African countries naturally are very fragile politically. And what may seem to be a joke from far ends up gathering momentum into a crisis. This is what happened in Ethiopia. This is what happened in the Central African Republic. This is what happened in Somalia in the 1990s and elsewhere. And therefore, and even Rwanda. So this matter is not as easy as people may want to take it, some of them, because when you have a country that is divided right at the center, you have a situation that needs to be redressed one way or the other. Because politics, people are supposed to offer themselves and submit to the government. And the government then is expected to provide the services. And when you have over half or thereabouts of the population roundly saying they don't recognize the leadership, then that brings a problem of legitimacy. I am not convinced that these people are employing the best of their intelligence in the manner in which they are responding to what is gathering in this country. They are dismissive. They use satire and sarcasm, threats, and so on. But this may not work in the long run. In fact, I dare say that they are entrenching the feelings on both sides. And this is exactly the position we were in between 2003 and 2007. And you know what happened thereafter. It's unfortunate that PK now, Kenyans have no faith in the Supreme Court. It cannot be an arbitrator in case of an electoral dispute. It is unfortunate that right now nobody is very confident about the ability of IBC to deliver free, fair, and verifiable elections. And therefore, as a result of this, people naturally would take extrajudicial activities to redress what they feel is a situation that disadvantages them. So therefore, this is a serious matter. It's not easy. It requires a statesman. It requires sober minds so that the future can be stable, that people can gain confidence again that they can go to court once they have an electoral dispute, that people can give the IBC the space and confidence to conduct free, fair, and verifiable elections. This back and forth statements between the president and Raila Odinga can only fuel the situation in Kenya. And the people on the disadvantaged side is the government. That has been proved historically, not just here in Kenya, but all over the world. It can only be futile if the lives of people are changing, but the lives of people are getting worse. So therefore, this is a government that is likely to limp. If it stays for 5 years, it's likely to limp through the years without any remarkable development taking place. And that's it. That's the way it is going to be. Not unless they come up with a way of dealing with the political situation right now. I don't see what they can do with the resolve that I've seen in the supporters and the leadership of Azimio. They have said they don't want handshake. And Azimio supporters have told Raila in no uncertain terms that they also don't want handshake. So it is a hard situation. Whose end result is not known. We can only wait and see. Otherwise, the discontent is growing every day, particularly among the youth who are promised so much but can see nothing happening. Electricity prices are going up. Soon, if they put the taxes they are saying on rentals, the rental, the rentals will go up, transport costs will go up, food prices are not changing, they are remaining high, and therefore life will only become unbearable. The universal health care they are promised people by December has not materialized, and even the programs that were there of Linda Mama, where youth, especially the youth who are getting their first babies, second babies, would just their wives would walk into the hospital and have the costs met by the government is gone. So I do not know what the youth will hold and say that they can defend this government with. So they know they are between the hard rock and the blue sea in terms of politics. And with the kind of recalcitrant remarks I'm hearing from Ichongo and Dindi and the rest, I don't see them helping the situation, and including the Ruto himself and Rigathi. They may take it as a joke at this time and dismiss these statements. But what they don't know is that slowly people are losing faith in the ability of the government to turn around the issues and make life better for a majority of Kenyans. Fertilizers is just half the story. It is fertilizers cannot assure food security. It's just one component. There is an issue of quality since, there is an issue of rainfall, and so on and so forth. So that faith that when you pump in so many bags of fertilizer to the farmers, you are increasing food security is totally misplaced. The issue of Hasra Fund, they no longer talk about it. It's a total flop, total flop. If you talk to the youth here, they'll tell you they took 500 shillings and have not paid. Those who have paid have waited for their saving to be increased. It's not increased. So it was a big con. It's nothing to do with business. It was something else. And beyond that, it could end up being one of the biggest scandals that happened in this country, perhaps in the realm of Goldenberg. I don't know how this will be resolved, but this government seems to be visionless, rudderless, wobbling, limping, and any other negative connotation that you'd get of a government. There is no inspirational leadership like that of the late Mwai Kibaki and the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. And once people lose faith, hope for better tomorrow, then everything is lost. Wacha nisimamie hapo for now, Mr. PK.
Thank you very much, Bwana Guru. Wacha tumpishe nani haraka haraka msimamo.
Yeah, hiyo ni Alex, nimemiss show kidogo for the 10 days. Nawashukuru sana na nimewamiss sana. Nilikuwa msick kidogo, but I'm getting better.
Sasa.
Yeah, pole. Yeah.
We can't see your face.
Ebu washa light wanione. Yeah, so bia bibi yangu awasha light kama mnataka kuniona. Hapa ni usiku saa hii. So the trip of Raila to India and South Africa had much to say, and many people do not understand it. Why did he go to India? Why did he go South Africa? It was strategic. And what Babu Wino said of Kibera a rally that is going to happen someday, it's going to be very strategic. And I'm telling you, these people are scared, especially Ruto and Gachagua. What I know is when I saw the rally in Jacaranda and Kamkunji, I'm telling you,
all Kenyans are together and are against this government. And I'm assuring you that when the Kibera rally happens, a revolution is going to happen. So this government is going to go away. And I'm assuring you as Kenyans that if we are not ready, people are going to die. People are tired of Ruto. School fees, healthcare, fuel, and everything has risen. In less than 4 months, and people are tired. And even those who were supporting the Hustler Nation have said no. They have come to realize that Ruto is a liar. So we are going to face some serious problems in Kenya, and the people are ready to die. When people are going to march to State House, people are going to march to State House. I'm not lying to you. Gauja and the rest have said they are going to State House, and they are going to throw this guy away. The speeches of Ruto lately looks like they are very afraid. So what I'm saying is that I hope so many people do not die. What Ruto has done to Kenya are delinquilized and have touched the people's heart. School children are going to school right now, and the school fees is very high. Their health care is bundling up. And I'll tell you that we are facing a serious crisis. So I think people are sick and tired of this government, especially regarding Gachagwa's comments are just diminishing and insinuating in a way that Kenyans cannot tolerate it. That's what I'll say for now, and then I'll comment later. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward County na pole kwa mgonjwa. We are happy to have you back. Msimamo.
Asante sana ndugu PK, na vilevile pia nimtakie huyu kaka afueni ya haraka. Ndugu yangu hapa Ward County. Mimi leo PK nilikuwa na
shukrani ndugu yangu kwa hiyo pole.
Ni sawa. Unajua tukiamua kitu kama timu moja lazima tusimame kwa moja. Nafikiri katika mkutano wa kwanza uliofanyika Kamkunji, kauli mbiu kwamba we do not recognize this government, na tukasimamia kwamba sisi we won this election. Sasa haina haja ya kuwapa nguvu hawa jamaa katika serikali. Na kwa nini nizungumzie hivyo? Hakuna haja tena kuonekana kwamba kuna ngazi siyo ya minority leader bado tunampata katika mikutano ya hii serikali ya Venezuela, kwamba ameattend katika hizo events ni kitu kunaniumiza moyo wangu mimi, kwa sababu nguvu yetu kama hatuitambui hii, haina haja pia ya wabunge wetu waonekane katika hizo ma-event. Kama ni kuwasusia, tumesema hawa watu hawatambui, basi tubaki katika msimamo ile ile. Sasa jana niliona katika mkutano wa Mombasa hapa, wabunge wapo, speeches zikizungumzwa pale, nasikia kuna minority leader yupo. Minority leader gani katika serikali ipi ambayo sisi haswa kama wanaazimio hatuitambui? Sasa nikabaki na hayo maswali katika akili yangu. Ina haja gani tuingie kwao? Wao kama ni kupanga wajipangie, sisi nasi tupange yetu. So wabunge wa azimio hakuna haja kushiriki katika kitu ambacho hatukiamini. Ina haja gani tuwaone pale? Wandai ana haja gani apewe hiyo cheo, watu wazungumzi wakisimama hapo opening remarks zao, nakuta jina linatajwa hapo, leader of majority, na hapa napo kando yake kuna leader of minority. Tunawapa nguvu. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nasema, tunaonekana hatumo katika serikali, mara tunaonekana tumo, tunaipa nguvu. Kama ni kuamua wabunge wetu wasimame kando, hakuna haja ya minority leader, kwa sababu we don't believe on this government. We want this election, and what we need ni kudemand back our victory. Na ndio mahali tunataka kuelekea, kwamba lazima huyu mbuzi wetu tumpewe akiwa mzima. So hawa hii minority leader ACU akina nani inatokea wapi? Hizi vyo hivi vinaingizwa wapi? Kwa nini tunaendelea katika hizo mikutano zao ambazo tunawapa nguvu? Kwa sababu kama watu wetu wako pale, tena baadaye serikali hii tena tukitoka hapo tunaanza tena kuiponda. Wakati wakifanya ma-event yao, mikutano yao, tunaonekana pale, watu wetu wanakuwa described pale, wanasalimiwa wako pale. Sasa tunapinga hapo. Kama ni msimamo, tubaki na msimamo wetu. Hatuitambui hii, na kama hawatutambui, basi hata wabunge wetu wale ambao wako na nia njema, si wale ambao wanaongozwa na tamaa ya matumbo yao na kuona kwamba labda ndio wamekosa kazi. Wasiposhirikiana hapa, basi ndio wamekosa kazi, hawatapata mshahara. Hicho kitu ni lazima tukisimamie bwana. Kama ni kuamua, tumeamua. Hatuitambui hii, basi tusitambue kabisa. Kwa hivyo kukua hakuna minority leader, hakuna nani, hatuko katika hiyo mipango yao. Wao wajipange kivyao na sisi tujipange kivyetu. Nadhani hilo litakuwa linawatingisha zaidi, kuona watu wa KK kuona kweli kwamba hawa watu kweli hakika wamesimama na wako na msimamo. So hii mipango hii ilikuwa jana Mombasa, na baadhi ya viongozi wetu wako pale. Nilishangaa sana, wako hapo kufanya nini? Kwa serikali ipi ambayo sisi tunaamini kwamba hatuitambui, kwa sababu hii si serikali ambayo ilichaguliwa kihalali na wananchi. Je, tunaenda pale kwa mikutano kama ile ya nini, tukiwa tunaamini kwamba sisi tulishinda huu uchaguzi kwa kilo milioni 8 with 57% dhidi ya 41%. That's what we are believing. Na wengi ya supporters wetu wanaamini kwamba wanatuamini haswa, nikiwa hata mmoja wao ni mimi, nikiwa supporter wa nguvu, ninaamini kwamba ndio haswa sisi tulishinda uchaguzi, ni kwamba tulinyang'anywa uchaguzi. Kwa ina haja gani tupewe hiyo minority leader? Tuna haja gani tupewe viongozi hapo, tupewe vijinadhiva? Ndio swali langu nilikuwa najiuliza hilo pekee. Ndio maana nikamuuliza Mark saa zile, unaamini sisi tulishinda? Na aliponiambia ndio, basi kama tunaamini, haina haja tujichanganye na hawa watu. Kungwe hakuna watafutane na wao wenyewe, kama ni majority wafanye mambo yao. Na sisi nasi tuendelee na rally zetu mpaka ya mwisho, tujue kwamba sisi ni lini tutakavyoingia state house na kufukuza hii regime, ili tuchukue ushindi wetu na tuweze kuwapangia wake wetu kwamba nchi sasa inaongozwa namna hii, na mzigo ambao ulikuwa mwananchi unabebeshwa sasa hivi umefika mwisho, angalau mwananchi au na matumaini. Kwa sababu wengi wa sisi ambao tuko huko mashambani tunaamini kwamba uongozi kama utakuwa Raila Odinga sasa hivi, basi hatutaepukana na hii mizigo ambayo tunaendelea nayo, mambo na school fees, mambo na madaktari, madawa, mambo na elimu yatafika mwisho, mambo na bidhaa kupanda, harama ya maisha kupanda, mambo na sarafu yetu kushuka kiasi hicho. Kwa hiyo haina haja gani ya hawa wabunge kujiingiza katika ma-event? Na hii ndio swali ambalo nilikuwa nataka jamani, kama ni kunikosoa, kama ni kunielekeza njia, munielekeze, maana mimi linanikera na lilinikera haswa ule mkutano wa jana uliofanyika Mombasa jana, kwamba mnainga hii na bado mnafuatafuata nini? Wandae hapo unafuatafuata nini? Hiyo cheo ya minority leader inakusaidia nini? Na sisi haja kubwa ni kuhakikisha wewe umekuwa leader of majority. Hao wabunge waliatendi jana katika hiyo mkutano wote, mnafuata nini? Hilo ndio swali langu ambalo nilikuwa najiuliza tangia jana, sijasikia amani kabisa, kwamba kama tumeamua na msimamo kwamba hii hatuitambui, basi hata hizo event zao wakipanga wapange kivyao. They are not part of us. Asanteni.
Ndugu msimamo, asante kwamba umeingia dau langu sasa. Hili dau nililianzisha hapo mwanzoni, nikisema watu wanasema PK is extreme, PK sijui ni nini. Nilisema pale mwanzo, election ipoibwa, watu wanaenda bunge, wanakubali kugawiwa viti. I was against it, and thank you that my brother you are coming to say that. And this tells you, hii inakwambia wa Kenya sisi ni bure kabisa, ni tumbo kwanza. Hao viongozi hamna. Because sasa ni upumbavu, hata Ruto anaona hawa ni wajinga tu kabisa. Nawanda anasema ni wajinga. Ni upumbavu mkubwa mno kabisa. In fact sasa tunataka katika hii television tuanzishe hashtag Azimio leaders should quit. Azimio leaders should quit or should not attend any of those UDA things. Utakaa bunge unapitisha miswada ipi? Utapitisha miswada ipi kwa UDA government? What have they passed that is helping mwananchi? It's rubbish. And who are you passing with? Unajadiliana na nani? How can you be discussing with somebody who stole your election? Sitaki kurudia sana bwana msimamo, manake mimi nimeimba huo wimbo nikachoka. But I think wananchi, na nilifurahia Jacaranda, akina Gaucho, akina nani waliposema hii safari lazima watu watokelezee kabisa kabisa ndio tujue mbinu. And I think I talked in one of the shows nikasema MPs hata ingekuwa wote ni 290, we don't need them. What we need ni mwananchi, because our MP 290 tutapata tukiongezewa na UDA wale hasla ambao wameumia, wanatapika maji badala ya kutapika chakula, watakuja na wameingia kwenye nini, wametii. Kwa hivyo wale MPs we should reject them and don't even call them waheshimiwa. They are betrayers, they are shame on them. You go there unaingia with UDA, with Azimio, ODM, Wiper, nini, unaenda pale and then you are participating in that government. Okay? Kama ni tumbo sana mishahara wanataka, si basi unaingia pale parliament, una check in, then you get out. Ndio uendelee kula mshahara, kwa sababu unasema kama wananchi walikuchagua basi tukuonee huruma, ulishe familia yako, lakini usiparticipate kwa zile ushenzi. So we need to start that and tell them is either they are on that side, okay, because sasa kimeumana sasa. It is either they are with us or they are not with us. I'm waiting to see and hear what Baba, the stand is going to take, because that is coming also. That is coming. Even governors, you can run a county without going to dine with thieves. You can run your Siaya county, your whatever county you are representing huko, because the constitution itakuletea mali, itakuletea pesa. You don't need to go and start pledging and calling somebody who stole the election ya party yako Mr. President, Your Excellency. Hey man, I think we are BS, big BS. It's annoying. Kabla sijaleta mtu mwingine, ningependa kusema kwa mfano hapa. Azimio tukubali we have a ritual. and a group of people or people with a common goal are supposed to adhere to their ritual. What is our ritual? Our ritual is, what should we do because of what we believe in? We have a common belief that our election was stolen. So everything we do, we should do it ritually. Yani itakuwa ni kupangilia. Kama ni hiyo, hiyo ni State House tunataka kwenda. Kama ni hiyo mikutano, we do it vizuri, meticulously, aiming at overthrowing the government. And there is nothing unconstitutional. I have just stated here that nobody should tell us about whatever. Because you see, sisi Wakenya they have lost faith in IBC. Bwana Guru umesema, lakini umesahau kwamba we've even lost faith in our constitution, which is ours. Because this constitution, we made it for us. We made it to govern us, to help us run the country. But it is hurting us. If somebody can use the constitution to steal the election and swear himself or herself in using the same constitution, sasa sisi tumesema constitution we don't have any in it. Same thing with the judiciary. Manake tukisema constitution haifanyi kazi, ni kila kitu. We have to shelve it. Tuiweke chini, ndio tutafute watu wa kurun the constitution. Because constitution, as I keep on saying, haiwezi simama pale Moi Avenue iseme mimi ndio constitution, kwa hivyo ninawatawala hivi. It is the people. And if we are not able to get the right leaders, if we are not able to get the leaders we vote for to be able to implement our constitution, to serve us, then we have to keep it kwanza, tuiweke chini ya meza. Alafu tujipange, hivi sasa tunafanya. And that's why naunga Mr. nani? Ni Wakanda ama ni Mr. G? Ni Wakanda ndiye amesema inahitajika tufanye haraka upesi. Tusichukue miezi 7. Tufanye haraka upesi because we know the path. We know it. Hakuna sasa ku guesswork. We know, we have involved everybody. UN, we have involved kila mtu. Sasa ni kusema basi sisi mara moja hii tunaenda wapi? Tunaenda King kama draft, because we know tunaenda King, tunaweka mtego ya kukula 3 mpaka King, which we have put. All right, so basically I think everything is well laid. The bed is well laid, the path is well tarmacked. It is so straightforward, hakuna giza. Okay, wameinua mkono, they know. Unajua mtu ukimshika red handed, walikuwa wanasema prove you won. It has been proved now, na hata prove inakuja even zaidi. In fact, saa hii debate ya vile msimamo amesema, now it's not about tulishinda hatukushinda, hiyo tuweke chini pia, that is gone. Saa hii ni manake tunamuona mwizi ndio huyu anaendelea kuchunga mbuzi kwa ngoma yake na ni yetu. What do we do? Ikiwa unamuona ni kama ana nguvu, tunaanza kutafuta nguvu, tunatafuta silaha, tunatafuta kila kitu, tujiami vizuri, ndio sana tuende tumenyane kabisa, mbuzi yetu tuichukue. That's why I'm saying mara hii si debate sasa. We are not debating na hatubembelezani sasa. Mbuzi yetu uko nayo umekataa, sawa, wacha tujipange. So hata wakizungumza vipi, sisi tusishughulike nao, don't be deviated. Yeah? Na ndio tunasema sasa hawa MP kama hawaji tupate nguvu pamoja, nao pia wasonge kando, wakwende zao. All right? Lastly, Bwana Guru uligusia kidogo one very important point, that upumbavu of any leadership ama ujinga wa leadership yoyote is when you start insulting your investors, especially when they are local, your own. Yani Mkenya ana hela nyingi na ameziekeza Kenya, alafu wewe huyo ndio una target kwanza. It is the most idiotic thing I've ever seen and heard. Kwa kikwetu huko mbele tunasema, kuna msemo tunasema, itonga itirumagwa. Itonga is rich people in the village. You don't insult them, my friend. Because wakati wa kiangazi, hao ndio wanaokoa jirani, wanatuokoa hapo kwa village. Na huyu mtu akiwa tajiri, akiweka maji, akiweka pipe yake avute huko mbali ama achimbe borehole, anatoa pipe moja hapo kwa fence, inasaidia village. Mbuzi zake zikiwa zinatoa maziwa mingi, kuna siku anaweka ya kupeana maziwa, ama hata ukiingia kwake wakati kuna kamuliwa, unaonja maziwa kama kwako kuna ng'ombe. You don't insult the people, the architects of economy in your country. It is the worst you do. In fact, you negotiate with them, you talk with them. You even, in some countries, they even help you to bridge some gaps. They attract other huge, what we call them, investors. Because wakiona kuna investors wakubwa, those ones from outside are able to get attracted. So that is one of the worst things. And that's why I'm happy. Serikali ya UDA ni ujinga Democratic Party. Manake democracy yao ni ya ujinga. Kila kitu, hata si udaku sasa ni ujinga. Alright. Nani alinua mkono? Nilimuona nani? Ni Wakanda, alafu Mr. G.
Yeah, Stone PK, yeah. Maneno mawili. Earlier on, Shaka alikuwa anasema msimamo. That hii maneno ya MPs. In this case, let's just look at government, yeah? We have the judiciary, which is in charge of arbitration. That is the main work of judiciary. And venye tuko ni kama imetufail. Then we go to executive. Executive, people who occupy the executive are people who don't have the legitimate or who don't have the goodwill of the people. Those characters have, the characters are, all the process is questionable. So they don't have legitimacy. Then we go to legislature. Hapo ndio kuna shida tena kubwa. Because the role of executive is to implement policies passed by the legislature. So the legislature equip financial bill. If for Ruto to have money to spend in anything, it has to come. That budget must be passed by the legislature. So when Azimio MPs kama bado wanaenda kwa parliament and they are passing bills, they are derailing the process. Currently, Kenya Kwanza regime is talking about IBC bill that was tabled the other day in parliament. They are talking about it because the legislature, wanabunge, even wa Azimio, participated in that process. So the idea of these members of parliament participating in these processes, it gives those the regime that legitimacy. So if we are talking about legitimacy from the very beginning, it has also to start from parliament. That parliamentarians must stop passing, be it financial bill, be it any other bill that is giving this government or regime air to breathe. Stone PK, kuna chenye ulikuwa umesema that this constitution we need that it doesn't work, we need to throw it away. So I will still refer you back to
suspend.
Yeah. I will refer you back to Article 1. That is chapter 1. It says the sovereignty of the people, of the people, and the supremacy of the Constitution. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. That is Article 2. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or indirectly or through their democratic elected representatives. So we can exercise our through the chapter 1 gives the people power to exercise their sovereignty directly. So it is still within the constitution. People can still do it, but the members of parliament or these elected representatives, we can take them back, and constitution can give the people now to manage themselves. And it goes on that people may exercise, part 2 talks about the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratic elected representatives. That one, if here we are questioning how someone is elected, we will take them, we will ignore, we will not acknowledge them, and then people will exercise their power directly. Part 3 talks about sovereign power under this constitution is delegated to the following. All sovereign power belong to the following. That is parliament. It talks about parliament, executive, and others. So if you go through this, we can work with Article 1, Chapter 1, and Part 2. Part 1 and Part 2 that acknowledge the sovereignty of the people, and then Part 2 that the people the people can decide to exercise their power directly and not going through the elected and not donating their power to other institutions or to other elected or elected representatives. So that is still within the constitutional framework, that the people can decide that we don't, because the parliament, because the judiciary, we went to the Supreme Court, they did not arbitrate, they were not good arbitrators. The people can decide that now we are going to deal with it. We are going to find out ways of dealing with our conflict. People may decide that whatever we want, we will decide for ourselves. So we don't need members of parliament to sit down to make decisions on our behalf. So it's just back to Article 1. And yeah, so what I want to encourage everyone is that the constitution we have acknowledges the sovereignty, and the sovereignty is in the people. The power is in the people. That is the beauty of the 2010 constitution. It gave the power to the people. So you may decide to either donate your power to someone else, or you use it directly. In this case, Jacaranda and Kamkunji, the people have decided that they are going to exercise their power directly. So if they decide to go to maybe parliament to exercise, to make that decision that we don't want you to govern us, it is within the constitution. If they decide to go to, let's say, State House and decide that we don't want you to exercise any power on our behalf, it is within the constitution, because they are, especially when the people have tried to use, have gone to the judiciary and no one listened to them. So it is within the constitutional right that people can go to either State House, make those decisions. It is not out of the constitutional framework. That is one thing I wanted to bring out. Then, yeah. The last thing was about Baba and the process. We know that Baba is doing all he can, and the best any serious citizen can do is to support the process. However, we know Baba always loved this country than any other person. And this time round, Baba should know that the people are bigger than Kenya. The people that are behind him, the aspirations, the suffering are bigger than protecting Kenya to save a few, to save the despots. So Baba should not sympathize with people who have been exploiting his good nature. He should not sympathize.
Thank you. Sorry, are you done? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Akanda. You put a full stop, and I thought you had come to whatever. Yeah, thank you for highlighting that about the constitution. It is true, and we've been saying this on this whatever. And I earlier on when we were submitting and when we started all this, we were telling people there is a path. Hatukuingia kwa swimming pool bila kujua kuswim, ama tukaenda Indian Ocean kuogelea kama washamba. Mtu unaanza unajua kuswim na nini. Hii tulikuwa tunajua, tunaogelea maji, kuna mamba, kuna whales, kuna kila kitu. We know. Azimio is full of intellects. And we know. Once they stole this election, we were thinking, we were planning on what to do. And what we undertook to do is well calculated. Kwa hivyo ndio nilisema, we are not debating with these Azimio people. Right now, if we were to start even listing down things that are happening unconstitutional since Ruto took over, tukianza sasa kuanza hiyo campaign kuonyesha Wakenya kile kinafanyika, this revolution will take the less than 1 month. Yes, if we do now what they will call inciting, this revolution will take the less. Please mute you, Anini, because that is the next stage we want to go. We want to tell people the truth. Because the good thing is that when you are talking the truth, you don't need to write long compositions. You don't need long narratives. You could state 2, you state 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now, in fact, I want us to have one of the shows to list down what this thief is doing. But we want to we don't want to address that because the bigger problem ni kung'oa mwizi. Hizo shida zingine zitakuwa million. We have been telling people the script is Moi to the power of 1,000. Yeah, Moi to the power of 1,000. Those of you who know some little mathematics, Moi regime to the power of 1,000. The aggravation, the rate, the acceleration at which mambo inafanywa ni Moi to the power of 1,000. Kama kuna kitu kama hiyo, kama ni nepotism, we multiply by 1,000. Sasa na inafanyika kwa muda wa miezi hiyo 5. Manake hii ni serikali ya fagilia fagilia fagilia. Ile wimbo ya ule nani ule alisema fagilia fagilia yote. Moi anafagilia, na alisema mahali ninamcongratulate, he is delivering what he promised in terms of nepotism, stealing, okay, ujinga, and ameperform very well. Go to State House now. Even some people are writing on the side there. Go anywhere. It is one community. Na alisema yeye mwenyewe, that is one thing ninampa heko. He has lived to his words. Ngoja nichukue serikali. Nitadeal. Na akasema bila mincing words. Hakuna mtu iko na tabu na hii watu kuliko sisi. Lakini kwanza ni tafuta serikali. Alitafuta. Na ni kweli alitafuta. Aliiba. Alinyang'anya, alichukua. na akakimbia. Sasa sisi wangwana tunasema ndio huyo mwizi huyo, hatukufukuzana naye, tulisema ni obvious, ni yetu, tutakuja kuipata. Lakini kabla tuinyakue kwake, do you know the damage atakuwa amefanya? Unajua ukifukuzana na simba kama ameshika mbuzi yako ama ng'ombe yako, already huwa amekata shingo, huwa unaenda kuchinja hiyo mbuzi because it can't survive. Anaishika, anang'ata mshipa, jugular vein. Kwa hivyo hata ukiokoa hiyo mbuzi, unaokoa tu uende ukachinje. Fisi naye aking'ata kondoo, anang'ata kichwa, pap, brain. Hiyo kondoo ni kukufa. Unakata hiyo kichwa unatupa. Alafu una nini? So hii serikali by the time, if the longer we take, itakuwa kiwete. Hata baba akichukua, if we allow more than unnecessarily, baba ataichukua ikiwa ni kiwete. Kiwete, wananchi watakuwa wametaabika vilivyo. Na ndio tunataka kuanza kuambia wananchi wa Kenya, because wa Kenya ni wazito. Moi alisema ni Mwafrika nywele ngumu, ni mzito. Mzito wa akili, mzito wa mambo, si mwepesi. Manake tungekuwa wepesi, kwa mfano huyu mwizi aliponyakua hiyo nini, tungedeal na yeye hiyo siku. Hatungelala hiyo siku. Wawili watatu damu ingemwagika pale. Na ole dama aliuliza, nyinyi wote Jacaranda mlikuwa wapi nikipigana peke yangu? Tungefanya chap pale, kungetokea hapa na pale nini, na sasa tungekuwa tunafanya kesi tukiwa si ndio tumekalia kiti. Some things you have to do and think at the spur of the moment to prevent long discussions that are not necessary. Saa hii itatugharimu because lazima tuingoe, lakini itatugharimu the energy we would not have required pale. Hata pale Supreme Court pia tulikuwa na time, tungesambaratisha ile kitu pale. Tusambaratishe ile kitu pale na tumpeleke Raila, tumwapishe kule State House. That we should have done. Again, collateral damage hapo ingekuwa kidogo. Lakini sasa ni kazi, lakini ingawa tutamtua, lakini ni kazi. Mahali tungetumia bulldozer moja, sasa tutatumia bulldozer 10. Na Wakenya tushike adabu, tujue sasa kwamba mtu akileta mzaha tuna deal naye on the spot, kimtaani, on the spot. Saa ingine una suspend hiyo katiba haraka, unachukua power because wewe ni mwananchi. Kama sasa we are not supposed to negotiate, not even debate with anybody. No, kusonga ni kusonga. Kibira wakidecide nini kwenda State House, tunasonga State House, ni yetu. Twende huko maombi pia. Twende maombi. Na tukiomba, tukishikwa na roho sana, pia tunaapisha baba hapo na pale mara moja. Sasa tukimwapisha, kama utakuwa hapo, sasa tunapita na wewe mara moja. That is what we are supposed to do, and that is ndio tunataka kufunza wa Kenya kwamba hapa hapana mzaha. Tukiendelea hivi huyu jamaa atatuingiza kidole, ameshakiingiza mapuani, anatupiga na reverse sasa. It is deadly, it is bad, it is extremely bad. I was explaining something kabla nilete public participation, na Secretary General naona amejaa. Nilikuwa naeleza wa Kenya tujaribu pia kusoma na kusikiza mambo namna wale wanaopigania haki za binadamu. Manake kuna kitu kinaitwa haki za binadamu. They are not only called activists, these are passionate people who believe in humanity, and Raila is one of them. And I would want Kenyans to start taking stock. Tell me in Kenya today, who can you really say is human? Anajali binadamu mwenzake. Hiyo ni homework nataka kupatia wa Kenya. Just count them. Wakifika 10 wallahi, nitachanga pesa na nitapatia mtu zawadi. Real leaders, passionate. What does that drive me to? Kuna people, if you read like Mandela, for example, you read and you see and you get to see what this man went through. Na hakubadilisha msimamo, kila akitamka anatamka lile, na akitenda anatenda lile. Sasa hivi kuna mtu anaitwa Malema. Alikuwa kijana mdogo, Watu walifikiria huyu kijana ni nini, ni sarakati tu. Alianza watu wakiona ni madharau. Today this guy is driving off Ramaphosa. Anang'oa Ramaphosa. Tarehe 23 mwezi wa 3 South Africa will cease for some time. Everything will be grounded. The guy has mobilized people and people are ready. Unasikia seizing a country. Amesema yani what will happen is only emergency ambulance peke yake na fire brigade. Vile mliona corona ili seize watu, ata seize mpaka ndege. Kwa hivyo kama unaenda biashara za South Africa, postpone. And that guy is serious. And they have following. And it's not him. It's not EFF. It is the people who have accepted, like the way they accepted about Mandela. It is the people. And these are people who, hao wakisema wamesema. So pressure is coming from South Africa, going towards the center of the core center, that's the core of Africa. Na core ya Africa ni wapi? Kitovu cha Africa ni wapi? Ni East Africa. Na East Africa, kiti chenyewe kile kizuri kiko wapi? Kiko Kenya. So pressure inakuja, mawimbi yanakuja, yanatamba kutoka kusini, mawimbi yanapanda kutoka Egypt, mawimbi yanatamba kutoka West. So this thing is real. Wakenya tumeonyeshwa na tunatakiwa tushike vizuri. You guys, wale wote wako kule wafunzwe, Wakenya waambiwe sasa hii shida si ya mtu mmoja. Hii shida si ya Raila. Raila tu ni kwamba lazima tukifanya hivi vyote, shamba tukishainyakua, lazima tuweke yule manager ambaye atatusimamia shamba letu tukijua tutafanya. Naye pia akileta nyenye tunang'oa, tunaweka mwingine. Mtindo utakuwa huo. Tunakuweka pale na masharti unayo. Guideline unayo. Naye huyu naye Raila tunajua ni mwanafunzi wa wanafunzi na ni mwanafunzi wa wananchi. Kwa hivyo masharti atafuata. Njia ni hiyo, public participation karibu. Kisha Secretary General. Public participation, you are muted. And also welcome Leo, karibu sana. Inaonekana nitakuachia shift. Public participation, we can't hear you. Not yet. Bado.
Maybe ni earphone yako, toa earphone.
Earphone ina shida.
Yeah, it might be earphone.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, you're getting me now?
Yes.
Okay then. Yeah, so nimekuwa nikifuata what is happening with a lot of bated breath. Ninashindwa what is, hii place imekuwa kama soap opera juu sasa nani ameenda commercial senators wakuja waseme that watu wenye walikuwa kwa rally walikuwa wamelipwa na nani na former president. These are kicks of dying horse. Desperation at its worst. This man is very desperate now. In fact, I can just see he has gotten extremely desperate. Sasa anatumia senators wake wa Kikuyu kukuja kusema ati nani ndio ana drive hizi rallies kwa sababu aliona watu walikuwa wengi kwa rallies. Sasa ate Uhuru sasa ndio anawalipa, ndio anawafund, ndio anafanya wakuja kwa nini anawalipa. This is desperation at its worst. Na sasa unajua, you see when you have nothing to show, huyu jamaa hana anything to show for what he has, the time he has stayed in office, he has nothing but negative. Hata watu wenye walikuwa namsupport sahi, so called hustlers, wenye walikuwa namsupport, they are now no longer on his side. and I know some of them constituted watu wenye walienda kwa hiyo rally. So I know he's in a state of, you know, a lot of fear because he knows the truth, na anajua hata hiyo dosia iko na hizo videos ziko za kuonyesha when Chebukati was busy going to take bribe, to look for bribes. So wherever he is sahi, I don't think analala, because you know, now if you are contending with Uhuru and you are contending with Raila at the same time and many others, you'll be having a problem. Lakini watu yake sasa ndio wanataka kuwasukuma mbele sana sana, the ones who are from mountain, waseme ati we know mtu mwenye ana insight hizi vitu na mtu mwenye ana fund hizi mambo zote hizi maandamano is none other than you know, whether it's him or not. Really, this is a sign of desperation, and it can show you that this guy knows that these guys are not joking. He is aware, very much aware that these guys are not joking. Ukiona ni yeye mwenyewe anajibu na alafu tena to make it worse, unajua before alikuwa tu anajibu yeye na huyo deputy yake. Sasa siku hizi hakuna cha hicho anymore. Ameenda commercial senators ama UDA leaders who stood on UDA. Sasa wakuja waongea as Mount Kenya that tunajua mtu mwenye ako behind this thing ni nani, ni Uhuru ndo ako behind this thing, na sisi watu wa Mount Kenya hatutaki hiyo. Venye tulimkataa ndio sasa tumekataa hii mambo. You see, a desperation. But this guy, let me tell you, it will not take even he doesn't need anybody to fund anything. This guy on the ground, he has become extremely unpopular. Ushaona mtu mwenye amekuwa unpopular within a very short time. The most unpopular president mwenye ashaionekana in this Kenya. Unaona venye Moi alikuwa unpopular siku za mwisho, watu wako wanataka hata kumuona kwa handing over ceremony. That is the way, the path which this guy is on. He's on a path of being very extremely unpopular with the majority of the population, because sasa who can you say that has not been affected by kutolewa na hizi subsidies? Wazazi wamekuwa affected, wazee wamekuwa affected. Kama wewe ulikuwa kijana, you don't have something to do, kazi kwa vijana, so vijana wamekuwa affected. The other day you saw the clip where ladies walienda kwa EPZ wanapigwa na tear gas because there are too many. Moja wao akakufia kwa queue, you know, because the situation now, all those ladies walikuanga kwa kazi mtaani. Sasa where are they supposed to get their livelihood? Wengine wako na watu. So this generally, hakuna mtu mwenye hajakuwa affected na all these changes, particularly the removal of the subsidies. Kama ni electricity, even the people who are in manufacturing, the people who are having factories, the investors, they are affected. You see, because to produce whatever they are producing, they need electricity. Sasa electricity ya sahi, ukiweka electricity, if for example you put electricity at 500 bob, you are getting 230 nani for that is what is going to the actual electricity. So what is that? So you are paying taxes, you are paying taxes, you are paying buni wasome hiyo nini electricity, because you know it's too much. What is happening here is just too much that you cannot even understand. Yani breakdown, let me tell you what is the breakdown. Okay, tuseme umeweka 500, so the breakdown is or let me see, yeah, token amount ni 238, VAT ni 59.95, fuel energy charge ni 136.02, forex charge ni 36.5, IPRA charge ni 0.56, WRA charge ni 0.2, rep charge ni 11.93, inflation adjustment 16.1. So ukiweka 500, what you are getting is 238.74, meaning that more than half of it is going to this mambo ya VAT, mambo ya fuel energy charge, forex, EPRA, WRA, rep. Sasa let me ask you, hebu funga hapo
na usisahau kutuambia mwenye ana own KPLC pia.
You see now, funga hiyo mlango. So you see the thing is one third of the shares of KPLC is bought by Ndindi Nyoro and his company, of which I'm sure Nani is also part of it. Ni vile hawezi weka hapo jina Asla ama ni siku hizi anaitwa Zakayo. So Kenyans were suffering. Let me tell you, Kenyans in each and every sector. Kama ni Linda Mama ndio hii ilitolewa. Wamama wakienda wasi at least ile package walikuwa napatanga ya kuweza kurudi nyumbani with something, the poor mamas imetolewa. Sasa which Kenyan can really say ame benefit na nini other than cartels, other than entrepreneurs? Au ndio wana benefit. Everyone else sio wamama, sio watoto kwa shule, parents wametolewa nini ile subsidy yenye walikuwa napata ya fees. Everybody is crying. Everybody is crying. Hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza sema surely government it has worked, it has brought something positive to me. Nothing. Hata hiyo mambo ya fertilizer sasa nasikia ati you are supposed to go and register. Then ukiregister unatakana chief umpatie yake. I don't know where we are headed, but all I can tell you, this guy is within how many months? Hajafika hata 6 months, the most unpopular president we have ever had in this country. Very unpopular. Na nani akiita chenye atataka kuita watu watatoka. I can assure you of that, because everybody is tired. Everybody is tired and the guy knows. Unajua tofauti ya nani mtu kama Kibaki na watu na Zakayo, there's a difference, because as much as the second term nani alirig, Kibaki alirig, Kibaki could stay silent because he was a performer. So ukitaka kushinda ukimwambia whatever you want to tell him, he knows that what he's doing, his work is talking for him. But sasa if you have nothing to show, you have nothing to show for it, you are just there and then you are just busy nini umeenda tayari umeomba 1 trillion after telling people that nani ndio alikuwa mbaya, Uhuru ndio alikuwa mbaya kuomba pesa unnecessary, everything umeharibu. I'm telling you, by the things are not good for this guy. Now ukiona hata ukimwona when he's trying to address, he knows on the ground things are very bad, and no sooner than baba atasema tu watu watoke, it will be fireworks. It will be fireworks. Na sasa even those Westerners who supported him, unajua wakiona things are thick, they will not support him anymore. Wata support the next person who is there. Because wataona sasa, this guy hatakwi, nobody wants him.
Sorry, participation. Naona tumejaa studio. I want us to really be a bit brief ndio tuweze kuparticipate wote. Sorry to
Thank you,
summarize.
Thank you, PK. Thank you.
Okay, thanks public participation. From there tunaenda kwa Karami, no, Secretary General of Karami.
Yes. Public participation has just expounded part of the things I wanted to say. When you're weak, you're incompetent, you know that you are not able to lead a nation, then you should cover that with a little bit of confidence to the people. I wish Ruto was very good in economics, and maybe he can at least attract a big number of us by improving the cost of living, so that we do not spend a lot of money in the gas station, in the shops, and paying our electricity bills. But he's not good in anything. Ruto is very poor in economics, very poor in politics, and he's only good in lies and oration. And that is where the problem is, because he tries to coin. And whatever he speaks in public is a replica of who he is. If he is talking about state capture, he's a state capture. If he is talking about tax evasion, he is a tax evader. Because if you heard him yesterday, he was talking about how he's following some dynasty to pay tax. And whoever was listening, millions of Kenyans who were watching news, maybe thought this is a saint telling us everybody should follow him. The way you look like you are a bishop, you are so to say you are a priest or a savior like Jesus Christ, and you have no blemish. Ati mimi nataka kufuata ile watu ambao walipi tax kwa sababu si mnajua mimi nalipanga. Si mnajua rafiki yangu Bero wa Boy analipanga. Si mnajua Godfrey Kariuki yule anauza pombe ambao inaua Wakikuyu huko Central Province analipanga. Si mnajua huyu mtu anaitwa Kiroche mwenye anatengeneza hii summit. Si unajua analipanga. Hao wote nilipoingia siku 100 nililipisha hao madeni zao. Sasa kwa sababu nililipisha hao madeni zao na nikajilipisha madeni zangu za kuku na mayai. Sasa na ile shamba nilinunua huko Taita Taveta ama niliiba. Nililipa land rates na nini. Now I want to follow the people who do not pay. If we would have that kind of a person, then we can hear him. But huwezi kuja kutupatia hadithi za Abunwasi from morning to the evening, try to claim as a freedom fighter. You have never fought any freedom. In fact, you have never worked any formal job. Watu wako nchi za dunia hii, all over kina PK Stone na everybody else who comes here, and particularly this channel because it's an international channel. Because they are trying to find a footing in this life. What have you ever done? Who has ever employed you? Nani ameshaimuemploy huyu jamaa? Which salary has he ever earned? What is this business that people do in this country that they are dollar billionaires? They are equivalent to Bill Gates and Richard Branson. People who have set their lives discovering inventions. And then somebody comes here and tells us, you know, I'm a billionaire, I'm a businessman. Which chickens are these that makes you a billionaire? I come from Kiambu and I tell you one of the greatest chicken there, our poultry farmer, anaitangwa Mogoko. We have grown up revering him. Yeah, we knew as a person who can do poultry farming in a magnitude that you have never seen in your life. Amejenga nyumba zinakaa za kukondisha za kuku. But this person does not even own a chopper. The other day, I think even before he died, that is when he bought a Mercedes-Benz. So which business is this that politicians do that all of a sudden they can buy anything? And yet you come and sit down and say the way you are integral, the way you are born again, that we should now let you ask tax from Kina Uhuru Kenyatta. Kibaki was not a stupid person. He knew that President Moi had plundered the whole country. He was $1 trillion billionaire. But he knew one thing, that Kenya is too potential to start following such a person. That within 1 year of his leadership, Kibaki transformed this country to a superpower in East Africa. So even what Moi has stolen, he was amazed and ashamed because God kept him to see how you lead a country. So why should we waste a lot of strength and time? Sijui tufuate Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, hata wakichukua, he might not affect him as an individual because it is not his farm, it is not his money. It might be a family money, but not Uhuru's Kenyatta. Na hiyo ni poor leadership. You know, at one point I said maybe Moi was a problem as an individual. But nimekuja kurealize, and I'm sorry to say this, I think it's a cultural problem. Hii mambo ya kuongoza nchi na inafika mahali you cannot even differentiate progress and economic management. Because any progressive leader should not spend a lot of his time following what has happened in the terms of the 1960s and historical. I think the progressive leader should move on, amend what you can amend, and build from whatever has been built before. So these attacks to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will bring this country to a standstill. And as John PK says, you do not attack investors. We have a cash crunch in Kenya today. Because if this is a tendency of harassing people with money, then what will happen with the people with other money? They will stop investing. And which country is this? But anyway, on the flip side of it is good, because stupidity has no cure. And we can see now when he has destroyed the economy, then who will be on his side? Yeah, except those people he is buying, the members of parliament and the leaders and the governor. So we are saying this in simple terms. If he wants us to be on his side, let him buy all of us. The millions of us, 7.5 million who are unemployed. The millions of us who cannot be able to pay school fees. Akuja atununue na hiyo pesa ya taxpayer. And yesterday you see him saying that sijui unajua tumepatia pesa DPP afanye kazi yake. As if it is his money. It is taxpayer money. It is taxpayer money. You're just managing it by force. So, people, there is hope at the end of a tunnel. As public participation says, he's growing unpopular even in his quarters. People might think because he has so many people following him every Sunday and lining up in the church to greet him that he is popular. Those are very few people because they are leaders who have been bought because of their stomach. But majority of the hustlers can feel it, that this country is becoming a Zimbabwe each and every minute. We are destroyed the fabric of this country. So kwa hivyo Kibera tutakuwa huko. Me as a Secretary General of Alliance Party, we shall be there. And we support whatever Baba is doing. We are the party that is saying if he won't, let him be given his rightful share. And this is the next big things after, Baba has nothing to lose. Baba now at his age, sioni kama anarudi nyuma. Manyora alisema hii baba alikuwa amepeleka gari ifanywe repairs kwa nini, akaamini institution kama IBC, hiyo ni garage, akasema hiyo gari ifanywe repair, iwekwe brakes nini kidogo, wakakataa. Akaenda garage nyingine inaitwa Supreme Court. Ndio naambia Stone PK, we didn't know what they had planned. Wanakaa wanasema hii spare imeharibika, you wait kidogo, gari itatengeneza. Sasa kile baba amefanya, amechukua gari yake bila brakes. Amesema sasa tuendeshe gari, na sasa we are in and there is no stopping. Saa hii ni kuserereka. There is no stopping Baba. And us as Kenyans, we just need to hold Baba's hands because he needs to liberate us before anything happens at the end of the day. And I can tell you, like Samson in the Bible, Baba wants you to hold his hand and place his hand on the strongest pillar of that building, of that country, that strongest pillar of theft, that strongest pillar of thuggery and impunity and KANU. Anataka mkono moja ishike hiyo pila ingine na ingine ishike hiyo pila ingine. And he does the last act. And the last act will be destroying impunity, and Kenya will be liberated forever. So imagine Kenyans, all what Raila Odinga wants is not even him to be president. In any case, these are people who can even inject him with that lethal chemical weapon, and we should be very careful. So let us take Baba wherever he wants. If he wants us to be in Kibera, let us be in Kibera. He has given an ultimatum of 2 weeks, and then we take matters into our own hands. My friends, let us participate. Let us take Raila Amolo Odinga, like our Samson, to the pillars of impunity and uproot them forever and ever, for once and for all. Sahi, no turning back, no handshake, no breaks. Pahali tutafika tufike. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya wenzangu, hii si mchezo. We have a future to protect. We have our kids and our future that we need to protect. And we thank God that we have someone like Raila Amolo Odinga, because I don't know any other person and any other caliber of any politician who can do what Raila is doing at the moment. Kwa hivyo, let us take advantage of Raila Amolo Odinga right now. whatever he says we do. Ikisema tusilipe ushuru, fukuza watu wa KRA. Akisema hiyo picha ya hiyo president angusha chini, angusha. Akisema kuna participate mikutano ya national holidays, tusiende. Na akisema tutakuwa na parallel na national holidays, twende. Na akisema ni secession. Hiyo ndio njia sasa. Otherwise, let us use Raila Odinga at the moment because he's our Mandela and liberate Kenya forever. Otherwise, without Raila Odinga, hata hizi chano tutafuatwa na tupigwe makofi na hii serikali ambayo ni ya kiimla, ambayo inajificha katikati ya kanisa wakisema Bwana asifiwe, na kumbe ni mashetani. Biblia inasema God is not an author of confusion. I believe in the Bible. Unless people read Bibles that are upside down. But my Bible tells us God is not an author of confusion. When he told Abraham, I'm going to bless you, he blessed him. What we are seeing is confusion today. Because there are people who are using the name of God because it is easy to manipulate and doing all kinds of evil. They are the greatest adulterers in this country. They are the greatest land grabbers in this country. They are the greatest murderers in this country. And then you're telling me, praise the Lord? Which Lord is this? Not Jesus Christ. You see, Yesu ambao namuomba. Christ does not condone those things. In fact, he says, thou shalt not murder. Those are things that were very explicit in the Bible. So, waheshimiwa, tukutane huko. Na tutapiga hata speech as our party. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, kwa hayo mazuri. Let me bring in Karami.
Hello, can you hear me? Asante sana kila mtu, Stone PK, Leo, Wakanda, Guru, public participant, Mr. G, our buddy there in Kilifi, Secretary General. Thank you very much for this channel. I'm going to be very brief. Nataka tuulize tu swali moja. Where did this monster called Ruto come from? Which environment did he thrive in? Ndio kuwe pale yuko saizi. You see, our culture imepromote ile ukora, corruption. Na imetoka mbali since the days of Kina Moi. And it has grown pole until now we've created a monster. That's how this guy was able to be where he is right now. He does not know anything else apart from kuiba, kufanya vitu zake, bila anataka, ndio achieve hiyo goal yake. How do you deal with a guy like that? Ni kukata kabisa, hakuna kuogopa siku hizi. You go straight forward like you saw in Sri Lanka. Baka ogope ujue hapa kumeumana. So people, let's look at also at ourselves. How do we do our things? Do we still have that mentality ya mtu kama huyu ama tuzitoe kwenye mafikirio zetu na roho? That's very important for Kenyans to understand. Tukiwa na hiyo mentality, hata tukitoa huyu mtu, kijangili kingine kitakuja. You know, na ataendelea na hiyo kazi. Doing things with impunity, not following rules. Ukiona mali ni kwenda kuiba, corporations zinavunjika. You know, I came to this country kwa US, I came here more than 20 years ago. Na nilitoka huko kwa sababu ya hiyo maneno ya corruption. Unaenda mahali, unatafuta kitu vizuri, tumetoka college. Oi, kama you're not part of this community ama hivi, too much corruption. Kwa nasema, hii, wacha ikae. You see, most people tuko huku, ni kwa sababu ya hiyo, si kitu ingine. Kama nyumbani kungekuwa kuzuri, I'm telling you, that country would be thriving. Why do you think America is thriving? Some of these countries. It's because your corruption, hata kama iko, always letea watu in front of your face, unalimwa, unapelekwa jela, unakaa huko. Look at some of these billionaires wame pesa hapa America. They're in jail. Wengine wana resign kwa sababu ya aibu. Sasa sisi Kenya tuko na aibu kweli? Hiyo lazima tutoe kwenye akili zetu. And to begin this process is to make sure hizi ma meetings zote tuna encourage watu wanaenda, tuna support tuna push your mentality ndio Kenya at least ikuwe mahali vizuri. Thank you very much guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karami. You made a wonderful question. People should always go back, check. Ukilea nyoka, usi expect ikuwe sungura. It will be a snake. Hata ukichukua hiyo yai ya nyoka, ya python, don't expect itakuagulia kuku. So it's Kenyans, si ndio tume brew that kind of a thing. We've nurtured that. Yeah. 24 years Kenyans walivumilia, by the way. That's why I find Kenyans as amazing people. And that's why I don't think we are the best. I know wherever we go, people say, Kenya ni noma. I think we are the best in corruption and wheezy. Because we cherish wezi. I've never had these corrupt people being condemned. They are praised in the villages. You leave college, umeandikwa juu ya tribalism. Within 1 year, you are driving big cars. You are praised in the village. Nobody asks, how come this guy is building a 20-30 million house na amefanya kazi tu miezi ama mwaka moja, mwaka mbili? Kenya people say, hey, Mande, Son PK ni mnoma, he's so hard working, Mande, ameingia job juzi, ana drive V8. That is what we praise. I saw during elections, watu wanabaki, watu wamelandi na helicopter, you are given pesa mnagawana, inakuwa ni 50 bob kila mtu, ama at most so moja, watu wanabaki hapo wakipigana, wakiargue nani alikuwa na hiyo V8, hiyo latest V8 ilikuwa ni ya nani? Ilikuwa ni ya Stone PK, ni mnoma. You find people fighting, young people arguing. Wanasahau huyu jamaa amekuja wamewatapeli na akaishia. How shall we change that kind of way of thinking? We are right now on this panel, hapa kwa commentary, we have people supporting stealing. And when you tell them they are thieves and corrupt and rapists, because show me your friends and I know who you are. People who follow Jesus, believe in Jesus' tenets. That's why we call ourselves Christianity. And we have the 10 commandments. And we say we want to live and live in Jesus Christ's way. Those who follow Shaitani, mbona tuwaiti mashetani? Why do we fear? Why do we fear? Well, if we can pronounce Christians, Muslims, very well. Stone PK is a Muslim. So and so is a Christian. Why don't we pronounce thieves in the rightful name? Why do you find when you tell these people Stone PK is a thief, then they tell you, kwani si hata Kamau ni thief? That is